Letter 4. Containing a description of the north shore of the counties of Cornwall, and Devon, and some parts of Somersetshire, Wiltshire, Dorsetshire, Gloucestershire, Buckinghamshire and Berkshire, North Cornwall and Devon. Sir, my last letter ended the account of my travels, where nature ended her account, when she meted out the island, and where she fixed the utmost western bounds of Britain. And, being resolved to see the very extremity of it, I set my foot into the sea, as it were, beyond the farthest inch of dry land west, as I had done before near the town of Dover, at the foot of the rocks of the South Foreland in Kent, which, I think, is the farthest point east in a line. And as I had done, also, at Lowestoft in Suffolk, which is another promontory on the eastern coast, and is reckoned the farthest land eastward of the island in general, likewise, I had used the same ceremony at Selsey near Chichester, which I take to be the farthest land south, except at Portland only, which, as it is not really an island, may be called the farthest land south. So, in its place, I shall give you an account of the same curiosity at John a Groat's house in Caithness, the farthest piece of ground in Great Britain, north. I had once, indeed, resolved to have coasted the whole circuit of Britain by sea, as, 'tis said, Agricola the Roman general, did. And in this voyage I would have gone about every promontory, and into the bottom of every bay, and had provided myself a good yacht, and an able commander for that purpose. But I found it would be too hazardous an undertaking for any man to justify himself in the doing it upon the mere foundation of curiosity, and having no other business at all, so I gave it over. There was another difficulty also, upon which my navigator, or commander, as I called him, who was an old experienced seaman, dissuaded me from the undertaking. And that was, the necessity of getting pilots to every part of the coast, and to every port, river, and creek, and the danger of not getting them. The necessity was plain. For that, as I proposed to keep all the way near, or under the shore, to enter into all the bays, and mouths of rivers, and creeks, as above, it would be impracticable to find any single man that knew so perfectly the whole coast, as to venture in without pilots. 2. Pilots would not always be found, especially on the north and west coasts of Scotland. So I laid it aside, I say, as a hopeless, and too dangerous adventure, and satisfied myself, to make the circuit very near as perfect by land, which I have done with much less hazard, though with much more pains and expense. The fruit of which, you have, in part, communicated in these letters. I now turned about to the east, and as, when I went west, I kept to the southern coast of this long county of Cornwall, and of Devonshire also, so in going east, I shall keep the north shore on board. The first place, of any note, we came to, is St. Ives, a pretty good town, and grown rich by the fishing trade. It is situated on the west side of a deep bay, called St. Ives Bay, from the name of the town. This bay is opposite, on the land side, to Mounts Bay, which I spoke of in my account of Penzance. It is a very pleasant view we have at Mattern Hills, and the plain by them, in the way from the Land's End to St. Ives, where, at one sight, there is a prospect of the ocean at the Land's End west, of the British Channel at Mounts Bay south, and the Bristol Channel, or Severn Sea, north, at St. Ives. The land between the two bays being not above 4 or 5 miles over, is so situated, that upon the hill, neither of the two seas are above 3 miles off, and very plain to be seen. And also, in a clear day, the islands of Scilly, though above 30 miles off. From this town and port of St. Ives, we have no town of any note on the coast. No, not a market town, except Redruth, which is of no consideration, till we come to Padstohaven, which is near 30 miles. The country is, indeed, both fruitful and pleasant, and several houses of gentlemen are seen as we pass. The sands, also, are very pleasant to the eye, and to travel upon. Among the gentlemen's houses, is Lanhydrock, the seat of the Earls of Radnor, who are barons of Truro, and were so, long before they obtained the title of Radnor. Also a good house belonging to the ancient family of Trefusis. In viewing these things, we observed the hills fruitful of tin, copper, and lead, all the way on our right hand, the product of which, is carried all to the other shore. So that we shall have little to say of it here. The chief business on this shore, is in the herring fishing. The herrings, about October, come driving up the Severn Sea, and from the coast of Ireland, in prodigious shoals, and beat all upon this coast as high as Biddeford, and Barnstable, in Devonshire, and are caught in great quantities by the fishermen. Chiefly on account of the merchants of Falmouth, Foy, and Plymouth, and other ports on the south. Padstow is a large town, and stands on a very good harbour for such shipping as use that coast, that is to say, for the Irish trade. The harbour is the mouth of the river Camel, or Carnel, which rising at Camelford, runs down by Bodmin to Wadbridge, or Wardbridge, a large stone bridge of 8 arches, or thereabouts, built by the general good will of the country gentlemen. But at the motion of a religious man, named Lovibond, moved in mere charity, the passage over the river there, before, being very dangerous, and having been the loss of some lives, as well as goods. The passage from this town of Padstow to Ireland, is called, by writers, to be no more than 24 hours, but not justly. It is true, that Padstow being the first, and best, if not the only haven on this shore. The trade from Ireland settled here of course, and a great many ships in this harbour, are employed in the commerce. But to say, they make the voyage in 24 hours, is to say, it has been so, or, on extraordinary gales of fair wind, it may be done, but not 1 in 24 ships makes its voyage in 24 hours. And, I believe, it may be said, they are oftener 5 or 6 days in the passage. A little way within the land SW from Padstow, lies St. Colum, eminent for nothing but its being the antient estate of the famous Arundel of Trerris, of late years made noble by King Charles II, being still famous in the present Lord Arundel of Trerris. Also between them, is a very antient seat of a family of the name of Prideaux who, in Queen Elizabeth's time, built a very noble seat there, which remains to this day, though time makes the architect of it look a little out of fashion. Higher within the land, lies the town of Bodmin, once one of the coining towns for tin, but lost it to Lestwithiel. However, this town enjoys several privileges, some of which are also tokens of its antiquity. The coinage towns were, in Queen Elizabeth's time, 4, namely, Lescard, Truro, Lestwithiel, Helston. Since that, in King James's time, was added Penzance. Tintagel Castle lies upon this coast a little farther, a mark of great antiquity, and every writer has mentioned it, but as antiquity is not my work, I leave the ruins of Tintagel to those that search into antiquity. Little or nothing, that I could hear, is to be seen at it, and as for the story of King Arthur being both born and killed there, 'tis a piece of tradition, only on oral history, and not any authority to be produced for it. We have nothing more of note in this county, that I could see, or hear of, but a set of monumental stones, found standing not far from Bodmin, called the Hurlers, of which the country, nor all the writers of the country, can give us no good account. So I must leave them as I found them. The game called the Hurlers, is a thing the Cornish men value themselves much upon. I confess, I see nothing in it, but that it is a rude violent play among the boors, or country people. Brutish and furious, and a sort of an evidence, that they were, once, a kind of barbarians. It seems, to me, something to resemble the old way of play, as it was then called, with whirlbats, with which Hercules slew the giant, when he undertook to clean the Augean stable. The wrestling in Cornwall, is, indeed, a much more manly and generous exercise, and that closure, which they call the Cornish hug, has made them eminent in the wrestling rings all over England, as the Norfolk and Suffolk men are for their dexterity at the hand and foot, and throwing up the heels of their adversary, without taking hold of him. I came out of Cornwall by passing the river Tamar at Launceston, the last, or rather, the first, town in the county, the town shewing little else, but marks of its antiquity. For great part of it is so old, as it may, in a manner, pass for an old, ragged, decayed place, in general. It stands at a distance, almost 2 miles from the river, over which, there is a very good bridge. The town is eminent, however, for being, as we call it, the county town, where the assizes are always kept. In the time when Richard, Earl of Cornwall, had the absolute government of this county, and was, we might say, king of the country. It was a frontier town, walled about, and well fortified, and had, also, a strong castle to defend it. But these are seen, now, only in their old clothes, and lie all in ruins and heaps of rubbish. It is a principal gain to the people of this town, that they let lodgings to the gentlemen, who attend here in the time of the assizes, and other public meetings. As particularly, that of electing knights of the shire, and at the county sessions, which are held here, for which purposes, the townspeople have their rooms better furnished than in other places of this country, though their houses are but low. Nor do they fail to make a good price to their lodgers, for the conveniences they afford them. The town sends 2 members to Parliament, and so does Newport, a little village adjoining, and which, indeed, is but a part of Launceston itself. So that the town may be said, almost, to choose 4 members of Parliament. There is a fine image, or figure of Mary Magdalene, upon the tower of the church, which the Catholics fail not to pay their reverences to, as they pass by. There is no tin, or copper, or lead, found hereabouts, as I could find, nor any manufacture in the place. There are a pretty many attorneys here, who manage business for the rest of their fraternity at the assizes. As to trade, it has not much to boast of. And yet there are people enough in it to excuse those who call it a populous place. There is a long nook of the county, runs north from this place, which is called the Hundred of Stratton, and in which there is one market town, and no more. The name of which, is Stratton. But has nothing in, or about it, worth our making any remarks. Passing the river Tamar, as above, about 2 miles from Launceston, we enter the great county of Devon, and as we enter Devonshire, in the most wild and barren part of the county, and where, formerly, tin mines were found. Though now they are either quite exhausted, or not to be found without more charge than the purchase, if found, would be worth. So we must expect it a little to resemble its neighbour country for a while. The river Tamar, here, is so full of fresh salmon, and those so exceeding fat and good, that they are esteemed, in both counties, above the fish, of the same kind, found in other places. And the quantity is so great, as supplies the country in abundance, which is occasioned by the mouth of the river being so very large, and the water so deep for 2 leagues before it opens into Plymouth Sound. So that the fish have a secure retreat in the salt water for their harbour and shelter, and from thence they shoot up into the fresh water, in such vast numbers to cast their spawn, that the country people cannot take too many. It is observed of Cornwall, as of 1 or 2 counties more in England, that all the rivers that are in the county, rise within the bounds of the same county. And this must needs be because this river Tamar, which parts the 2 counties, rises in the upper edge, within a little more than 2 miles of the North, or Severn Sea, and runs into the South, or British Channel, cross the whole limits. So that no river out of Devonshire, can enter Cornwall, that little piece in the north excepted. Unless we should suppose it to run cross the Tamar, which is not to be thought of. As we are just entered Devonshire, as I said above, it seems, at first sight, a wild, barren, poor country. But we ride but a few miles, till we find an alteration in several things, more people, 2, larger towns, 3, the people all busy, and in full employ upon their manufactures. At the uppermost, and extreme part of the county, N.W. there runs a huge promontory, a mountain-like proboscis, into the sea, beyond all the land on either side, whether of Devonshire, or of Cornwall. This they would fain have called Hercules's promontory, and Mr. Camden, in his writing, and his mapmaker also, calls it Hercules Promontorium. But the honest sailors, and after them, the plain country people, call it, in downright modern English, Hartland Point, or Hardy Point, from the town of Hartland, which stands just within the shore, and is on the very utmost edge of the county of Devon. It is a market town, though so remote, and of good resort too, the people coming to it out of Cornwall, as well as out of Devonshire. And particularly the fisher boats of Barnstaple, Biddeford, and other towns on the coast, lying often under the lee, as they call it, of these rocks, for shelter from the SW or SE winds. The seamen go on shore here, and supply themselves with provisions, nor is the town unconcerned in that gainful fishing trade, which is carried on for the herrings on this coast, many seamen and fishing vessels belonging to the town. From this point or promontory, the land, falling away for some miles, makes a gulf or bay, which, reaching to the headland, or point of Barnstable river or haven, is called from thence, Barnstable Bay, into this bay, or at the end of this bay, the rivers Taw and Tower empty themselves at one mouth, that is to say, in one channel. And it is very particular, that as two rivers join in one channel, so here are two great trading towns in one port, a thing which as it is not usual, so I cannot say 'tis any advantage to either of them. For it naturally follows, that they rival one another, and lessen both, whereas, had they been joined together in one town, or were it possible to join them, they would make the most considerable town, or city rather, in all this part of England. These are the towns of Barnstable and Biddeford, or, as some write it, Bedeford. The first of these is the most antient, the last the most flourishing. The harbour or river is in its entrance the same to both, and when they part, the Tower turning to the right, or south-west, and the Taw to the se. Yet they seem to be both so safe, so easy in the channel, so equally good with respect to shipping, so equidistant from the sea, and so equally advantageous, that neither town complains of the bounty of the sea to them, or their situation by land. And yet, of late years, the town of Biddeford has flourished, and the town of Barnstable rather declined. Biddeford is a pleasant, clean, well-built town. The more antient street which lies next the river, is very pleasant, where is the bridge, a very noble quay, and the custom house. This part also is very well built and populous, and fronts the river for above 3/4 of a mile, but besides this, there is a new spacious street, which runs N and S or rather NW and SE. A great length, broad as the High Street of Exeter, well built, and, which is more than all, well inhabited, with considerable and wealthy merchants, who trade to most parts of the trading world. Here, as is to be seen in almost all the market towns of Devonshire, is a very large, well-built, and well-finished meeting-house, and, by the multitude of people which I saw come out of it, and the appearance of them, I thought all the town had gone thither, and began to inquire for the church, but when I came to the church, I found that also, large, spacious, and well filled too, and that with people of the best fashion. The person who officiates at the meeting-house in this town, I happened to have some conversation with, and found him to be not only a learned man, and master of good reading, but a most acceptable gentlemanly person, and one, who, contrary to our received opinion of those people, had not only good learning, and good sense, but abundance of good manners, and good humour. Nothing sour, cynical, or morose in him, and, in a word, a very valuable man, and as such a character always recommends a man to men of sense and good breeding, so I found this gentleman was very well received in the place. Even by those who he differed from in matters of religion, and those differences did not, as is usual, make any breach in their conversing with him. His name, as I remember, was Bartlett. But this is a digression. I wish I could say the like of all the rest of his brethren. The trade of this town being very much in fish, as it is also of all the towns on this coast, I observed here, that several ships were employed to go to Liverpool, and up the river Mersey to Warrington, to fetch the rock salt, which is found in that county, and of which I shall say more in my remarks on those parts, which rock salt they bring to Biddeford and Barnstable, and here they dissolve it into brine in the sea water, joining the strength of two bodies into one, and then boil it up again into a new salt, as the Dutch do by the French and Portuguese salt. This is justly called salt upon salt, and with this they cure their herrings. And as this is a trade which can be but of a few years' standing, because the rock itself has not been discovered in England much above 20 years. So the difference in curing the fish has been such, and it has so recommended their herrings in foreign markets, that the demand for them has considerably increased, and consequently the trade. There is indeed, a very fine stone bridge over the river here, but the passage over it is so narrow, and they are so chary of it, that few carriages go over it. But as the water ebbs quite out of the river every low water, the carts and wagons go over the sand with great ease and safety. The arches of the bridge are beautiful and stately. But as for saying one of them is so big, that a ship of 60 tons may sail under it, and As a late author asserts, I leave that where I find it, for the people of Biddeford to laugh at. If it had been said the hull of such a ship might pass under the bridge, it might have been let go. But, as he says, it may sail under it, which must suppose some or one of its masts standing too. This puts it past all possibility of belief, at least to those who judge of such things by rules of mechanism, or by what is to be seen in other parts of the world, no such thing being practicable either at London Bridge, Rochester Bridge, or even at York, where the largest arch in England is supposed to be. Biddeford was anciently the inheritance of the family of Granville, or Greenfield, as formerly called, and the Earl of Bath, who is the heir and chief of the family, is now Baron of Biddeford, Viscount Lansdowne, and Earl of Bath. As Biddeford has a fine bridge over the Tower or Towridge, so Barnstable has a very noble bridge over the Taw, and though not longer, is counted larger and stronger than the other. These two rival towns are really very considerable. Both of them have a large share in the trade to Ireland, and in the herring fishery, and in a trade to the British colonies in America. If Biddeford cures more fish, Barnstable imports more wine, and other merchandises. They are both established ports for landing wool from Ireland, of which by itself. If Biddeford has a greater number of merchants, Barnstable has a greater commerce within land, by its great market for Irish wool and yarn, and with the serge makers of Tiverton and Exeter, who come up hither to buy. So that, in a word, Barnstable, though it has lost ground to Biddeford, yet, take it in all its trade completely, is full as considerable as Biddeford. Only, that perhaps it was formerly far superior to it, and the other has risen up to be a match to it. Barnstable is a large, spacious, well-built town, more populous than Biddeford, but not better built, and stands lower. Insomuch, that at high water in spring tides, it is, as it were, surrounded with water. The bridge here, was built by the generous gift of one Stamford, a citizen and merchant of London, who, it seems, was not a native of this place, but by trading here to his gain, had kindness enough for the town to offer such a benefaction to them as they enjoy the benefit of to this day. The bridge at Biddeford as above, was likewise a gift. But was, as they say, done by collections among the clergy, by grant of indulgences and the like church management, but be it how it will, both the towns are infinitely obliged to the benefactors. Behind Biddeford, that is as we come from Launceston, are several good towns, though I observed that the country was wild and barren. As Tavistock, belonging to the house of Bedford, and giving the title of Marquis, to the eldest son of that illustrious ducal family, the town of Torrington, on the same river Towridge that Biddeford stands on. The title of Earl of Torrington, was first given to the late General Monk, Duke of Albemarle, in honour, and for a reward of his loyalty, in restoring King Charles II. And the line being extinct in his son, it was given by King William III. To Admiral Herbert, who came over with him, and was immediately made Admiral of the British fleet, to defend the possession of the crown in the person of that prince. And since that to Sir George Byng, one of our present admirals, and one who asserted the authority and power of the British navy against the Spaniards, at the late sea fight near Cape Passaro in Sicily, so that the town of Torrington seems to be appropriated to the honour of the defenders of the British sovereignty at sea. Another town in this part of the country is Okehampton, vulgarly Oakington, a good market town, which gave title of Baron to the Lord Mohun, and sends 2 members to the Parliament. It is a manufacturing town, as all the towns this way now are, and pretty rich. And having said this, I have said all, unless it be, that in the records of antiquity, it appears to have been much more considerable than it is now, having 92 knights' fees belonging to it. But as I studiously avoid meddling with antiquity in these accounts, studying to give you the present state of the countries and towns through which I travel, rather than what they have been, so I say no more of those things than needs must. A little above Barnstable, N.E. Upon the coast, stands a good market and port town, called Ilfracombe, a town of good trade, populous and rich, all which is owing to its having a very good harbour and road for ships, and where ships from Ireland often put in, when, in bad weather, they cannot, without the extremest hazard, run into the mouth of the Taw, which they call Barnstable water. And this is one reason, which causes the merchants at Barnstable, to do much of their business at this port of Ilfracombe. Antiquity tells us long stories, of the Danes landing on this coast. Of Hubba, the Danish king, being slain here, that is at Kenneth Castle, between this place and the mouth of the Taw and Torridge, and that the place was called Hubbestow ever after, from the burying of this prince there. All this may be true, for aught we know, but I could neither find or hear of this castle of Kenneth, or burial place, Hubbestow, or any thing of the ruins or remains of them in the country, so I shall trouble you no farther about them. The sea coast in this county, runs a little farther east by north, but I found there was nothing of moment to be seen there, except fishing towns, and small creeks, on which are two small market towns, such as Combemerton and Porlock. Till we came to Minehead. Leaving the coast, we came, in our going southward, to the great river Exe, or Iska, which rises in the hills on this north side of the county, and that so far, as, like the Tamar, it begins within 4 or 5 miles of the Severn Sea. The country it rises in, is called Exmoor. Camden calls it a filthy, barren, ground, and, indeed, so it is, but as soon as the Exe comes off from the moors, and hilly country, and descends into the lower grounds, we found the alteration. For then we saw Devonshire in its other countenance, viz. Cultivated, populous, and fruitful, and continuing so, till we came to Tiverton, a town which I mentioned before, but did not fully describe. Next to Exeter, this is the greatest manufacturing town in the county, and, of all the inland towns, is next to it in wealth, and in numbers of people. It stands on the river Exe, and has over it, a very fine bridge, with another over the little river Lowman, which, immediately after, falls into the Exe just below the town. Antiquity says, before those bridges were built, there were 2 fords here. One through each river, and that the town was from thence called Twyford Tun, that is, the town upon the 2 fords, and so by abbreviating the sounds Twyford Tun, then Tiverton. But that I leave to the learned searchers into antient things. But the beauty of Tiverton is the free school, at the east entrance into the town, a noble building, but a much nobler foundation. It was erected by one Peter Blundell, a clothier, and a lover of learning, who used the saying of William of Wykeham to the king when he founded the royal school at Winchester, viz. That if he was not himself a scholar, he would be the occasion of making more scholars, than any scholar in England. To which end he founded this school. He has endowed it with so liberal a maintenance, that, as I was informed, the schoolmaster has, at least, £60 per annum, besides a very good house to live in. And the advantage of scholars not on the foundation, and the usher in proportion. And to this he added 2 fellowships, and 2 scholarships, which he gave the maintenance for to Sidney College in Cambridge, and 1 fellowship, and 2 scholarships, to Balliol College in Oxford. All which are appointed for the scholars bred up in this school, and the present Reverend Master, was a scholar upon the foundation in the same school. As this is a manufacturing country, as above, we found the people, here, all fully employed, and very few, if any, out of work, except such as need not be unemployed, but were so from mere sloth and idleness, of which some will be found everywhere. From this town, there is little belonging to Devonshire, but what has been spoken of, except what lies in the road to Taunton, which we took next, where we meet with the river Colham. A river rising also in the utmost limits of the shire toward Somersetshire, and giving name to so many towns on its banks, as leaves no room to doubt of its own name being right, such as Colham Davids, Uffcolum, Columstock, and Collumpton. The last is a market town, and they are all full of manufacturers, depending much on the master manufacturers of Tiverton. With this town, we leave the county of Devon, and entering Somersetshire, have really a taste of a different country from Devonshire. For entering Wellington, the first town we came at in Somersetshire, though partly employed in manufacturing too, we were immediately surrounded with beggars, to such a degree, that we had some difficulty to keep them from under our horse heels. It was our misfortune at first, that we threw some farthings, and halfpence, such as we had, among them. For thinking by this to be rid of them, on the contrary, it brought out such a crowd of them, as if the whole town was come out into the street, and they ran in this manner after us through the whole street. and a great way after we were quite out of the town. So that we were glad to ride as fast as we could through the town to get clear of them. I was, indeed, astonished at such a sight, in a country where the people were so generally full of work, as they were here. For in Cornwall, where there are hardly any manufacturers, and where there are, indeed, abundance of poor, yet we never found anything like this. Before I quite leave Devonshire, I must mention one thing, which I observed at my first setting out. Namely, that I would take notice how every county in England furnished something of its produce towards the supply of the city of London. Now I must allow, that Cornwall is, in some respects, an exception to this rule, because, though it is fruitful enough for the supply of its own inhabitants, yet, in the first place, the waste grounds are so many, the inhabitants so numerous, and the county so narrow, that, except the herrings, a few of which may be brought to London for sale, they have not much overplus to furnish other parts with. But then they make us amends by sending up an immense wealth in their tin, lead, and copper, from the bowels of their barren mountains, and the export of the pilchards, and herrings, from both their shores to Spain and Italy. From whence much of the returns are again brought to London for their vent and consumption. In like manner, the county of Devon has been rich in mines of tin and lead, though they seem at present, wrought out, and they had their standardary towns and coinage, as well as in Cornwall. Nay, so numerous were the miners or tinners, as they are called in this county, that they were, on occasion of a national muster, or defence, regimented by themselves, armed, and officered by themselves, and were, in short, a separate militia from the trained bands, or militia of the county. But now we see the tin works in Devonshire is quite laid aside, not one tin mine being at work in the whole county. There are, indeed, some copper works undertaken on the north side, as we were told. But I do not find, that they are yet brought to any perfection, and about Ilfracombe, Combe Merton, also at Delverton, in the north part of the county, they have been at work to see if they can recover some silver mines, which, in the time of King Edward III, were so large, that they employed 300 miners, besides other workmen, and brought that prince great sums of money for the carrying on his wars against France. What progress they are now like to make in it, I cannot yet learn. But there is one article in the produce of Devonshire, which makes good what I have written before, that every county contributes something towards the supply of London. And this is, the cider which I have mentioned already, and which takes up the south part of the county, between Topsham and Axminster, where they have so vast a quantity of fruit, and so much cider made, that sometimes they have sent 10 or 20,000 hogsheads of it in a year to London, and at a very reasonable rate too. Somerset and Wiltshire. The county of Somerset joins to the any part of Devonshire. I touched only upon one point of the county in my last, as I went west. The whole county is worth a more particular account, than can be given within the space of a letter. I entered the county, as I observed above, by Wellington, where we had the entertainment of the beggars. From whence we came to Taunton, vulgarly called Taunton Dean upon the river Tun. This is a large, wealthy, and exceedingly populous town. One of the chief manufacturers of the town told us, that there was at that time so good a trade in the town, that they had then 1100 looms going for the weaving of sagathes, duroys, and such kind of stuffs, which are made there. And that which added to the thing very much, was, that not one of those looms wanted work. He farther added, that there was not a child in the town, or in the villages round it, of above 5 years old, but, if it was not neglected by its parents, and untaught, could earn its own bread. This was what I never met with in any place in England, except at Colchester in Essex. This town chooses 2 members of Parliament, and their way of choosing is, by those who they call potwalleners, that is to say, every inhabitant, whether housekeeper or lodger, that dresses their own victuals. To make out which, several inmates, or lodgers, will, some time before the election, bring out their pots, and make fires in the street, and boil their victuals in the sight of their neighbours, that their votes may not be called in question. There are 2 large parish churches in this town, and 2 or 3 meeting houses, whereof one is said to be the largest in the county. The inhabitants have been noted for the number of dissenters. For among them it was always counted a seminary of such, they suffered deeply in the Duke of Monmouth's rebellion, but paid King James home for the cruelty exercised by Jeffreys among them. For when the Prince of Orange arrived, the whole town ran into him, with so universal a joy, that, 'twas thought, if he had wanted it, he might have raised a little army there, and in the adjacent part of the country. There was, and, I suppose, is still, a private college, or academy, for the dissenters in this town. The tutor, who then managed it, was named Warren, who told me, that there were 62 ministers then preaching, whereof 6 had conformed to the church, the rest were among the dissenters, who had been his scholars, whereupon one of his own sort had, it seems, styled him the father of the faithful. The academy, since his death, is continued, but not kept up to the degree it was, in the days of the said Mr. Warren. From this town of Taunton, which is by far the greatest in all this part of the country, and has more people in it, than the city of York, we went north to take a view of the coast. Exmoor, of which mention was made above, where the river Exe rises, lies in the way, part of it in this country, and extending to the sea side. It gives, indeed, but a melancholy view, being a vast tract of barren and desolate lands. Yet on the coast, there are some very good seaports. As 1. Porlock, on the very utmost extent of the country, it has a small harbour, but of no importance, nor has it anything of trade, so I need but name it. 2. Min Head, the best port and safest harbour, in all these counties, at least, on this side. No ship is so big, but it may come in, and no weather so bad, but the ships are safe when they are in. And they told me, that in the great storm anno 1703, when in all the harbours and rivers in the county, the ships were blown on shore, wrecked, and lost, they suffered little or no damage in this harbour. The trade of this town lies chiefly with Ireland, and this was, for many years, the chief port in this part of England, where wool from Ireland was allowed to be imported. But that liberty is since enlarged to several other ports by Act of Parliament. This corporation sends 2 members to the Parliament, which are chosen also, as at Taunton, by the Potwalliners. The town is well built, is full of rich merchants, and has some trade also to Virginia, and the West Indies. They correspond much with the merchants of Barnstable and Bristol, in their foreign trade. There are some very good families, and of very antient standing, in this part of the county, among which, the families of Seymour, of Portman, of Orchard, Wyndham, Popham of Wellington, Mallet, an antient family of Norman extraction, Mohun, Beauchamp, and some others, are most eminent. The Mohuns in particular were antiently lords of Dunstar Castle, at a small distance from the sea, and very strong. Here formerly was the antient mansion, or inheritance, of the Lords Mohun, who, as above, long enjoyed it, who it will now descend to, that antient family being extinct in the person of the late unhappy Lord Mohun, who was killed in a duel with Duke Hamilton, I could not learn. From hence the coast bears back west to Watchet, a small port also, but of no importance, that is to say, 'tis of no importance now. For if we may calculate things present, by things past, the town of Minhead is risen out of the decay of the towns of Porlock and Watchet, which were once important places. And the reason is clear, since the increase of shipping and trade, and the improvement of the navigating skill, bigger ships being brought into use, than were formerly built. Accordingly, larger ports, and deeper water, were requisite to harbour such vessels, than would serve for that purpose before. And the harbour at Minhead being fairer, and much deeper, than those at Watchet and Porlock, and therefore able to secure those greater ships, which the others were not, the merchants removed to it. And thus, in time, the town grew up, to what we now find it to be. From hence the winding shore brings us to Bridgewater. This is an antient and very considerable town and port. It stands at the mouth of the river Parrat, or Perot, which comes from the south, after having received the river Tone from the west, which is made navigable up to Taunton by a very fine new channel, cut at the expense of the people of Taunton, and which, by the navigation of it, is infinitely advantageous to that town, and well worth all their expense, first by bringing up coals, which are brought from Swansea and Wales by sea to Bridgewater, and thence by barges up this river to Taunton. Also for bringing all heavy goods and merchandises from Bristol, such as iron, lead, oil, wine, hemp, flax, pitch, tar, grocery, and dye stuffs, and the like. Their tobacco they generally received from Barnstable by land, which is about 16 miles west. This town of Bridgewater is a populous, trading town, is well built, and as well inhabited, and has many families of good fashion dwelling in it. Besides merchants. The famous Admiral Blake was a native of this town. Here it was, that the Duke of Monmouth, finding himself defeated in his expectation of the city of Bristol, and repulsed at the city of Bath, and pressed by the approach of the king's troops, who endeavoured to surround him, made his retreat. Where, finding the king's troops followed him, and seemed resolved to attack him, he went up to the top of the steeple, with some of his officers, and viewing the situation of the king's army, by the help of perspectives, resolved to make an attempt upon them the same night, by way of prevention, and accordingly marched out of the town in the dead of the night to attack them, and had he not, either by the treachery, or mistake of his guides, been brought to an impassable ditch, where he could not get over, in the interval of which, the king's troops took the alarm, by the firing a pistol among the duke's men, whether, also, by accident, or treachery, was not known. I say, had not those accidents, and his own fate, conspired to his defeat, he had certainly cut the Lord Feversham's army, for he commanded them, all to pieces. But by these circumstances, he was brought to a battle on unequal terms, and defeated, the rest I need not mention. This town was regularly fortified in the late civil wars, and sustained 2 sieges, if not more. The situation of it renders it easy to be fortified, the river and haven taking one chief part of the circumference. Over the river, they have a very good bridge of stone, and the tide rises here, at high water, near 6 fathoms, whereof, sometimes it comes in with such furious haste, as to come 2 fathoms deep at a time, and when it does so, by surprise. It often does great damage to ships, driving them foul of one another, and oftentimes oversetting them. This sudden rage of the tide, is called, the Bore, and is frequent in all the rivers of this channel, especially in the Severn itself. 'Tis also known in the north, particularly in the Trent, and the Ouse, at their entrance into Humber, and in several other places. In this town of Bridgewater, besides a very large church, there is a fine new-built meeting-house, that is to say, built since the Toleration, in which 'tis remarkable, that they have an advanced seat for the mayor and aldermen, when any of the magistrates should be of their communion, as sometimes has happened. Here, also, is a college, or private academy, for the dissenters to breed up their preaching youth. The tutor was one Mr. Moore, a man who, it is owned, was a master of good literature. What talent he had at erudition, I can give no account of, for it is not every master of learning, that makes a good instructor of others, as I shall observe on some other occasions. From Bridgewater, there is a road to Bristol, which they call the lower way, the upper way, and which is the more frequented road, being over Mendip hills. This lower way also is not always passable, being subject to floods, and dangerous inundations, I mean, dangerous to travel through, especially for strangers, all this part of the country, viz. Between Bridgewater, and the sea, and on northward upon the coast, lies low, and is wholly employed in breeding and feeding of cattle, as are also the moors, or marsh grounds, which extend themselves up the rivers Perrot, and Ivel, into the heart of the country, of which in its place. This low part of the country, between Bridgewater and Bristol, suffered exceedingly in that terrible inundation of the sea, which was occasioned by the violence of the wind in the great storm, anno 1703. And the country people have set up marks upon their houses and trees, with this note upon them, thus high the waters came in the great storm, thus far the great tide flowed up in the last violent tempest. And the like. And in one place they shewed us, where a ship was, by the force of the water, and the rage of the tempest, driven up upon the shore, several hundred yards from the ordinary high water mark, and was left in that surprising condition upon dry land. As this country is all a grazing, rich, feeding soil, so a great number of large oxen are fed here, which are sent up to London, so that now we come into the reach of my former observation, viz. that every county furnishes something for the supply of London, and no county in England furnishes more effectual provisions, nor, in proportion, a greater value than this. These supplies are in 3 articles. Fat oxen, as above, as large and good as any in England. Large cheddar cheese, the greatest and best of the kind in England. Colts bred in great numbers in the moors, and sold into the northern counties, where the horse copers, as they are called, in Staffordshire and Leicestershire, buy them again, and sell them to London for cart horses and coach horses. The breed being very large. As the low part of this county is thus employed in grazing and feeding cattle, so all the rest of this large extended country is employed in the woolen manufactures, and in the best and most profitable part of it, viz. I mention this at large, because this trade of fine Spanish medley cloth, being the mixed colours and cloths, with which all the gentlemen and persons of any fashion in England, are clothed, and vast quantities of which are exported to all parts of Europe, is so very considerable, so vast an advantage to England, maintains and supports so many poor families, and makes so many rich ones, that no man can be just in the description of things, and in a survey of this part of England, and not enter into a particular description of it. The above you may take as an introduction to it, only I shall add but a little more, concerning this county of Somerset, and shall, upon my entering into the northwest and west parts of Wiltshire, where the centre of this prodigy of a trade is, sum it all up together, and shew you the extent of land which it spreads itself upon, and give you room, at least, to make some guess at the numbers of poor people, who are sustained and enriched by it. But I must first go back again a little while into Somersetshire, the northern part of the county. I did not visit in this journey, which, as I hinted before, is only a return from my long travel to the Land's End. In omitting this part, I, of course, leave the 2 cities of Bristol and Bath, and that high part of the county called Mendip Hill, to my next western journey, which will include all the counties due west from London. For these now spoken of, though ordinarily called the West Country, are rather SW than West. But as I made a little trip from Bridgewater north, into the body of the county, I must take notice of what I observed in that part of it. The first place I came to was Glastonbury, where, indeed, the venerable marks of antiquity, however I have declined the observation of them, struck me with some unusual awe, and I resolved to hear all that could be told me upon that subject. And first they told me, for there are 2 pieces of antiquity, which were to be inquired of in this place, that King Arthur was buried here, and that his coffin had been found here. Secondly, that Joseph of Arimathea was here, and that when he fixed his staff in the ground, which was on Christmas Day, it immediately took root, budded, put forth white thorn leaves, and the next day, was in full blossom, white as a sheet. And that the plant is preserved, and blows every Christmas Day, as at first, to this very day. I took all this ad referendum, but took guides afterward, to see what demonstrations there could be given of all these things. They went over the ruins of the place with me, telling me which part every particular piece of building had been. And as for the white thorn, they carried me to a gentleman's garden in the town, where it was preserved, and I brought a piece of it away in my hat, but took it upon their honour, that it really does blow in such manner, as above, on Christmas Day. However, it must be confessed, that it is universally attested. Where I had the sight of the white thorn tree, I obtained a sight of Mr. Camden, and his continuator, and was, at first, a little concerned, that a person of Mr. Camden's judgment, gave such an account of the legendary part of the history of this place, with a taste of his crediting the whole story. And from him I began to believe also, that Joseph of Arimathea, was really here, and that the Christian religion was preached in this island within 37 years after the death of our Saviour. This, however, prompted me to farther inquiry, and the following account occurred, which is to be found, as they say, in the manuscript history of the Church of Glastonbury, now deposited in the Cottonian Library, and taken from it by Mr. Dugdale, in his Monasticon. Fall, 1, 2. Glastonbury Monastery in Somersetshire. Of the Order of Saint Benedict. In the year 31 after the Passion of our Lord, 12 of St. Philip the Apostle's disciples, the chief of whom was Joseph of Arimathea, came into this country, and preached the Christian faith to Arviragus, who refused to embrace it, and yet granted them this place, with 12 hides of land. Where they made walls of wattles, and erected the first church in this kingdom, which Christ personally dedicated to the honor of his mother, and the place for burial of his servants. As is said in the manuscript history of the monastery of Glastonbury in the Cotton Library. These 12, and their successors, continuing long the same number, and leading an eremitical life, converted a great multitude of pagans to the faith of Christ. They being all, at length, dead and buried here, the most holy men Faganus and Deruvianus, coming into these parts, and baptizing King Lucius and his people, had the aforesaid hides confirmed to them and their successors. The same number of 12 being kept up, till the coming of St. Patrick, who, instructing them in the monastical life, became their abbot, after whom, the holy fathers Benignus, Columbkill, and Gildas, led a most holy life there. Next came Saint David Archbishop of Menevia, now called St. David's, who added a new chapel to the church, dedicating it to the Blessed Virgin, and erected a rich altar, and near the said chapel, Joseph of Arimathea, and other holy men, are said to have been buried. Though the church was afterwards several times rebuilt, this place still remained under the former consecration, and was held in such veneration, that kings, bishops, and all the greatest persons thought themselves happy in adding something to its possessions, or being buried with any small parcel of its earth. Saint Dunstan, and other holy abbots, always preserving the number of 12 monks, added to them several clergymen that sung well. This church, by reason of its antiquity, was by the English called Eld Church, that is, Old Church. And the people of the country about it, thought no oath more sacred, than to swear by the Old Church, as being the first, and oldest church in England, and held in such veneration, that it was called a second Rome, for sanctity. Because, as Rome was honored with a multitude of martyrs, so this place was renowned for many confessors. This island, in which this church stands, was, by the Britons, first called Yswixtryn, that is, the Glass Island, by reason of the river, as it were of the color of glass, encompassing the marsh. It was called an island, because enclosed about by a deep marsh. It was called Avalonia either from the British word aval, signifying an apple, as being full of fruit trees, or from Avalon, who was once lord of that territory. The Saxons gave it the name of Glastonbury, that is, the town of glass. There are several islands about this, all belonging to it, all which together were reduced to make up the 12 hides above mentioned, the bounds whereof may be seen in Dugdale, page 2 and 3. All the places within those bounds enjoy all sorts of immunities, from the first times of Christianity, granted and confirmed to the Church of Glastonbury by the British, English, and Norman kings. This church was the sacred repository of the ashes of a multitude of saints, insomuch that no corner of it, or of the churchyard, is destitute of the same. There lie the 12 disciples, above mentioned, of St. Philip the Apostle, with their chief, Joseph of Arimathea, and his son Josephus, also Saint Patrick, the Apostle of Ireland, Saint Benignus, disciple to Saint Patrick, Saint Phineas, disciple to Benignus, Saint Gildas, the British historian, St. David, Bishop of Menevia, Saint Dunstan, Saint Andrastus, martyr, and his 7 companions, Saint Urban, martyr, Saint Apollinaris, bishop and martyr, disciple to Saint Peter the Apostle, Saint Vincentius, archdeacon and martyr, 3 of the holy innocents, St. Basilius, martyr, part of Saint Oswald, king and martyr, Saint Valerius, and Saint Salvius, bishops and martyrs, Saint Canon, Anastasius, Renignius, Cassanius, Abdon, and Senon, martyrs, Saint Paulinus, bishop of the Northumbrians, St. Aidan, bishop of Lindisfarne, Coelfred and Boiselus, abbots, Venerable Bede, Saint Benedict, bishop, Hester Pine, Sigfrid, and Herbert, abbots, Saint Idamus, bishop, Saint T-Son, abbot, and his 12 companions, Saint Iltwich, Saint Lilianus, abbot. Part of Guthlac, the anchorite, Saint Papa, archbishop of Treves, Saint Geminianus, confessor. The holy virgins Hilda, Hebe, Begu, Chrysanti, Eudilia, Mary, Martha, Lucy, Walburge, Gertrude, Cecily, Wenta, Mamila, Edburga, Elfleda, Batildus, Ursula, Daria, Ealswitha. The last of these affirmed to be entire many years after she had been interred. Many more names of holy men and women were lost by the burning of the Antient church, and time has worn out the memory of a still greater number. Many holy relics were also preserved in this church, of those relating to the Old Testament, part of Rachel's tomb, of the altar on which Moses poured out oil, of his book, of the tomb of Isaiah, some manna, relics of the prophet Daniel. Of the 3 children delivered from the fiery furnace, 6 gilt stones of the pavement of the temple, and some of the gate. Relating to our Lord Jesus Christ, some of the linen he was wrapped in, 2 pieces of the manger. Some of the gold offered by the wise men, 5 stones out of Jordan, where our Saviour was baptized, one of the vessels in which Christ turned water into wine, of the stones the devil proposed to Christ to convert into bread. Of the 5 loaves with which our Lord fed 5,000 persons, of the place where he was transfigured, of the stone he stood on in the temple, of his hair, of the hem of his garment. And many more, too tedious for this place, also relics of the Blessed Virgin, of Saint John Baptist, of the Apostles, of many martyrs, confessors, and holy virgins. On this account, Glastonbury was everywhere held in the greatest veneration. And, as has been said, the greatest persons coveted to be buried there, most of whose names have been lost, and of some, mention has been made above. A few feet from the old church stood 2 pyramids. That next to the church 26 feet high, on which were many antiquities worn out by age. On the uppermost story of it, was a pontifical image, on the second, the image of a king, with these letters, Harry, Sexy, and Blizier. On the third, were these words, Wemarist, Bantamp, Winewang, on the fourth, Hate, Wolfred, and Eanfold, on the fifth, and lowest, an image, and this inscription, Logier, Westlicas, Bregden, Swelves, Whingins, Borough. The other pyramid was 18 feet high, and had 4 stages, on which was to be read, Hetty Bishop Bregard, and Brorward. What these words signify is not known, but it is guessed, they were the names of the persons deposited within the pyramid. So great was the respect paid by our ancestors to this place, that they durst not utter any idle words, nor so much as spit in the church or churchyard, unless compelled by the utmost necessity. And even then with the utmost reluctancy and remorse, neither durst any man bring a hawk, horse, or dog into the church, because it had been often observed, that such as had been accidentally brought in, immediately died. Even from foreign countries the earth of this churchyard was sent for, to bury with the greatest persons. And it is reported, that even a Mahometan sultan, having taken an English gentleman in the Holy Land, gave him his liberty, upon promise, that he would bring him a gauntlet full of that earth, which was accordingly performed. And the gentleman returning to Glastonbury, declared the same upon oath. As to the burial of King Arthur, Mr. Camden makes no doubt of it, and gives us from Giraldus Cambrensis, an account how King Henry II caused search to be made for his tomb, and before they had dug 7 foot, they came to a great stone, having a cross of lead on the inside of it, and the subsequent letters, or inscription upon it, and in the following rude character. Which the said Giraldus Cambrensis, Mr. Camden says, was an eye-witness of, as well as of a coffin of hollowed oak, which they found by digging 9 foot deeper than the inscription, wherein were deposited the bones of that great prince. On the top of a high hill, near a mile from the town, stands an old tower, which the people vulgarly call the Tor. What it was, we are not certain, but it is made famous by one thing in particular, that here King Henry VIII caused Richard Whitingus, the last abbot of Glastonbury, to be hanged for refusing to surrender the monastery. I must confess, that I cannot so much blame the Catholics in those early days, for reverencing this place as they did, or, at least, till they came to found idolatry upon their respect, if they really believed all these things. But my business is to relate, rather than make remarks. The inscription on King Arthur's coffin, is as follows. For miles from Glastonbury, lies the little city of Wells, where is one of the neatest, and, in some respects, the most beautiful, cathedrals in England. Particularly the west front of it, is one complete draught of imagery, very fine, and yet very antient. This is a neat, clean city, and the clergy, in particular, live very handsomely. The closs, or part of the city, where the bishop's palace is very properly called so. For it is walled in, and locked up like a little fortification, and has a ditch round it. The dignified clergy live in the inside of it, and the prebendaries, and canons, which are very numerous, have very agreeable dwellings, and live very pleasantly. Here are no less than 27 prebends, and 19 canons, belonging to this church, besides a dean, a chancellor, a precentor, and 3 archdeacons, a number which very few cathedrals in England have, besides this. Dugdale, in his Monasticon, tells us, that the Church of Wells has given to the kingdom, 1 cardinal, 6 high chancellors, 5 high treasurers, 1 Lord Privy Seal, 1 Lord President of Wales, 1 Secretary of State. All of them bishops of this diocese. The county is the diocese, and contains 388 parishes, and the archdeaconries are of Wells, Bath, and Taunton. The city lies just at the foot of the mountains called Mendip Hills, and is itself built on a stony foundation. Its manufacture is chiefly of stockings, as is mentioned already. 'Tis well built and populous, and has several good families in it, so that there is no want of good company there. Near this city, and just under the hills, is the famous, and so much talked of Woking Hole, which, to me, that had been in Pool's Hole, in the Peak of Derby, has nothing of wonder or curiosity in it. The chief thing I observed in this, is, what is generally found in all such subterraneous caverns. Namely, that the water dropping from the roof of the vault, petrifies, and hangs in long pieces like icicles, as if it would, in time, turn into a column to support the arch. As to the stories of a witch dwelling here, as of a giant dwelling in the other, I mean in Pool's Hole, I take them to be equally fabulous, and worth no notice. In the low country, on the other side Mendip Hills, lies Cheddar, a village pleasantly situated under the very ridge of the mountains. Before the village is a large green, or common, a piece of ground, in which the whole herd of the cows, belonging to the town, do feed. The ground is exceeding rich, and as the whole village are cow-keepers, they take care to keep up the goodness of the soil, by agreeing to lay on large quantities of dung for manuring, and enriching the land. The milk of all the town cows, is brought together every day into a common room, where the persons appointed, or trusted for the management, measure every man's quantity, and set it down in a book. When the quantities are adjusted, the milk is all put together, and every meal's milk makes 1 cheese, and no more, so that the cheese is bigger, or less, as the cows yield more, or less, milk. By this method, the goodness of the cheese is preserved, and, without all dispute, it is the best cheese that England affords, if not, that the whole world affords. As the cheeses are, by this means, very large, for they often weigh 100 weight, sometimes much more, so the poorer inhabitants, who have but few cows, are obliged to stay the longer for the return of their milk. For no man has any such return, till his share comes to a whole cheese, and then he has it, and if the quantity of his milk delivered in, comes to above a cheese, the overplus rests in account to his credit, till another cheese comes to his share. And thus every man has equal justice, and though he should have but 1 cow, he shall, in time, have 1 whole cheese. This cheese is often sold for 6d. to 8d. per pound, when the Cheshire cheese is sold but for 2d. to 2d. halfpenny. Here is a deep, frightful chasm in the mountain, in the hollow of which, the road goes, by which they travel towards Bristol. And out of the same hollow, springs a little river, which flows with such a full stream, that, it is said, it drives 12 mills within a quarter of a mile of the spring. But this is not to be understood, without supposing it to fetch some winding reaches in the way. There would not, otherwise, be room for 12 mills to stand, and have any head of water above the mill, within so small a space of ground. The water of this spring, grows quickly into a river, and runs down into the marshes, and joins another little river called Axe, about Axbridge, and thence into the Bristol Channel, or Severn Sea. I must now turn east, and southeast, for I resolved not to go up the hills of Mendip at all. This journey, leaving that part to another tour, when I shall give an account of these mountains, as also of the cities of Bath and Bristol, to which they are very near, all in one letter. I come now to that part of the country, which joins itself to Wiltshire, which I reserved, in particular, to this place, in order to give some account of the broadcloth manufacture, which I several times mentioned in my first journey, and which is carried on here, and that to such a degree, as deserves a place in all the descriptions, or histories, which shall be given of this country. As the east and south parts of Wiltshire are, as I have already observed, all hilly, spreading themselves far and wide, in plains, and grassy downs, for breeding, and feeding, vast flocks of sheep, and a prodigious number of them, and as the west and north parts of Somersetshire are, on the contrary, low, and marshy, or moorish, for feeding, and breeding, of black cattle, and horses, or for lead mines, and so all the south-west part of Wiltshire, and the east part of Somersetshire, are low and flat, being a rich, enclosed country, full of rivers and towns, and infinitely populous, insomuch, that some of the market towns are equal to cities in bigness, and superior to them in numbers of people. This low, flat country, contains part of the 3 counties of Somerset, Wilts, and Gloucester, and that the extent of it may be the easier understood by those who know any thing of the situation of the country. It reaches from Cirencester in the north, to Sherburn on the edge of Dorsetshire south, and from the Devizes east, to Bristol west, which may take in about 50 miles in length where longest, and 20 in breadth where narrowest. In this extent of country, we have the following market towns, which are principally employed in the clothing trade, that is to say, in that part of it, which I am now speaking of. Namely, fine medley, or mixed cloths, such as are usually worn in England by the better sort of people, and, also, exported in great quantities to Holland, Hamburg, Sweden, Denmark, Spain, Italy, and the principal clothing towns in this part of the country are these: Somersetshire, Frome, Pensford, Phillips Norton, Bruton, Shepton Mallet, Castle Cary, and Wincanton. Wiltshire, Malmesbury, Castlecombe, Chippenham, Cowan, Devizes, Bradford, Trowbridge, Westbury, Warminster, Mere. Dorsetshire, Gillingham, Shaftesbury, Bemister, and Bear, Sturminster, Sherborne. Gloucester, Cirencester, Tetbury, Marshfield, Minchinghampton, and Fairford. These towns, as they stand thin, and at considerable distance from one another. For, except the 2 towns of Bradford and Trowbridge, the others stand at an unusual distance. I say, these towns are interspersed with a very great number of villages, I had almost said, innumerable villages, hamlets, and scattered houses, in which, generally speaking, the spinning work of all this manufacture is performed by the poor people. The master clothiers, who generally live in the greater towns, sending out the wool weekly to their houses, by their servants and horses, and, at the same time, bringing back the yarn that they have spun and finished, which then is fitted for the loom. The increasing and flourishing circumstances of this trade, are happily visible by the great concourse of people to, and increase of buildings and inhabitants in these principal clothing towns where this trade is carried on, and the wealth of the clothiers. The town of Frome, or, as it is written in our maps, from Selwood, is a specimen of this, which is so prodigiously increased within these last 20 or 30 years, that they have built a new church, and so many new streets of houses. And those houses are so full of inhabitants, that Frome is now reckoned to have more people in it, than the city of Bath, and some say, than even Salisbury itself, and if their trade continues to increase for a few years more, as it has done for those past, it is very likely to be one of the greatest and wealthiest inland towns in England. I call it an inland town, because it is particularly distinguished as such, being, not only no seaport, but not near any seaport, having no manner of communication by water, no navigable river at it, or near it. Its trade is wholly clothing, and the cloths they make, are, generally speaking, all conveyed to London. Blackwell Hall is their market, and thither they send up the gross of their clothing product. And, if we may believe common fame, there are above 10,000 people in Frome now, more than lived in it 20 years ago, and yet it was a considerable town then too. Here are, also, several large meeting houses, as well as churches, as there are, generally, in all the manufacturing, trading towns in England, especially in the western counties. The Devizes is, next to this, a large and important town, and full of wealthy clothiers, but this town has, lately, run pretty much into the drugget-making trade. A business which has made some invasion upon the broadcloth trade, and great quantities of druggets are worn in England, as also, exported beyond the seas, even in the place of our broadcloths, and where they usually were worn and exported. But this is much the same as to the trade still, for as it is all a woolen manufacture, and that the druggets may properly be called cloth, though narrow, and of a different make, so the makers are all called clothiers. The river Avon, noble and large fresh river, branching itself into many parts, and receiving almost all the rivers on that side the hills, waters this whole fruitful vale. And the water of this river seems particularly qualified for the use of the clothiers. That is to say, for dyeing the best colours, and for fulling and dressing the cloth, so that the clothiers generally plant themselves upon this river, but especially the dyers, as at Troubridge and Bradford, which are the two most eminent clothing towns in that part of the vale for the making fine Spanish cloths, and of the nicest mixtures. From these towns south, to Westbury, and to Warminster, the same trade continues, and the finest medley Spanish cloths, not in England only, but in the whole world, are made in this part. They told me at Bradford, that it was no extraordinary thing to have clothiers in that country worth, from 10,000 to 40,000 pounds a man, and many of the great families, who now pass for gentry in those counties, have been originally raised from, and built up by this truly noble manufacture. If I may speak here from the authority of the antient inhabitants of the place, and who have been curious observers upon this subject, the country which I have now described, as principally employed in, and maintained by this prodigy of a trade, contains 2,330,000 acres of land, and has in it 788 parishes, and 374,000 people. It is true, that this is all guesswork, but I must confess myself very willing to believe, that the reckoning is far short of the account, for the county is exceeding large and populous. It may be worth inquiry, by the curious, how the manufacturers, in so vast a consumption of the wool, as such a trade must take up, can be supplied with wool for their trade. And, indeed, it would be something strange, if the answer were not at hand. We may reasonably conclude, that this manufacture was at first seated in this county, or, as we may say, planted itself here at first, because of the infinite numbers of sheep, which were fed at that time upon the downs and plains of Dorset, Wilts, and Hampshire, all adjoining, as a trading town is seated, or rises gradually upon some large river, because of the benefit of navigation. And as gentlemen place the mansion houses of their estates, and seats of their families, as near the pleasant rivers, woods, and fine prospects as possible, for the delight of their living. So the first planters of the clothing manufacture, doubtless, chose this delightful vale for its seat, because of the neighbourhood of those plains, which might be supposed to be a fund of wool for the carrying it on. Thus the manufacture of white cloth was planted in Stroud Water in Gloucestershire, for the sake of the excellent water there for the dyeing scarlets, and all colours that are dyed in grain, which are better dyed there than in any other place of England, some towns near London excepted. Hence, therefore, we first observe, they are supplied yearly with the fleeces of 2 or 3 millions of sheep. But as the number of sheep fed on these downs is lessened, rather than increased, because of the many thousand acres of the carpet ground being, of late years, turned into arable land, and sowed with wheat, which, by the way, has made Warminster a market town, on the edge of Somersetshire, as it now is, without exception, the greatest market for wheat in England, with this exception only, viz., where none of it is bought to send to London. I say, the number of sheep, and consequently the quantity of wool, decreasing, and at the same time the manufacture, as has been said, prodigiously increasing, the manufacturers applied themselves to other parts for a supply. And hence began the influx of north country wool to come in from the counties of Northampton, Leicester, and Lincoln, the centre of which trade, is about Tetbury in Cirencester, where are the markets for the north country wool, and where, as they say, several hundred packs of wool are sold every week, for the supply of this prodigious consumption. From London, they have great quantities of wool, which is generally called Kentish wool, in the fleece, which is brought up from thence by the farmers. Since the late severe acts against their selling it within a certain number of miles of the sea, also fell wool for the combers, bought of the woolstaplers in Barnaby Street and sent back by the carriers, which bring up the cloths to market. They have also, sometimes, large quantities of Irish wool, by the way of Bristol, or of Minhead, in Somersetshire, but this is uncertain, and only on extraordinary occasions. I omit the Spanish wool, as being an article by itself. Thus, in short, as those that see the numbers of sheep fed on the downs and plains, as above, and that see the quantity of wool brought to the markets of Tetbury, and other towns, and the quantity sent from London, all into this one vale, would wonder how it was possible to be consumed, manufactured, and wrought up. So on the other hand, those that saw the numbers of people employed, and the vast quantity of goods made in this part of England, would wonder where the whole nation should be able to supply them with wool. And yet, notwithstanding the whole country is thus employed in the broadcloth manufacture, as above, I must not omit to mention, that here is a very great application to another trade or two, which I am obliged, by my first scheme, not to forget to mention, viz. the supplying the city of London with provisions, though it is true, that the general employment of the people in all this county, is in the woolen manufacture. Yet, as the spinning is generally the work of the women and children, and that the land is here exceeding rich and fertile, so it cannot be supposed, but that here are farmers in great numbers, whose business it is to cultivate the land, and supply the rest of the inhabitants with provisions. And this they do so well, that notwithstanding the county is so exceeding populous, yet provisions of all sorts are very cheap, the quantity very great, and a great overplus sent every day to London for the supply of their demand, which, as I said before, is great enough to exhaust a whole nation. All the lower part of this county, and also of Gloucestershire, adjoining, is full of large feeding farms, which we call dairies, and the cheese they make, as it is excellent good of its kind, so being a different kind from the Cheshire, being soft and thin, is eaten newer than that from Cheshire. Of this, a vast quantity is every week sent up to London, where, though it is called Gloucestershire cheese, yet a great part of it is made in Wiltshire, and the greatest part of that which comes to London. The Gloucestershire cheese being more generally carried to Bristol, and Bath, where a very great quantity is consumed, as well by the inhabitants of two populous cities, as also for the shipping off to our West India colonies, and other places. This Wiltshire cheese is carried to the river of Thames, which runs through part of the county, by land carriage, and so by barges to London. Again, in the spring of the year, they make a vast quantity of that we call green cheese, which is a thin, and very soft cheese, resembling cream cheeses, only thicker, and very rich. These are brought to market new, and eaten so, and the quantity is so great, and this sort of cheese is so universally liked and accepted in London, that all the low, rich lands of this county, are little enough to supply the market. But then this holds only for the 2 first summer months of the year, May and June, or little more. Besides this, the farmers in Wiltshire, and the part of Gloucestershire adjoining, send a very great quantity of bacon up to London, which is esteemed as the best bacon in England. Hampshire only excepted, this bacon is raised in such quantities here, by reason of the great dairies, as above, the hogs being fed with the vast quantity of whey, and skimmed milk, which so many farmers have to spare, and which must, otherwise, be thrown away. But this is not all, for as the north part of Wiltshire, as well the downs, as the valleys, border upon the river Thames, and, in some places, comes up even to the banks of it. So most of that part of the county being arable land, they sow a very great quantity of barley, which is carried to the markets at Abingdon, at Farrington, and such places, where it is made into malt and carried to London. This employs all the hill country from above Malmesbury to Marlborough, and on the side of the Vale of White Horse, as 'tis called, which is in Berkshire, and the hills adjoining, a tract of ground, able to furnish, considering its fertility, a prodigious quantity of barley, and does so. Thus Wiltshire itself helps to supply London with cheese, bacon, and malt, 3 very considerable articles, besides that vast manufacture of fine Spanish cloths, which I have said so much of, and I may, without being partial, say that it is thereby rendered one of the most important counties in England, that is to say, important to the public wealth of the kingdom. The bare product is in itself prodigious great, the downs are an inexhausted storehouse of wool, and of corn, and the valley, or low part of it, is the like for cheese and bacon. One thing here is worth while to mention, for the observation of those counties in England, where they are not yet arrived to that perfection of husbandry, as in this county, and I have purposely reserved it to this place. The case is this. The downs or plains, which are generally called Salisbury Plain, but, particularly, extend themselves over the counties of Southampton, Wilts, and Dorset, were formerly all left open to be fed by the large flocks of sheep so often mentioned. But now, so much of these downs are ploughed up, as has increased the quantity of corn produced in this county, in a prodigious manner, and lessened their quantity of wool, as above. All which has been done by folding their sheep upon the ploughed lands, removing the fold every night to a fresh place, till the whole piece of ground has been folded on. This, and this alone, has made these lands, which in themselves are poor, and where, in some places, the earth is not above 6 inches above the solid chalk rock, able to bear as good wheat, as any of the richer lands in the valleys. Though not quite so much, I say this alone. For many of these lands lie so remote from the farmers' houses, and up such high hills, for the farmers live always in the valleys, and by the rivers, that it could not be worth their while to carry dung from those farmhouses, to those remote lands. Besides, the draught uphill would be so heavy, and the ways so bad, that it would kill all their cattle. If this way of folding sheep upon the fallows, and ploughed lands, were practised, in some parts of England, and especially in Scotland, they would find it turned to such account, and so effectually improve the waste lands, which now are useless and uncultivated, that the sheep would be more valuable, and lands turned to a better account than was ever yet known among them. In Wiltshire it appears to be so very significant, that if a farmer has 1,000 of sheep, and no fallows to fold them on, his neighbours will give him 10 shillings a night for every 1,000. I am come now to Marlborough. On the downs, about 2 or 3 miles from the town, are abundance of loose stones, lying scattered about the plain. Some whereof are very large, and appear to be of the same kind with those at Stonehenge, and some larger. They are called by the country people, not for want of ignorance, the grey wethers. I do not find any account given of them in history, or by the greatest of our antiquaries, so I must leave them as I find them. At Marlborough, and in several villages near, as well as on the downs, there are several of those round rising mounts, which the country people call barrows, and which all our writers agree, were monuments of the dead, and particularly of soldiers slain in fight. This in Marlborough, stands in the Duke of Somerset's garden, and is, by that means, kept up to its due height. There is a winding way cut out of the mount, that goes several times round it, till insensibly it brings you to the top, where there is a seat and a small pleasant green, from whence you look over great part of the town. This is an antient town, and, at present, has a pretty good shopkeeping trade, but not much of the manufacturing part. The river Kennet, lately made navigable by Act of Parliament, rises just by this town, and running from hence to Hungerford, and Newbury, becomes a large stream, and passing by Reading, runs into the Thames near the town. This river is famous for crawfish, which they help travellers to at Newbury, but they seldom want for price. Between this town of Marlborough, and Abington, westward, is the Vale of White Horse. The inhabitants tell a great many fabulous stories of the original of its being so called, but there is nothing of foundation in them all, that I could see. The whole of the story is this: looking south from the vale, we see a trench cut on the side of a high green hill. This trench is cut in the shape of a horse, and not ill-shaped, I assure you. The trench is about 2 yards wide on the top, about a yard deep, and filled almost up with chalk, so that at a distance, for it is seen many miles off, you see the exact shape of a white horse. But so large, as to take up near an acre of ground, some say, almost 2 acres. From this figure the hill is called, in our maps, White Horse Hill, and the low, or flat country under it, the Vale of White Horse. It is a very fertile and fruitful vale, and extends itself from Farrington almost to Abington, though not exactly in a line. Some think 'twas done by the Saxons, whose device was a white horse, and is so still. Having spoken of what is most remarkable, or at least, what most occurred to my observation from the Land's End to Newbury in Berkshire, I must here take the liberty to look round upon some passages in later times, which have made this part of the country more famous than before. On the hills on this side the Devizes, is Roundway Down, where the Lord Wilmot, and the King's forces, beat, and entirely routed, the famous Sir William Waller, in the late rebellion, or civil war. From whence the place is called, by some, Runaway Down to this day. A little nearer towards Marlborough, is St. Anne's Hill, where, notwithstanding several high hills between, and the distance of 22 miles, or more, is a fair view of Salisbury steeple, or spire, which is, without all dispute, the highest in England. The defeat of Sir William Waller, take in the few words of one of the most impartial historians of those times. The action was, in short, thus. Waller had always the misfortune to be beaten when he pursued his enemy to force a fight. This was his case now. He heard that the Lord Wilmot, with a body of the King's forces, were marched into the west to join Colonel Greenville, Sir Arthur Slanning, and the loyal troops in Dorsetshire. Upon this, he makes long marches to overtake and intercept them, pretending to fight them, joined, or not joined. But my Lord Wilmot, advancing with 1,500 horse of the King's best troops, joined the western forces at the Devizes, and facing about upon Waller, met him upon Roundway Down, not far from St. Anne's Hill, mentioned above. As I said, he who was seeking out his enemy, must himself be easy to be found, and therefore they soon came together. For though Waller, seeing too late, that he was in an error, would have been glad to have got off without fighting, yet seeing the King's troops advance in full march to attack him, boldly drew up in order of battle, and marched forward to meet them, upon which ensued an obstinate, and very bloody, fight. For Waller was brave, and his men had been inured to victory, especially his infantry, and though they were gallantly attacked by Colonel Slanning, and Greenville, the latter of whom was slain, yet they stood their ground, and could not be broken, but rather gained upon the Royalists. But the Lord Wilmot charging with an irresistible fury at the head of the cavalry, the rebel horse were broken, and put into confusion. A body of Wilmot's horse pushing them quite out of the field, Lord Wilmot then falling with the like fury upon the rear of the foot, while the King's foot lay hard upon them in the front, they were, at last, broken also. And, in a word, quite overthrown, and there being no way to escape the horse, upon an open wild down, as that is, they were most of them cut in pieces, or taken prisoners. All their cannon and baggage were also taken, with their arms and ammunition. And Waller himself, with great difficulty, escaped. This was in the month of August, 1643. From this action, as I said, this place was ever after called Runaway Down, instead of Roundway Down. Berkshire and Buckinghamshire. At Newbury there was another, or rather a double scene of blood. For here were 2 obstinate, and hard-fought, battles, at 2 several times, between the King's army, and the Parliaments, the King being present at them both, and both fought almost upon the same spot of ground. In these 2 battles, said an old experienced soldier, that served in the King's army, there was more generalship shown on both sides, than in any other battle through the whole course of the war. His meaning was, that the generals, on both sides, shewed the most exquisite skill in the managing, posting, bringing up, and drawing off their troops. And as the men fought with great bravery on both sides, so the generals, and officers, shewed both their bravery, and their judgment. In the first of these battles, the success was doubtful, and both sides pretended to the advantage. In the last, the King's army had apparently the worst of it, and yet the King, in a very few days, with a great body of horse, fetched off his cannon. which he had, in the close of the battle, thrust into Dunnington Castle, and carried them away to Oxford, the head-quarter of his army, or his place of arms, as it would be called now. And this he did in the sight of the victorious army, facing them at the same time, with a body of 6,000 horse, and they, on the other hand, did not think fit to draw out to attack him. That retreat, in point of honour, was equal to a victory, and gave new courage, as well as reputation, to the king's troops. Indeed, the Parliament's army was outgeneralled in that part. For as they had beaten the Long army out of the field, and obliged them to shelter their train of artillery and carriages in the castle, which was itself a place of no great strength, they ought immediately, even the same night, to have invested the place, and posted their army so, as to cover the siege, in which case, the cannon, and all that was in the castle, had been their own. For though the king had indeed, a gallant body of horse, and superior to the Parliament cavalry by almost 3,000, yet his best regiments of foot had been roughly handled in the battle, and some of them quite cut in pieces. So that his Majesty would not have been in condition to have attacked them in their posts, in order to have raised the siege. But this is not my business. This town of Newbury is an antient clothing town, though, now, little of that part remains to it. But it retains still a manufacturing genius, and the people are generally employed in making shalloons, a kind of stuff, which, though it be used only for the lining and insides of men's clothes, for women use but little of it. Nor the men for any thing but as above, yet it becomes so generally worn, both at home and abroad, that it is increased to a manufacture by itself, and is more considerable, than any single manufacture of stuffs in the nation. This employs the town of Newbury, as also, Andover, another town on the side of Wiltshire, about 12 miles from it, and abundance of other towns, in other counties of England, of which I shall speak in their place. And, having mentioned Andover, though out of the road that I was in, I must digress to tell you, that the town of Andover lies on the very edge of the downs which I have so often mentioned, and is in the road from Newbury to Salisbury. As it is from London to Taunton, and all the manufacturing part of Somersetshire. 'Tis a handsome town, well built, populous, and much enriched by the manufacture, as above, and may be called a thriving town. It sends 2 members to Parliament, and is an antient corporation. But the chief reason of my making this digression, is to mention, that within a mile, or thereabouts, of this town, at the place where the open down country begins, is Weyhill, where the greatest fair for sheep is kept, that this nation can shew. I confess, though I once saw the fair, yet I could make no estimate of the number brought thither for sale, but asking the opinion of a grazier, who had used to buy sheep there, he boldly answered, there were many hundred thousands. This being too general, I pressed him farther. At length he said, he believed there were 500,000 sheep sold there in one fair. Now, though, this might, I believe, be too many, yet 'tis sufficient to note, that there are a prodigious quantity of sheep sold here. Nor can it be otherwise, if it be considered, that the sheep sold here, are not for immediate killing, but are generally used for store sheep for the farmers, and they send for them from all the following counties: Berks, Oxford, Bucks, Bedford, Hertford, Middlesex, Kent, Surrey, and Sussex. The custom of these farmers, is, to send one farmer in behalf of, perhaps, 20, and so the sheep come up together, and they part them when they come home. These ewes have also this property, that they generally bring 2 lambs at a time. What wethers are bought here, are carried off by the farmers, who have feeding grounds, in order to fat them for killing, but they are but few compared to the ewes. But to go back to Newbury, not to insist upon the famous Jack of Newbury, who was so great a clothier, that when King James met his waggons loaden with cloths going to London, and inquiring whose they were, was answered by them all, they were Jack of Newbury's. The king returned, if the story be true, that this Jack of Newbury was richer than he, but not to insist upon this man's story, which is almost grown fabulous, yet another story is fact, and to be proved, viz. that this is one of the 2 legatee towns, as they were called, in the will of the late famous Mr. Kenrick, who being the son of a clothier of Newbury, and afterwards a merchant in London, left £4,000 to Newbury, and £7,500 to Reading, to encourage the clothing trade, and set the poor at work. besides other gifts of extraordinary value to the poor, as such. This gentleman I shall have occasion to mention again, and therefore I say no more now, only, that his effigy, or picture, was to be seen, before the fire, in S. Christopher's Church in Threadneedle Street, London, where he is buried, and where the benefaction he left for prayers every morning at 6 o'clock, winter and summer, in that church, is still enjoyed. And the prayers performed there accordingly, as likewise, it is at Reading, and at Newbury. This extraordinary will is to be seen at large in Stowe's Survey of London, to which I refer, and which it is well worth the reader's while to look over, the like not being heard of in England, before. It seems he died a bachelor, or, at least, without children, and his legacies, all in ready money, cannot amount to less than £40,000 to £50,000. Besides what might be included in the general clause of leaving all the rest of his estate to him who he made his universal heir. Which estate, as I have heard, amounted to a very great value. That £40,000 or £50,000 also, being considered at the time it was left, might well be rated at 4 times the value, as the rate of things goes now, it being in the year 1624. What improvement the town of Newbury, or the town of Reading, has made of the great sums he left to their management, that I did not inquire into. Near this town of Newbury, the late Earl of Craven built a very stately pile of buildings for his own dwelling, called Spine. But as it was never quite finished, so I do not understand, that his lordship ever came to live in it, and, within these few years, it was, by a sudden fire, which nobody can, or nobody will, tell how it began, burnt down to the ground. It was reported, the old lord built this magnificent palace, for such it really was, at a time when he flattered himself, at least, with expectation, and had hopes of marrying Madame Royal, as she was then called, the Queen of Bohemia, sister to King Charles I, who was then a widow, and lived under the shadow of the English court, but being frustrated afterwards in that view, his lordship went no farther in his building. Here it was that the vanguard, or first line of the Prince of Orange's army, was posted, when the Irish dragoons, who were posted in Reading, finding they should be attacked in a few days, had put the townspeople into such a fright, by threatening to burn and plunder the town, and cut all the people's throats, that they sent express messengers to the Dutch general officer Grave van Nassau for help, who sent them a detachment of but 280 dragoons, though the troops in the town were near 700 men. What success they met with, I shall mention presently. The next town of note, I say, is Reading, a very large and wealthy town, handsomely built, the inhabitants rich, and driving a very great trade. The town lies on the river Kennet, but so near the Thames, that the largest barges which they use, may come up to the town bridge, and there they have wharfs to load, and unload them. Their chief trade is by this water navigation to and from London, though they have necessarily a great trade into the country, for the consumption of the goods which they bring by their barges from London, and particularly coals, salt, grocery wares, tobacco, oils, and all heavy goods. They send from hence to London by these barges, very great quantities of malt, and meal, and these are the 2 principal articles of their loadings, of which, so large are those barges, that some of them, as I was told, bring 1,000 or 1,200 quarters of malt at a time, which, according to the ordinary computation of tonnage in the freight of other vessels, is from 100 to 120 ton, dead weight. They also send very great quantities of timber from Reading. For Berkshire being a very well wooded county, and the river Thames a convenient conveyance for the timber, they send most of it, and especially the largest and fairest of the timber, to London, which is generally bought by the shipwrights in the river, for the building merchant ships. As also, the like trade of timber is at Henley, another town on the Thames, and at Maidenhead, of which by itself. Here was a large manufacture of sailcloth set up in this town, by the late Sir Owen Buckingham, Lord Mayor of London, and many of the poor people were, profitably, to them, employed in it. But Sir Owen himself dying, and his son being unhappily killed in a duel, a little while after, that manufacture died also. There is, however, still a remnant of the woolen manufacture here. I say a remnant, because this was once a very considerable clothing town, much greater than it is now. And this town, as well as Newbury, and principally before Newbury, has enjoyed the munificent legacies of that generous merchant I mentioned before, I mean Mr. Kenrick, who left them 7,500 to set the poor at work, and encourage the clothing trade. How they manage for the poor, that they can give the best account of. Mr. Camden's continuator, Dr. Gibson, says, there was once 140 master clothiers in this one town. But that now, they are almost all gone. During the civil wars in England, this town was strongly fortified, and the remains of the bastions, and other works are still to be seen. But the royalists abandoning it afterwards, it was possessed by the Parliament, soon after the battle at Newbury. There are 3 churches, and 2 large meeting houses in this town, besides that of the Quakers. And the town, Camden calls it a little city, is said to contain about 8,000 people, including a little hamlet at the bridge over the Thames. Here was once a most famous monastery, founded by King Henry I. Younger son of William the Conqueror, who lies buried in it with his queen, and his daughter Maud, of whom it was said, she was a king's daughter, a king's wife, and a king's mother, but herself no queen. This is made out, in that she was daughter to Henry I, wife to the Emperor of Germany, and mother to King Henry II. So she was an empress, but not a queen. This abbey is now so demolished, that scarce any remains of it are found, or the place of it known. As I have noted above, it was here that the Dutch with 280 horse and dragoons, attacked the forces of the late King James, in aid of the distressed town's men, who they threatened to murder and plunder that very day. It was on a Sunday morning, that the Irish dragoons had resolved on the designed mischief, if they really intended it. In order to it, they posted a guard at the principal church in the piazza there, and might, indeed, easily have locked all the people in, and have cut their throats. Also they placed a company of foot in the churchyard of another church, over against the Bear Inn. So that if they really did not intend to massacre the people, as their officers said they did not, yet that way of posting their men, joined to the loud oaths and protestations, that they would do it, made it look as like such a design as anything unexecuted, or unattempted, could do. In this posture things stood when the Dutch entered the town. The Irish had placed a sentinel on the top of the steeple of the great church, with orders, if he saw any troops advance, to fire his piece, and ring the bell. The fellow, being surprised with the sight, for he discovered the Dutch but a little before they reached the town, fired his musket, but forgot to ring the bell, and came down. However, his firing gave the alarm sufficiently, and the troops in the town, who were all under arms before, whether for the designed execution, or not, I will not determine. But, I say, being under arms before, they had little more to do, but to post their troops, which they did with skill enough, being commanded by Sir John Lanier, an experienced officer, and colonel of a regiment of horse in King James's army. And had the men done their duty, they might easily have repulsed the few troops that attacked them. But the Dutch entering the town in 2 places, one by the ordinary road from Newbury, and the other by the broad street near where the horse fair is kept, forked both the posts, and entered the marketplace, where the main body of the Irish troops were drawn up. The first party of the Dutch found a company of foot drawn up in the churchyard over against the Bear Inn, and a troop of dragoons in the Bear Inn yard. The dragoons hearing the Dutch were at hand, their officer bravely drew them out of the inn yard, and faced the Dutch in the open road, the churchyard wall being lined with musketeers to flank the street. The Dutch, who came on full gallop, fell in upon the dragoons, sword in hand, and with such irresistible fury, that the Irish were immediately put into confusion, and after 3 or 4 minutes bearing the charge, they were driven clear out of the street. At the very same instant, another party of the Dutch dragoons, dismounting, entered the churchyard, and the whole body posted there, fled also, with little or no resistance, not sufficient, indeed, to be called resistance. After this, the dragoons, mounting again, forced their squadrons, and entered the marketplace. Here, the troops being numerous, made 2 or 3 regular discharges. But finding themselves charged in the rear by the other Dutchmen, who had by this time entered the said Broad Street, they not knowing the strength, or weakness of their enemy, presently broke, and fled by all the ways possible. Sir John Lanier, having a calash and 6 horses, got away with the first, though he was twice headed by a Dutch trooper, who endeavoured to shoot one of the horses, but missed his shot, so the colonel got away. The Dutch having cleared the town, pursued some of them as far as Twyford, and such was the terror that they were in, that a person, from whom I had this part of the relation, told me. He saw one Dutch trooper chase 12 of the Irish dragoons to the river near Twyford, and ride into the water a good way after them. Nor durst Sir John Lanier's regiment of horse, and Sir John Fenwick's, and a third, whose colonel I do not remember, advance to relieve their friends, though they, having had the alarm, stood drawn up on the hill on Twyford side of the river, where they might see by what a contemptible number their numerous party was pursued. For there were not above 45, or 50 at most, of the Dutch, that pursued about 300 of the Irish dragoons to Twyford. Thus the town of Reading was delivered from the danger they were threatened with, and which they as really expected, as they expected the sun would rise. It is true, the Irish officers denied afterwards, that there was any such design, or that they intended to offer the people any violence. But it is true, that several of their soldiers confessed it, and gave private intimations of it, to the people in the houses where they quartered, especially some that had been kindly treated in their quarters, and had a little more gratitude and humanity than the rest. I cannot omit to observe one thing here, to which I was an eye-witness, and which will resolve a difficulty that to this day has puzzled the understandings of a great many people, if not of the whole nation. Namely, that here began the universal alarm that spread over the whole kingdom, almost at the same time, of the Irish being coming to cut everybody's throats, the brief account of which, because it has something curious in it, I believe will be agreeable to you. The state of it is thus. As the terror which the threatenings of these Irishmen had brought upon the whole town of Reading, obliged the magistrates, and chief of the inhabitants, to apply to the Prince of Orange's army for immediate help. So you cannot doubt, but that many of the inhabitants fled for their lives by all the ways that they could. And this was chiefly in the night, for in the day the soldiers, who had their eyes everywhere, stopped them, and would not permit them to stir, which still increased their terror. Those that got away, you may be sure, were in the utmost fright and amazement, and they had nothing less in their mouths, but that the Irish would, and by that time had, burnt the town, and cut the throats of all the people, men, women, and children. I was then at Windsor, and in the very interval of all this fright, King James being gone, and the army retreated from Salisbury, the Lord Feversham calls the troops together, and causing them to lay down their arms, disbands them, and gives them leave, every man, to go whither they would. The Irish dragoons, which had fled from Reading, rallied at Twyford, and having not lost many of their number, for there were not above 12 men killed, they marched on for Maidenhead, swearing, and cursing, after most soldierly a manner, that they would burn all the towns wherever they came, and cut the throats of all the people. However, whether it was, that they thought themselves too near the Dutch at Maidenhead, or what else was the matter, they did not offer to take quarters at Maidenhead, the town also being full of King James's troops. So they marched on for Colebrook, blustering in the same manner, of what they would do when they came there. The town of Colebrook had notice of their coming, and how they had publicly threatened to burn the town, and murder all the people. But, happily for them, they had quartered there a regiment of Scots foot, of those regiments which King James had caused to march from Scotland to his aid on this occasion. And they had with them, as was the usage of all the foot in those times, 2 pieces of cannon, that is to say, field pieces, and they stood just in the marketplace, pointing westward to the street where these gentlemen were to come. The people of Colebrook applied immediately to the Scots colonel, whose name I am very sorry I cannot remember, because it is to his honor that I should mention it, and begged his protection. The colonel, calling together a council of his officers, immediately resolved, they would make good their quarters, unless they received orders from their superior officers to quit them, and that they would defend the town from plunder. And upon this, immediately the drums beat to arms, and the regiment came together in a few moments. It was in the depth of winter, and, by consequence, was night, and being a wet day, the evening was exceeding dark. When some advanced sentinels gave notice, that they heard the drums beat the dragoons' march, at some distance upon the road. Upon this the colonel ordered a lieutenant, with 30 musketeers, to make an advanced guard at the extreme part of the town, and he was supported by another party of 40 men, most pikes, at a small distance, who were to advance upon a signal. And if these last should engage, the drums of the whole regiment were to beat a march, and half the battalion, to advance with the 2 pieces of cannon. It was near 10 o'clock at night before the dragoons reached the town, when the 2 advanced dragoons, which, by the discipline at that time, always rode at a distance from the regiment, were challenged by the sentinels placed by the lieutenant, as above. Upon which they gave notice to the regiment, who immediately halted, and an officer, with some dragoons, they could not tell how many, because it was dark, came up, and demanded, who they were that challenged. The sentinel called his corporal, and he the sergeant, with 3 files of musketeers, and they told the officer what regiment they belonged to, and that they had orders to stop any troops from entering the town, till their colonel should be acquainted with it and give farther orders. The dragoons, as the ground would admit, drew up in front, and their officers began to huff and threaten, that they were the king's troops, and within the line of the army. That they must have quarters in the town, and ought not to be refused by their own side. By this time the lieutenant came up also. He gave the officer of dragoons very good words, and told him, he knew too well what belonged to the duty of a subaltern officer, to blame him for doing his duty. But that the regiment was under arms, and the colonel at the head of them in the market-house, and he would immediately send to him for orders, and doubted not, but that the colonel would give them quarters in the town. The dragoons, not satisfied with this civil usage, threatened, swore ragged, and damning the colonel, and the regiment, though not present, said they would have quarters without asking leave of any man, and the officer turning about to a sergeant, bid him go back, and cause the regiment to advance. The lieutenant told him calmly, he was sorry to see him act so. But if that was his resolution, he was ready for him, and immediately called out to his sergeant to give the signal to the next party to advance, and told the officer of dragoons, that if he stirred 1 foot forward, or any of his men, he would fire upon them immediately. The 40 men advanced, and in 2 minutes after, they could hear the drums of the regiment beat the Scots' march. Upon this, the dragoons halted again, and the major of the dragoons advancing to the parley, the lieutenant-colonel of the foot was also come up to the lieutenant's party, with the 40 men, and with the colonel's answer to the demand of quarters. Namely, that if the dragoons had any orders in writing from the general for quartering in the town, or for marching that way, he was very ready to give them admittance. But if not, they were his quarters, and he would defend them to the last man, and no body should come in there, especially at that time of night. The dragoons, however, insulted and menaced the major also, and that at such a rate, that he gave orders immediately to acquaint the colonel of it, who instantly advanced, in full march, with the whole regiment, having about 100 links lighted to let them see the way, the night being exceeding dark. When the dragoons saw this, and having no stomach to engage, they desisted, but raged and stormed at such a rate, as I cannot express, and taking the road to Staines, swore, they would go thither, and burn the town, and kill man, woman and child. Those blusters were so loud, and the fellows, by nation, such as from whom it might be expected, as put the people of Colebrook, the fright they had been in for themselves being a little over, into a second concern for their neighbours at Staines. And some of them shewed the concern to be so real, that they sent express upon express to Staines, to acquaint the people there of their danger, knowing there was, at that time, only 2 companies of foot, of Colonel S. regiment, in the town. When these messengers came there, they found the people already alarmed by others, who had come from the same town of Colebrook, in the first fright, with the news, that the Irish were coming to burn the said town of Colebrook, and that, by that time, they did not question but they had done it, and they were surprised to hear now, that it was not done. But upon the arriving of these messengers, bringing word, that they had burnt Colebrook, but for the assistance of the Scots regiment, and that they were coming to Staines, and swore, they would kill man, woman and child. It is impossible to express the consternation of the people, away they run out of the town, dark, and rainy, and midnight as it was, some to Kingston, some over the heath to Hounslow, and Brentford, some to Egham, and some to Windsor. With the dreadful news. And by that tune they reached those places, their fears had turned their story from saying, they would burn and kill, to they had burned and killed, and were coming after you to do the like. The same alarm was carried by others from Colebrook to Uxbridge, for thither the dragoons were for marching at first. And thus, some one way, and some another, it spread like the undulations of the water in a pond, when a flat stone is cast upon the surface, from Brentford and Kingston, and from Uxbridge, it came severally, and by different roads, to London. And so, as I may say, all over England. Nor is it wonderful, that it seemed to be all over the nation in one day, which was the next after this beginning. Fear gave wings to the news, no post could carry it as it flew from town to town, and still every messenger had two articles with him. 1. Not that such and such towns were to be burnt and plundered by them, but that they were already burnt, and 2. That the Irish were at their heels to do the like. This, I think, is a clear account of this alarm, and what can be more natural? Colebrook was not the case, for wherever the Colebrook men came, they were asked, if their town was down. I rode the next morning to Maidenhead. At Slough they told me, Maidenhead was burnt, and Uxbridge, and Reading, and I know not how many more, were destroyed, and when I came to Reading, they told me, Maidenhead and Oakingham were burnt, and the like. From thence I went to Henley, where the Prince of Orange, with the second line of his army, entered that very afternoon, and there they had the same account, with the news of King James's flight, and thus it spread every way insensibly. The manner is too recent in memory, to need my giving any description of it. My next stage from Reading, was to Great Marlow in Buckinghamshire, which, though not in the direct road, yet lying on the banks of the river of Thames, is, in my course, proper enough to be spoken of. And is particularly worth notice for several things. It is a town of very great embarkation on the Thames, not so much for goods wrought here, for the trade of the town is chiefly in bone-lace, but for goods from the neighbouring towns, and particularly, a very great quantity of malt and meal is brought hither from High Wycombe, a large market town, about miles off, which is one of the greatest corn markets on this side of England, and lies on the road from London to Oxford. Between High Wycombe and Marlow, is a little river called the Loddon, on which are a great many mills, and particularly corn mills, and paper mills. The first of these, grind and dress the wheat, and then the meal is sent to Marlow, and loaded on board the barges for London, and the second makes great quantities of printing paper, and that, very good of its kind, and cheap. Such as generally is made use of in printing our newspapers, journals, and smaller pamphlets, but not much fine, or large, for bound books, or writing. On the river of Thames, just by the side of this town, though on the other bank, are three very remarkable mills, which are called the Temple Mills, and are called also, the Brass Mills, and are for making Bysham Abbey battery work. As they call it, viz. Brass kettles, and pans, and of all sorts. They have first a foundry, where, by the help of lapis caliminaris, they convert copper into brass, and then, having cast the brass in large broad plates, they beat them out by force of great hammers, wrought by the water mills, into what shape they think fit for sale. Those mills went on by the strength of a good stock of money in a company or partnership, and with very good success, till at last, they turned it into what they call a bubble, brought it to Exchange Alley. Set it a stock jobbing in the days of our South Sea madness, and brought it up to be sold at £100 per share, whose intrinsic worth was perhaps £10, till, with the fall of all those things together, it fell to nothing again. Their treasurer, a tradesman in London, failed, having misapplied about £30,000 of their money, and then, as it is usual where want of success goes before, quarrelling among themselves followed after. And so the whole affair sunk into a piece of mere confusion and loss, which otherwise was certainly a very beneficial undertaking. Next to these are two mills, both extraordinary in themselves, one for making of thimbles, a work excellently well finished, and which performs to admiration, and another for pressing of oil from rape seed, and flax seed, both which, as I was told, turn to very good account to the proprietors. Here is also brought down a vast quantity of beech wood, which grows in the woods of Buckinghamshire more plentifully than in any other part of England. This is the most useful wood, for some uses, that grows, and without which, the city of London would be put to more difficulty, than for any thing of its kind in the nation. For fellies for the great cars, as they are called, which ply in London streets for carrying of merchandises, and for coal carts, dust carts, and such like sorts of voitures, which are not, by the city laws, allowed to draw with shod wheels, or wheels tiered with iron. For billet wood for the king's palaces, and for the plate and flint glass houses, and other such nice purposes. Beech quarters for divers uses, particularly chairmakers, and turnery wares. The quantity of this, brought from hence, is almost incredible, and yet so is the country overgrown with beech in those parts, that it is bought very reasonable, nor is there like to be any scarcity of it for time to come. At Bysham, over against this town, was formerly an abbey, and the remains of it are still to be seen there. The estate belongs to the antient family of the name of Hobby. Some of the heads of this family were very eminent in former days, particularly Sir William Hobby, and Sir Edward Hobby, the latter having been employed by Queen Elizabeth in the most important foreign negotiations. Their monuments, with those of their ladies, and sons, are now to be seen, and well worth seeing they are, in the little church of Bysham. The seat of the family is now in Dorsetshire, where Sir Thomas Hobby is still living. But they are generally all brought hither, when they die, to be buried with their ancestors. A little higher, on the same side of the river, is Hurley, an antient seat of the Lord Lovelace, and that family being extinct, it came, by the daughter and heiress, to Sir Henry Johnson of Blackwall, near Ratcliffe, who originally was only a shipwright, or master builder, at the great yard and dock there, of which I shall speak in their place. This lady left only one daughter, married to the Earl of Strafford, and who now enjoys the Hurley estate, in the right of the above marriages of the daughters. There are two other towns on the Thames, which I have already mentioned, viz. Henley and Maidenhead, which have little or nothing remarkable in them, but that they have great business also, by the trade for malt and meal and timber for London, which they ship, or load, on their great barges for London, as the other towns do. And now I am, by just degrees, come to Windsor, where I must leave talking of trade, river, navigation, meal, and malt, and describe the most beautiful, and most pleasantly situated castle, and royal palace, in the whole Isle of Britain. Windsor Castle, founded, as some say, by William the Conqueror, if there was any thing in that part, was at least rebuilt, by Edward III. But the truth of the story is this: William the Conqueror did pitch upon it as a pleasant situation, in a delightful sporting country, and agreeable to him, who delighted much in hunting. And, as he says of it, a place fitted for the entertainment of kings, and therefore treated with the abbot of Westminster for an exchange, and so took possession of it. He also had several little lodges, or hunting houses, in the forest adjoining, and frequently lodged, for the conveniency of his game, in a house which the monks before enjoyed, near, or in the town of Windsor. For the town is much more antient than the castle, and was an eminent pass upon the Thames in the reign of the Saxon kings. But to pass over the antiquity or history of the town, this is certain, that King Edward III took an extreme liking to the place, because of its beautiful situation, and pleasing prospect, which, indeed, is not to be outdone in any part of the kingdom. Here, at length, the king resolved to fix his summer residence, and himself laid out the plan of a most magnificent palace, the same, as to the outward form and building, as we now see it. For whatever has been done for beautifying, altering, or amending the inside and apartments, there has nothing been added to the building itself, except that noble terrace, which runs under the north front, and leads to the green on the park. At the east side, or end of it, along which east end, the fine lodgings, and royal apartments, were at first built, all the north part being then taken up in rooms of state, and halls for public balls, and the house itself was, indeed, a palace, and without any appearance of a fortification. But when the building was brought on to the slope of the hill on the town side, the king added ditches, ramparts, the round tower, and several addenda of strength, and so it was immediately called a castle. The pretence which some made to an old story, that William of Wykeham built this castle, is a story so evidently fabulous, and so plainly detected, that the very relations which pretend to it, discover the contrary. Owning, that the king was so incensed against him, but for a suggestion, that he had a project of assuming the honour of being the founder, that it had like to have cost William all his interest in the king's favour, which, at that time, was very great. And the Duke of Lancaster, who was his irreconcilable enemy, took the advantage of prompting the king to make that suggestion. But he cleared himself by denying, that he ever made any pretence to being the founder, only put this construction upon the words, that the money, and the reputation he had gained by building that castle for the king, had been the making of him. The words were these. This made Wykeham. These words, they say, he had caused to be cut on a stone in the inner wall of the little tower, which, from him, is to this day called Winchester Tower. But to pass over this fiction, this is certain, King Edward was the founder of the whole work, and the plan of it was much of his own contrivance. But he committed the overseeing, and direction of the works, to William of Wykeham, or, if you please, William of Wykeham was the Sir Christopher Wren of that court. For William was then a layman, not having had a liberal education, but had a good genius, a mighty lover of building, and had applied his head much that way. Nor, indeed, does the building itself fail to do the head, or master builder, a great deal of honour. For in all the decorations and ornaments, which have been made since by the princes who have liked Windsor best, they have found no occasion to alter any of the front, or to pull down, or build up, add, or diminish. Except it be some small matter at the entrance to the great staircase, the kitchen, and offices below stairs, and the like. But the great north, and east fronts, the square of the inner court, the great gates at the entering from the town, with the round tower, and the walls annexed, are all standing in the very form in which King Edward III left them. The only addition in the inside, is a fine equestrian statue of King Charles II, which stands over the great well, sunk, as may be supposed, in the first building, for the supply of the castle with water, and in which was an engine for raising the water, notwithstanding the great depth, by very little labour. The contrivance and performance done by the great Sir Samuel Morland, one of the best natured mechanics of his time, and as good a mathematician. On the outside was added, the terrace walk, built by Queen Elizabeth, and where she usually walked for an hour every day before her dinner, if not hindered by windy weather, which she had a peculiar aversion to. For as to rainy weather, it would not always hinder her, but she rather loved to walk in a mild, calm rain, with an umbrella over her head. This walk was really a magnificent work. For as it is raised on the side of a precipice, or steep declivity of the hill, so that hill was necessarily cut down a very great depth to bring the foundation to a flat equal to the breadth, which was to be formed above. From the foundation it was raised by solid stone work, of a vast thickness, with cross walls of stone, for banding the front, and preventing any thrust from the weight of earth within. Then this work was all to be filled up again within, after all was first taken out, was thrown down the front of the hill, to push out the precipices still farther, that it might be the same slope from the terrace as it was before from the foot of the castle. This noble walk is covered with fine gravel, and has cavities, with drains, to carry off all the water, so that let it rain as it will, not a drop of it is seen to rest on the walk, but it is dry, hard, and fit to walk on immediately. The breadth of this walk is very spacious on the north side, on the east side it is narrower, but neither at Versailles, or at any of the royal palaces in France, or at Rome, or Naples, have I ever seen anything like it. The Grand Seigneur's terrace in the outer court of the Seraglio, next the sea, is the nearest to it, that I have read of, and yet not equal to it, if I may believe the account of those who have seen it, for that, I acknowledge, I have not seen. At the northeast corner of this terrace, where it turns south, to run on by the east side of the castle, there are steps, by which you go off upon the plain of the park, which is kept smooth as a carpet, and on the edge of which the prospect of the terrace is doubled by a vista, south over the park, and quite up to the great park, and towards the forest. Here also is a small seat, fit for one, or but two at the most, with a high back, and cover for the head, which turns so easily, the whole being fixed on a pin of iron, or brass, of strength sufficient, that the persons who sit in it may turn it from the wind, and which way soever the wind blows, or how hard soever, yet they may sit in a perfect tranquillity, and enjoy a complete calm. This is said also, to be Queen Elizabeth's own invention, who, though she delighted in being abroad in the air, yet hated to be ruffled with the wind. It is also an admirable contrivance for the person sitting in it, to shelter himself from the sun. This lofty terrace makes the castle quite another thing, and gives an egress to the people within to the park, and to a most beautiful walk, which King Edward III, nor his successors for some hundreds of years, knew nothing of, all their prospect being from the windows of the castle. On that side of the building which looks out upon the terrace, are all the royal apartments. King Edward Ills were on the east side. The east side is now allotted to great officers of state, who are obliged to attend whenever the court removes to Windsor, such as the Lord Treasurers, Secretaries of State, Lord High Chancellor, Lord Archbishop of Canterbury, and the like. And below they have proper offices for business, if they please to order any to be done there. You mount into the royal apartments, by several back stairs. But the public way is up a small ascent to a flat, or half pace, for I love to make my account speak English, where there are two entries of state, by two large staircases, one on the left hand to the royal apartments, and the other, on the right, to St. George's Hall, and the Royal Chapel. Before the entrance to these, on either side, you pass through the guard chambers, where you see the walls furnished with arms, and the king's beefeaters, as they call the yeomen of the guard, keep their station, or, as it may be called, their main guard. These rooms lead either way, towards the fine lodgings, or towards St. George's Hall, which you please. In the royal lodgings, there have been so many alterations of furniture, that there can be no entering upon the particular description. In one of those lodgings, the late Queen Mary set up a rich atlas, and chintz bed, which, in those times, was invaluable, the chintz being of Maslapidan, on the coast of Coromandel, the finest that was ever seen before that time in England. But the rate of those things have suffered much alteration since that time. Also here was, some time before that, the picture of the late Duchess of Portsmouth at full length, a noble piece, and of which, 'twas said, King Charles II should say, 'twas the finest painting, of the finest woman in Christendom. But our English ladies of Queen Mary's court, were of another opinion, and the Gallery of Beauties, as it was called, which Her Majesty placed in the Water Gallery at Hampton Court, shews several as good faces, and as good painting. In the chimney piece of one of these apartments, is a piece of needlework exquisitely fine, performed, as they say, by the Queen of Scots, during the time of her confinement in Fotheringay Castle. There are several family pieces in the chimney pieces, and other parts of those lodgings, that are valuable, because of the persons they represent, but the finery of painting is to come. These rooms look all out north towards the terrace and over part of the finest, and richest, vale in the world. For the same vale attending the course of the river Thames, with very little interruption, reaches to, and includes the city of London east, and the city of Oxford west, the river, with a winding, and beautiful stream, gliding gently through the middle of it, and enriching by its navigation, both the land and the people on every side. It must be confessed, that, as William the Conqueror expresses it in his letter to the monks at Windsor, it was a place fit for the entertainment of kings, so it is, for it seems, by nature, to be formed for a palace, and for delight. All kinds of pleasure and convenience, that any country, at least in England, can afford, are to be found here. It may be proper here to say something to the beauties and ornaments of St. George's Hall, though nothing can be said equal to what the eye would be witness to. 'Tis surprising, at the first entrance, to see at the upper end, the picture of King William on horseback, under him, an ascent with marble steps, a balustrade, and a half pace, which, formerly, was actually there, with room for a throne, or chair of state, for the sovereign to sit on, when on public days he thought fit to appear in ceremony. No man that had seen the former steps or ascent, and had gone up to the balustrade and throne, as I had done, could avoid supposing, they were there still. And as on a casual view, having been absent some years out of the nation, I was going forward towards the end of the hall, intending to go up the steps, as I had done formerly, I was confounded, when I came nearer, to see that the ascent was taken down, the marble steps gone, the chair of state, or throne, quite away, and that all I saw, was only painted upon the wall below the king and his horse. Indeed it was so lively, so bright, so exquisitely performed, that I was perfectly deceived, though I had some pretension to judgment in pictures too, nor was my eye alone deceived, others were under the same deception, who were then with me. When I came to the farther end, and looked from the throne, as I called it, down the hall, I was again surprised, though most agreeably, I confess, viz. The painting on the side of the hall, which was the representation of Prince Edward's triumph, in imitation of Caesar's glorious entry into Rome, and which was drawn marching from the lower end of the room, to the upper, that is to say, from the door, which is in the corner on the north side of the hall, was now wholly inverted, and the same triumph was performed again. But the march turned just the other way. That this could be done no other way, but by wiping the whole work out, and painting it all over again, was easy to conclude, seeing it was not done upon cloth, but upon the mere plaister of the wall, as appeared by the salts of the lime in the wall, having worked out, and spoiled a great piece of the paint. Besides, the nature of the thing forbids. For if it had been a canvas, turning it would have been impracticable, for then all the imagery would have stood heels up, unless it had been carried on to the directly opposite part of the hall, and that could not be, because there were the windows, looking all into the inner court of the castle. The first painting was done by Mr. Vario, who, after finishing this work, was entertained for 12 years at Burley House, near Stamford, by that great lover of art and particularly of fine painting, the Earl of Exeter, after which King William entertained him again, and, as they told me, he performed this second painting of the hall, with greater mastership of hand, than he had done the first. The painting of the ceilings generally remain, being finished by the same hand in a most exquisite manner at first. At the west end of the hall, is the Chapel Royal, the neatest and finest of the kind in England. The carved work is beyond any that can be seen in England, the altar-piece is that of the institution, or, as we may call it, our Lord's First Supper. I remember, that going with some friends to shew them this magnificent palace, it chanced to be at the time when the dissenters were a little uneasy at being obliged to kneel at the sacrament. One of my friends, who, as I said, I carried to see Windsor Castle, was a dissenter, and when he came into the chapel, he fixed his eyes upon the altar-piece with such a fixed, steady posture, and held it so long, that I could not but take notice of it, and asked him, whether it was not a fine piece. Yes, says he, it is, but, whispering to me, he added, how can your people prosecute us for refusing to kneel at the sacrament? Don't you see there, that though our Saviour himself officiates, they are all sitting about the table? I confess it surprised me, and, at first, I knew not what answer to make to him. But I told him, that was not a place for him and I to dispute it, we would talk of it afterwards, and so we did, but brought it to no conclusion, so 'tis needless to mention it any more here. After we had spent some hours in viewing all that was curious on this side, we came down to the dungeon, or round tower, which goes up a long, but easy, ascent of steps, and is very high. Here we were obliged to deliver up our swords, but nowhere else. There is nothing curious here, the governor, or constable's lodgings, are very well, and neatly furnished, but nothing extraordinary, especially they will not look so, after seeing the fine lodgings, as above. From this tower, you see St. Paul's Cathedral at London, very plainly. Coming down from hence, we came into the other court, where is the great chapel of the Garter, and the house or college for the poor knights, as they are called. The late Duke of Northumberland, who was constable of this castle, met with a very strange, and uncommon accident in coming hither from Staines in his coach. For being benighted, as we call it in England, the night also very dark, and passing by a place where there are some houses, though not a town, and where the road goes close to the river, whether his coachman did not see the water, or mistook it for the water in the road, I know not, but he plunged in the horses, coach and all, into the river, and at a place where the water was exceeding deep, and the bank steep. So that if help had not come immediately from a gentleman's house, which was close to the road, the servants crying out loud enough to alarm them, his grace, and a gentleman who was in the coach with him, had unavoidably perished. And, as it was, he was a considerable time under water, so that he was in the extremity of danger. I might go back here to the history of the Order of the Garter, the institution of which by King Edward III. Not only had its original here, but seems to be seated here, as a native of the place, and that this is the place where the ceremonies of it, the instalments, feasts, and are always to be performed, but this is done so fully in other authors, and by so many, that it would be falling into that error, which I condemn in others, and making my accounts be, what I resolved, from the beginning, they should not be. Namely, a copy of other men's performances. I shall only give you out of Mr. Ashmole, a list of the first knights who had the honour of this order, and who have been succeeded by so many kings, dukes, and sovereign princes abroad, as well as noblemen, and peers of this kingdom at home. The names of the first knights are as follow. King Edward III. Ralph, Earl of Stafford. His son Edward the Black. Prince. William Montacute, Earl of Salisbury. Salisbury. Henry, Duke of Lancaster. Roger Mortimer, Earl of March. Thomas, Earl of Warwick. John de Lisle. Piers Capito de la Bouche. Bartholomew Berg Hirsch. John de Beauchamp. Hugh Wriothesley. John de Mohun. Nellie Loring. Hugh Courtney. John Chandos. Thomas Holland. James de Audley. John de Grey. Otho Holland. Richard Fitzsimon. Henry Eame. Miles Stapleton. Sanchet d'Aubercourt. Thomas Wale. Walter Paveley, alias Peveril. It is true, these were not all noblemen, that is to say, not all peers, neither does the institution confine the order to such. But, 'tis certain, they were all men of great characters and stations, either in the army, or in the civil administration, and such as the sovereign did not think it below him to make his companions, for so they are called. The lower court, as I mentioned, of the castle, though not so beautiful, for the stately lodgings, rooms of state, and is particularly glorious for this fine chapel of the order, a most beautiful and magnificent work, and which shews the greatness, not only of the court in those days, but the spirit and genius of the magnanimous founder. The chapel is not only fine within, but the workmanship without is extraordinary, nothing so antient is to be seen so very beautiful. The chapel of St. Stephen's in Westminster Abbey, called Henry Vytha's Chapel, and King's College Chapel at Cambridge, built by Henry VI. Are fine buildings. But they are modern, compared to this, which was begun, as by the inscribed dates upon the works appears, in the year 1337. The coats of arms, and the various imagery and even inside and outside, not only of the king, but of several of the first knights' companions, are most admirably finished, and the work has stood out the injury of time to admiration. The beauty of the building remains without any addition, and, indeed, requiring none. 'Tis observable, that King Edward owns this chapel was begun by his ancestors, and some think it was by King Edward I. And that he himself was baptized in it, and that there was a castle built by William the Conqueror also, as to the chapel, which was then called a church, or a convent, King Edward III did not pull down the old building entirely, but he added all the choir to the first model, and several other proper parts for the purposes intended. As houses and handsome apartments for the canons, dignitaries, and other persons belonging to the church, which are generally situated on the north side of the square out of sight, or rather screened from the common view by the church itself. Which dwellings are, notwithstanding, very good, and well accommodated for the persons who are possessors of them. Then the king finished it in the manner we now see it. As for the old castle, the building of William the Conqueror, the king pulled it entirely down, even to the very foundation, forming a new building according to the present plan. And which stood, as above, to the time of King Charles II. Without any alteration. The establishment for this chapel was very considerable, by the donation of divers subjects, before it was set apart to be the chapel of the order. The Duke of Suffolk in particular, as appears in Dugdale's Monasticon, gave near 3,000 acres of land, 19 manors, 170 messuages and tofts, and several advowsons of churches to it, which, with other gifts afterwards, made the revenue above £1,000 a year in those days, which was a prodigious sum, as money went at that time. In the choir are the stalls for the knights of the order, with a throne for the sovereign. Also stalls in the middle of it for the poor knights pensioners, who live in their house or hospital on the south side of the square or court which the church stands in. Here are to be seen, the banners of the knights who now enjoy the honour of the Garter. When they die, those banners are taken down, and the coat of arms of the deceased knight set up in the place allotted for those arms over the same stall. So that those coats of arms are a living history, or rather a record of all the knights that ever have been since the first institution of the order, and how they succeeded one another. By which it appears, that kings, emperors and sovereign princes, have not thought it below them to accept of the honour of being knights companions of this order. While, at the same time, it must be noted to the honour of the English crown, that our kings have never thought fit to accept of any of their orders abroad, of what kind soever, whether popish or Protestant. That of the cordon bleu, or the cordon blanc, the cordon noir, or the cordon rouge, the golden fleece of Spain, the Holy Ghost of France, or the Black Eagle of Prussia, or any other. Whereas of the Garter, there is an account by the Register of the Order, that there are reckoned up of this most noble company 8 emperors of Germany, 3 kings of Sweden, 5 kings of Denmark, 2 kings of Prussia, 3 kings of Spain, 5 princes of Orange, 5 kings of France, 4 dukes, peers of France, 2 noblemen of the house of Duras in France, viz. Galliard de Duras, and Louis de Duras, Earl of Fever. Sham. 1 king of Scotland, besides James VI, who became sovereign of the order. 5 kings of Portugal, 1 king of Poland, 2 kings of Naples, 1 king of Aragon, 3 infants of Portugal, 1 prince of the house of the king of Bohemia, Prince Rupert, 1 prince of Denmark, Prince George, 1 bishop of Osnaburg, 5 princes of Lunenburg, 1 elector of Brandenburg, 7 electors palatines, 2 electors of Saxony, 2 dukes of Lorraine, 3 dukes of Württemberg, 2 dukes of Holstein, 2 grandees of Spain, 2 dukes de Urbino in Italy, 1 duke of Savoy, 3 princes of England not, viz. Edward the Black Prince, the Duke of Gloucester, and Prince Frederick. Several kings, and persons of high rank have been buried also in this chapel, as Edward IV. and Charles I. Also here is the family repository, or burying ground of the Dukes of Beaufort, who are a natural branch of the royal family, by the Antient House of Lancaster. And in the chapel where the vault is there is a very noble monument of the last Duke save one. All the ceremonies observed here in the instalment of the knights, are so perfectly and fully set down in Mr. Ashmole's History of the Order of the Garter, that nothing can be said, but what must be a copy from him, which, as above, I studiously decline, and therefore refer you to him. Besides the foreign princes, companions of this famous order as above, there is a little galaxy of English nobility, the flower of so many courts, and so many ages, to whose families the ensigns of the order have been an honour, and who are not the least of the honour this order has to boast of. In the first institution, there was but 1 duke, namely, the great Duke of Lancaster, but as that order of nobility is since much increased in England, since the days of King Edward III, So in the present list of knights, we find no less than 15 dukes, including the Prince of Wales, who is also Duke of Cornwall. The list of the present knights are as follow, viz. King George. George Prince of Wales. Duke of York, the King's brother. Prince Frederick. Duke of Cleveland and Southampton. Duke of Somerset. Duke of Richmond. Duke of Este. Albans. Duke of Devonshire. Duke of Argyll. Duke of Newcastle. Duke of Kent. Duke of Kingstone. Duke of Montague. Duke of Grafton. Duke of Dorset. Duke of Rutland. Earl of Lincoln. Earl of Pembroke. Earl of Berkeley. Earl Powlett. Earl of Peterborough. Earl of Strafford. Earl of Scarborough. Lord Visk. Townsend. As the upper court and building are fronted with the fine terrace as above, so the lower court, where this fine chapel stands, is walled round with a very high wall, so that no buildings, if there was room for any, could overlook it. Which wall goes round the west end of the court to the gate, which looking south, leads into the town, as the gate of the upper court looks likewise east into the park, which they call the Little Park. The parks about Windsor are very agreeable, and suitable to the rest. The Little Park, which is so, only compared to the Great Park, is above 3 miles round, the Great one 14, and the forest above 30, this park is particular to the court, the other are open for riding, hunting, and taking the air for any gentlemen that please. The lodges in those parks, are no more lodges, though they retain the name, but palaces, and might pass for such in other countries. But as they are all eclipsed by the palace itself, so it need only be added, that those lodges are principally beautified by the grandeur of the persons to whom the post of rangers have been assigned, who, having been enriched by other advancements, honors and profitable employments, thought nothing too much to lay out to beautify their apartments, in a place, which it was so much to their honor, as well as conveniency, to reside. Such is the lodge which belongs to Admiral Churchill, the Duchess of Marlborough and others. I cannot leave Windsor, without taking notice, that we crossed the Thames upon a wooden bridge, for all the bridges on the river, between London and Oxford, are of timber, for the conveniency of the barges. Here we saw Eton College, the finest school for what we call grammar learning, for it extends only to the humanity class, that is in Britain, or, perhaps, high Europe. The building, except the great schoolroom, is antient, the chapel truly Gothic, but all has been repaired, at a very great expense, out of the college stock, within these few years. The gardens are very fine, and extended from the college, down, almost, to the bank of the Thames. They are extremely well planted, and perfectly well kept. This college was founded by King Henry VI. A prince munificent in his gifts, for the encouragement of learning, to profusion. Witness, besides this noble foundation, that of King's College in Cambridge, to which the scholars of Eton are annually removed. This college has a settled revenue of about £5,000 per annum, and maintains as follows: a provost, a vice-provost, who is also a fellow, 7 fellows, inclusive of the vice-provost, 70 scholars on the foundation, besides a full choir for the chapel, with officers, and servants usual. The school is divided into the upper and lower, and each into 3 classes. Each school has 1 master, and each master 4 assistants, or ushers. None are received into the upper school, till they can make Latin verse, and have a tolerable knowledge of the Greek. In the lower school, the children are received very young, and are initiated into all school learning. Besides the 70 scholars upon the foundation, there are always abundance of children, generally speaking, of the best families, and of persons of distinction, who are boarded in the houses of the masters, and within the college. The number of scholars instructed here, is from 400 to 550, but has not been under 400 for many years past. The elections of scholars for the university out of this school, is worth taking notice of, it being a time of jubilee to the school. The election is once every year, and is made on the first Tuesday in August. In order to the election, there are deputed from King's College in Cambridge, 3 persons, viz. the Provost of King's College for the time being, with 1 senior, and 1 junior poser, fellows of the same college. To these are joined, on the part of Eton College, the Provost, the Vice-Provost, and the Head Master. These calling the scholars of the upper class, called the 6th class, before them, and examining them in the several parts of their learning, choose out 12 such as they think best qualified, and these are entered in a roll, or list. For the University. The youths thus chosen, are not immediately removed from the school, but must wait till vacancies fall in the said King's College, to make room to receive them. And as such vacancies happen, they are then called up, as they stand in seniority in the said list, or roll of election. When a scholar from Eton comes to King's College, he is received upon the foundation, and pursues his studies there for 3 years, after which, he claims a fellowship, unless forfeited in the terms of the statutes. That is to say, by marriage, accepting of ecclesiastic preferments, and the present governors at Eton are the Provost, the Reverend and Honourable Dr. Godolphin, Dean of St. Paul's, Vice-Provost, and Senior Fellow, the Right Reverend Dr. Whiston, Bishop of Exeter. Second Fellow, the Right Reverend Dr. Waddington, Bishop of Chichester. Third Fellow, the Reverend Dr. Richardson, Master of Peterhouse in Cambridge. Fourth Fellow, the Reverend Dr. Evans. Fifth Fellow, the Reverend Dr. Carter. Sixth Fellow, the Reverend and Honourable Mr. Hill, once one of the Lords of the Treasury. Seventh Fellow, the Reverend Dr. Sleech. The present Masters are Dr. Henry Bland, Head Master. Mr. Francis Good, Second Master. N.B. The Provost has a noble house and garden, besides the use of the college gardens, at his pleasure. And now being come to the edge of Middlesex, which is a county too full of cities, towns, and palaces, to be brought in at the close of a letter, and with which I purpose to begin my next travels. I conclude this letter, and am, Sir, your most humble servant. Letter 5. Containing a description of the City of London, as taking in the City of Westminster, Borough of Southwark, and the buildings circumjacent. Overview and suburbs. SIR, as I am now near the centre of this work. So I am to describe the great centre of England, the City of London, and parts adjacent. This great work is infinitely difficult in its particulars, though not in itself. Not that the city is so difficult to be described, but to do it in the narrow compass of a letter, which we see so fully takes up 2 large volumes in folio, and which, yet, if I may venture to give an opinion of it, is done but by halves neither. However, be the task difficult, as it is, yet it must be done. To be concise and short, is absolutely necessary, to be plain and significant, as necessary. I shall observe both, as near as I can. London, as a city only, and as its walls and liberties line it out, might, indeed, be viewed in a small compass. But, when I speak of London, now in the modern acceptation, you expect I shall take in all that vast mass of buildings, reaching from Blackwall in the east, to Tothill Fields in the west, and extended in an unequal breadth, from the bridge, or river, in the south, to Islington north. And from Peterborough House on the Bank side in Westminster, to Cavendish Square, and all the new buildings by, and beyond, Hanover Square, by which the City of London, for so it is still to be called, is extended to Hyde Park Corner in the Brentford Road, and almost to Marylebone in the Acton Road, and how much farther it may spread, who knows? New squares, and new streets rising up every day to such a prodigy of buildings, that nothing in the world does, or ever did, equal it, except old Rome in Trajan's time, when the walls were 50 miles in compass, and the number of inhabitants 6,800,000 souls. It is the disaster of London, as to the beauty of its figure, that it is thus stretched out in buildings, just at the pleasure of every builder, or undertaker of buildings, and as the convenience of the people directs, whether for trade or otherwise. And this has spread the face of it in a most straggling, confused manner, out of all shape, uncompact, and unequal, neither long or broad, round or square. Whereas the city of Rome, though a monster for its greatness, yet was, in a manner, round, with very few irregularities in its shape. At London, including the buildings on both sides the water, one sees it, in some places, 3 miles broad, as from St. George's in Southwark, to Shoreditch in Middlesex, or 2 miles, as from Peterborough House to Montague House. And in some places, not half a mile, as in Wapping, and much less, as in Redruth. We see several villages, formerly standing, as it were, in the country, and at a great distance, now joined to the streets by continued buildings, and more making haste to meet in the like manner. For example, 1. Deptford, this town was formerly reckoned, at least 2 miles off from Redruth, and that over the marshes too, a place unlikely ever to be inhabited. And yet now, by the increase of buildings in that town itself, and the many streets erected at Redruth, and by the docks and building yards on the river side, which stand between both, the town of Deptford, and the streets of Redruth, or Rotherhithe, as they write it, are effectually joined, and the buildings daily increasing. So that Deptford is no more a separated town, but is become a part of the great mass, and infinitely full of people also. Here they have, within the last 2 or 3 years, built a fine new church, and were the town of Deptford now separated, and rated by itself, I believe it contains more people, and stands upon more ground, than the city of Wells. The town of Islington, on the north side of the city, is in like manner joined to the streets of London, excepting one small field, and which is in itself so small, that there is no doubt, but in a very few years, they will be entirely joined. And the same may be said of Mile End, on the east end of the town. Newington, called Newington Butts, in Surrey, reaches out her hand north, and is so near joining to Southwark, that it cannot now be properly called a town by itself, but a suburb to the borough, and if, as they now tell is us undertaken, St. George's Fields should be built into squares and streets, a very little time will shew us Newington, Lambeth, and the borough, all making but one Southwark. That Westminster is in a fair way to shake hands with Chelsea, as St. Giles's is with Marybone, and Great Russell Street by Montague House, with Tottenham Court. All this is very evident, and yet all these put together, are still to be called London. Whither will this monstrous city then extend? And where must a circumvallation or communication line of it be placed? I have, as near as I could, caused a measure to be taken of this mighty, I cannot say uniform, body. And for the satisfaction of the curious, I have here given as accurate a description of it, as I can do in so narrow a compass, as this of a letter, or as I could do without drawing a plan, or map of the places. As I am forced, in many places, to take in some unbuilt ground, so I have, on the other hand, been obliged to leave a great many whole streets of buildings out of my line, so that I have really not stretched my calculations to make it seem bigger than it is. Nor is there any occasion of it. A line of measurement, drawn about all the continued buildings of the city of London, and parts adjacent, including Westminster and Southwark, etc. The line begins, for the Middlesex side of the buildings. Miles. Fur. Rods. 1. At Peterborough House, the farthest house west upon the river Thames, and runs NW by W. By the marshes to Tuthill Fields, and passing by the neat houses, and Arnold's Brewhouse, ends at Chelsea Road, measured 1. 6. 16. 2. Then, allowing an interval from Buckingham House cross the park, about 1 furlong and half to the corner of my Lord Godolphin's garden wall, the line goes north behind the stableyard buildings, and behind Park Place. And on the park wall behind the buildings. On the west side of St. James's Street, to the corner in Soho, or Piccadilly, then crossing the road, and goes along the north side of the road west to Hyde Park Gate. 1. 2. 11. 3. Then the line turns in E by E. And taking in the buildings and streets, called Mayfair, and holds on east till the new streets formed out of Hyde House Garden, cause it to turn away north, a point west reaching to Tyburn Road, a little to the east of the Great Mother Conduit. Then it goes north, and crossing the road, takes in the west side of Cavendish Square and the streets adjoining, and leaving Marybone, goes away east, till it reaches to Hampstead Road, near a little village called Tottenham Court. 2. 5. 20. 4. From Tottenham Court, the line comes in a little south, to meet the Bloomsbury buildings, then turning east, runs behind Montague and Southampton houses, to the N.E. corner of Southampton House, then crossing the path, meets the buildings called Queen's Square, then turning north, till it comes to the N.W. corner of the square, thence it goes away east behind the buildings on the north side of Ormond Street, till it comes to Lamb's Conduit. 1. 1. 13. 5. Here the line turns south, and indents to the corner of Bedford Row, and leaving some few houses, with the Cockpit, and Bowling Green, goes on the back of Gray's Inn Wall, to Gray's Inn Lane, then turns on the outside of the buildings, which are on the west side of Gray's Inn Lane, going north to the Stone's End. When turning east, it passes to the New River Bridge without Liquor Pond Street, so taking in the Cold Bath and the Bear Garden. But leaving out Sir John Oldcastle's and the Spa, goes on east by the Ducking Pond to the end of New Bridewell, and crossing the Fairfield, comes into the Islington Road by the Distiller's House, formerly Justice Fuller's. 1. 2. 6. 6. Here to take in all the buildings which join Islington to the streets, the line goes north on the east side of the road to the Turk's Head Ale House. Then turning northwest, passes to the New River House, but leaving it to the west, passes by Sadler's Well, from thence to Busby's House, and keeping on the west side of Islington, till it comes opposite to Cambray House Lane. Turns into the road, and passes south almost to the lane which turns east down to the Lower Street, but then turns east without the houses, and goes to the Cowkeepers in the Lower Street crossing the road, and through the Cowkeepers' Yard into Frog Lane, then running west on the south side of the town, just without the buildings, joins again to the buildings on the west side of Wood's Close, passing behind the Sheepmarket Wall. 2. 4. 39. 7. From Wood's Close, the line goes due east to Mount Mill, where, leaving several buildings to the north, it passes on, crossing all the roads to Brick Lane, to the north side of the great new square in Old Street, and taking in the Pest House Wall, turns south at the northeast corner of the said wall, to Old Street Road. Then going away east till it meets the buildings near Hoxton Square, it turns north to the northwest corner of the wall of Aske's Hospital, then sloping northeast, it passes by Pimlico, the Sitter House, and the two walls to the north end of Hoxton. When it turns east, and enclosing the garden walls, comes into the Ware Road, just at the King's Head in the new buildings by the Land of Promise. 2. 0. 16. 8. From the King's Head, the line turns south, running to the Stone's End in Shoreditch, then turning east, it takes in a burying ground and some buildings in the Hackney Road, when sloping southeast by south. It goes away by the Virginia House to a great brewhouse, and then still more east to the back of Wheeler Street, and then east by south, to Brick Lane, crossing which, it goes away east towards Bethnal Green. But then turning short south, it goes towards Whitechapel Mount, but being intercepted by new streets, it goes quite up to the south end of the Dog Row at Mile End. 1. 6. 19. 9. From the Dog Row, the line crosses the road, and takes in a little hamlet of houses, called Stepney, though not properly so, and coming back west to the street's end at Whitechapel Mall, goes away south by the Hog Houses into Church Lane, and to Rag Fair. When turning again east, it continues in a straight line on the north side of Ratcliffe Highway, till it comes almost to the farther glass houses, then turning north, it surrounds all Stepney and Stepney Causeway to Mile End Road. Then turning east again, and afterward south, comes back to the new streets on the north side of Limehouse, and joining the marsh, comes down to the water side at the lower shipwright dock in Limehouse Hole. 3. 7. 1. Underscore 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 18. 4. 21. Underscore 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 N. B. This line leaves out all the north side of Mile End Town, from the end of the Dog Row, to the Jews' burying ground, which is all built. Also all the north part of the Dog Row, and all Bethnal Green, also all Poplar and Blackwall, which are, indeed, contiguous, a trifle of ground excepted, and very populous. For the Southwark side of the buildings, the line is as follows. Having ended the circumference of the Middlesex buildings at Limehouse, and the street extending towards Poplar, the hamlets of Poplar and Blackwall, though very near contiguous in buildings, being excluded, I allow an interval of 2 miles. From Poplar, cross the Isle of Dogs, and over the Thames, to the lower water gate at Deptford, and though, in measuring the circumference of all cities, the river, where any such runs through any part of the buildings, is always measured, yet, that I may not be said to stretch the extent of the buildings which I include in this account, I omit the river from Limehouse to Deptford, where, if included, it ought to begin, and begin my line as above. Miles. Fur. Rods. 1. From the said upper water gate at Deptford, the line goes east to the corner next the Thames, where the shipwright's yard now is, and where I find a continued range of buildings begins by the side of a little creek or river, which runs into the Thames there, and reaches quite up the said river, to the bridge in the Great Kentish Road, and over the street there, taking in the south side of the street to the west corner of the buildings in that street. And then measuring down on the west side of the Long Street, which runs to the Thames side, till you come to the new street which passes from Deptford to Rederiff, then turning to the left, passing on the back side of the King's Yard to Mr. Evelyn's house, including the new church of Deptford, and all the new streets or buildings made on the field side, which are very many, this amounts in the whole, to 3. 1. 16. 2. From Mr. Evelyn's garden gate, the line goes northwest, taking in all the new docks and yards, the Red House, and several large streets of houses, which have been lately built, and by which the said town of Deptford is effectually joined to the buildings, reaching from Cuckold's Point, eastward, and which are carried out, as if Rederiff stretched forth its arm to embrace Deptford. Then for some length, the said street of Rederiff continues narrow, till you come to Church Street, where several streets are also lately built south, and others parallel with the street, till gradually, the buildings thicken, and extend farther and farther to the south and south by east, till they cross over the east end of Horselydown to Bermondsey Church, and thence east to the sign of the World's End, over against the great fort, being the remains of the fortifications drawn round these parts of Southwark in the late civil wars. This extent is, by computation, 4 miles, but being measured, as the streets indented, the circuit proved 5. 6. 12. 3. From this fort, to the corner of Long Lane, and through Long Lane to the lock, at the end of Kent Street, is 1. 7. 2. 4. From the corner of Kent Street to the town of Newington Butts, drawing the line behind all the buildings as they stand, and round the said village of Newington, to the haberdashers' almshouses, and thence by the road to the windmill, at the corner of Blackman Street, is 3. 2. 16. 5. From the windmill crossing St. George's Fields, on the back of the Mint, to the Fighting Cocks, thence to the Restoration Gardens, and thence on the outside of all the buildings to Lambeth Wells, and on to Fowhall Bridge, over against the other fort of the old fortifications, being just the same length that those old fortifications extended, though infinitely fuller of buildings. This last circuit measures 3. 5. 12. underscore 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 17 6 18 underscore 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 underscore. Thus the extent or circumference of the continued buildings of the cities of London and Westminster and Borough of Southwark, all which, in the common acceptation, is called London, amounts to 36 miles, 2 furlongs, 39 rods. N.B. The town of Greenwich, which may, indeed, be said to be contiguous to Deptford, might be also called a part of this measurement. But I omit it, as I have the towns of Chelsea and Knightsbridge on the other side, though both may be said to join the town, and in a very few years will certainly do so. Were it possible to reduce all these buildings to a compact situation, 'tis generally thought, that the whole body so put together, allowing the necessary ground, which they now employ for the several trades in the outparts, such as the building yards by the river, for shipwrights, tanners' yards, dyers, whitsters, and I say, 'tis believed the whole would take up 28 miles in circumference, very compactly built. The guesses that are made at the number of inhabitants, have been variously formed. Sir William Petty, famous for his political arithmetic, supposed the city, at his last calculation, to contain 1 million of people, and this he judges from the number of births and burials. And by this rule, as well by what is well known of the increase of the said births and burials, as of the prodigious increase of buildings, it may be very reasonable to conclude the present number of inhabitants within the circumference I have mentioned, to amount to, at least, 1,500,000, with this addition, that it is still prodigiously increasing. Nor is it hard to account for this increase of people, as well as buildings in London. But the discourse seems too political to belong to this work, which, rather, relates to the fact than the reason of it, and is properly to describe the thing, not to shew why it is so, for which reason I omit entreing into the inquiry. The government of this great mass of building, and of such a vast collected body of people, though it consists of various parts, is, perhaps, the most regular and well-ordered government, that any city, of above half its magnitude, can boast of. The government of the City of London in particular, and abstractedly considered, is, by the Lord Mayor, 24 aldermen, 2 sheriffs, the Recorder and Common Council. But the jurisdiction of these is confined to that part only, which they call the city and its liberties, which are marked out, except the borough, by the walls and the bars, as they are called, and which the particular maps of the city have exactly lined out, to which I refer. Besides this, the Lord Mayor and Aldermen of London have a right presidial, as above, in the borough of Southwark, as conservators of the bridge, and the bridge itself is their particular jurisdiction. Also the Lord Mayor, and is conservator of the River Thames, from Staines Bridge in Surrey and Middlesex, to the River Medway in Kent, and, as some insist, up the Medway to Rochester Bridge. The government of the outparts, is by justices of the peace, and by the sheriffs of London, who are, likewise, sheriffs of Middlesex. And the government of Westminster is, by a high bailiff, constituted by the dean and chapter, to whom the civil administrations is so far committed. The remaining part of Southwark side, when the city jurisdiction is considered, is governed, also by a bench of justices, and their proper substituted peace officers. Excepting out of this the privileges of the Marshalseas, or of the Marshal's Court, the privilege of the Marshal of the King's Bench, the Mint, and the like. To enter here, into a particular description of the City of London, its antiquities, monuments, and would be only to make an abridgment of Stowe and his continuators, and would make a volume by itself. But while I write in manner of a letter, and in the person of an itinerant, and give a cursory view of its present state, and to the reader, who is supposed to be upon the spot, or near it, and who has the benefit of all the writers who have already entered upon the description, it will, I believe, be allowed to be agreeable and sufficient to touch at those things principally, which no other authors have yet mentioned, concerning this great and monstrous thing, called London. N.B. By this may be plainly understood, that I mean not the city only, for then I must discourse of it in several parts, and under several denominations and descriptions, as of the city and liberties of London, of the city and liberties of Westminster, of the Tower and its hamlets, of the suburbs or buildings annexed to these, and called Middlesex, of the Borough of Southwark, of the Bishop of Winchester's reserved privileged part in Southwark, called the Park and Marshalsea, of Lambeth, of Deptford, and the King's and Merchants' yards for building, of the Bridge House and its reserved limits, belonging to the city, of the buildings on Southwark side, not belonging to any of these. But by London, as I shall discourse of it, I mean, all the buildings, places, hamlets, and villages contained in the line of circumvallation, if it be proper to call it so, by which I have computed the length of its circumference as above. We ought, with respect to this great mass of buildings, to observe, in every proper place, what it is now, and what it was within the circumference of a few years past. And particularly, when other authors wrote, who have ventured upon the description of it. It is, in the first place, to be observed, as a particular and remarkable crisis, singular to those who write in this age, and very much to our advantage in writing, that the great and more eminent increase of buildings, in and about the city of London, and the vast extent of ground taken in, and now become streets and noble squares of houses, by which the mass, or body of the whole, is become so infinitely great, has been generally made in our time. Not only within our memory, but even within a few years, and the description of these additions, cannot be improper to a description of the whole, as follows. A brief description of the new buildings erected in and about the cities of London and Westminster and Borough of Southwark, since the year 1666. This account of new buildings is to be understood. Of houses rebuilt after the great fires High London and Southwark, and new foundations, on ground where never any buildings were erected before. Take, then, the city and its adjacent buildings to stand, as described by Mr. Stowe, or by any other author, who wrote before the fire of London, and the difference between what it was then, and what it is now, may be observed thus. It is true, that before the fire of London, the streets were narrow, and public edifices, as well as private, were more crowded, and built closer to one another. For soon after the fire, the king, by his proclamation, forbid all persons whatsoever, to go about to rebuild for a certain time, viz. till the Parliament, which was soon to sit, might regulate and direct the manner of building, and establish rules for the adjusting every man's property, and yet might take order for a due enlarging of the streets, and appointing the manner of building, as well for the beauty as the conveniency of the city, and for safety, in case of any future accident. For though I shall not inquire, whether the city was burnt by accident, or by treachery, yet nothing was more certain, than that as the city stood before, it was strangely exposed to the disaster which happened. And the buildings looked as if they had been formed to make one general bonfire, whenever any wicked party of incendiaries should think fit. The streets were not only narrow, and the houses all built of timber, lath and plaister, or, as they were very properly called paper work, and one of the finest range of buildings in the Temple, are, to this day, called the paper buildings. From that usual expression. But the manner of the building in those days, one story projecting out beyond another, was such, that in some narrow streets, the houses almost touched one another at the top, and it has been known, that men, in case of fire, have escaped on the tops of the houses, by leaping from one side of a street to another. This made it often, and almost always happen, that if a house was on fire, the opposite house was in more danger to be fired by it, according as the wind stood, than the houses next adjoining on either side. How this has been regulated, how it was before, and how much better it now is, I leave to be judged, by comparing the old unburnt part of the city with the new. But though, by the new buildings after the fire, much ground was given up, and left unbuilt, to enlarge the streets, yet 'tis to be observed, that the old houses stood severally upon more ground, were much larger upon the flat, and in many places Gardens and large yards about them, all which, in the new buildings, are, at least, contracted, and the ground generally built up into other houses, so that notwithstanding all the ground given up for beautifying the streets, yet there are many more houses built than stood before upon the same ground. So that taking the whole city together, there are more inhabitants in the same compass, than there was before. To explain this more fully, I shall give some particular instances, to which I refer, which there are living witnesses able to confirm. For example, Swithin's alleys by the Royal Exchange, were all, before the fire, taken up with one single merchant's house, and inhabited by one Mr. Swithin, whereas, upon the same ground where the house stood, stands now about 22 or 24 houses, which belong to his posterity to this day. Copt Hall Court in Throckmorton Street, was, before the fire, also a single house, inhabited by a Dutch merchant. Also 3 more courts in the same streets, were single houses, 2 on the same side of the way, and 1 on the other. The several alleys behind St. Christopher's Church, which are now vulgarly, but erroneously, called St. Christopher's Churchyard, were, before the fire, one great house, or, at least, a house and warehouses belonging to it, in which the famous Mr. Kendrick lived, whose monument now stands in St. Christopher's Church, and whose dwelling, also, took up almost all the ground, on which now a street of houses is erected, called Prince's Street, going through into Lothbury. No such street being known before the fire. King's Arms Yard in Coleman Street, now built into fine large houses, and inhabited by principal merchants, was, before the fire, a stable yard for horses and an inn, at the sign of the King's Arms. I might fill up my account with many such instances, but 'tis enough to explain the thing, viz. that so many great houses were converted into streets and courts, alleys and buildings, that there are, by estimation, almost 4,000 houses now standing on the ground which the fire left desolate, more than stood on the same ground before. Another increase of buildings in the city, is to be taken from the inhabitants in the unburnt parts following the same example, of pulling down great old buildings, which took up large tracts of ground in some of the well-inhabited places, and building on the same ground, not only several houses, but even whole streets of houses, which are since fully inhabited. For example, Crosby Square within Bishopsgate, formerly the house of Sir James Langham merchant. Devonshire Square and Street, with several back streets and passages into Petticoat Lane one way, and Houndsditch another way, all built on the ground where the old Earl of Devonshire had a house and garden, and are all fully inhabited. Bridgewater Square, and several streets adjoining all fully inhabited, built on the ground where the Earl of Bridgewater had a large house and garden in Barbican. Billiter Square, and several passages adjoining, built upon the grounds of one great house, in which, before that, one merchant only lived. All those palaces of the nobility, formerly making a most beautiful range of buildings fronting the Strand, with their gardens reaching to the Thames, where they had their particular water gates and stairs, one of which remains still, viz. Somerset House, have had the same fate, such as Essex, Norfolk, Salisbury, Worcester, Exeter, Hungerford, and York houses. In the place of which, are now so many noble streets and beautiful houses, erected, as are, in themselves, equal to a large city, and extend from the Temple to Northumberland House, Somerset House and the Savoy, only intervening. And the latter of these may be said to be, not a house, but a little town, being parted into innumerable tenements and apartments. Many other great houses have, by the example of these, been also built into streets, as Hatton House in Holborn, and the old Earl of Bedford's great garden, called New Convent Garden, but those I omit, because built before the year 1666. But I may add the Lord Brooke's house in Holborn, the Duke of Bedford's last remaining house and garden in the Strand, and many others. These are prodigious enlargements to the city, even upon that which I call inhabited ground, and where infinite numbers of people now live, more than lived upon the same spot of ground before. But all this is a small matter, compared to the new foundations raised within that time, in those which we justly call the outparts. And not to enter on a particular description of the buildings, I shall only take notice of the places where such enlargements are made. As, first, within the memory of the writer hereof, all those numberless ranges of building, called Spittle Fields, reaching from Spittle Yard, at Northern Falgate, and from Artillery Lane in Bishopsgate Street, with all the new streets. Beginning at Hoxton, and the back of Shoreditch Church, north, and reaching to Brick Lane, and to the end of Hare Street, on the way to Bethnal Green, east. Then sloping away quite to Whitechapel Road, south-east, containing, as some people say, who pretend to know, by good observation, above 320 acres of ground, which are all now close built, and well inhabited with an infinite number of people. I say, all these have been built new from the ground, since the year 1666. The lanes were deep, dirty, and unfrequented. That part now called Spitalfields Market, was a field of grass with cows feeding on it, since the year 1670. The old artillery ground, where the Parliament listed their first soldiers against the King, took up all those long streets, leading out of Artillery Lane to Spittleyard Back Gate, and so on to the end of Wheeler Street. Brick Lane, which is now a long well-paved street, was a deep dirty road, frequented by carts fetching bricks that way into Whitechapel from brick kilns in those fields, and had its name on that account. In a word, it is computed, that about 200,000 inhabitants dwell now in that part of London, where, within about 50 years past, there was not a house standing. On the more eastern part, the same increase goes on in proportion, namely, all Goodman's Fields, the name gives evidence for it, and the many streets between Whitechapel and Rosemary Lane, all built since the year 1678. Well Close, now called Marine Square, was so remote from houses, that it used to be a very dangerous place to go over after it was dark, and many people have been robbed and abused in passing it. A well standing in the middle, just where the Danish church is now built, there the mischief was generally done. Beyond this, all the hither or west end of Ratcliffe Highway, from the corner of Gravel Lane, to the east end of East Smithfield, was a road over the fields. Likewise those buildings, now called Virginia Street, and all the streets on the side of Ratcliffe Highway to Gravel Lane above named. To come to the north side of the town, and beginning at Shoreditch, West, and Hoxton Square, and Charles's Square adjoining, and the streets intended for a marketplace, those were all open fields, from Aniseed clear to Hoxton town. Till the year 1689, or thereabouts. Pitfield Street was a bank, parting two pasture grounds, and Aske's Hospital was another open field. Farther west, the like addition of buildings begins at the footway, by the Pest House, and includes the French Hospital, Old Street 2 squares. And several streets, extending from Brick Lane to Mount Mill, and the road to Islington, and from the road, still west, to Woods Close, and to St. John's, and Clerkenwell, all which streets and squares are built since the year 1688 and 1689, and were before that, and some for a long time after, open fields or gardens, and never built on till after that time. From hence we go on still west, and beginning at Gray's Inn, and going on to those formerly called Red Lion Fields, and Lamb's Conduit Fields, we see there a prodigious pile of buildings. It begins at Gray's Inn wall towards Red Lion Street, from whence, in a straight line, 'tis built quite to Lamb's Conduit Fields, north, including a great range of buildings yet unfinished, reaching to Bedford Row and the Cockpit, east. And including Red Lion Square, Ormond Street, and the great new square at the west end of it, and all the streets between that square and King's Gate in Holborn, where it goes out. This pile of buildings is very great, the houses so magnificent and large, that abundance of persons of quality, and some of the nobility are found among them, particularly in Ormond Street, is the D. of Powys's house. Built at the expense of France, on account of the former house being burnt, while the Duc d'Aumont, the French ambassador extraordinary, lived in it. It is now a very noble structure, though not large, built of freestone, and in the most exact manner, according to the rules of architecture, and is said to be, next the banqueting house, the most regular building in this part of England. Here is also a very convenient church, built by the contribution of the gentry inhabitants of these buildings, though not yet made parochial, being called St. George's Chapel. Farther west, in the same line, is Southampton Great Square, called Bloomsbury, with King Street on the east side of it, and all the numberless streets west of the square to the market-place, and through Great Russell Street by Montague House, quite into the Hampstead Road, all which buildings, except the old building of Southampton House and some of the square, has been formed from the open fields, since the time above mentioned, and must contain several thousands of houses. Here is also a market, and a very handsome church new built. From hence, let us view the two great parishes of St. Giles's and St. Martin's in the Fields, the last so increased, as to be above 30 years ago, formed into 3 parishes, and the other about now to be divided also. The increase of the buildings here, is really a kind of prodigy. All the buildings north of Long Acre, up to the 7 Dials, all the streets, from Leicester Fields and St. Martin's Lane, both north and west, to the Haymarket in Soho, and from the Haymarket to St. James's Street inclusive, and to the Park Wall. Then all the buildings on the north side of the street, called Piccadilly, and the road to Knight's Bridge, and between that and the south side of Tyburn Road, including Soho Square, Golden Square, and now Hanover Square. And that new city on the north side of Tyburn Road, called Cavendish Square, and all the streets about it. This last addition, is, by calculation, more in bulk than the cities of Bristol, Exeter and York, if they were all put together. All which places were, within the time mentioned, mere fields of grass, and employed only to feed cattle as other fields are. The many little additions that might be named besides these, though, in themselves considerable, yet being too many to give room to here, I omit. This is enough to give a view of the difference between the present and the past greatness of this mighty city, called London. N.B. 3 projects have been thought of, for the better regulating the form of this mighty building, which though not yet brought to perfection, may, perhaps, in time, be brought forwards, and if it should, would greatly add to the beauty. Making another bridge over the Thames. Making an Act of Parliament, abrogating the names as well as the jurisdictions of all the petty privileged places, and joining or uniting the whole body, Southwark and all, into one city, and calling it by one name, London. Forbidding the extent of the buildings in some particular places, where they too much run it out of shape, and letting the more indented parts swell out on the north and south side a little, to balance the length. And bring the form of the whole more near to that of a circle, as particularly stopping the running out of the buildings at the east and west ends, as at Ratcliffe and Deptford, east, and at Tyburn and Kensington Roads, west. And encouraging the building out at Moorfields, Bunhill Fields, the west side of Shoreditch, and such places, and the north part of Gray's Inn, and other adjacent parts, where the buildings are not equally filled out, as in other places. And the like in St. George's Fields and behind Redriff on the other side of the water. But these are speculations only, and must be left to the wisdom of future ages. The city. I return now, to some short description of the parts. Hitherto I have been upon the figure and extent of the city and its outparts. I come now to speak of the inside, the buildings, the inhabitants, the commerce, and the manner of its government, and it should be observed, that the city being now rebuilt, has occasioned the building of some public edifices, even in the place which was inhabited, which yet were not before. And the rebuilding others in a new and more magnificent manner than ever was done before. That beautiful column, called the Monument, erected at the charge of the city, to perpetuate the fatal burning of the whole, cannot be mentioned but with some due respect to the building itself, as well as to the city. It is 202 feet high, and in its kind, outdoes all the obelisks and pillars of the ancients, at least that I have seen, having a most stupendous staircase in the middle to mount up to the balcony, which is about 30 feet short of the top, and whence there are other steps made even to look out at the top of the whole building. The top is fashioned like an urn. The canal or river, called Fleet Ditch, was a work of great magnificence and expense. But not answering the design, and being now very much neglected, and out of repair, is not much spoken of, yet it has 3 fine bridges over it, and a 4th, not so fine, yet useful as the rest, and the tide flowing up to the last. The canal is very useful for bringing of coals and timber, and other heavy goods. But the warehouses intended under the streets, on either side, to lay up such goods in, are not made use of, and the wharfs in many places are decayed and fallen in, which make it all look ruinous. The Royal Exchange, the greatest and finest of the kind in the world, is the next public work of the citizens, the beauty of which answers for itself, and needs no description here. 'Tis observable, that though this exchange cost the citizens an immense sum of money rebuilding, some authors say, £80,000, being finished and embellished in so exquisite a manner. Yet it was so appropriated to the grand affair of business, that the rent or income of it for many years, fully answered the interest of the money laid out in building it, whether it does so still or not, I will not say. The trade for millinery goods, fine laces, and which was so great above stairs for many years, being since scattered and removed, and the shops, many of them, left empty. But those shops, of which there were 8 double rows above, and the shops and offices round it below, with the vaults under the whole, did at first, yield a very great sum. Among other public edifices, that of the Hospital of Bethlehem, or Bedlam, should not be forgot, which is at the very time of writing this, appointed to be enlarged with 2 new wings. And will then be the most magnificent thing of its kind in the world. Likewise the Custom House, an accidental fire having demolished part of it, and given the commissioners opportunity to take in more ground, will, when it is finished, outshine all the custom houses in Europe. The churches in London are rather convenient than fine, not adorned with pomp and pageantry as in popish countries. But, like the true Protestant plainness, they have made very little of ornament either within them or without, nor, excepting a few, are they famous for handsome steeples. A great many of them are very mean, and some that seem adorned are rather deformed than beautified by the heads that contrived, or by the hands that built them. Some, however, hold up their heads with grandeur and magnificence, and are really ornaments to the whole. I mean by these, such as Bow, St. Bride's, the new church in the Strand, Rood Lane Church, or St. Margaret Fatten's, St. Anthelon's, St. Clement Danes, and some others, and some of the 50 churches, now adding by the county in charity of the government, are like to be very well adorned. 3 or 4 Gothic towers have been rebuilt at the proper expenses of the fund appointed, and are not the worst in all the city, namely St. Michael at Cornhill, St. Dunstan in the east, St. Christopher's, St. Mary Aldermary, and at St. Sepulchres. But the beauty of all the churches in the city, and of all the Protestant churches in the world, is the Cathedral of St. Paul's, a building exceeding beautiful and magnificent. Though, some authors are pleased to expose their ignorance, by pretending to find fault with it. 'Tis easy to find fault with the works even of God himself, when we view them in the gross, without regard to the particular beauties of every part separately considered, and without searching into the reason and nature of the particulars. But when these are maturely inquired into, viewed with a just reverence, and considered with judgment, then we fly out in due admirations of the wisdom of the author from the excellency of his works. The vast extent of the dome, that mighty arch, on which so great a weight is supported, meaning the upper towers or lantern of stonework 70 feet high, may well account for the strength of the pillars and battlements below. Yet those common observers of the superficial parts of the building, complain, that the columns are too gross, that the work looks heavy, and the lower figures near the eye are too large. As if the Doric and the Attic were not each of them as beautiful in their place as the Corinthian. The wise architect, like a complete master of his business, had the satisfaction, in his lifetime, of hearing those ignorant reprovers of his work confuted, by the approbation of the best masters in Europe, and the Church of St. Peter's in Rome, which is owned to be the most finished piece in the world, only exceeds St. Paul's in the magnificence of its inside work, the painting, the altars, the oratories, and the variety of its imagery. Things, which, in a Protestant church, however ornamental, are not allowed of. If all the square columns, the great pilasters, and the flat panel work, as well within as without, which they now all edge are too heavy and look too gross, were filled with pictures, adorned with carved work and gilding, and crowded with adorable images of the saints and angels, the kneeling crowd would not complain of the grossness of the work. But 'tis the Protestant plainness, that divesting those columns, and of their ornaments, makes the work, which in itself is not so large and gross as that of St. Peter's, be called gross and heavy. Whereas neither by the rules of order, or by the necessity of the building, to be proportioned and sufficient to the height and weight of the work, could they have been less, or any otherwise than they are. Nay, as it was, those gentlemen who in Parliament opposed Sir Christopher Wren's request, of having the dome covered with copper, and who moved to have had the lantern on the top made shorter, and built of wood. I say, those gentlemen pretending skill in the art, and offering to reproach the judgment of the architect, all edged, that the copper and the stone lantern would be too heavy, and that the pillars below would not support it. To which Sir Christopher answered, that he had sustained the building with such sufficient columns, and the abutment was everywhere so good, that he would answer for it with his head, that it should bear the copper covering and the stone lantern. And 7,000 ton weight laid upon it more than was proposed, and that nothing below should give way, no not 1/2 of an inch. But that, on the contrary, it should be all the firmer and stronger for the weight that should be laid on it. Adding, that it was with this view that the work was brought up from its foundation, in such manner, as made common observers rather think the first range of the buildings too gross for its upper part. And that, if they pleased, he would undertake to raise a spire of stone upon the whole, 100 foot higher than the cross now stands. When all these things are considered complexly, no man that has the least judgment in building, that knows anything of the rules of proportion, and will judge impartially, can find any fault in this church. On the contrary, those excellent lines of Mr. Dryden, which were too meanly applied in allegory to the praise of a paltry play, may be, with much more honour to the author, and justice to this work, applied here to St. Paul's Church. Strong Doric pillars form the base. Corinthian fills the upper space. So all below is strength, and all above is grace. Sir Christopher's design was, indeed, very unhappily balked in several things at the beginning, as well in the situation as in the conclusion of this work, which, because very few may have heard of, I shall mention in public. From the mouth of its author. 1. In the situation, he would have had the situation of the church removed a little to the north, that it should have stood just on the spot of ground which is taken up by the street called Paternostero, and the buildings on either side. So that the north side of the church should have stood open to the street now called Newgate Street, and the south side, to the ground on which the church now stands. By this situation, the east end of the church, which is very beautiful, would have looked directly down the main street of the city, Cheapside. And for the west end, Ludgate having been removed a little north, the main street called Ludgate Street and Ludgate Hill, would only have sloped a little wsw. As they do now irregularly two ways, one within, and the other without the gate, and all the street beyond Fleet Bridge would have received no alteration at all. By this situation, the common thoroughfare of the city would have been removed at a little farther distance from the work, and we should not then have been obliged to walk just under the very wall as we do now. Which makes the work appear quite out of all perspective, and is the chief reason of the objections I speak of. Whereas, had it been viewed at a little distance, the building would have been seen infinitely to more advantage. Had Sir Christopher been allowed this situation, he would then, also, have had more room for the ornament of the west end, which, though it is a most beautiful work, as it now appears, would have been much more so then. And he would have added a circular piazza to it, after the model of that at Rome, but much more magnificent, and an obelisk of marble in the centre of the circle, exceeding anything that the world can now shew of its kind, I mean of modern work. But the circumstance of things hindered this noble design, and the city being almost rebuilt before he obtained an order and provision for laying the foundation. He was prescribed to the narrow spot where we see it now stands, in which the building, however magnificent in itself, stands with infinite disadvantage as to the prospect of it. The inconveniencies of which was so apparent when the church was finished, that leave was at length, though not without difficulty, obtained, to pull down one whole row of houses on the north side of the body of the church. To make way for the baluster that surrounds the cemetery or churchyard, and, indeed, to admit the light into the church, as well as to preserve it from the danger of fire. Another balk which, as I said, Sir Christopher met with, was in the conclusion of the work, namely, the covering of the dome, which Sir Christopher would have had been of copper double gilded with gold. But he was overruled by party, and the city thereby, deprived of the most glorious sight that the world ever saw, since the Temple of Solomon. Yet with all these disadvantages, the church is a most regular building, beautiful, magnificent, and beyond all the modern works of its kind in Europe, St. Peter's at Rome, as above, only except dead. It is true, St. Peter's, besides its beauty in ornament and imagery, is beyond St. Paul's in its dimensions, is every way larger, but it is the only church in the world that is so. And it was a merry hyperbole of Sir Christopher Wren's, who, when some gentleman in discourse compared the two churches, and in compliment to him, pretended to prefer St. Paul's, and when they came to speak of the dimensions, suggested, that St. Paul's was the biggest. I tell you, says Sir Christopher, you might set it in St. Peter's, and look for it a good while, before you could find it. Having thus spoken of the city and adjacent buildings of London, and of the particulars which I find chiefly omitted by other writers, I have not room here to enter into all the articles needful to a full description. However, I shall touch a little at the things most deserving a stranger's observation. Supposing now, the whole body of this vast building to be considered as one city, London, and not concerning myself or the reader with the distinction of its several jurisdictions, we shall then observe it only as divided into three, viz. The city, the court, and the outparts. The city is the centre of its commerce and wealth. The court of its gallantry and splendour. The outparts of its numbers and mechanics, and in all these, no city in the world can equal it. Between the court and city, there is a constant communication of business to that degree, that nothing in the world can come up to it. As the city is the centre of business. There is the custom house, an article, which, as it brings in an immense revenue to the public, so it cannot be removed from its place, all the vast import and export of goods being, of necessity, made there. Nor can the merchants be removed, the river not admitting the ships to come any farther. Here, also, is the excise office, the navy office, the bank, and almost all the offices where those vast funds are fixed, in which so great a part of the nation are concerned, and on the security of which so many millions are advanced. Here are the South Sea Company, the East India Company, the Bank, the African Company, and whose stocks support that prodigious paper commerce, called stock jobbing. A trade, which once bewitched the nation almost to its ruin, and which, though reduced very much, and recovered from that terrible infatuation which once overspread the whole body of the people, yet is still a negotiation. Which is so vast in its extent, that almost all the men of substance in England are more or less concerned in it, and the property of which is so very often alienated, that even the tax upon the transfers of stock, though but 5 shillings for each transfer, brings many £1,000s a year to the government. And some have said, that there is not less than 100 millions of stock transferred forward or backward from one hand to another every year, and this is one thing which makes such a constant daily intercourse between the court part of the town and the city. And this is given as one of the principal causes of the prodigious conflux of the nobility and gentry from all parts of England to London, more than ever was known in former years, viz. That many thousands of families are so deeply concerned in those stocks, and find it so absolutely necessary to be at hand to take the advantage of buying and selling, as the sudden rise or fall of the price directs. And the loss they often sustain by their ignorance of things when absent, and the knavery of brokers and others, whom, in their absence, they are bound to trust, that they find themselves obliged to come up and live constantly here, or at least most part of the year. This is the reason why, notwithstanding the increase of new buildings, and the addition of new cities, as they may be called, every year to the old, yet a house is no sooner built, but 'tis tenanted and inhabited. And every part is crowded with people, and that not only in the town, but in all the towns and villages round, as shall be taken notice of in its place. But let the citizens and inhabitants of London know, and it may be worth the reflection of some of the landlords, and builders especially, that if peace continues, and the public affairs continue in honest and upright management, there is a time coming, at least the nation hopes for it, when the public debts being reduced and paid off, the funds or taxes on which they are established, may cease, and so 50 or 60 millions of the stocks, which are now the solid bottom of the South Sea Company, East India Company, Bank, and will cease, and be no more. By which the reason of this conflux of people being removed, they will of course, and by the nature of the thing, return again to their country seats, to avoid the expensive living at London. As they did come up hither to share the extravagant gain of their former business here. What will be the condition of this overgrown city in such a case, I must leave to time, but all those who know the temporary constitution of our funds, know this, 1. That even, if they are to spin out their own length, all those funds which were given for 32 years, have already run out 1/3, and some of them almost half the time, and that the rest will soon be gone. 2. That as in 2 years more, the government which receives 6%, and pays but 5, and will then pay but 4%, interest, will be able every year to be paying off and lessening the public debt, till, in time, 'tis to be hoped, all our taxes may cease, and the ordinary revenue may, as it always used to do, again supply the ordinary expense of the government. Then, I say, will be a time to expect the vast concourse of people to London, will separate again and disperse as naturally, as they have now crowded hither. What will be the fate then of all the fine buildings in the outparks, in such a case? Let any one judge. There has formerly been a great emulation between the court end of the town, and the city, and it was once seriously proposed in a certain reign, how the court should humble the city. Nor was it so impracticable a thing at that time, had the wicked scheme been carried on. Indeed, it was carried farther than consisted with the prudence of a good government, or of a wise people. For the court envied the city's greatness, and the citizens were ever jealous of the court's designs. The most fatal steps the court took to humble the city, and which, as I say, did not consist with the prudence of a good government, were, 1. The shutting up the exchequer, and, 2. The bringing a quo warranto against their charter, but these things can but be touched at here. The city has outlived it all, and both the attempts turned to the discredit of the court party, who pushed them on, but the city, I say, has gained the ascendant. And is now made so necessary to the court, as before it was thought rather a grievance, that now we see the court itself the daily instrument to encourage and increase the opulence of the city, and the city again, by its real grandeur, made not a glory only, but an assistance and support to the court, on the greatest and most sudden emergencies. Nor can a breach be now made on any terms, but the city will have the advantage, for while the stocks, and bank, and trading companies remain in the city, the centre of the money, as well as of the credit and trade of the kingdom, will be there. Nor are these capital offices only necessarily kept in the city, but several offices belonging to the public economy of the administration, such as the post office, the navy, the victualling, and the pay offices, including the ordnance office, which is kept in the Tower. In a word, the offices may, indeed, be said to be equally divided. The city has all those above mentioned, and the court has the admiralty, the exchequer, and the secretaries of state's offices, with those of the paymasters of the army, and besides these, the council, the parliament, and the courts of justice, are all kept at the same part of the town. But as all suits among the citizens are, by virtue of their privileges, to be tried within the liberty of the city, so the term is obliged to be, as it were, adjourned from Westminster Hall to Guildhall, to try causes there. Also criminal cases are in like manner tried monthly at the Old Bailey, where a special commission is granted for that purpose to the judges, but the Lord Mayor always presides, and has the chair. The equality, however, being thus preserved, and a perfect good understanding between the court and city having so long flourished, this union contributes greatly to the flourishing circumstances of both. And the public credit is greatly raised by it. For it was never known, that the city, on any occasion, was so assistant to the government, as it has been since this general good agreement. No sum is so great, but the bank has been able to raise. Here the exchequer bills are at all times circulated, money advanced upon the funds as soon as laid, and that at moderate interest, not encroaching on the government, or extorting large interest to eat up the nation, and disappoint the sovereign, and defeat his best designs, as in King William's time was too much the practice. By this great article of public credit, all the king's business is done with cheerfulness. Provisions are now bought to victual the fleets without difficulty, and at reasonable rates. The several yards where the slips are built and fitted out, are currently paid, the magazines of military and naval stores kept full, in a word, by this very article of public credit, of which the Parliament is the foundation, and the city are the architectures or builders. All those great things are now done with ease, which, in the former reigns, went on heavily, and were brought about with the utmost difficulty. But, to return to the city. Besides the companies and public offices, which are kept in the city, there are several particular offices and places, some built or repaired on purpose, and others hired and beautified for the particular business they carry on respectively, as here are several great offices for several societies of insurers. For here almost all hazards may be insured. The four principal are called, 1. Royal Exchange Insurance, 2. The London Insurers, 3. The Hand-in-Hand Fire Office, 4. The Sun Fire Office. In the two first of those, all hazards by sea are insured, that is to say, of ships or goods, not lives, as also houses and goods are insured from fire. In the last, only houses and goods. In all which offices, the premio is so small, and the recovery, in case of loss, so easy and certain, where no fraud is suspected, that nothing can be shown like it in the whole world. Especially that of insuring houses from fire, which has now attained such an universal approbation, that I am told, there are above 70,000 houses thus insured in London, and the parts adjacent. The East India House is in Leadenhall Street, an old, but spacious building. Very convenient, though not beautiful, and I am told, it is under consultation to have it taken down, and rebuilt with additional buildings for warehouses and cellars for their goods, which at present are much wanted. The African Company's house is in the same street, a very handsome, well-built and convenient house, and which fully serves for all the offices their business requires. The bank is kept in Grocers' Hall, a very convenient place, and, considering its situation, so near the Exchange, a very spacious, commodious place. Here business is dispatched with such exactness, and such expedition and so much of it too, that it is really prodigious. No confusion, nobody is either denied or delayed payment, the merchants who keep their cash there, are sure to have their bills always paid, and even advances made on easy terms, if they have occasion. No accounts in the world are more exactly kept, no place in the world has so much business done, with so much ease. In the next street, the Old Jury, is the Excise Office, in a very large house, formerly the dwelling of Sir John Frederick, and afterwards, of Sir Joseph Hearn, very considerable merchants. In this one office is managed an immense weight of business, and they have in pay, as I am told, near 4,000 officers. The whole kingdom is divided by them into proper districts, and to every district, a collector, a supervisor, and a certain number of gaugers, called, by the vulgar title excise men. Nothing can be more regular, than the methods of this office, by which an account of the whole excise is transmitted from the remotest parts of the kingdom, once every 6 weeks, which is called a sitting, and the money received, or prosecutions commenced for it, in the next sitting. Under the management of this office, are now brought, not only the excise upon beer, ale, and other liquors, as formerly, but also the duties on malt and candles, hops, soap, and leather, all which are managed in several and distinct classes, and the accounts kept in distinct books. But, in many places, are collected by the same officers, which makes the charge of the collection much easier to the government, nor is the like duty collected in any part of the world, with so little charge or so few officers. The South Sea House is situate in a large spot of ground, between Broad Street and Threadneedle Street, 2 large houses having been taken in, to form the whole office. But, as they were, notwithstanding, straitened for room, and were obliged to summon their general courts in another place, viz. at Merchant Taylor's Hall. So they have now resolved to erect a new and complete building for the whole business, which is to be exceeding fine and large, and to this end, the company has purchased several adjacent buildings, so that the ground is enlarged towards Threadneedle Street. But, it seems, they could not be accommodated to their minds on the side next Broad Street, so we are told, they will not open away that way, as before. As the company are enlarging their trade to America, and have also engaged in a new trade, namely, that of the Greenland whale fishing, they are like to have an occasion to enlarge their offices. This building, they assure us, will cost the company from £10,000 to £20,000, that is to say, a very great sum. The Post Office, a branch of the revenue formerly not much valued, but now, by the additional penny upon the letters, and by the visible increase of business in the nation, is grown very considerable. This office maintains now, packet boats to Spain and Portugal, which never was done before, so the merchants' letters for Cadiz or Lisbon, which were before 22 days in going over France and Spain to Lisbon, oftentimes arrive there now, in 9 or 10 days from Falmouth. Likewise, they have a packet from Marseilles to Port Mahon, in the Mediterranean, for the constant communication of letters with His Majesty's garrison and people in the island of Minorca. They have also a packet from England to the West Indies, but I am not of opinion, that they will keep it up for much time longer, if it be not already let fall. This office is kept in Lombard Street, in a large house, formerly Sir Robert Viner's, once a rich goldsmith, but ruined at the shutting up of the Exchequer, as above. The penny post, a modern contrivance of a private person, one Mr. William Dockraw, is now made a branch of the general revenue by the Post Office. And though, for a time, it was subject to miscarriages and mistakes, yet now it is come also into so exquisite a management, that nothing can be more exact, and 'tis with the utmost safety and dispatch. That letters are delivered at the remotest corners of the town, almost as soon as they could be sent by a messenger, and that from 4, 5, 6, to 8 times a day, according as the distance of the place makes it practicable. And you may send a letter from Ratcliffe or Limehouse in the east, to the farthest part of Westminster for a penny, and that several times in the same day. Nor are you tied up to a single piece of paper, as in the General Post Office, but any packet under a pound weight, goes at the same price. I mention this the more particularly, because it is so manifest a testimony to the greatness of this city, and to the great extent of business and commerce in it, that this penny conveyance should raise so many £1,000s in a year, and employ so many poor people in the diligence of it, as this office employs. We see nothing of this at Paris, at Amsterdam, at Hamburg, or any other city, that ever I have seen, or heard of. The Custom House I have just mentioned before, but must take up a few lines to mention it again. The stateliness of the building, shewed the greatness of the business that is transacted there. The long room is like an exchange every morning, and the crowd of people who appear there, and the business they do, is not to be explained by words. Nothing of that kind in Europe is like it. Yet it has been found, that the business of export and import in this port of London, is so prodigiously increased, and the several new offices, which they are bound to erect for the managing the additional parts of the customs, are such, that the old building, though very spacious, is too little, and as the late fire burnt or demolished some part of the west end of the Custom House, they have had the opportunity in rebuilding, to enlarge it very much. Buying in the ground of some of the demolished houses, to add to the Custom House, which will be now a most glorious building. The quays, or wharfs, next the river, fronting not the Custom House only, but the whole space from the Tower Stairs, or dock, to the bridge, ought to be taken notice of as a public building. Nor are they less an ornament to the city, as they are a testimony of the vast trade carried on in it, than the Royal Exchange itself. The revenue, or income, brought in by these wharfs, inclusive of the warehouses belonging to them, and the lighters they employ, is said to amount to a prodigious sum. And, as I am told, seldom so little as £40,000 per annum, an abundance of porters, watchmen, wharfingers, and other officers, are maintained here by the business of the wharfs. In which, one thing is very remarkable, that here are porters, and poor working men, who, though themselves not worth, perhaps, £20 in the world, are trusted with great quantities of valuable goods. Sometimes to the value of several £1,000s, and yet 'tis very rarely to be heard, that any loss or embezzlement is made. The number of these quays extending, as above, from the bridge to the Tower Dock, is 17. From these public places, I come next to the markets, which, in such a mass of building, and such a collection of people, and where such business is done, must be great, and very many. To take a view of them in particular. First, Smithfield Market for living cattle, which is, without question, the greatest in the world. No description can be given of it, no calculation of the numbers of creatures sold there, can be made. This market is every Monday and Friday. There is, indeed, a liberty taken by the butchers, to go up to Islington, and to Whitechapel, and buy of the country drovers, who bring cattle to town, but this is called forestalling the market, and is not allowed by law. There is also a great market, or rather fair for horses, in Smithfield every Friday in the afternoon, where very great numbers of horses, and those of the highest price, are to be sold weekly. The flesh markets are as follow. Leadenhall, Honey Lane, Newgate, Clare, Shadwell, Southwark, Westminster, Spitalfields, Hoxton, Forsaken, Brook, Bloomsbury, Newport, St. James's, Hungerford. N.B. At all these markets, there is a part set by for a fish market, and a part for an herb market, so that when I say afterwards, there are fish markets, and herb markets, I am to be understood, such as are wholly for fish, or for herbs and fruit. For example, N.B. The last three are, without doubt, the greatest in the world of those kinds. Bubble Market. Exchange Alley. These markets are so considerable in themselves, that they will merit a longer and more particular description, than I have room for in this place. I shall, however, briefly mention them again in their order. Of the 14 flesh markets, or markets for provisions, 7 of them are of antient standing, time out of mind, but the other 7 are erected since the enlargement of buildings mentioned above. The old ones are, Leadenhall, Honey Lane, Newgate Market, Southwark, Clare, St. James's, and Westminster. And these are so considerable, such numbers of buyers, and such an infinite quantity of provisions of all sorts, flesh, fish, and fowl, that, especially the first, no city in the world can equal them. 'Tis of the first of these markets, that a certain Spanish ambassador said, there was as much meat sold in it in 1 month, as would suffice all Spain for a year. This great market, called Leadenhall, though standing in the middle of the city, contains 3 large squares, every square having several outlets into diverse streets, and all into one another. The first, and chief, is called, the Beef Market, which has 2 large gates, one into Leadenhall Street, one into Grassetchitch Street, and 2 smaller, viz. One by a long paved passage leading into Lime Street, and one under a gateway from the second square. In this square, every Wednesday is kept a market for raw hides, tanned leather, and shoemakers' tools. And in the warehouses, upstairs on the east and south sides of the square, is the great market for Colchester baize. The second square is divided into 2 oblongs, in the first is the fish market, and in the other, a market for country higglers, who bring small things, such as pork, butter, eggs, pigs, country dressed, with some fowls, and such like country fare. The north part of the fish market, the place being too large for the fishmongers' use, are the stalls of the town butchers for mutton and veal, the best and largest of which, that England can produce, is to be bought there. And the east part is a flesh market for country butchers. The third, and last square, which is also very large, is divided into 3 parts. Round the circumference, is the butter market, with all sorts of higglery goods, as before. The south part is the poultry market, and the bacon market. And the centre is an herb market. All the other markets follow the same method in proportion to the room they have for it, and there is an herb market in every one, but the chief markets in the whole city for herbs and garden stuff, are the Stocks and Covent Garden. There are but 2 corn markets in the whole city and out parts, but they are monsters for magnitude, and not to be matched in the world. These are Bear Quay, and Queenhithe. To the first comes all the vast quantity of corn that is brought into the city by sea, and here corn may be said, not to be sold by cart loads, or horse loads, but by ship loads, and except the corn chambers and magazines in Holland, when the fleets come in from Danzig and England, the whole world cannot equal the quantity bought and sold here. This is the place whither all the corn is brought, which, as I have observed, is provided in all the counties of England, near the sea coast, and shipped for London, and no quantity can be wanted either for home consumption or for foreign exportation, but the corn factors, who are the managers of this market, are ready to supply it. The other, which I call a corn market too, is at Queenhithe, but this market is chiefly, if not wholly, for malt. As to the whole corn, as the quantity of malt brought to this market is prodigious great, so I must observe too, that this place is the receiver of all the malt, the barley of which takes up the ground of so many 100,000 acres of land in the counties of Surrey, Bucks, Berks, Oxford, Southampton, and Wilts, and is called West Country malt. It is true, there is a very great quantity of malt, and of other corn too, brought to some other places on the river, and sold there, viz. to Milford Lane, above the bridge, and the Hermitage, below the bridge. But this is but, in general, a branch of the trade of the other places. It must not be omitted, that Queenhithe is also a very great market for meal, as well as malt, and, perhaps, the greatest in England. The vessels which bring this malt and meal to Queenhithe, are worth the observation of any stranger that understands such things. They are remarkable for the length of the vessel, and the burthen they carry, and yet the little water they draw. In a word, some of those barges carry above 1,000 quarter of malt at a time, and yet do not draw 2 foot of water. N.B. 1,000 quarter of malt must be granted to be, at least, 100-ton burthen. Note also, some of these large barges come as far as from Abington, which is above 150 miles from London, if we measure by the river. The next market, which is more than ordinary remarkable, is the coal market at Billingsgate. This is kept every morning on the broad place just at the head of Billingsgate Dock, and the place is called Roomland. From what old forgotten original it has that name, history is silent. I need not, except for the sake of strangers, take notice, that the city of London, and parts adjacent, as also all the south of England, is supplied with coals, called therefore sea coal, from Newcastle upon Tyne, and from the coast of Durham and Northumberland. This trade is so considerable, that it is esteemed the great nursery of our best seamen, and of which I shall have occasion to say more in my account of the northern parts of England. The quantity of coals, which it is supposed are, communibus annis, burnt and consumed in and about this city, is supposed to be about 500,000 chalder, every chalder containing 36 bushels, and generally weighing about 30 hundredweight. All these coals are bought and sold on this little spot of room land, and, though sometimes, especially in case of a war, or of contrary winds, a fleet of 500 to 700 sail of ships, comes up the river at a time, yet they never want a market. The brokers, or buyers of these coals, are called crimps. For what reason, or original, is likewise a mystery peculiar to this trade. For these people are noted for giving such dark names to the several parts of their trade. So the vessels they load their ships with at Newcastle, are called keels, and the ships that bring them, are called cats, and hags, or hag boats, and fly boats, and the like. But of that hereafter. The increase of this consumption of coals, is another evidence of the great increase of the city of London, for, within a few years past, the import of coals was not, in the river of Thames, so great by very near half. It must be observed, that as the city of London occasions the consumption of so great a quantity of corn and coals, so the measurement of them is under the inspection of the Lord Mayor and Court of Aldermen, and for the direction of which there are allowed a certain number of corn meters, and coal meters, whose places are for life, and bring them in a very considerable income. These places are in the gift of the Lord Mayor for the time being, and are generally sold for 3,000 or 4,000 pounds apiece, when they fall. They have abundance of poor men employed under them, who are called, also, meters, and are, or ought to be, freemen of the city. This is, indeed, a rent charge upon the buyer, and is a kind of gable, as well upon the coals as the corn. But the buyer is abundantly recompensed, by being ascertained in his measure without any fraud. So that having bought his coals or corn, he is perfectly unconcerned about the measure, for the sworn meters are so placed between the buyer and seller, that no injury can be offered. Nor have I heard that any complaint of injustice is ever made against the meters, who are generally men of good character, are sworn to do right, and cannot easily do wrong without being detected. So many eyes being about them, and so many several persons concerned in the work, who have no dependence one upon another. There is one great work yet behind, which, however, seems necessary to a full description of the city of London, and that is the shipping in the Pool, but in what manner can any writer go about it, to bring it into any reasonable compass? The thing is a kind of infinite, and the parts to be separated from one another in such a description, are so many, that it is hard to know where to begin. The whole river, in a word, from London Bridge to Black Wall, is one great arsenal, nothing in the world can be like it. The great building yards at Schiedam near Amsterdam, are said to outdo them in the number of ships which are built there. And they tell us, that there are more ships generally seen at Amsterdam, than in the Thames. As to the building part, I will not say, but that there may be more vessels built at Schiedam, and the parts adjacent, than in the river Thames, but then it must be said that the English build for themselves only, the Dutch for all the world. That almost all the ships the Dutch have, are built there, whereas, not 1/5 part of our shipping is built in the Thames. But abundance of ships are built at all the seaports in England, such as at Newcastle, Sunderland, Stockton, Whitby, Hull, Gainsborough, Grimsby, Lynn, Yarmouth, Aldborough, Walderswick, Ipswich and Harwich, upon the east coast. And at Shoreham, Arundel, Brighthelmston, Portsmouth, Southampton, Poole, Weymouth, Dartmouth, Plymouth, besides other places, on the south coast. That we see more vessels in less room at Amsterdam. But the setting aside their hoys, billanders and schoots, which are in great numbers always there, being vessels particular to their inland and coasting navigation. You do not see more ships, nor near so many ships of force, at Amsterdam as at London. That you see more ships there in less room, but, perhaps, not so many ships in the whole. That part of the river of Thames which is properly the harbour, and where the ships usually deliver or unload their cargoes, is called the Pool, and begins at the turning of the river out of Limehouse Reach, and extends to the Custom House Quays. In this compass I have had the curiosity to count the ships as well as I could, en passant, and have found above 2,000 sail of all sorts, not reckoning barges, lighters or pleasure boats, and yachts, but of vessels that really go to sea. It is true, the river or Pool, seemed, at that time, to be pretty full of ships. It is true also, that I included the ships which lay in Deptford and Blackwall reaches, and in the wet docks, whereof, there are no less than 3. But, 'tis as true, that we did not include the men of war at the King's Yard and in the wet dock there at Deptford, which were not a very few. In the river, as I have observed, there are from Battle Bridge on the Southwark side, and the Hermitage Bridge on the city side, reckoning to Blackwall, inclusive. This is inclusive of the builders of lighters, hoys, and but exclusive of all boat builders, wherry builders, and above-bridge barge builders. To enter into any description of the great magazines of all manner of naval stores, for the furnishing those builders, would be endless, and I shall not attempt it. 'Tis sufficient to add, that England, as I have said elsewhere, is an inexhaustible storehouse of timber, and all the oak timber, and generally the plank also, used in the building these ships, is found in England only, nay, and which is more. It is not fetched from the remoter parts of England, but these southern counties near us are the places where 'tis generally found. As particularly the counties of Berks and Bucks, Surrey, Kent, Sussex, Essex and Suffolk, and very little is brought farther, nor can all the shipbuilding the whole kingdom are able to build, ever exhaust those counties. Though they were to build much more than they do. But I must land, lest this part of the account seems to smell of the tar, and I should tire the gentlemen with leading them out of their knowledge. I should mention, for the information of strangers, and that the buildings of this great city are chiefly of brick, as many ways found to be the safest, the cheapest, and the most commodious of all other materials. By safe, I mean from fire, and as by Act of Parliament, every builder is bound to have a partition wall of brick also, 1 brick and half thick between every house. It is found to be, indeed, very helpful in case of fire. And as I am speaking of fire and burning of houses, it cannot be omitted, that nowhere in the world is so good care taken to quench fires as in London. I will not say the like care is taken to prevent them. For I must say, that I think the servants, nay, and masters too in London, are the most careless people in the world about fire, and this, no doubt, is the reason why there are frequently more fires in London and in the outparts than there are in all the cities of Europe put them together. Nor are they the more careful, as I can learn either from observation or report. I say, they are not made more cautious, by the innumerable fires which continually happen among them. And this leads me back to what I just now said, that no city in the world is so well furnished for the extinguishing fires when they happen. By the great convenience of water which being everywhere laid in the streets in large timber pipes, as well from the Thames as the New River, those pipes are furnished with a fire plug, which the parish officers have the key of, and when opened, let out not a pipe, but a river of water into the streets, so that making but a dam in the kennel, the whole street is immediately under water to supply the engines. By the great number of admirable engines, of which, almost, every parish has one, and some halls also, and some private citizens have them of their own, so that no sooner does a fire break out, but the house is surrounded with engines, and a flood of water poured upon it, till the fire is, as it were, not extinguished only, but drowned. The several insurance offices, of which I have spoken above, have each of them a certain set of men, who they keep in constant pay, and who they furnish with tools proper for the work, and to whom they give jack-caps of leather, able to keep them from hurt, if brick or timber, or anything not of too great a bulk, should fall upon them. These men make it their business to be ready at call, all hours, and night or day, to assist in case of fire, and it must be acknowledged, they are very dexterous, bold, diligent, and successful. These they call firemen, but with an odd kind of contradiction in the title, for they are really most of them watermen. Having mentioned, that the city is so well furnished with water, it cannot be omitted, that there are two great engines for the raising the Thames water, one at the bridge, and the other near Broken Wharf. These raise so great a quantity of water, that, as they tell us, they are able to supply the whole city in its utmost extent, and to supply every house also 3 with a running pipe of water up to the uppermost story. However, the New River, which is brought by an aqueduct or artificial stream from where, continues to supply the greater part of the city with water, only with this addition by the way, that they have been obliged to dig a new head or basin at Islington on a higher ground than that which the natural stream of the river supplies, and this higher basin they fill from the lower, by a great engine worked formerly with 6 sails, now by many horses constantly working. So from that new elevation of the water, they supply the higher part of the town with the same advantage, and more ease than the Thames engines do it. There was a very likely proposal set on foot by some gentleman, whose genius seemed equal to the work, for drawing another river, rather larger than that now running, and bringing it to a head on some rising grounds beyond Mary-le-Bon. This water was proposed to be brought from the little coin or coal nearest to Albans, and the river, called Two Waters, near Rickmansworth, and as I have seen the course of the water, and the several supplies it was to have, and how the water level was drawn for containing the current, I must acknowledge it was a very practical undertaking, and merited encouragement. But it was opposed in Parliament, and dropped for the present. This design was particularly calculated for supplying those prodigious additions of buildings, which I have already described at the west end of the town. However, though this be laid aside, as also several water-houses in other parts, particularly one at Wapping, one near Battlebridge in Southwark, and the famous one at York Buildings, yet it cannot be denied that the city of London is the best supplied with water of any great city in the world, and upon as easy terms to its inhabitants. There were formerly several beautiful conduits of running water in London, which water was very sweet and good, and was brought at an infinite expense, from several distant springs, in large leaden pipes to those conduits, and this was so lately, that several of those conduits were rebuilt since the fire, as one on Snow Hill and one at Stocks Market, which serves as a pedestal for the great equestrian statue of King Charles II. Erected there at the charge of Sir Robert Vyner, then Lord Mayor, and who was then an eminent banker in Lombard Street, but his loyalty could not preserve him from being ruined by the common calamity, when the king shut up the exchequer. They tell us a merry story of this statue, how true it may be, let those testify who saw it, if any such witnesses remain, viz. That a certain famous court lady, I do not say it was the D.S.S. of Portsmouth, being brought to bed of a son late in the night. The next morning this glorious equestrian statue had a pillion handsomely placed on it behind the body of the K, with a paper pinned to the trapping of the pillion, with words at length, gone for a midwife. It is scarce worth while to give an account of the statues in this city, they are neither many, or are those which are, very valuable. The statue of King Charles II. In marble, standing in the middle of the Royal Exchange, is the best beyond comparison. One of the same prince, and his father, standing in two large niches on the south front of the same building, and being bigger than the life, are coarse pieces compared to it. The statues of the kings and queens, 17 of which are already put up in the inside of the Royal Exchange, are tolerable, but all infinitely inferior to that in the middle. There is a statue of Sir Thomas Gresham, the founder of the Royal Exchange, which outdoes many of those kings, only that it stands in a dark corner, and is little noticed. 'Tis placed in a niche under the piazza, in the northwest angle of the Exchange, just regarding the Ticky Walk, and he has a bale of silk lying by him. There is another equestrian statue, and but one, as I remember, within the city. And that is of King James I on the north front of one of the gates of the city called Aldersgate. This was erected on the occasion of that king's entreing the city at that gate when he arrived here from Scotland, to take the crown after the death of Queen Elizabeth. When that statue was finely painted and gilded, which is not usual, nor is the gilding yet worn off. There are some emblematic figures remaining, which were then suited to the occasion of his triumphal entry, and there was another arch formed for the day at the bars, where the liberties of the city end, that way which is now called Goswell Street. But that was taken down soon after. The gates of the city are 7, besides posterns, and the posterns that remain are 4, besides others that are demolished. The gates are all remaining, 2 of them which were demolished at the fire, being beautifully rebuilt, these are Ludgate and Newgate. The first a prison for debt for freemen of the city only, the other a prison for criminals, both for London and Middlesex, and for debtors also for Middlesex, being the county jail. Moorgate is also rebuilt, and is a very beautiful gateway, the arch being near 20 foot high, which was done to give room for the city-trained bands to go through to the artillery ground, where they muster. And that they might march with their pikes advanced, for then they had pikemen in every regiment, as well in the army as in the militia, which since that, is quite left off. This makes the gate look a little out of shape, the occasion of it not being known. Cripplegate and Bishopsgate are very old, and make but a mean figure. Aldersgate is about 120 years old, and yet being beautified, as I have said, on the occasion of King James's entry, looks very handsome. Aldgate was very ancient and decayed, so that as old as Aldgate, was a city proverb for many years, but this gate was rebuilt also, upon the triumphant entry of James I and looks still very well. On the east side of this gate are 2 statues in stone, representing 2 men, from the waist upward, and in armor, throwing down 2 great stones, supposing it to be on an enemy assaulting the gate, which I mention, because some time ago, one of these men in armor, whether tired with holding it so long, or dreaming of enemies assaulting the gate, our authors do not inform us. But he threw down the stone, or rather let it fall, after having held it upwards of 100 years, but, as it happened, it did no harm. Most of these gates are given by the city to the chief of the officers of the city to live in, and the houses are very convenient dwellings. Temple Bar is the only gate which is erected at the extent of the city liberties, and this was occasioned by some needful ceremonies at the proclaiming any king or queen of England, at which time the gates are shut. The herald at arms knocks hard at the door, the sheriffs of the city call back, asking who is there. Then the herald answers, I come to proclaim, and, according to the name of the prince who is to succeed to the crown, and repeating the titles of Great Britain, France and Ireland, and at which the sheriffs open, and bid them welcome, and so they go on to the exchange, where they make the last proclamation. This gate is adorned with the figures of kings below, and traitors above, the heads of several criminals executed for treason being set up there. The statues below are of Queen Elizabeth and King James I, King Charles I and II. And this is the fourth statue of King Charles II, which is to be seen in the city of London, besides his picture nobly done at full length, which was set up formerly in the Guildhall. There are in London, and the far extended bounds, which I now call so, notwithstanding we are a nation of liberty, more public and private prisons, and houses of confinement, than any city in Europe. Perhaps as many as in all the capital cities of Europe put together. For example, public gaols. The Tower, Newgate, Ludgate, King's Bench, the Fleet, Bridewell, Marshalsea's, the Gatehouse. 2 counters in the city. 1 counter in the Borough. St. Martin's le Grand. The Clink, formerly the prison to the Stews. Whitechapel. Finsbury. The Duchy. St. Catherine's. Bale Dock. Little Ease. New Prison. New Bridewell. Toddlefields Bridewell. 5 night prisons, called roundhouses, and tolerated prisons. Bethlem or Bedlam. 119 sponging houses. 15 private madhouses. The King's Messengers' houses. The Sergeant at Arms's officers' houses. The Black Rod officers' houses. Cum aliis. 3 pest houses. The Admiralty officers' houses. Tipstaff's houses. Chancery officers' houses. N.B. All these private houses of confinement, are pretended to be little purgatories, between prison and liberty, places of advantage for the keeping prisoners at their own request, till they can get friends to deliver them. And so avoid going into public prisons. Though, in some of them, the extortion is such, and the accommodation so bad, that men choose to be carried away directly. This has often been complained of, and hopes had of redress. But the rudeness and avarice of the officers prevails, and the oppression is sometimes very great, but that by the way. In a word, to sum up my description of London, take the following heads. There are in this great mass of buildings thus called London 2 cathedrals. 4 choirs for music worship. 135 parish churches. 9 new churches unfinished, being part of 50 appointed to be built. 69 chapels where the Church of England service is performed. 2 churches at Deptford, taken into the limits now described. 28 foreign churches. Besides dissenters' meetings of all persuasions. Popish chapels, and 1 Jews' synagogue. There are also 13 hospitals, besides lesser charities, called almshouses, of which they reckon above 100, many of which have chapels for divine service. 3 colleges. 27 public prisons. 8 public schools, called free schools. 83 charity schools. 14 markets for flesh. 2 for live cattle, besides 2 herb markets. 23 other markets, as described. 15 inns of court. 4 fairs. 27 squares, besides those within any single building, as the Temple, Somerset House, and 5 public bridges. 1 town house, or Guildhall. 1 Royal Exchange. 2 other exchanges only for shops. 1 custom house. 3 artillery grounds. 4 pest houses. 2 bishops' palaces. And 3 royal palaces. The Court and Westminster. Having dwelt thus long in the city, I mean properly called so, I must be the shorter in my account of other things. The court end of the town, now so prodigiously increased, as is said before, would take up a volume by itself, and, indeed, whole volumes are written on the subject. The King's Palace, though the receptacle of all the pomp and glory of Great Britain, is really mean, in comparison of the rich furniture within, I mean the living furniture. The glorious court of the King of Great Britain, the splendor of the nobility, the wealth and greatness of the attendants, the economy of the house, and the real grandeur of the whole royal family outdoes all the courts of Europe. Even that of France itself, as it is now managed since the death of Louis the Great. But the palace of St. James's is, I say, too mean, and only seems to be honoured with the court, while a more magnificent fabric may be erected, where the King of England usually resided, I mean at Whitehall. The ruins of that old palace seem to predict that the time will come when that phoenix shall revive, and when a building shall be erected there, suiting the majesty and magnificence of the British princes, and the riches of the British nation. Many projects have been set on foot for the rebuilding the antient palace of Whitehall. But most of them have related rather to a fund for raising the money, than a model for the building, but as I once saw a model for the palace itself, know its author, and when it was proposed, and that I still believe that scheme will, at last, be the ground plot of the work itself, I believe it will not be disagreeable to give a brief account of the design. A scheme for a royal palace in the place of Whitehall. First, it was proposed, that the whole building should be of Portland stone, and all the front be exactly after the model of the banqueting house, with such alterations only as the length and height of the building made necessary. That the first floor of the building should be raised from the present surface, at least 8 feet, as the present building of the banqueting house now is. That the whole building should make 4 fronts, one to the water side and one to the canal in the park, a third to the north-facing Charing Cross, and the fourth to the south-facing King Street in Westminster. That every front should contain 400 yards, or 1,200 feet, in length. That there should be 4 areas or squares in the inside of the building, the first from the north entrance to be oblong, taking up the whole length of the building from east to west, and that then a long building should cross the whole work, 80 feet broad, and from the east range 1,000 feet broad to the west. And in the middle of which, should be a great arch or gate looking to the south gate of the palace, that the other side of the palace be divided into 3 squares, having 2 ranges of buildings to run cross them from south to north, and each range to join the great range of building which runs from east to west. That the whole building be withdrawn from the river so far, at least, as where the statue of King James II now stands, and a spacious terrace to be carried on into the Thames 12 feet beyond low water mark, and over the river a handsome footbridge of 12 great arches only, with a causeway at the end over St. George's Fields. That the terrace and space between the palace and the water, be made into a fine garden, with an orangery on the north side, reaching to the edge of the terrace so effectually as it may cover the garden from the view of any of the buildings on the Strand side, and a royal bagnio at the other end likewise, to cover the necessary buildings for the kitchens which are behind it. For the extent north, 'tis proposed, that all the buildings be taken down to the wall of Northumberland House, on that side, and to the north side of the Spring Garden, opposite to Suffolk Street and the Haymarket on the other side. So the front of the building that way, will extend from the hither part of Scotland Yard Gate, to Prince Rupert's Garden, and the gate of the palace being in the centre of the building, will open in that which is now called the Spring Garden. One gate of the palace opening thus north, a balustrade of iron, like that which surrounds St. Paul's Church, should take in a large parade, reaching to the Mews Gate, a space for the street only excepted, and in proportion the other way towards Pall Mall. And here on the east side, and on the west side, 2 large guard-houses should be erected, fitted, the one for the horse guards, and the other for the foot, both within the balustrade, but without the palace. And 2 smaller guard-houses for detachments of both, be likewise placed on the south side, all at a proper distance from the main building, and all low built. The canal in the park would be necessarily filled up for about 100 yards, for the extent of the building that way. The street that now is, must, at the same time, be turned, and a large street for communication with Westminster, be allowed to cross the park from the Pall Mall south, towards Westminster, to come out at the new Iron Gate, now leading to Queen's Square and Tottle Street. But no houses to be built in it, and 4 gates in the said street, to lead over the street, from the first floor of the palace, by galleries into the park. All buildings adjoining to the park to be taken down, nor any private doors or keys to be allowed. A stone wall of 20 feet high and 8 feet thick, to be built round the park, and the park to be extended west, by taking in Buckingham House, with its gardens. In this building, the proposer's scheme was, to have all the offices of the King's Exchequer, the Revenue, the Council, the Secretaries of State, the Admiralty, the Courts of Justice, and both Houses of Parliament, contained within the palace. As was the usage in former times. To this purpose, the cross range of buildings, going from east to west, through the centre of the palace, and looking into the great oblong court, which would contain 1,000 feet, exclusive of the east and west fronts, and of the great arch or gate in the centre, should be divided thus. That part on the east side of the gate to contain 2 spacious rooms, one for the House of Peers, the other for the House of Commons, with sufficient offices, galleries of communication, rooms of conference for committees, a court of requests, and for the use of the members, and rooms for all other occasions of Parliament business. The west part of this great range of building to contain a hall, as Westminster Hall now is, with proper separated courts for the King's Bench, Chancery, Common Pleas, and Exchequer bars, and a distinct court fixed, and suitably prepared for trials of peers or others, by the House of Lords, notwithstanding which, this court would be sufficiently large to celebrate the coronation feast, with all its ceremonies, the building being from the middle arch to the west range of buildings 500 feet long at least, and 100 feet broad. Thus the King's Court of Justice, his High Court of Parliament, and all the affairs of the administration, would be managed within his own house, as it anciently was. And as the 2 cross ranges of buildings, which formed the 3 courts on the south side of the Parliament House and Hall of Justice, would be very large, they would afford room for the Lord Chamberlain's office, the Admiralty, the War Office, the Green Cloth, the Wardrobe Office, and all the other family offices, too many to name here. Then the main range of building on the north side of the palace, should contain, because nearest the city, the Treasury Office, the Secretaries' offices, the Council Chambers, and the Exchequer offices. The apartments of the other 3 ranges to be wholly taken up with the King's household, for example. For the royal apartments, being the King's lodgings, rooms of state and audience, the closet, the oratory, and all the rooms belonging to the apartment of a king. This to take up the east range, fronting the terrace garden in the Thames, and looking directly towards the city. The Queen's lodgings to be in the east end of the south range, fronting the city of Westminster. But between the said city and the lodgings, the Queen's garden to be extended from the terrace garden mentioned before, to a wall joining a passage from Westminster to the south gate, which wall begins at the iron balustrade and gate of the Great Parade before the south entrance of the palace, and ends at the outer stone wall, which surrounds the garden and park. The family for the royal children, to take up the west end of the said south range of buildings, with the like garden also, and a gate joining the 2 walls in the middle of the passage, leading to the south gate of the palace, by which, with an easy ascent of steps, a communication should be made between the said 2 gardens. The west rouge of buildings fronting the park, should be divided also into 2 parts, the first being the north end, to consist of royal apartments for the entertainment of foreign princes and foreign ambassadors, at the pleasure of the king. And the other half, or south end to be called the prince's lodgings, and to be for the Prince of Wales for the time being, and his family. The great arch in the centre of the whole, and in the middle of the long range of buildings, to support a large church or chapel royal, for the service of all the household, and for preaching before the Houses of Parliament on public days. As is now at St. Margaret's and at the Abbey, over this church a large dome or cupola of stone, covered with copper and double gilded. At the 2 angles of the building, fronting the river, 2 private chapels, the one for the Queen and her household, and the other for the King and his household, and either of these to support a dome covered with copper and gilded, as before, though smaller than the other, with a large lantern on the top, and a small spire, all of stone. The fronts to have pavilions and pediments in their proper places, the whole work to be built with the utmost regularity, in the Corinthian order of building, and with all possible beauty and ornament. The galleries of the royal chapel to be supported with pillars of marble, of the finest and most beautiful workmanship also, the end of the building, the altar and balustrade of the same, also niches, with their columns, and pediments of the same, and 2 pillars of the finest marble, 18 feet high, standing single, one on each side the steps to the communion table. And on them 2 statues of the apostles St. Paul and St. Peter, or as the king shall direct, the statues to be large as the life, the capitals of the columns gilded. All the carved work in the walls, and round the cornice, and architrave within and without, double gilded. The ceiling of the chapel to contain 1 great oval, the rim of it of stone, carved as at St. Paul's, and gilded, and the middle painted by the best masters, with either a figure of the Ascension or the Resurrection, the device to be new. All the carved work in wood, and mouldings, and cornice in the choir and over the stalls, to be double gilded, as likewise of the organ and organ loft. All the gates and door cases in the outsides of the work, with all the columns and carved work belonging to them, especially the north and south gates, and the 2 fronts of the great arch in the middle, to be of the finest marble. All the chimneys and foot paces before them, to be of marble of divers colours, as well English as foreign, the steps, also, of the king and queen's great staircases to be of marble, all the other staircases to be of the finest freestone, fetched from Stamford in Lincolnshire, where is the whitest stone in England, and to be built as the staircase in that called the Queen's House at Greenwich. No wood to be allowed in any of the staircases, except for wainscoting up the side. All the great staircases to be painted in the most curious manner possible, as also the ceilings of all the royal apartments, as well the Queen's as the King's. An equestrian statue of the King in the centre of 1/2 of the first great court, and the like of the late King William, in the other half. Large fountains to be kept constantly playing in the smaller courts, and in the terrace garden. Buckingham House to be bought, and taken in, to be made a royal lodge for the park, with an observatory, and a chamber of rarities, and Marlborough House to be bought, and be made a greenhouse for exotic plants, and all botanic rarities. And the old royal garden to be again restored, laid open to the park, and be a planted orangery. All the orange and lemon trees to be planted in the earth, so as not to be removed in the winter, but covered and secured separately, as at Beddington in Surrey. A large building to be added under the wall in the park, next to Tottle Street, Westminster, with separate wards for keeping the lions and other the strange and foreign-bred brutes, which are now kept in the Tower. And care to be taken to furnish it with all the rarities of that kind that the world can procure, with fowls, also, of the like foreign kinds. A royal bagnio annexed to the greenhouse in the terrace garden, like that for the ladies in the Queen's garden, but both distant from the palace. A large allotment from the lodgings at the 2 ends of the N and E ranges, for the King's kitchens, which should have also an additional range of low buildings, separate from the palace, and running down to the water side. This building would stand just between the terrace garden wall, which should hide it, and the wall of Northumberland House, and here, a dock being made for that purpose, all heavy things, needful for the kitchens, and for the whole palace, should be brought in by water, as coals, and wood, and beer, and wine, and at the east end, and the princes at the west end, the kitchens for the Queen and the younger princes or children's apartments, to be at the other extremes of their respective apartments. Every range of building to have double rows of rooms on the same floor. But the royal apartments to have also a long gallery behind them, reaching the whole length, the one end to join to the Treasury Office and Council Chamber in the north range, and the other end to reach the Queen's royal lodgings at the south range. On the east side of this gallery and in the piers, between the windows on the west side, should be placed, all the fine paintings that the court are possessed of, or that can be procured. In the northwest angle of the building, a large room or rooms for the royal library, with apartments for the library keeper, galleries in the great room to come at the books, and a cupola upon the top. In the southwest angle, a like repository for the records, as well of the exchequer as of Parliament, with apartments for the record-keeper, or register, and a dome over it as at the other angle. The north and south gates of the palace to be embellished in the most exquisite manner possible, and the statues of the king and prince over the arch wrought in marble, in the finest manner possible. The gates to rise 25 feet above the building, with an attic, and such other work as shall be contrived for the utmost beauty and ornament. The great staircases to be in the angles of the building, built projecting into the squares, that of the king's apartment, to open into the first court, and into the garden also, and in the like manner the queen's staircase, at the other side, to open into the little square and into the privy gardens. The staircases to land upon the galleries, before they enter the apartments, and for that reason, to be in the inside of the building, and to be distinct from it, to prevent taking up any of the apartments of the angles, which are appointed for other purposes. In the middle of the long's great gallery, doors should be made, leading into the great middle range of buildings, by one of which, his Majesty may enter a gallery leading to the House of Lords, and by the other, enter through another gallery to the Chapel Royal, in the great gallery and in the hall. 16 large buffets or cupboards of gold and gilt plate of all kinds, to be set open on public days. Likewise by these doors, the king will have ready access to all the offices, to all the lodgings, and through the gates formerly mentioned, crossing the great new street, which have steps to pass over their arches, and descend into the park. This, indeed, is but an embryo. But it must be confessed, it would be a magnificent building, and would very well suit the grandeur of the British court. Here a king of Great Britain would live like himself, and half the world would run over to see and wonder at it. This whole building, the person projecting it, offered to finish, that is to say, all the outside work, masonry and bricklayers' work, with plasterers, glazers, plumbers, carpenters and joiners' work, carvers, stone-cutters, copper work, iron work, and lead, including balustrade and fine gates, and, in a word, the whole palace, except painting, gilding, gardening and waterworks, for £2,300,000, the king giving timber, but the undertaker to cut it down, and bring it to the place, the king giving the Portland stone also, and bringing it by water to the place. Also the king to lay in 4,000 blocks of Italian marble of the usual dimensions, the builder to make all the imagery that are to be made of stone, but the king to be at the charge of the equestrian statues in brass. The builder to form all the fountains and basins for the waterworks, but all the pipes, vases, busts, and statues in the gardens, to be at the king's expense. But I return to the description of things which really exist, and are not imaginary. As the court is now stated, all the offices and places for business are scattered about. The Parliament meets, as they ever did, while the court was at Westminster, in the king's old palace, and there are the courts of justice also, and the officers of the exchequer, nor can it be said, however convenient the place is made for them, but that it has a little an air of venerable, though ruined antiquity. What is the court of requests, the court of wards, and the painted chamber, though lately repaired, but the core of the old English grandeur laid in state? The whole, it is true, was anciently the king's palace or royal house, and it takes up full as much ground as the new palace, which I have given a scheme of, would do, except only the gardens and parks, the space before it, which is still called Palace Yard, is much greater than that which would be at the north gate of the Palace of Whitehall, as proposed. The gardens, indeed, were not large, but not despicable neither, being the same where my Lord Halifax's house and gardens now are, and took up all the ground which we see now built upon between the river and the old palace, where the tellers of the exchequer, as well as the auditor, have handsome dwellings and gardens also. But, alas! As I say, though they seem now even in their ruins, great, yet compared to the beauty and elegancy of modern living, and of royal buildings in this age, what are they? The royal apartments, the prince's lodgings, the great officers' apartments, what are they now, but little offices for clerks, rooms for coffee-houses, auctions of pictures, pamphlet and toy shops? Even St. Stephen's Chapel, formerly the royal chapel of the palace, but till lately beautified for the convenience of the House of Commons, was a very indifferent place, old and decayed. The House of Lords is a venerable old place, indeed. But how mean, how incoherent, and how straight-ned are the several avenues to it, and rooms about it. The matted gallery, the lobby, the back ways the king goes to it, how short are they all of the dignity of the place, and the glory of a king of Great Britain, with the Lords and Commons, that so often meet there. Some attempts were made lately, to have restored the decrepit circumstances of this part of the building, and orders were given to Mr. Benson, then surveyor of the King's buildings, to do his part towards it. But it was directed so ill, or understood so little, that some thought he was more likely to throw the old fabric down, than to set it to rights, for which ignorance and vanity, 'tis said, some have not fared as they deserved. It is true, the sitting of the Parliament is by the order of the Houses themselves, accommodated as well as the place will admit. But how much more beautiful it would be in such a building, as is above contrived, I leave to the contriver to describe and to other people to judge. Come we next to Westminster Hall. 'Tis true, it is a very noble Gothic building, ancient, vastly large, and the finest roof of its kind in England, being 100 feet wide, but what a wretched figure does it make without doors. The front, a vast pinnacle or pediment, after the most ancient and almost forgotten part of the Gothic way of working. The building itself, resembles nothing so much as a great barn of 300 feet long, and really looks like a barn at a distance. Nay, if we view the whole building from without doors, 'tis like a great pile of something, but a stranger would be much at a loss to know what, and whether it was a house, or a church, or, indeed, a heap of churches. Being huddled all together, with differing and distant roofs, some higher, some lower, some standing east and west, some north and south, and some one way, and some another. The Abbey, or Collegiate Church of Westminster, stands next to this. A venerable old pile of building, it is indeed, but so old and weak, that had it not been taken in hand some years ago, and great cost bestowed in upholding and repairing it, we might, by this time, have called it a heap, not a pile. And not a church, but the ruins of a church. But it begins to stand upon new legs now, and as they continue to work upon the repairs of it, the face of the whole building will, in a short while, be entirely new. This is the repository of the British kings and nobility, and very fine monuments are here seen over the graves of our ancient monarchs. The particulars are too long to enter into here, and are so many times described by several authors, that it would be a vain repetition to enter upon it here. Besides, we have by no means any room for it. The monarchs of Great Britain are always crowned here, even King James II. Submitted to it, and to have it performed by a Protestant bishop. It is observable, that our kings and queens make always 2 solemn visits to this church, and very rarely, if ever, come here any more, viz. To be crowned and to be buried. 2 things I must observe here, and with that I close the account of it. 1. 'Tis very remarkable, that the royal vault, in which the English royal family was laid, was filled up with Queen Anne, so that just as the family was extinct above, there was no room to have buried any more below. 2. It has become such a piece of honor to be buried in Westminster Abbey, that the body of the church begins to be crowded with the bodies of citizens, poets, seamen, and parsons, nay, even with very mean persons. If they have but any way made themselves known in the world. So that in time, the royal ashes will be thus mingled with common dust, that it will leave no room either for king or common people, or at least not for their monuments, some of which also are rather pompously foolish, than solid and to the purpose. Near to this church is the Royal Free School, the best of its kind in England, not outdone either by Winchester or Eton, for a number of eminent scholars. The antiquities of this church, for it is very ancient, are published by 2 or 3 several authors, but are particularly to be seen in Dugdale's Monasticon. The revenues of it were very great, and the abbot sat as a spiritual peer in the House of Lords. The revenues are still very large, and the dean is generally Bishop of Rochester. The fate of the late bishop I desire to bury with him, who is gone to oblivion. The dean and chapter have still great privileges as well as revenues, and particularly the civil government, or temporal jurisdiction of the city of Westminster, is so far in them, that the High Steward and the High Bailiff are named by them absolutely, without any reserve either to king or people. Their present High Steward is the Earl of Arran, brother to the late Duke of Ormond, and their High Bailiff is William Norris, Esq. Being got into this part of Westminster, I shall finish it as I go, that I may not return. 'Tis remarkable, that the whole city, called properly, Westminster, and standing on the south side of the park is but one parish, and is the only city of one parish in England. There is now another great church erected, or rather erecting, by the commissioners for building 50 new churches. But they have been strangely mistaken in the situation, which is a fenny marshy ground, and it is not found so able to support the weight as, perhaps, they were told it would. I say no more. The building was very curious, especially the roof. But the towers are not so beautiful as it is thought was intended, the foundation not being to be trusted. The Earl of Peterborough's house stands at the extremity of the buildings, and is the point of measurement for the length of London, which from that house to Limehouse, is reckoned 7 miles and a quarter. And some rods. This house might have been a monitor for the builders of the new church, for they tell us it has sunk several yards, since it was first built, though this I do not affirm. There are 3 chapels of ease to St. Margaret's in this part of Westminster, besides that, great numbers of people go to the Abbey, so that there is no want of churches. There is but one meeting house in this whole part, which is called Calamis Meeting, and was formerly supplied by Mr. Stephen Lobb, who, though a dissenter, lived and died a Jacobite. The Cottonian Library is kept here in an ancient building, near Westminster Hall Gate. We were told it would be removed to the Royal Library, and then, that it would be removed to a house to be built on purpose, but we see neither yet in hand. This is one of the most valuable collections in Britain, and, the Bodleian Library excepted, is, perhaps, the best. It has in it some books and manuscripts invaluable for their antiquity. But I have not room so much as to enter upon giving an account of the particulars. This part of Westminster has but one street, which gives it a communication with London, and this is called King Street, a long, dark, dirty and very inconvenient passage. But there seems to be no remedy for it, for most passengers get out of it through the Privy Garden, and some by private passages into the park, as at Locket's, at the Cockpit, and the New Gate from Queen's Square. But these are all upon sufferance. From hence we come through 2 very handsome, though ancient gates, into the open palace before Whitehall and the banqueting house. Having mentioned Whitehall already, I have nothing more to say of it, but that it was, and is not, but may revive. There is, doubtless, a noble situation, fit to contain a royal palace, equal to Versailles. But I have given you my thoughts on that subject at large. Nor can I dwell here upon a description of His Majesty's court, or an account of the politics managed there. It does not relate to this work. Let it suffice to say, His Majesty resides, especially all the winter, at St. James's. But the business of the government, is chiefly carried on at the Cockpit. This is a royal building, was once part of Whitehall. First the Duke of Monmouth lived in it, then Prince George of Denmark and his princess, afterwards Queen Anne. And since the fire at Whitehall, the Treasury, the Secretary's office, the Council Chamber, the Board of Trade, and the Lord Chamberlain, hold all their particular offices here. And here there is also, a by-way out of Duke Street into the park. From thence we come to the Horse Guards, a building commodious enough, built on purpose, as a barrack for a large detachment of the Horse Guards, who keep their post here, while attending on duty. Over it are offices for payment of the troops, and a large court of judicature, for holding councils of war, for trial of deserters and others, according to the articles of war. In the same range of buildings, stood the Admiralty Office, built by the late King William. But though, in itself a spacious building, is found so much too narrow now the business is so much increased, and as there is a sufficient piece of spare ground behind it, to enlarge the building. We find a new and spacious office is now building in the same place, which shall be sufficient to all the uses required. This office is, perhaps, of the most importance of any of the public parts of the administration, the Royal Navy being the sinews of our strength, and the whole direction of it being in the hands of the commissioners for executing this office. The Navy and the victualling offices, are but branches of this administration, and receive their orders from hence. As likewise the docks and yards receive their orders from the Navy, the whole being carried on with the most exquisite order and dispatch. The Admiralty has been in commission ever since the death of Prince George. The present commissioners are Right Honourable James Earl of Berkeley, Sir John Jennings, John Cockburn, Esq., William Chetwynd, Esq. Sir John Norris. Sir Charles Wager. Daniel Pulteney, Esq. From this part of the town, we come into the public streets, where nothing is more remarkable than the hurries of the people. Charing Cross is a mixture of court and city. Man's Coffee House is the exchange alley of this part of the town, and 'tis perpetually thronged with men of business, as the others are with men of play and pleasure. From hence advancing a little, we see the great equestrian statue of King Charles I in brass, a costly, but a curious piece. However, it serves sufficiently, to let us know who it is, and why erected there. The circumstances are two: he faces the place where his enemies 7 triumphed over him, and triumphs, that is, tramples in the place where his murderers were hanged. 8. From this place due north, are the king's stables, called the Mews, where the king's horses, especially his coach horses, are kept, and the coaches of state are set up. It is a very large place, and takes up a great deal of ground, more than is made use of. It contains 2 large squares, besides an outlet east, where is the menagerie for teaching young gentlemen to ride the great saddle. In the middle of the first court is a smith or farrier's house and shop, a pump and horse pond, and I see little else remarkable, but old scattered buildings. And, indeed, this place standing where a noble square of good buildings might be erected, I do not wonder that they talk of pulling it down, contracting the stables into less room, and building a square of good houses there, which would, indeed, be a very great improvement, and I doubt not will be done. On the right side of the street, coming from Whitehall, is Northumberland House, so called, because belonging to the Northumberland family for some ages, but descending to the Duke of Somerset in right of marriage, from the late Duchess, heiress of the House of Piercy. 'Tis an ancient, but a very good house. The only misfortune of its situation is, its standing too near the street. The back part of the house is more modern and beautiful than the front, and when you enter the first gate, you come into a noble square fronting the fine lodgings. 'Tis a large and very well designed building, and fit to receive a retinue of 100 in family. Nor does the Duke's family come so far short of the number, as not very handsomely to fill the house. The present Duke having married the greatest heiress in Britain, and enjoyed her and the estate for above 40 years, and besides, having been master of the horse many years also, he is immensely rich, and very well merits the good fortune he has met with. Advancing thence to the Haymarket, we see, first, the great new theatre, a very magnificent building, and perfectly accommodated for the end for which it was built, though the entertainment there of late has been chiefly operas and balls. These meetings are called balls, the word masquerade not being so well relished by the English, who, though at first fond of the novelty, began to be sick of the thing on many accounts. However, as I cannot in justice say anything to recommend them, and am by no means to make this work be a satire upon anything, I choose to say no more, but go on. From hence westward and northward, lie those vastly extended buildings, which add so exceedingly to the magnitude of the whole body, and of which I have already said so much. It would be a task too great for this work to enter into a description of all the fine houses, or rather palaces of the nobility in these parts. To touch them superficially, and by halves, is too much to imitate what I complain of in others. And as I design a particular account of all the houses of the nobility and men of quality in London, and the country 15 miles round, in a work by itself, I bespeak my readers' patience, and go on. The hospitals in and about the city of London deserve a little further observation, especially those more remarkable for their magnitude, as I. Bethlem or Bedlam, this and Bridewell, indeed, go together, for though they are 2 several houses, yet they are incorporated together, and have the same governors. Also the president, treasurer, clerk, physician and apothecary are the same. But the stewards and the revenue are different, and so are the benefactions, but to both very great. The orders for the government of the hospital of Bethlem are exceeding good, and a remarkable instance of the good disposition of the gentlemen concerned in it, especially these that follow. That no person, except the proper officers who tend them, be allowed to see the lunatics of a Sunday. That no person be allowed to give the lunatics strong drink, wine, tobacco or spirits, or to sell any such thing in the hospital. That no servant of the house shall take any money given to any of the lunatics to their own use, but that it shall be carefully kept for them till they are recovered, or laid out for them in such things as the committee approves. That no officer or servant shall beat or abuse, or offer any force to any lunatic, but on absolute necessity. The rest of the orders are for the good government of the house. This hospital was formerly in the street now called Old Bedlam, and was very ancient and ruinous. The new building was erected at the charge of the city in 1676, and is the most beautiful structure for such a use that is in the world. And was finished from its foundation in 15 months. It was said to be taken ill at the court of France, that it was built after the fashion of one of the King of France's palaces. The number of people who are generally under cure in this hospital, is from 130 to 150 at a time. There are great additions now making to this hospital, particularly for the relief and subsistence of incurables, of which no full account can be given, because they are not yet finished. Or the full revenue ascertained. The first benefactor and author of this design itself, was Sir William Withers, late alderman, and who had been Lord Mayor, who left 500l. To begin it with. 2. The Hospital of Bridewell. As it is an hospital, so it is also a house of correction. The house was formerly the King's City Palace, but granted to the city to be in the nature of what is now called a workhouse, and has been so employed, ever since the year 1555. As idle persons, vagrants, and are committed to this house for correction, so there are every year, several poor lads brought up to handicraft trades, as apprentices, and of these the care is in the governors, who maintain them out of the standing revenues of the house. There are 2 other Bridewells, properly so called, that is to say, houses of correction, one at Clerkenwell, called New Prison, being the particular Bridewell for the county of Middlesex, and another in Tuttle Fields, for the city of Westminster. The other city hospitals, are the Bluecoat Hospital for poor freemen's orphan children, and the 2 hospitals for sick and maimed people, as St. Bartholomew's and St. Thomas's. These 3 are so well known by all people that have seen the city of London, and so universally mentioned by all who have written of it, that little can be needful to add, however I shall say something as an abridgment. 3. Christ's Hospital was originally constituted by King Edward VI, who has the honour of being the founder of it, as also of Bridewell. But the original design was, and is owing to the Lord Mayor and Alderman of London, and the Christian endeavours of that glorious martyr, Dr. Ridley, then Bishop of London, who never ceased moving his charitable master, the King, till he brought him to join in the foundation. The design is for entertaining, educating, nourishing and bringing up the poor children of the citizens, such as, their parents being dead, or fathers, at least, have no way to be supported, but are reduced to poverty. Of these, the hospital is now so far increased in substance, by the benefactions of worthy gentlemen contributors, they now maintain near 1,000, who have food, clothing and instruction, useful and sufficient learning, and exceeding good discipline. And at the proper times they are put out to trades, suitable to their several geniuses and capacities, and near £5,000 a year are expended on this charity. 4. St. Bartholomew's Hospital adjoins to Christ Church, and St. Thomas's is in Southwark, both which, however, being the same in kind, their description may come under one head, though they are, indeed, 2 foundations, and differently incorporated. The first founder is esteemed to be King Henry VIII, whose statue in stone and very well done, is, for that very reason, lately erected in the new front, over the entrance to the cloister in West Smithfield. The king gave 500 marks a year, towards the support of the house, which was then founded for 100 poor sick, and the city was obliged to add 500 marks a year more to it. From this small beginning, this hospital rose to the greatness we now see it arrived at, of which take the following account for 1 year, viz. 1,718. Cured and discharged, of sick, maimed and wounded, from all parts. 3,088. Buried at the expense of the house. 198. Remaining under cure. 513. V. St. Thomas's Hospital in Southwark has a different foundation, but to the same purpose. It is under the same government, viz. the Lord Mayor, Aldermen and Commonalty of the City of London, and had a revenue of about 2,000 L. per annum, about 100 years ago. This hospital has received greater benefactions than St. Bartholomew's. But then, 'tis also said to have suffered greater losses, especially by several great fires in Southwark and elsewhere, as by the necessity of expensive buildings, which, notwithstanding the charitable gifts of divers great benefactors, has cost the hospital great sums. The state of this hospital is so advanced at this time, that in the same year as above, viz. 1718, the state of the house was as follows. Cured and discharged, of sick, wounded and maimed, from all parts. 3,608. Buried at the expense of the house. 216. Remaining under cure. 566. Adjoining to this of St. Thomas's, is lately laid a noble foundation of a new hospital, by the charitable gift and single endowment of one person, and, perhaps, the greatest of its kind, next to that of Button's Hospital, that ever was founded in this nation by one person. Whether private or public, not excepting the kings themselves. This will, I suppose, be called Guy's Hospital, being to be built and endowed at the sole charge of one Mr. Thomas Guy, formerly a bookseller in Lombard Street, who lived to see the said hospital not only designed, the ground purchased and cleared, but the building begun, and a considerable progress made in it. And died while these sheets were in the press. It was not till this gentleman died, that the world were told it was to be a separate hospital, but it was generally understood to have been intended for a ward, or an addition to the old hospital of St. Thomas's, for the reception of such as were accounted incurable. But when Mr. Guy died, his will being made public, it appeared, that it was really a separate, independent and distinct hospital, under distinct governors, and for a separate purpose, to wit, for receiving such poor persons as have been dismissed from other hospitals as incurable. Nor are these restrained to the patients of the adjoining hospital of St. Thomas only, but they are allowed to receive such from St. Bartholomew's also, and also from Bethlehem, only with this restriction as to the latter, that the number of incurable lunatics shall never exceed 20 at a time. This hospital is, by Mr. Guy's will, to consist of 2 great squares of buildings, in which, besides the offices and accommodation for necessary servants and overseers, who must be lodged in the house, such as stewards, treasurer, masters, matrons, nurses, and are to be beds and apartments furnished for 400 patients, who are all to be supplied with lodging and attendance, food and physic. What the revenue, when settled, will be, what the building will amount to when finished. What the purchase of the land, and what the expense of finishing and furnishing it, cannot be estimated, till it be further looked into. But we are told without doors, that besides all the expense of purchase, building, furnishing and finishing as above, there will be left more than £200,000 for endowing the hospital with a settled revenue, for maintaining the said poor, and yet the charitable founder was so immensely rich, that besides leaving £400 a year to the Blue Coat Hospital of London, and besides building an hospital for 14 poor people at Tamworth in Staffordshire, where he was chosen representative, and besides several considerable charities which he had given in his lifetime, he also gave away, in legacies, to his relations and others, above £100,000 more, among which 'tis observable, that there is £1,000 apiece given to near 80 several persons, most of them of his own relations. So that he cannot, as has been said by some, be said to give a great charity to the poor, and forget his own family. How Mr. Guy amassed all this wealth, having been himself in no public employment or office of trust, or profit, and only carrying on the trade of a bookseller, till within a few years of his death, that is not the business of this book. 'Tis enough to say, he was a thriving, frugal man, who God was pleased exceedingly to bless, in whatever he set his hand to, knowing to what good purposes he laid up his gains. He was never married, and lived to be above 80 years old. So that the natural improvements of this money, by common interest, after it was first grown to a considerable bulk, greatly increased the sum. This hospital is left to the immediate direction of his executors, and the governors, named in his will, who are at present most of them, if not all, governors of St. Thomas's Hospital, and he has appointed them to apply to his Majesty and the Parliament to have them incorporated. The executors are as follows. Sir Gregory Page, Bart., appointed also to be first president of the corporation, when obtained. Charles Joy, Esq., appointed also treasurer of the house. William Clayton, Esq. Mr. Thomas Hollison. John Kenrick, Esq. John Lade, Esq. Dr. Richard Mead. Moses Raper, Esq. Mr. John Sprint. Also he desires, that when the corporation shall be obtained as above, either by letters patent or act of Parliament, all the 9 persons named as above, to be his executors, with the 14 following. May be the first committee for managing the said charity, viz. Mr. Benj Brain, Sen. Mr. Thomas Clark. William Cole, Esq. Dr. William Crowe. Dr. Francis Fankier. Dr. Edward Hulse. Mr. Joshua G. Mr. Matthew Howard. Mr. Samuel Lessingham. Mr. Henry Lovell. Mr. Samuel Monk. Mr. Joseph Price. Mr. Daniel Powell. Mr. Thomas Stiles. Next to these hospitals, whose foundations are so great and magnificent, is the workhouse, or city workhouse, properly so called, which being a late foundation, and founded upon mere charity, without any settled endowment, is the more remarkable, for here are a very great number of poor children taken in, and supported and maintained, fed, clothed, taught, and put out to trades, and that at an exceeding expense, and all this without 1 penny revenue. It is established, or rather the establishment of it, is supported by an old Act of Parliament, 1314. Car. 2. Empowering the citizens to raise contributions for the charge of employing the poor, and suppressing vagrants and beggars, and it is now, by the voluntary assistance and bounty of benefactors, become so considerable, that in the year 1715 they gave the following state of the house. Viz. Vagabonds, beggars, and taken into the house, including 55 which remained at the end of the preceding year. 418. Discharged. Including such as were put out to. 356. Remaining in the house. 62. Not one buried that whole year. But the supplies and charities to this commendable work, have not of late come in so readily as they used to do, which has put the governors to some difficulties. Upon which, anno 1614, the Common Council, by virtue of the powers above mentioned, agreed to raise £5,000 upon the whole city, for the support of the house, but we do not find that any new demand has been made since that. There are 3 considerable charities given by private persons in the city of Westminster, viz. The Greycoat Hospital, founded by a generous subscription or contribution, but chiefly by the charity of one, Sands, Esq. It maintains 70 boys and 40 girls, clothed, fed, and taught, and in some measure provided for, by being put out to trades. The Greencoat Hospital, in the same fields, founded by King Charles I for poor fatherless children of St. Margaret's Parish, and next to this hospital is the House of Correction, or the Westminster Bridewell. The Emmanuel Hospital, founded by the Lady and de Kers, for 10 poor men, and 10 poor women, in the 43rd year of Queen Elizabeth. Near this, are 7 several sets of almshouses, but not of any magnitude to be called hospitals. There has been, also, a very noble hospital erected by contribution of the French refugees, for the maintenance of their poor. It stands near the Pest House, in the footway to Islington in the parish of Cripplegate. And 2 ranges of new almshouses in Kingsland Road beyond Shoreditch Church. The Hospital Calpd, the Charter House, or Sutton's Hospital, is not by this supposed to be forgot, or the honour of it lessened. On the other hand, it must be recorded for ever, to be the greatest and noblest gift that ever was given for charity, by any one man, public or private, in this nation, since history gives us any account of things. Even not the great Bishop of Norwich excepted, who built the great church of Yarmouth, the cathedral at Norwich, and the church of St. Mary's at Lynn, the revenue of Mr. Sutton's hospital being, besides the purchase of the place, and the building of the house, and other expenses, little less than 6,000/ per annum revenue. The royal hospitals at Greenwich and Chelsea, are also not mentioned in this account, as not being within the reach of the most extended bounds of the city of London. These are the principal hospitals, the rest of smaller note are touched before. But it will not be a useless observation, nor altogether improper to take notice of it here, that this age has produced some of the most eminent acts of public charity, and of the greatest value, I mean from private persons. That can be found in any age within the reach of our English history, excepting only that of Sutton's hospital. And yet they tell us, that even that of Mr. Sutton's is exceeded in this of Mr. Guy's, considering that this gentleman gave a very noble gift to this same hospital before. Besides that as before, he had left £100,000 in private gifts among his own relations, as to children he had none, for he never was married. The other benefactions, I speak of which this age had produced, are already touched at in this work, and may be referred to in the reading, such as Dr. Radcliffe's gift, amounting to above £40,000 to the University of Oxford, the gift of £10,000 to Magdalen College in the same university, by their late representative. The several charities of Sir Robert Clayton, Alderman Aske, Sir Stephen Fox, Dr. Busby, Sir John Morden and others. These, added to the innumerable number of almshouses which are to be seen in almost every part of the city, make it certain, that there is no city in the world can shew the like number of charities from private hands, there being, as I am told, not less than 20,000 people maintained of charity, besides the charities of schooling for children, and besides the collections yearly at the annual feasts of several kinds, where money is given for putting out children apprentices, and so that the Papists have no reason to boast, that there were greater benefactions and acts of charity to the poor given in their times, than in our Protestant times. And this is indeed, one of the principal reasons for my making mention of it in this place. For let any particular age be singled out, and let the charities of this age, that is to say, for about 15 or 20 years past, and the sums of money bestowed by Protestants in this nation on mere acts of charity to the poor, not reckoning gifts to the Church, be cast up, it will appear they are greater by far, than would be found in England in any the like number of years, take the time when we will. Nor do I conclude in this, the money collected by briefs all over England, upon casualties by fire, though that is an eminent act of charity as any can be, nor the money given either in public or private, for rebuilding St. Paul's and other churches demolished by the fire of London, or the augmentation of poor benefices by the bounty of Queen Anne, and many other such gifts. I come now to an account of new edifices and public buildings, erected or erecting in and about London, since the writing the foregoing account, and with this I conclude. The fine new church of St. Martin's in the Fields, with a very fine steeple, which they tell us is 215 feet high, all wholly built by the contribution of that great parish, and finished with the utmost expedition. The new Admiralty office near Whitehall, being on the same ground where the old office stood, but much larger, being both longer in front and deeper backward, not yet finished. Mr. Guy's new hospital for incurables, mentioned above, situated on ground purchased for that purpose, adjoining to St. Thomas's Hospital in Southwark, being a most magnificent building not yet quite finished. 2 large wings to the Hospital of Bedlam, appointed also for incurables, proposed first by the charitable disposition of Sir William Withers deceased, this also not yet finished. A large new meeting house in Spitalfields, for the sect of dissenters, called Baptists or Antepsido Baptists. The South Sea House in Threadneedle Street, the old house being entirely pulled down, and several other houses as adjoining being purchased, the whole building will be new from the foundation, this not finished. Several very fine new churches, being part of the 50 churches appointed by Act of Parliament, viz. One in Spitalfields, one in Radcliffe Highway, one in Old Street, one at Limehouse, with a very beautiful tower, and 1 in Bloomsbury, and 5 more not finished. The parish church of St. Botolph without Bishopsgate, pulled down and rebuilding, by the contribution of the inhabitants, not as one of the 50 churches. N.B. In removing the corpses buried in this church, they found the body of Sir Paul Pinder, buried there about 80 years before, which was taken up and deposited again. And we are told, a new monument will be set up for him by the parish, to which he was a good benefactor. The Custom House, which since the late fire in Thames Street, is ordered to be enlarged, but is not yet finished. All these buildings are yet in building, and will all, in their several places, be very great ornaments to the city. A new street or range of houses taken out of the south side of the artillery ground near Moorfields, also an enlargement to the new burying ground as it was formerly called, on the north side of the same ground. The iron balustrade, or as others call it, balcony, on the lantern upon the cupola of St. Paul's Church, gilded. It was done at the cost and as the gift of an Irish nobleman, who scarce lived to see it finished. A new bear garden, called Figg's Theatre, being a stage for the gladiators or prize fighters, and is built on the Tyburn Road. N.B. The gentlemen of the science, taking offence at its being called Tyburn Road, though it really is so, will have it called the Oxford Road. This public edifice is fully finished, and in use. I conclude this account of London, with mentioning something of the account of mortality, that is to say, the births and burials, from whence Sir William Petty thought he might make some calculations of the numbers of the inhabitants. And I shall only take notice, that whereas, the general number of the burials in the year 1666, and farther back, were from 17,000 to 19,000 in a year, the last yearly bill for the year 1723, amounted as follows. Christenings. 19,203. Burials. 29,197. Here is to be observed, that the number of burials exceeding so much the number of births, is, because as it is not the number born, but the number christened that are set down, which is taken from the parish register. So all the children of dissenters of every sort, Protestant, Popish and Jewish are omitted, also all the children of foreigners, French, Dutch, and which are baptized in their own churches, and all the children of those who are so poor, that they cannot get them registered, so that if a due estimate be made, the births may be very well supposed to exceed the burials one year with another by many thousands. It is not that I have no more to say of London, that I break off here, but that I have no room to say it, and though some things may be taken notice of by others, which I have passed over, yet I have also taken notice of so many things which others have omitted, that I claim the balance in my favour. I am, Sir. Yours, N.C. Letter 6. Containing a description of part of the counties of Middlesex, Hertford, Bucks, Oxford, Wilts, Somerset, Gloucester, Warwick, Worcester, Hereford, Monmouth, and the several counties of South and North Wales. Middlesex. Hertford and Buckinghamshire. I have spent so much time, and taken up so much room in my description of London, and the adjacent parts, that I must be the more cautious, at least, as to needless excursions in the country near it. The villages round London partake of the influence of London, so much, that it is observed as London is increased, so they are all increased also, and from the same causes. I have taken notice of this in my first setting out, and particularly in the counties of Essex, Kent, and Surrey, and as the same appears to an extreme in Middlesex, I shall only give some descriptions, and say the less of the reason of it. Hackney and Bromley are the first villages which begin the county of Middlesex, east, for Bow as reckoned to Stepney, is a part of the great mass. This town of Hackney is of a great extent, containing no less than 12 hamlets or separate villages, though some of them now join, viz. Church Street, Hummer Tun, Wick House, Grove Street, Clapton, Mare Street, Well Street, Cambridge Heath, Shacklewell, Dalstone, Kingsland, Newington. All these, though some of them are very large villages, make up but one parish, viz., of Hackney. All these, except the Wick House, are within a few years so encreased in buildings, and so fully inhabited, that there is no comparison to be made between their present and past state. Every separate hamlet is encreased, and some of them more than treble as big as formerly. Indeed, as this whole town is included in the bills of mortality, though nowhere joining to London, it is in some respects to be called a part of it. This town is so remarkable for the retreat of wealthy citizens, that there is at this time near 100 coaches kept in it. Though, I will not join with a certain satirical author, who said of Hackney, that there were more coaches than Christians in it. Newington, Tottenham, Edmonton, and Enfield stand all in a line N from the city. The increase of buildings is so great in them all, that they seem to a traveller to be one continued street. Especially Tottenham and Edmonton, and in them all, the new buildings so far exceed the old, especially in the value of them, and figure of the inhabitants, that the fashion of the towns are quite altered. At Tottenham we see the remains of an antient building called the Cross, from which the town takes the name of High Cross. There is a long account of the antiquities of this place lately published, to which I refer, antiquities as I have observed, not being my province in this work, but a description of things in their present state. Here is at this town a small but pleasant seat of the Earl of Coleraine, in Ireland. His lordship is now on his travels, but has a very good estate here extending from this town to Muzzlehill, and almost to Highgate. The first thing we see in Tottenham is a small but beautiful house, built by one Mr. Wanley, formerly a goldsmith, near Temple Bar. It is a small house, but for the beauty of the building and the gardens, it is not outdone by any of the houses on this side the country. There is not anything more fine in their degree, than most of the buildings this way. Only with this observation, that they are generally belonging to the middle sort of mankind, grown wealthy by trade, and who still taste of London. Some of them live both in the city, and in the country at the same time, yet many of these are immensely rich. Highgate and Hampstead are next on the north side. At the first is a very beautiful house built by the late Sir William Ashurst, on the very summit of the hill, and with a view from the very lowest windows over the whole vale, to the city, and that so eminently, that they see the very ships passing up and down the river for 12 or 15 miles below London. The Jews have particularly fixed upon this town for their country retreats, and some of them are very wealthy. They live there in good figure, and have several trades particularly depending upon them, and especially, butchers of their own to supply them with provisions killed their own way. Also, I am told, they have a private synagogue here. As the county does not extend far this way, I take no notice of smaller towns, nor is there anything of note but citizens' houses for several miles. Except that in the Chase, at Enfield is a fine lodge formerly posseused by the Earl of Denbigh. Now we are told that General Pepper is fixed ranger of the Chase, and resides there. This Chase was once a very beautiful place, and when King James I resided at Theobald's, which he loved for the pleasure of his hunting, it was then very full of deer, and all sorts of game. But it has suffered several depredations since that, and particularly in the late Protector's usurpation, when it was utterly stripped, both of game, and timber, and let out in farms to tenants, for the use of the public. After the Restoration, it was reassumed, and laid open again. Woods and groves were everywhere planted, and the whole Chase stored with deer, but the young timber which indeed began to thrive, was so continually plundered, and the deer stealers have so harassed the deer, and both perhaps by those who should have preserved it, as well as by others, that the place was almost ruined for a forest, and little but hares and bushwood was to be found in it. But now we hear, that by the vigilance of General Pepper, the Chase is much recovered, and likely to be a place fit for the diversion of a prince, as it has been before. At a village a little farther north, called Totteridge, Mr. Charlton of the Ordnance Office, has a very delicious seat, the house new built, and the gardens extremely fine. In the same town the old Earl of Anglesey had also a house, but not extraordinary for anything more than a rural situation. Very retired, but yet very agreeable. The mineral waters, or Barnet wells, are a little beyond this house, on the declivity of a hill. They were formerly in great request, being very much approved by physicians. But of late, they began to decline, and are now almost forgotten, other waters at Islington, and at Hampstead having grown popular in their stead. Hampstead indeed is risen from a little country village, to a city, not upon the credit only of the waters, though, 'tis apparent, its growing greatness began there. But company increasing gradually, and the people liking both the place and the diversions together, it grew suddenly populous, and the concourse of people was incredible. This consequently raised the rate of lodgings, and that increased buildings, till the town grew up from a little village, to a magnitude equal to some cities. Nor could the uneven surface, inconvenient for building, uncompact, and unpleasant, check the humour of the town, for even on the very steep of the hill, where there's no walking 20 yards together, without tugging up a hill, or straddling down a hill, yet 'tis all one, the buildings increased to that degree, that the town almost spreads the whole side of the hill. On the top of the hill indeed, there is a very pleasant plain, called the Heath, which on the very summit, is a plain of about a mile every way. And in good weather, 'tis pleasant airing upon it, and some of the streets are extended so far, as that they begin to build, even on the highest part of the hill. But it must be confessed, 'tis so near heaven, that I dare not say it can be a proper situation, for any but a race of mountaineers, whose lungs have been used to a raritied air, nearer the second region, than any ground for 30 miles round it. It is true, this place may be said to be prepared for a summer dwelling, for in winter nothing that I know can recommend it. 'Tis true, a warm house, and good company, both which are to be had here, go a great way to make amends for storms and severity of cold. Here is a most beautiful prospect indeed, for we see here Hounslow steeple one way, which is within 8 miles of Northampton, NW to Landown Hill in Essex another way, east, at least 66 miles from one another. The prospect to London, and beyond it to Banstead Downs, south, Shooter's Hill, SE Red Hill, SW and Windsor Castle, W, is also uninterrupted, indeed due north, we see no farther than to Barnet, which is not above 6 miles. But the rest is sufficient. At the foot of this hill is an old seat of the Earls of Chesterfield's, called Belsize, which for many years had been neglected, and as it were forgotten, but being taken lately by a certain projector to get a penny, and who knew by what handle to take the gay part of the world, he has made it a true house of pleasure. Here, in the gardens he entertained the company with all kind of sport, and in the house with all kinds of game, to say no more of it, this brought a wonderful concourse of people to the place. For they were so effectually gratified in all sorts of diversion, that the wicked part at length broke in, till it alarmed the magistrates, and I am told it has been now in a manner suppressed by the hand of justice. Here was a great room fitted up with abundance of dexterity for their balls, and had it gone on to a degree of masquerading as I hear was actually begun, it would have bid fair to have had half the town run to it. One saw pictures and furniture there beyond what was to have been expected in a mere public house. And 'tis hardly credible how it drew company to it. But it could not be, no British government could be supposed to bear long with the liberties taken on such public occasions, so as I have said, they are reduced, at least restrained from liberties which they could not preserve by their prudence. Yet Hampstead is not much the less frequented for this. But as there is, especially at the Wells, a conflux of all sorts of company, even Hampstead itself has suffered in its good name. And you see sometimes more gallantry than modesty, so that the ladies who value their reputation, have of late more avoided the Wells and walks at Hampstead, than they had formerly done. I could not be at Hampstead, and not make an excursion to Edgeworth, a little market town, on the road to St. Albans. I say to St. Albans, because 'tis certain, that this was formerly the only or the main road from London to St. Albans, being the famous high road, called Watling Street, which in former times reached from London to Shrewsbury, and on towards Wales. The remains of this road are still to be seen here, and particularly in this, viz. that from Hyde Park Corner, just where Tyburn stands, the road makes one straight line without any turning, even to the very town of St. Albans. In this road lies the town of Edgeworth. Some will have it that it was built by King Edgar the Saxon monarch, and called by his name, and so will have the town called Edgar, and that it was built as a garrison on the said Watling Street, to preserve the highway from thieves, but all this I take to be fabulous, and without authority. Near this town, and which is the reason for naming it, the present Duke of Chandos has built a most magnificent palace or mansion house, I might say. The most magnificent in England. It is erected where formerly stood an old seat belonging to Sir Lancelot Lake, whose son and successor struggled hard to be chosen representative for the county, but lost it, and had a great interest and estate hereabouts. This palace is so beautiful in its situation, so lofty, so majestic the appearance of it, that a pen can but ill describe it, the pencil not much better. 'Tis only fit to be talked of upon the very spot, when the building is under view, to be considered in all its parts. The fronts are all of freestone, the columns and pilasters are lofty and beautiful, the windows very high, with all possible ornaments, the pilasters running flush up to the cornice and architrave. Their capitals seems as so many supporters to the fine statues which stand on the top, and crown the whole. In a word, the whole structure is built with such a profusion of expense, and all finished with such a brightness of fancy, goodness of judgment, that I can assure you, we see many palaces of sovereign princes abroad, which do not equal it, which yet pass for very fine too either within or without. And as it is a noble and well-contrived building, so it is as well set out, and no ornament is wanting to make it the finest house in England. The plastering and gilding is done by the famous Pargotti, an Italian, said to be the finest artist in those particular works now in England. The great salon or hall is painted by Paolucci, for the Duke spared no cost to have everything as rich as possible. The pillars supporting the building are all of marble, the great staircase is the finest by far of any in England. And the steps are all of marble, every step being of one whole piece, about 22 foot in length. Nor is the splendor which the present Duke lives in at this place, at all beneath what such a building calls for, and yet, so far is the Duke from having exhausted himself by this prodigy of a building, that we see him since that laying out a scheme, and storing up materials for building another house for his city convenience, on the north side of the new square, called Oxford or Cavendish Square, near Marylebone. And if that is discontinued it seems to be so, only because the Duke found an opportunity to purchase another much more to his advantage, namely, the Duke of Ormond's house in St. James's Square. It is in vain to attempt to describe the beauties of this building at Cannons, the whole is a beauty, and as the firmament is a glorious mantle filled with, or as it were made up of a concurrence of lesser glories the stars, so every part of this building adds to the beauty of the whole. The avenue is spacious and majestic, and as it gives you the view of two fronts, joined as it were in one, the distance not admitting you to see the angle, which is in the center, so you are agreeably drawn in, to think the front of the house almost twice as large as it really is. And yet when you come nearer you are again surprised, by seeing the winding passage opening as it were a new front to the eye, of near 120 feet wide, which you had not seen before. So that you are lost a while in looking near hand for what you so evidently saw a great way off. Though many of the palaces in Italy are very large fine buildings, yet I venture to say, not Italy itself can show such a building raised from the common surface, by one private hand, and in so little a time as this. For Cannons, as I was informed, was not 3 years a building in bringing the gardens and all, to the most finished beauty we now see it in. The great palaces in Italy, are either the work of sovereign princes, or have been ages in their building, one family laying the design, and 10 succeeding ages and families being taken up, in carrying on the building, but Cannons had not been 3 years in the Duke's possession, before we saw this prodigy rise out of the ground. As if he had been resolved to merit that motto which the French king assumed, he saw, and it was made. The building is very lofty, and magnificent, and the gardens are so well designed, and have so vast a variety, and the canals are so large, that they are not to be outdone in England. Possibly the Lord Castlemaine's at Wanstead, may be said to equal but cannot exceed them. The inside of this house is as glorious, as the outside is fine, the lodgings are indeed most exquisitely finished, and if I may call it so, royally furnished. The chapel is a singularity, not only in its building, and the beauty of its workmanship, but in this also, that the Duke maintains there a full choir, and has the worship performed there with the best music, after the manner of the Chapel Royal. which is not done in any other nobleman's chapel in Britain. No, not the Prince of Wales's, though heir apparent to the crown. Nor is the chapel only furnished with such excellent music, but the Duke has a set of them to entertain him every day at dinner. The avenues and vistas to this house are extremely magnificent. The great walk or chief avenue is near a mile in length, planted with 2 double rows of trees, and the middle walk broad enough for a troop of horse to march in front. In the middle way there is a large basin or fountain of water, and the coaches drive round it on either side. There are 3 other avenues exceeding fine, but not so very large. The beauty of them all will double, with time, when the trees may be grown, like those of New Hall, in Essex. 2 things extremely add to the beauty of this house, namely, the chapel, and the library. But I cannot enlarge, having taken up so much room in the view of this house, as must oblige me to abate in others, to whom I am willing to do what justice I can. In his gardens and outhouses the Duke keeps a constant night guard, who take care of the whole place, duly walk the rounds, and constantly give the hour to the family at set appointed places and times. So that the house has some waking eyes about it, to keep out thieves and spoilers night and day. In a word, no nobleman in England, and very few in Europe, lives in greater splendor, or maintains a grandeur and magnificence, equal to the Duke of Chandos. Here are continually maintained, and that in the dearest part of England, as to house expenses, not less than 120 in family, and yet a face of plenty appears in every part of it. Nothing needful is withheld, nothing pleasant is restrained, every servant in the house is made easy, and his life comfortable, and they have the felicity that it is their Lord's desire and delight that it should be so. But I am not writing panegyric. I left cannons with regret, the family all gay, and in raptures on the marriage of the Marquis of Carnarvon, the Duke's eldest son. Just then celebrated with the Lady Catherine Talmash, daughter of the Earl of Dysart, which marriage adds to the honour and estate also, of the family of Chandos. 2 miles from hence, we go up a small ascent by the great road, which for what reason I know not, is there called Crab Tree Orchard. When leaving the street way on the right, we enter a spacious heath or common called Bushy Heath, where, again, we have a very agreeable prospect. I cannot but remember, with some satisfaction, that having 2 foreign gentlemen in my company, in our passing over this heath, I say I could not but then observe, and now remember it with satisfaction, how they were surprised at the beauty of this prospect, and how they looked at one another, and then again turning their eyes every way in a kind of wonder, one of them said to the other, that England was not like other countries, but it was all a planted garden. They had there on the right hand, the town of St. Albans in their view, and all the spaces between, and further beyond it, looked indeed like a garden. The enclosed cornfields made one grand parterre, the thick planted hedge rows, like a wilderness or labyrinth, divided in espaliers, the villages interspersed, looked like so many several noble seats of gentlemen at a distance. In a word, it was all nature, and yet looked all like art. On the left hand we see the West End of London, Westminster Abbey, and the Parliament House, but the body of the city was cut off by the hill, at which Hampstead intercepted the sight on that side. More to the south we had Hampton Court and S.W. Windsor, and between both, all those most beautiful parts of Middlesex and Surrey, on the bank of the Thames, of which I have already said so much, and which are indeed the most agreeable in the world. At the farther end of this heath, is the town of Bushy, and at the end of the town, the Earl of Essex has a very good old seat, situate in a pleasant park, at Cashiobury. A little farther, is the town of Hempstead, noted for an extraordinary corn market, and at Ashridge, near Hempstead, is an antient mansion house of the Duke of Bridgewater. Both these are old built houses, but both shew the greatness of the antient nobility, in the grandeur and majesty of the building, and in the well-planted parks, and high-grown woods, with which they are surrounded, than which, there are few finer in England. St. Albans is the capital town, though not the county town of Hertfordshire. It has a great corn market, and is famous for its antient church, built on the ruins, or part of the ruins of the most famous abbey of Verulam, the greatness of which is to be judged by the old walls, which one sees for a mile before we come to town. In this church, as some workmen were digging for the repairs of the church, they found some steps which led to a door in a very thick stone wall, which being opened, there was discovered an arched stone vault. And in the middle of it a large coffin near 7 foot long, which being opened, there was in it the core of a man, the flesh not consumed, but discoloured. By the arms and other paintings on the wall, it appeared that this must be the body of Humphrey Duke of Gloucester, commonly called, the good Duke of Gloucester, one of the sons of Henry IV. And brother to King Henry V. And by the most indisputable authority, must have lain buried there 277 years. Viz. It being in the 26th of Hen. 6, 1477. But I must travel no farther this way, till I have taken a journey west from London, and seen what the country affords that way. The next towns adjacent to London, are, Kensington, Chelsea, Hammersmith, Fulham, Twickenham, and all of them near, or adjoining to the river of Thames, and which, by the beauty of their buildings, make good the north shore of the river, answerable, to what I have already described. Kensington cannot be named without mentioning the King's Palace there. A building which may now be called entirely new, though it was originally an old house of the Earl of Nottingham's, of whom the late King William bought it, and then enlarged it, as we see some of the old buildings still remaining in the centre of the house. The house itself fronts to the garden 3 ways, the gardens being now made exceeding fine, and enlarged to such a degree, as to reach quite from the great road to Kensington town, to the Acton road north, more than a mile. The first laying out of these gardens was the design of the late Queen Mary, who finding the air agreed with, and was necessary to the health of the king, resolved to make it agreeable to herself too, and gave the first orders for enlarging the gardens. The author of this account, having had the honour to attend her Majesty, when she first viewed the ground, and directed the doing it, speaks this with the more satisfaction. The late Queen and complete what Queen Mary began, and delighted very much in the place, and often was pleased to make the green house, which is very beautiful, her summer supper house. But this house has lost much of its pleasantness on one account, namely, that all the princes that ever might be said to single it out for their delight, had the fate to die in it. Namely, King William, Prince George of Denmark, and lastly, Queen and herself, since which it has not been so much in request, King George having generally kept his summer, when in England, at Hampton Court. As this palace opens to the west, there are 2 great wings built, for lodgings for such as necessarily attend the court, and a large portcocker at the entrance, with a postern and a stone gallery on the south side of the court which leads to the great staircase. This south wing was burnt down by accident, the king and queen being both there. The queen was a little surprised at first, apprehending some treason, but King William, a stranger to fears smiled at the suggestion, cheered her Majesty up. And being soon dressed, they both walked out into the garden, and stood there some hours till they perceived the fire by the help that came in, and by the diligence of the foot guards, was gotten under foot. It is no wonder if the court being so much at Kensington, that town has increased in buildings, so I do not place that to the same account as of the rest. On the south side of the street over against the palace, is a fair new large street, and a little way down a noble square full of very good houses, but since the court has so much declined the palace, the buildings have not much increased. South of this town stands Chelsea, a town of palaces, and which by its new extended buildings seems to promise itself to be made one time or other a part of London. I mean London in its new extended capacity, which if it should once happen. What a monster must London be, extending, to take it in a line, from the farther end of Chelsea, west, to Deptford Bridge east, which I venture to say, is at least 11 miles. Here is the noblest building, and the best foundation of its kind in the world, viz. for the entertainment of maimed and old soldiers. If we must except the hospital called des Invalides at Paris, it must be only that the number is greater there, but I pretend to say that the economy of the invalids there, is not to compare with this at Chelsea. And as for the provisions, the lodging and attendance given, Chelsea infinitely exceeds that at Paris. Here the poor men are lodged, well clothed, well furnished, and well fed, and I may say there are thousands of poor families in England who are said to live well too, and do not feed as the soldiers there are fed. And as for France, I may add, they know nothing there what it is to live so. The like may be said of the invalid seamen at the Hospital of Greenwich. Near this hospital or college, is a little palace, I had almost called it a paradise, of the late Earl of Ranelagh. It is true that his lordship was envied for the work, but had it been only for the beauties of the building, and such things as these, I should have been hardly able to censure it, the temptation would have been so much. In a word, the situation, the house, the gardens, the pictures, the prospect, and the lady, all is such a charm, who could refrain from coveting his neighbours? And it is impossible to give an account of all the rest of England in this one volume, while London and its adjacent parts take up one half of it. I must be allowed therefore to abate the description of private houses and gardens, in which, this part especially, so abounds, that it would take up 2 or 3 volumes equal to this, to describe the county of Middlesex only. Let it suffice to tell you that there's an incredible number of fine houses built in all these towns, within these few years, and that England never had such a glorious show to make in the world before. In a word, being curious in this part of my inquiry, I find 2,000 houses which in other places would pass for palaces, and most, if not all the possessors whereof, keep coaches in the little towns or villages of the county of Middlesex, west of London only, and not reckoning any of the towns within 3 miles of London, so that I exclude Chelsea, Kensington, Knightsbridge, Marylebone, and Paddington. As for Hampstead, that lying north of London, is not concerned in the reckoning, for I reckoned near 1,000 more such in the towns north of London, within the county of Middlesex, and exclusive of Hackney. For Hackney I esteem as part of London itself as before. Among all these 3,000 houses I reckon none but such, as are built since the year 1666, and most of them since the Revolution. Among these, that is to say, among the first 2,000 new foundations, there are very many houses belonging to the nobility, and to persons of quality, some of whom have been in the ministry, which excel all the rest. Such as the Lord Peterborough's at Parson's Green, Lord Halifax at Bushy Park, near Hampton Court. The late Earl of Mar, Earl of Bradford, Earl of Strafford, Earl of Shrewsbury, Earl of Burlington, Earl of Falconberg, Lady Falkland, Lord Brooke, Lord Dunbar, Moses Hart, Mr. Barker, Sir Stephen Fox, Sir Thomas Frankland, General Wetham, Sir Godfrey Kneller, Secretary Johnson's, and others. This last is a seat so exquisitely finished, that His Majesty was pleased to dine there, to view the delightful place, and honour it with his presence, that very day, that I was writing this account of it. The King was pleased to dine in the greenhouse, or rather in a pleasant room which Mr. Johnson built, joining to the greenhouse, from whence is a prospect every way into the most delicious gardens, which indeed for the bigness of them are not outdone in any part of the world. Here is a complete vineyard, and Mr. Johnson, who is a master of gardening, perhaps the greatest master now in England, has given a testimony that England, notwithstanding the changeable air and uncertain climate, will produce most excellent if due care be taken in the gardening or cultivating, as also in the curing and managing part. And without due care in these, not France itself will do it. Sir Stephen Fox's house at Chiswick is the flower of all the private gentlemen's palaces in England. Here when the late King William, who was an allowed judge of fine buildings, and of gardening also, had seen the house and garden, he stood still on the terrace for near half a quarter of an hour without speaking one word. When turning at last to the Earl of Portland, the King said, "This place is perfectly fine, I could live here 5 days." One in the village of Hammersmith, which was formerly a long scattering place, full of gardeners' grounds, with here and there an old house of some bulk, I say, in this village we see now not only a wood of great houses and palaces, but a noble square built as it were in the middle of several handsome streets, as if the village seemed inclined to grow up into a city. Here we are told they design to obtain the grant of a market, though it be so near to London, and some talk also of building a fine stone bridge over the Thames. But these things are yet but in embryo, though it is not unlikely but they may be both accomplished in time, and also Hammersmith and Chiswick joining thus, would in time be a city indeed. I have now ranged the best part of Middlesex, a county made rich, pleasant, and populous by the neighbourhood of London, the borders of the county indeed have 3 market towns, which I shall but just mention, Staines, Colebrook, and Uxbridge, this last, a pleasant large market town, famous in particular for having abundance of noble seats of gentlemen and persons of quality in the neighbourhood, but I cannot describe all the fine houses, it would be endless. This town is also famous in story, for being the town where an attempt was in vain made in the late war, to settle the peace of these nations, by a treaty. Some say both sides were sincerely inclined to peace, some say neither side. All I can say of it is, in the words of blessed St. Paul, sat hon hind red. There are but 3 more market towns in the county, viz. Brentford, Edgeworth and Enfield. On the right hand as we ride from London to Uxbridge, or to Colebrook, we see Harrow, a little town on a very high hill, and is therefore called Harrow on the hill, the church of this town standing upon the summit of the hill, and having a very handsome and high spire, they tell us, King Charles II. Ridiculing the warm disputes among some critical scripturalists of those times, concerning the visible church of Christ upon earth, us to say of it, that if there was e'er a visible church upon earth, he believed this was one. About Uxbridge, and all the way from London, as we do everywhere this way, we saw a great many very beautiful seats of the nobility and gentry, too many I say to enter upon the description of here. From hence, we proceeded on the road towards Oxford, but first turned to the right to visit Aylesbury. This is the principal market town in the county of Bucks. Though Buckingham, a much inferior place, is called the county town, here also is held the election for members of Parliament, or knights of the shire for the county, and county gaol, and the assizes. It is a large town, has a very noble market for corn, and is famous for a large tract of the richest land in England, extended for many miles round it, almost from Tame, on the edge of Oxfordshire, to Leighton in Bedfordshire. And is called from this very town, the Vale of Aylesbury. Here it was that conversing with some gentlemen, who understood country affairs, for all the gentlemen hereabouts are graziers, though all the graziers are not gentlemen. They shewed me one remarkable pasture field, no way parted off or separated, one piece of it from another. I say, 'tis one enclosed field of pasture ground, which was let for 1400 l. per ann. To a grazier, and I knew the tenant very well, whose name was Houghton, and who confirmed the truth of it. It was my hap formerly, to be at Aylesbury, when there was a mighty confluence of noblemen and gentlemen, at a famous horse race at Quainton Meadow, not far off, where was then the late Duke of Monmouth, and a great many persons of the first rank, and a prodigious concourse of people. I had the occasion to be there again in the late Queen's reign, when the same horse race which is continued yearly, happened again, and then there was the late Duke of Marlborough, and a like concourse of persons of quality. But the reception of the 2 dukes was mightily differing, the last duke finding some reasons to withdraw from a public meeting, where he saw he was not like to be used as he thought he had deserved. The late Lord Wharton, afterwards made duke, has a very good dwelling at Winchendon, and another much finer nearer Windsor, called a Bourne. But I do not hear that the present duke has made any additions either to the house or gardens. They were indeed admirably fine before, and if they are but kept in the same condition, I shall think the duke's care cannot be reproached. Were there not in every part of England at this time so many fine palaces, and so many curious gardens, that it would but be a repetition of the same thing to describe them. I should enter upon that task with great cheerfulness here, as also at Clifton, the Earl of Orkney's fine seat built by the late D. of Buckingham, near Windsor, and at several other places, but I proceed. We went on from Aylesbury to Thame or Tame, a large market town on the river Thames. This brings me to mention again the Vale of Aylesbury, which as I noted before, is eminent for the richest land, and perhaps the richest graziers in England, but it is more particularly famous for the head of the river Thame or Thames, which rises in this vale near a market town called Train, and waters the whole vale either by itself or the several streams which run into it, and when it comes to the town of Tame, is a good large river. At Train above is a most delicious house, built La Moderne, as the French call it, by the late Mr. Guy, who was for many years Secretary of the Treasury, and continued it till near his death, when he was succeeded by the late Mr. Lowndes. The late King William did Mr. Guy the honour to dine at this house, when he set out on his expedition to Ireland, in the year 1690, the same year that he fought the Battle of the Boyne. And though His Majesty came from London that morning, and was resolved to lie that night at Northampton, yet he would not go away without taking a look at the fine gardens, which are perhaps the best finished in the worst situation of any in England. This house was afterwards bought by Sir William Gore, a merchant of London, and left by him to his eldest son, who now enjoys it. There was an eminent contest here between Mr. Guy, and the poor of the parish, about his enclosing part of the common to make him a park. Mr. Guy, presuming upon his power, set up his pales, and took in a large parcel of open land, called Wigington Common. The cottagers and farmers opposed it, by their complaints a great while. But finding he went on with his work, and resolved to do it, they rose upon him, pulled down his banks, and forced up his pales, and carried away the wood, or set it on a heap and burnt it. And this they did several times, till he was obliged to desist. After some time he began again, offering to treat with the people, and to give them any equivalent for it, but that not being satisfactory, they mobbed him again. How they accommodated it at last, I know not, but I see that Mr. Gore has a park, and a very good one but not large. I mention this as an instance of the popular claim in England, which we call right of commonage, which the poor take to be as much their property, as a rich man's land is his own. But to return to the Vale of Aylesbury. Here the great and antient family of Hampton flourished for many ages, and had very great estates, but the present heir may, I doubt, be said, not to have had equal success with some of his ancestors. From Thame, a great corn market, the Thame joins the other branch called also the Thames, at a little town called Dorchester. I observe that most of our historians reject the notion that Mr. Camden makes so many flourishes about, of the marriage of Thame and Isis, that this little river was called the Thame, and the other, the Isis, and that being joined, they obtained the united name of Thamesis. I say they reject it, and so do I. At this little town of Dorchester was once the seat of the bishopric of Lincoln, Oxford, Bristol and Gloucester. From hence I came to Oxford, a name known throughout the learned world. A city famous in our English history for several things, besides its being an university. So eminent for the goodness of its air, and healthy situation, that our courts have no less than 3 times, if my information is right, returned hither, when London has been visited with the pestilence, and here they have been always safe. It has also several times been the retreat of our princes, when the rest of the kingdom has been embroiled in war and rebellion, and here they have found both safety and support, at least, as long as the loyal inhabitants were able to protect them. It was famous for the noble defence of religion, which our first reformers and martyrs made here, in their learned and bold disputations against the Papists, in behalf of the Protestant religion. And their triumphant closing the debates, by laying down their lives for the truths which they asserted. It was likewise famous for resisting the attacks of arbitrary power, in the affair of Magdalen College, in King James's time. And the fellows laying down their fortunes, though not their lives, in defence of liberty and property. This, to use a scripture elegance, is that city of Oxford, the greatest, if not the most antient, university in this island of Great Britain. And perhaps the most flourishing at this time, in men of polite learning, and in the most accomplished masters, in all sciences, and in all the parts of acquired knowledge in the world. I know there is a long contest, and yet undetermined between the 2 English universities, about the antiquity of their foundation, and as they have not decided it themselves, who am I? And what is this work? That I should pretend to enter upon that important question, in so small a tract. It is out of question, that in the largeness of the place, the beauty of situation, the number of inhabitants, and of scholars, Oxford has the advantage. But fame tells us, that as great and applauded men, as much recommended, and as much recommending themselves to the world, and as many of them have been produced from Cambridge, as from Oxford. Oxford has several things as a university, which Cambridge has not, and Cambridge ought not to be so meanly thought of, but that it has several things in it, which cannot be found in Oxford. For example, the theatre, the museum, or chamber of rarities, the Bodleian library, the number of colleges, and the magnificence of their buildings are on the side of Oxford, yet King's College Chapel, and College, is in favour of Cambridge. For as it is now edifying, it is likely to be the most admired in a few years of all the colleges of the world. I have said something of Cambridge. I'll be as brief about Oxford as I can. It is a noble flourishing city, so possessed of all that can contribute to make the residence of the scholars easy and comfortable, that no spot of ground in England goes beyond it. The situation is in a delightful plain, on the bank of a fine navigable river, in a plentiful country, and at an easy distance from the capital city, the port of the country. The city itself is large, strong, populous, and rich. And as it is adorned by the most beautiful buildings of the colleges, and halls, it makes the most noble figure of any city of its bigness in Europe. To enter into the detail or description of all the colleges, halls, and would be to write a history of Oxford, which in so little a compass as this work can afford, must be so imperfect, so superficial, and so far from giving a stranger a true idea of the place, that it seems ridiculous, even to think it can be to any one's satisfaction. However, a list of the names and establishments of the colleges may be useful, so take them as follows, according to the seniority of their foundation. A list of the colleges and halls in the city of Oxford, plaqued according to the respective dates of their foundations. University College. This college was properly the university itself for about 345 years. Being, as they tell us, founded by King Alfred in the year 872, the old building on which the college now stands was erected by that king, after which viz. Anno 1217. William Bishop of Durham, formed it into a regular house and built the college, which however was for a long time called sometimes the college, sometimes the university, and by some the college of the university, there being at that time no other. Till at length other colleges rising up in the same city, this was called University College, that is, the college which was the old university. It maintained at the end of Queen Elizabeth's reign 1 master, 8 fellows, 1 Bible clerk, students, and servants. In all 69. Balliol College. Founded by John Balliol, father to John Balliol, King of Scotland, and by Dame de Verguilla his wife, who enlarged the foundation after her husband's decease. It maintained at the end of King James I's reign 1 master, 12 fellows, 13 scholars, 4 exhibitioners, students, and servants. In all 136. Merton College. Founded by William de Merton, Lord Chancellor to King Henry III. Afterwards Bishop of Rochester. N.B. This college was first erected at Malden in Surrey, near Kingston, anno 1260. And translated to Oxford 10 years after, by the same founder. It maintains 1 warden, 21 fellows, 13 scholars, students, and servants. In all 79. Exeter College. Founded by Walter Stapleton Bishop of Exeter, and Lord High Treasurer to King Edward II. Afterwards beheaded by Queen Isabella Mother to King Edward III. It was first called Stapleton Hall, but afterwards on the benefaction of other inhabitants of Exeter and of the county of Devon, it was Ardea College. It maintained in the time of King James Ist. 1 rector, 23 fellows, commoners, students, and other servants. In all 200. Oriel College. Founded by King Edward II. Anno 1327. But some say Adam Brown the King's almoner, and who was the first provost, was also the founder, only that being afraid to be called to an account for so great wealth, he put the fame of it upon the king after his death. It had only a provost, 10 fellows, with some servants, at its first institution, but increasing by subsequent benefactions, it maintained in King James's time, who also incorporated the college. 1 provost, 18 fellows, 12 exhibitioners, commoners, and servants. In all 105. Queen's College. Founded anno 1340. By Robert Egglesfield, a private clergyman, only domestic chaplain to Queen Philippa, Edward the 3ds Queen. 'Tis said the land it stood on was his own inheritance, and he built the house at his own charge. But begging her Majesty to be the patroness of his charity, he called it Queen's Hall, recommending the scholars at his death, to her Majesty and the Queens of England her successors. He died before it was finished, having settled only 12 fellows. Whereas he intended 70 scholarships besides, representing altogether Christ his 12 apostles, and his 70 disciples. But this pious design of the good founder was so well approved on all hands, that it was presently increased by several royal benefactors, and is now one of the best colleges in the university. Also it is lately rebuilt, the old building being wholly taken down and the new being all of free stone, containing 2 noble squares with piazzas, supported by fine pillars. The great hall, the library, and a fine chapel, all contained in the same building, so that it is without comparison the most beautiful college in the university. New College. Founded anno 1379. By William of Wykeham Bishop of Winchester, the same who is said to have built Windsor Castle, for King Edward III, rebuilt the cathedral church at Winchester, and the fine school there, the scholars of which are the nursery to this fine college. He instituted here and they still remain. 1 warden. 70 fellows. 10 chaplains. 16 choristers. 1 organist. 3 clerks. 1 sexton. Students, and in all 135. N.B. This college is very rich. Lincoln College. Founded anno 1420. By Richard Hemming Archbishop of York, but left it imperfect. The foundation was finished by Thomas Rotherham Bishop of Lincoln, 59 years after. It maintains 1 warden. 14 fellows. 2 chaplains. 4 scholars. Commoners, and servants. In all 72. All Souls College. Founded anno 1437. By Henry Chicheley Archbishop of Canterbury, also Cardinal Poole was a great benefactor to it afterwards. It maintains 1 warden. 40 fellows. 2 chaplains. 3 clerks. 6 choristers. Students, and servants. In all 65. Magdalen College. Founded 1459, by William Waynflete Bishop of Winton, who built it in the stately figure we now see it in, very little having been added, and what has been rebuilt, has kept much to the founder's first design. Except a new apartment added by one Mr. Clark, a private gentleman, who served many years in Parliament for the university, this new building is exceeding fine. As is now also, the library, towards which, another private gentleman, namely, Colonel Codrington, gave £10,000, and a good collection of books. It maintains 1 president. 40 fellows. 30 deans. 4 chaplains. 3 clerks. 16 choristers. 3 readers. 2 humanists. Commoners, and servants. In all 151. Brasenose College. First founded by William Smith Bishop of Lincoln, anno 1512, but finished by Richard Sutton, Esq. A Cheshire gentleman, who perfected the buildings of the house, and both together gave considerably large revenues. It has also had great benefactors since, so that it now maintains 1 principal. 20 fellows. Scholars. Commoners, and servants. In all 182. Corpus Christi College. Founded anno 1516. By Richard Fox Bishop of Winchester, who also endowed it very liberally, and Hugh Oldham Bishop of Exeter, advanced the best part of the building. It maintains 1 president. 20 fellows. 20 scholars. 2 chaplains. 6 clerks, 2 quiristers, commoners, and servants. In all 61. Christ Church College. Founded anno 1524. By Cardinal Wolsey. 'Tis said he surprised 40 monasteries to build this magnificent college, but the king having demolished the cardinal, he could not finish it. So the king carried on the work, and established the church to be the cathedral of the diocese of Oxford, and 1519. The revenues of this college are exceeding great, it is the largest college in the university, and the buildings are very noble and well finished, all of free stone. It maintains 1 dean, 8 canons, 8 chaplains, 8 quiristers, 8 singing men, 1 organist, 24 almsmen, students, commoners, and servants. In all 224. The Royal School at Winchester is the nursery of this college, sending, as some say, 25 scholars hither every 3 months. Trinity College. Founded anno 1518. By Though Hatfield Bishop of Durham, and it was then called Durham College. But the bishop not living, Sir Thomas Pope carried on his design, and having seen the first foundation suppressed, because it was a provision for monks, and he restored it and endowed it, dedicating it to the undivided Trinity, anno 1556. As it is to this day. It maintains 1 president, 12 fellows, 12 scholars, students, and servants. In all 123. St. John's College. First founded by Archbishop Chicheley, anno 1437. And called Bernard's College. But being suppressed as a house of religion in the reign of King Henry VIII. It was again founded as a college by Sir Thomas White, a wealthy citizen and merchant of London, who new built the house, and richly endowed it, to maintain as it now does. 1 president, 50 fellows, and scholars, 1 chaplain, 1 clerk, students, and servants. In all 123. Jesus College. The foundation of this college is corruptly assigned to Hugh Pace, Esq., a Welsh gentleman, who was indeed a benefactor to the foundation, and particularly gave 6 towards erecting the fabric of the college, as did afterwards Sir Eubule Thitwall, who was principal. And this last in particular gave 8 fellowships, and 8 scholarships, but Queen Elizabeth was the foundress of this college, and endowed it for a principal, adding 8 fellowships, and 8 scholarships. This Mr. Speed confirms, as also Mr. Dugdale, and it appears by the present endowment. By which it maintains 1 principal, 16 fellows, 16 scholars, students, and servants. In all 105. Wadham College. Founded anno 1613. By Nicholas Wadham, Esq. And Dorothy his wife, and sister to the Lord Petre of Essex, they endowed it with its whole maintenance, by which at this day it maintains 1 warden, 15 fellows, 15 scholars, 2 chaplains, 2 clerks, students, and servants. In all 125. As therefore I did in the speaking of Cambridge, I shall now give a summary of what a traveller may be suppository to observe in Oxford, and passant, and leave the curious inquirer to examine the histories of the place, where they may meet with a complete account of every part in the most particular manner, and to their full satisfaction. There are in Oxford 17 colleges, and 7 halls, some of these colleges as particularly, Christ Church, Magdalen, New College, Corpus Christi, Trinity, and St. John's will be found to be equal, if not superior to some universities abroad. Whether we consider the number of the scholars, the greatness of their revenues, or the magnificence of their buildings. I thought myself obliged to give a more particular account of the colleges here, than I have done of those at Cambridge. Because some false and assuming accounts of them have been published by others, who demand to be credited, and have imposed their accounts upon the world, without sufficient authority. Besides the colleges, some of which are extremely fine and magnificent. There are some public buildings which make a most glorious appearance. The first and greatest of all is the theatre, a building not to be equalled by any thing of its kind in the world. No, not in Italy itself, not that the building of the theatre here is as large as Vespasian's or that of Trajan at Rome. Neither would anything of that kind be an ornament at this time, because not at all suited to the occasion, the uses of them being quite different. We see by the remains that those amphitheatres, as they were for the exercise of their public shews, and to entertain a vast concourse of people, to see the fighting of the gladiators, the throwing criminals to the wild beasts, and the like, were rather great magnificent bear gardens, than theatres, for the actors of such representations, as entertained the polite part of the world. Consequently, those were vast piles of building proper for the uses for which they were built. What buildings were then made use of in Rome for the fine performances of, who acted that of Terence, or who wrote that, we cannot be certain of. But I think I have a great deal of reason to say, they have no remains of them, or of any one of them at Rome, or if they are, they come not near to this building. The theatre at Oxford prepared for the public exercises of the schools, and for the operations of the learned part of the English world only, is in its grandeur and magnificence, infinitely superior to anything in the world of its kind. It is a finished piece, as to its building, the front is exquisitely fine, the columns and pilasters regular, and very beautiful. 'Tis all built of freestone. The model was approved by the best masters of architecture at that time, in the presence of K. Charles II, who was himself a very curious observer, and a good judge. Sir Christopher Wren was the director of the work, as he was the person that drew the model. Archbishop Sheldon, they tell us, paid for it, and gave it to the university. There is a world of decoration in the front of it. And more beautiful additions, by way of ornament, besides the antient inscription, than is to be seen anywhere in Europe. At least, where I have been. The Bodleian Library is an ornament in itself worthy of Oxford, where its station is fixed, and where it had its birth. The history of it at large is found in Mr. Speed, and several authors of good credit. Containing in brief, that of the old library, the first public one in Oxford, erected in Durham now Trinity College, by Richard Bishop of Durham, and Lord Treasurer to ed. 3. It was afterward joined to another, founded by Cobham Bishop of Worcester, and both enlarged by the bounty of Humphrey Duke of Gloucester, founder of the divinity schools, I say, these libraries being lost. And the books embezzled by the many changes and hurries of the suppressions in the reign of Hen. 8. The commissioner appointed by King Edw 6. to visit the universities, and establish the Reformation, found very few valuable books or manuscripts left in them. In this state of things, one Sir Thomas Bodley, a wealthy and learned knight, zealous for the encouragement both of learning and religion, resolved to apply, both his time and estate, to the erecting and furnishing a new library for the public use of the university. In this good and charitable undertaking, he went on so successfully, for so many years, and with such a profusion of expense, and obtained such assistances from all the encouragers of learning in his time, that having collected books and manuscripts from all parts of the learned world, he got leave of the university, and well they might grant it, to place them in the old library room, built as is said, by the good Duke Humphrey. To this great work, great additions have been since made in books, as well as contributions in money, and more are adding every day, and thus the work was brought to a head, the 8th of November, 1602, and has continued increasing by the benefactions of great and learned men to this day, to remove the books once more and place them in beauty and splendor suitable to so glorious a collection. The late Dr. Radcliffe has left a legacy of 40,000 l. Say some, others say not quite so much, to the building a new repository or library for the use of the university. This work is not yet built. But I am told 'tis likely to be such a building as will be greater ornament to the place than any yet standing in it. I shall say nothing here of the benefactions to this library. Unless I had room to mention them all, it would be both partial and imperfect. And as there is a complete catalogue of the books preparing, and that a list of the benefactors and what books they gave, will be speedily published, it would be needless to say anything of it here. Other curious things in Oxford are, the museum, the chamber of rarities, the collection of coins, medals, pictures and antient inscriptions, the physic garden, and the buildings for all these are most beautiful and magnificent, suitable for the majesty of the university, as well as to the glory of the benefactors. It is no part of my work to enter into the dispute between the two universities about the antiquity of their foundation, but this I shall observe for the use of those who insist, that it was the piety of the popish times to which we owe the first institution of the university itself, the foundation and endowment of the particular colleges, and the encouragement arising to learning from thence, all which I readily grant. But would have them remember too, that though those foundations stood as they tell us 800 years, and that the Reformation as they say, is not yet of 200 years standing, yet learning has more increased and the universities flourished more. More great scholars been product, greater libraries been raised, and more fine buildings been erected in these 200 years than in the 800 years of popery. And I might add, as many great benefactions have been given, notwithstanding this very momentous difference. That the Protestants' gifts are merely acts of charity to the world, and acts of bounty, in reverence to learning and learned men, without the grand excitement of the health of their souls, and of the souls of their fathers. To be prayed out of purgatory and get a ready admission into heaven, and the like. Oxford had for many ages the neighbourhood of the court, while their kings kept up the royal palace at Woodstock, which though perhaps it was much discontinued, for the fate of the fair Rosamond, mistress to Henry Fitz-Empress, or Henry II. Of which history tells us something, and fable much more. Yet we after find that several of the kings of England made the house and park at Woodstock, which was always famed for its pleasant situation, the place of their summer retreat for many years. Also for its being a royal palace before, even beyond the certainty of history, there is abundant reason to believe it, nay some will have it to have been a royal house before Oxford was an university. Dar. Plot allows it to have been so ever since King Alfred, and a manuscript in the Cotton Library confirms it, and that King Henry I was not the founder of it, but only rebuilt it, and as for Henry II, he built only some additions. Namely, that they called the Bower, which was a building in the garden, or labyrinth, for the entertainment and security of his fair mistress, of whose safety he was it seems very careful. Notwithstanding which the Queen found means to come at her, and as fables report, sent her out of the way by poison. The old buildings are now no more, nor so much as the name, but the place is the same and the natural beauty of it indeed, is as great as ever. It is still a most charming situation, and 'tis still disputable after all that has been laid out, whether the country round gives more lustre to the building, or the building to the country. It has now chonged masters, 'tis no more a royal house or palace for the king, but a mark of royal bounty to a great, and at that time powerful subject, the late Duke of Marlborough. The magnificence of the building does not here as at Cannons, at Chatsworth, and at other palaces of the nobility, express the genius and the opulence of the possessor, but it represents the bounty, the gratitude, or what else posterity pleases to call it, of the English nation, to the man whom they delighted to honour, posterity when they view in this house the trophies of the Duke of Marlborough's fame. And the glories of his great achievements will not celebrate his name only, but will look on Blenheim House, as a monument of the generous temper of the English nation, who in so glorious a manner rewarded the services of those who acted for them as he did, nor can any nation in Europe shew the like munificence to any general, no nor the greatest in the world. And not to go back to antient times, not the French nation to the great Luxembourg, or the yet greater Turenne, nor the Emperor to the great Eugene, or to the yet greater Duke of Lorraine, whose inimitable conduct saved the imperial city of Vienna, and rescued the whole house of Austria, retook the whole kingdom of Hungary, and was victorious in 17 pitched battles. I say none of these ever received so glorious a mark of their country's favour. Again, it is to be considered, that not this house only, built at the nation's expense, was thus given. but lands and pensions to the value of above £100,000 sterling. And honours the greatest England can bestow, these are all honours indeed to the Duke, but infinitely more to the honour of the nation. The magnificent work then is a national building, and must for ever be called so. Nay, the dimensions of it will perhaps call upon us hereafter, to own it as such in order to vindicate the discretion of the builder, for making a palace too big for any British subject to fill, if he lives at his own expense. Nothing else can justify the vast design, a bridge or rialto rather, of one arch costing 20,000 L. And this, like the bridge at the Escurial in Spain, without a river. Gardens of near 100 acres of ground. Offices fit for 300 in family. Outhouses fit for the lodgings of a regiment of guards, rather than of livery servants. Also the extent of the fabric, the avenues, the salons, galleries, and royal apartments. Nothing below royalty in a prince, can support an equipage suitable to the living in such a house, and one may without a spirit of prophecy, say, it seems too intimate. That some time or other Blenheim may and will return to be as the old Woodstock once was, the palace of a king. I shall enter no farther into the description, because 'tis yet a house unfurnished, and it can only be properly said what it is to be, not what it is. The staircase of the house is indeed very great, the preparations of statues and paintings. And the ornament both of the building and finishing and furnishing are also great, but as the Duke is dead, the Duchess old, and the heir abroad, when and how it shall be all performed, requires more of the gift of prophecy than I am master of. From Woodstock I could not refrain taking a turn a little northward as high as Banbury to the banks of the Cherwell, to see the famous spot of ground where a vigorous rencounter happened between the Royalists in the Grand Rebellion and the Parliament's forces, under Sir William Waller. I mean at Crowprady Bridge, near Banbury. It was a vigorous action, and in which the King's forces may be said fairly to outgeneral their enemies, which really was not always their fate. I had the plan of that action before me, which I have had some years, and found out every step of the ground as it was disputed on both sides by inches, where the horse engaged and where the foot. Where Waller lost his cannon, and where he retired, and it was evident to me the best thing Waller could do, though superior in number, was to retreat as he did, having lost half his army. From thence, being within 8 miles of Edgehill, where the first battle in that war happened, I had the like pleasure of viewing the ground about Keinton, where that bloody battle was fought. It was evident, and one could hardly think of it without regret, the King with his army had an infinite advantage by being posted on the top of the hill, that he knew that the Parliament's army were under express orders to fight, and must attack him lest his Majesty who had got 2 days' march of them, should advance to London, where they were out of their wits for fear of him. The King I say knowing this, 'tis plain he had no business but to have entrenched, to fight upon the eminence where he was posted, or have detached 15,000 men for London. While he had fortified himself with a strong body upon the hill, but on the contrary, his Majesty scorning to be pursued by his subjects, his army excellently appointed, and full of courage, not only halted, but descended from his advantages and offered them battle in the plain field, which they accepted. Here I cannot but remark that this action is perhaps the only example in the world, of a battle so furious, so obstinate, managed with such skill, every regiment behaving well, and doing their duty to the utmost, often rallying when disordered, and indeed fighting with the courage and order of veterans. And yet not one regiment of troops that had ever seen the face of an enemy, or so much as been in arms before. It's true, the King had rather the better of the day. And yet the rebel army, though their left wing of horse was entirely defeated, behaved so well, that at best it might be called a drawn battle, and the loss on both sides was so equal, that it was hard to know who lost most men. But to leave the war, 'tis the place only I am taking notice of. From hence I turned south, for I was here on the edge both of Warwickshire, and Gloucestershire, but I turned south, and coming down by and upon the west side of Oxfordshire, to Chipping Norton, we were shewed Rolrick stones. A second Stonehenge. Being a ring of great stones standing upright, some of them from 5 to 7 foot high. I leave the debate about the reason and antiquity of this antient work to the dispute of the learned, who yet cannot agree about them any more than about Stonehenge in Wiltshire. Camden will have them be a monument of victory, and the learned Dr. Charlton is of the same mind. Mr. Camden also is willing to think that they were erected by Rollo the Dane, because of the town of Rollright, from which they are called Rollright or Rollricht stones. Aston would have them to be a monument of the dead, perhaps killed in battle, and that a great stone 9 foot high, at a distance, was over a king, and 5 other great ones likewise at a distance, were great commanders and the like. The ingenious and learned Dr. Plot would have us think it was a cirque or ring for their field elections of a king, something like the diets on horseback in Poland. That they met in the open field to choose a king, and that the persons in competition were severally placed in such a cirque, surrounded by the suffrages or voters, and that when they were chosen, the person chosen was inaugurated here. Thus I leave it as I find it, for antiquity, as I have often said, is not my business in this work. Let the occasion of those stones be what it will, they are well worth notice, especially to those who are curious in the search of antiquity. We were very merry at passing through a village called Bloxham, on the occasion of a meeting of servants for hire, which the people there call a mop. 'Tis generally in other places vulgarly called a statute, because founded upon a statute law in Q. Elizabeth's time for regulating of servants. This I christened by the name of a jade fair, at which some of the poor girls began to be angry, but we appeased them with better words. I have observed at some of these fairs, that the poor servants distinguish themselves by holding something in their hands, to intimate what labor they are particularly qualified to undertake. As the carters a whip, the laborers a shovel, the woodmen a bill, the manufacturers a wool comb, and the like. But since the ways and manners of servants are advanced as we now find them to be, those jade fairs are not so much frequented as formerly, though we have them at several towns near London, as at Enfield, Waltham, Epping, and here we saw also the famous parish of Brightwell, of which it was observed, that there had not been an alehouse nor a dissenter from the church, nor any quarrel among the inhabitants that rise so high as to a suit of law within the memory of man. But they could not say it was so still, especially as to the alehouse part, though very much is still preserved, as to the unity and good neighbourhood of the parishioners, and their conformity to the church. Being now on the side of Warwickshire, as is said before, I still went south, and passing by the 4 shire stones, we saw where the counties of Oxford, Warwick, and Gloucester join all in a point. 1 stone standing in each county, and the 4th touching all 3. Hence we came to the famous Cotswold Downs, so eminent for the best of sheep, and finest wool in England. It was of the breed of these sheep. And fame tells us that some were sent by King Rich into Spain, and that from thence the breed of their sheep was raised, which now produce so fine a wool, that we are obliged to fetch it from thence, for the making our finest broad clothes. And which we buy at so great a price. In viewing this part of England, and such things as these, and considering how little notice other writers had taken of them, it occurred to my thoughts that it would be a very useful and good work. If any curious observer would but write an account of England, and oblige himself to speak of such things only, as all modern writers had said nothing of, or nothing but what was false and imperfect. And there are doubtless so many things, so insignificant, and yet so omitted, that I am persuaded such a writer would not have wanted materials. Nay, I will not promise that even this work, though I am as careful as room for writing will allow, shall not leave enough behind, for such a gleaning to make itself richer than the reapings that have gone before. And this not altogether from the mere negligence and omissions of the writers, as from the abundance of matter, the growing buildings, and the new discoveries made in every part of the country. Upon these downs we had a clear view of the famous old Roman highway, called the Fosse, which evidently crosses all the middle part of England, and is to be seen and known, though in no place plainer than here, quite from the Bath to Warwick. And thence to Leicester, to Newark, to Lincoln, and on to Barton, upon the bank of Humber. Here it is still the common road, and we followed it over the downs to Cirencester. We observed also how several cross roads as antient as itself, and perhaps more antient, joined it, or branched out of it. some of which the people have by antient usage though corruptly called also fosses, making the word foss as it were a common name for all roads. For example, the Ackman Street, which is an antient Saxon road leading from Buckinghamshire through Oxfordshire to the foss, and so to the Bath, this joins the foss between Burford and Cirencester. It is worth observing how this is said to be called Ackman Street. Namely, by the Saxon way of joining their monosyllables into significant words, as thus, Ackman or Ackman a man of aching limbs. In English a cripple travelling to the Bath for cure, so Ackman Street was the road or street for diseased people going to the Bath. And the city of Bath was on the same account called Ake Manchester, or the city of diseased people, or urbs egrotorum hominum. Thus much for antiquity. There are other roads or fosses which join this grand highway, viz. Grin's Dyke, from Oxfordshire, Wattle Bank, or Avies Ditch from Ditto. And the Wood Way, called also the Foss crossing from Gloucester to Cirencester. In passing this way we very remarkably crossed 4 rivers within the length of about 10 miles, and inquiring their names, the country people called them every one the Thames, which moved me a little to inquire the reason. Which is no more than this. Namely, that these rivers, which are, the Lech, the Colne, the Churn, and the Isis, all rising in the Cotswold Hills and joining together and making a full stream at Lechlade near this place, they become one river there, and are all called Thames, or vulgarly Thames. Also beginning there to be navigable, you see very large barges at the quay, taking in goods for London, which makes the town of Lechlade a very populous large place. On the Churn one of those rivers stands Cirencester, or Ciceter for brevity, a very good town, populous and rich, full of clothiers, and driving a great trade in wool. Which as likewise at Tetbury, is brought from the Midland counties of Leicester, Northampton, and Lincoln, where the largest sheep in England are found, and where are few manufactures. It is sold here in quantities, so great, that it almost exceeds belief. It is generally bought here by the clothiers of Wiltshire and Gloucestershire, for the supply of that great clothing trade. Of which I have spoken already, they talk of 5,000 packs in a year. As we go on upon the foss, we see in the vale on the left hand, the antient town of Malmesbury, famous for a monastery, and a great church, built out of the ruins of it. And which I name in mere veneration to that excellent, and even best of our old historians Gulielmus Malmesburiensis, to whom the world is so much obliged, for preserving the history and antiquities of this kingdom. We next arrived at Marshfield, a Wiltshire clothing town, very flourishing, and where we crossed the great road from London to Bristol, as at Cirencester, we did that from London, to Gloucester. And in the evening keeping still the Foss way, we arrived at Bath. My description of this city would be very short, and indeed it would have been a very small city, if at all a city, were it not for the hot baths here, which give both name and fame to the place. The antiquity of this place, and of the baths here, is doubtless very great, though I cannot come into the inscription under the figure, said to be of a British king, placed in that called the King's Bath, which says that this king bladed, Mr. Camden calls him Bladen, or Bladen Cloyth, that is, the South Sayer, found out the use of these baths, 300 years before our Saviour's time. I say, I cannot come into this, because even the discovery is ascribed to the magic of the day, not their judgment in the physical virtue of minerals, and mineral waters. The antiquities of this place are farther treated of by Mr. Camden, as the virtues of the waters, are, by several of the learned members of that faculty, who have wrote largely on that subject, as particularly, Dr. Baynard, Dr., and others. There remains little to add, but what relates to the modern customs, the gallantry and diversions of that place, in which I shall be very short. The best part being but a barren subject, and the worst part meriting rather a satire, than a description. It has been observed before, that in former times this was a resort hither for cripples, and the place was truly urbs egrotorum hominum, and we see the crutches hang up at the several baths, as the thank offerings of those who have come hither lame, and gone away cured. But now we may say it is the resort of the sound, rather than the sick. The bathing is made more a sport and diversion, than a physical prescription for health. And the town is taken up in raffling, gaming, visiting, and in a word, all sorts of gallantry and levity. The whole time indeed is a round of the utmost diversion. In the morning you, supposing you to be a young lady, are fetched in a close chair, dressed in your bathing cloths, that is, stripped to the smock, to the cross-bath. There the music plays you into the bath, and the women that tend you, present you with a little floating wooden dish, like a basin, in which the lady puts a handkerchief, and a nosegay, of late the snuff-box is added, and some patches. Though, the bath occasioning a little perspiration, the patches do not stick so kindly as they should. Here the ladies and the gentlemen pretend to keep some distance, and each to their proper side, but frequently mingle here too, as in the King and Queen's bath, though not so often. And the place being but narrow, they converse freely, and talk, rally, make vows, and sometimes love, and having thus amused themselves an hour or two, they call their chairs and return to their lodgings. The rest of the diversion here, is the walks in the great church, and at the raffling shops, which are kept, like the cloister at Bartholomew Fair, in the churchyard, and ground adjoining. In the afternoon there is generally a play, though the decorations are mean, and the performances accordingly, but it answers, for the company here, not the actors, make the play, to say no more. In the evening there is a ball, and dancing at least twice a week, which is commonly in the great town hall, over the market-house, where there never fails in the season to be a great deal of very good company. There is one thing very observable here, which though it brings abundance of company to the bath, more than ever us to be there before, yet it seems to have quite inverted the use and virtue of the waters, viz. That whereas for 1700 or 2000 years, if you believe King Bladud, the medicinal virtue of these waters had been useful to the diseased people by bathing in them, now they are found to be useful also, taken into the body. And there are many more come to drink the waters, than to bathe in them, nor are the cures they perform this way, less valuable than the outward application, especially in colics, ill digestion, and scorbutic distempers. This discovery, they say, is not yet above 50 years old, and is said to be owing to the famous Dr. Radcliffe, but I think it must be older, for I have myself drank the waters of the bath above 50 years ago, but be it so, 'tis certain, 'tis a modern discovery, compared to the former use of these waters. As to the usefulness of these waters to procure conception, and the known story of the late King James's Queen here, the famous monument in the cross-bath gives an account of it. Those that are inclined to give faith to such things, may know as much of it at the Santa Casa of Loreto, as here, and in Italy I believe it is much more credited. There is nothing in the neighbourhood of this city worth notice, except it be Chipping Norton Lane, where was a fight between the forces of King James II. And the Duke of Monmouth, in which the latter had plainly the better. And had they pushed their advantage, might have made it an entire victory. On the N.W. of this city up a very steep hill, is the King's Down, where sometimes persons of quality who have coaches go up for the air, but very few people care to have coaches here, it being a place where they have but little room to keep them, and less to make use of them. And the hill up to the Downs is so steep, that the late Queen Anne was extremely frightened in going up, her coachman stopping to give the horses breath, and the coach wanting a drag-staff, run back in spite of all the coachman's skill. The horses not being brought to strain the harness again, or pull together for a good while, and the coach putting the guards behind it into the utmost confusion, till some of the servants setting their heads and shoulders to the wheels, stopped them by plain force. When one is upon King Down, and has passed all the steeps and difficulties of the ascent, there is a plain and pleasant country for many miles, into Gloucestershire, and two very noble palaces, the one built by Mr. Blathwayt, late Secretary of War. And the other is called Badminton, the mansion of the most noble family of the Dukes of Beaufort, the present Duke being under age. The lustre and magnificence of this palace is magnified by the surprise one is at, to see such a house in such a retreat, so difficult of access, at least this way, so near to so much company, and yet, so much alone. Following the course of the river Avon, which runs through Bath, we come in 10 miles to the city of Bristol, the greatest, the richest, and the best port of trade in Great Britain, London only excepted. The merchants of this city not only have the greatest trade, but they trade with a more entire independency upon London, than any other town in Britain. And 'tis evident in this particular, viz. that whatsoever exportations they make to any part of the world, they are able to bring the full returns back to their own port, and can dispose of it there. This is not the case in any other port in England. But they are often obliged to ship part of the effects in the ports abroad, on the ships bound to London, or to consign their own ships to London, in order both to get freight, as also to dispose of their own cargoes. But the Bristol merchants, as they have a very great trade abroad, so they have always buyers at home, for their returns, and that such buyers that no cargo is too big for them. To this purpose, the shopkeepers in Bristol, who in general are all wholesale men, have so great an inland trade among all the western counties, that they maintain carriers just as the London tradesmen do. To all the principal countries and towns from Southampton in the south, even to the banks of the Trent north. And though they have no navigable river that way, yet they drive a very great trade through all those counties. Add to this, that, as well by sea, as by the navigation of two great rivers, the Wye, and the Severn, they have the whole trade of South Wales, as it were, to themselves, and the greatest part of North Wales. And as to their trade to Ireland, it is not only great in itself, but is prodigiously increased in these last 30 years, since the Revolution, notwithstanding the great increase and encroachment of the merchants at Liverpool, in the Irish trade, and the great devastations of the war. The kingdom of Ireland itself being wonderfully increased since that time. The greatest inconveniences of Bristol are its situation, and the tenacious folly of its inhabitants, who by the general infatuation, the pretence of freedoms and privileges, that corporation tyranny, which prevents the flourishing and increase of many a good town in England, continue obstinately to forbid any who are not subjects of their city sovereignty, that is to say, freemen, to trade within the chain of their own liberties. Were it not for this, the city of Bristol would before now have swelled and increased in buildings and inhabitants, perhaps to double the magnitude it was formerly of. This is evident by this one particular. There is one remarkable part of the city where the liberties extend not at all, or but very little without the city gate. Here and nowhere else, they have an accession of new inhabitants. An abundance of new houses, nay, some streets are built, and the like, 'tis probable would have been at all the rest of the gates, if liberty had been given. As for the city itself, there is hardly room to set another house in it, 'tis so close built, except in the great square, the ground about which is a little too subject to the hazard of inundations, so that people do not so freely enlarge that way. The Tolsey of this city, so they call their exchange where their merchants meet, has been a place too of great business, yet so straitened, so crowded, and so many ways inconvenient, that the merchants have been obliged to do less business there, than indeed the nature of their great trade requires. They have therefore long solicited a sufficient authority of Parliament, empowering them to build a royal exchange, by which, I mean a place suitable and spacious, fit for the accommodation of the merchants, and for the dispatch of business. And to be empowered to pull down the adjacent buildings for that purpose, but there is not much progress yet made in this work, though, if finished, it would add much to the beauty of the city of Bristol. The Hot Well, or, the Water of St. Vincent's Rock, is not in the city, but at the confluence of the two little rivers, and on the north side of the stream. It is but a few years since this spring lay open at the foot of the rock, and was covered by the salt water at every tide, and yet it preserved both its warmth and its mineral virtue entire. The rock, though hard to admiration, has since that been worked down, partly by strength of art and partly blown in pieces by gunpowder, and a plain foundation made for building a large house upon it, where they have good apartments for entertaining diseased persons. The well is secured, and a good pump fixed in it, so that they have the water pure and unmixed from the spring itself. The water of this well possessed its medicinal quality no doubt from its original, which may be as antient as the deluge. But what is strangest of all is, that it was never known before. It is now famous for being a specific in that otherwise incurable disease, the diabetes, and yet was never known to be so, till within these few years. Namely, 30 years, or thereabout. There are in Bristol 21 parish churches, many meeting houses, especially Quakers, one, very mean, cathedral, the reason of which, may be, that it is but a very modern bishopric. It is supposed they have 100,000 inhabitants in the city, and within 3 miles of its circumference, and they say above 3,000 sail of ships belong to that port, but of the last I am not certain. 'Tis every remarkable, that this city is so plentifully supplied with coals, though they are all brought by land carriage, that yet they are generally bought by the inhabitants, laid down at their doors, after the rate of from 7 to 9 shillings per chaldron. The situation of the city is low, but on the side of a rising hill. The ground plat of it is said very much to resemble that of old Rome, being circular, with something greater diameter one way than another, but not enough to make it oval, and the river cutting off one small part, as it were, a sixth or less from the rest. The bridge over the Avon is exceeding strong, the arches very high, because of the depth of water, and the buildings so close upon it, that in passing the bridge, you see nothing but an entire well-built street. The tide of flood rises here near 6 fathom, and runs very sharp. They draw all their heavy goods here on sleds, or sledges without wheels, which kills a multitude of horses. And the pavement is worn so smooth by them, that in wet weather the streets are very slippery, and in frosty weather 'tis dangerous walking. From this city I resolved to coast the marshes or border of Wales, especially South Wales, by tracing the rivers Wye and Lugg into Monmouth and Herefordshire. But I changed this resolution on the following occasion. Namely, the badness and danger of the ferries over the Severn. Besides, having formerly traversed these counties, I can without a revisit, speak to every thing that is considerable in them, and shall do it in a letter by itself. But in the meantime, I resolved to follow the course of the famous river Severn, by which I should necessarily see the richest, most fertile, and most agreeable part of England, the bank of the Thames only excepted. From Bristol west, you enter the county of Gloucester, and keeping the Avon in view, you see King Road, where the ships generally take their departure, as ours at London do from Gravesend. And Hung Road, where they notify their arrival, as ours for London do in the Downs. The one lies within the Avon, the other, in the open sea or the Severn, which is there called the Severn Sea. Indeed great part of Bristol is in the bounds of Gloucestershire, though it be a county of itself. From hence going away a little northwest, we come to the Pill, a convenient road for shipping, and where therefore they generally run back for Ireland or for Wales. There is also a little farther, an ugly, dangerous, and very inconvenient ferry over the Severn, to the mouth of Wye, namely, at Ost, the badness of the weather, and the sorry boats, at which, deterred us from crossing there. As we turn north towards Gloucester, we lose the sight of the Avon, and in about 2 miles exchange it for an open view of the Severn Sea, which you see on the west side, and which is as broad as the ocean there. Except, that you see 2 small islands in it, and that looking NW you see plainly the coast of South Wales, and particularly a little nearer hand, the shore of Monmouthshire. Then as you go on, the shores begin to draw towards one another, and the coasts to lie parallel. So that the Severn appears to be a plain river, or an estuarium, somewhat like the Humber, or as the Thames is at the Nore, being 4 to 5 and 6 miles over, and to give it no more than its just due, a most raging, turbulent, furious place. This is occasioned by those violent tides called the Bore, which flow here sometimes 6 or 7 foot at once, rolling forward like a mighty wave, so that the stern of a vessel shall on a sudden be lifted up 6 or 7 foot upon the water, when the head of it is fast aground. After coasting the shore about 4 miles farther, the road being by the low salt marshes, kept at a distance from the river, we came to the ferry called Ast Ferry, or more properly Ost Ferry, or Ost Passage, from a little dirty village called Ost, near which you come to take boat. This ferry lands you at Beechley in Monmouthshire, so that on the outside 'tis called Ost Passage, and on the other side 'tis called Beechley Passage. From whence you go by land 2 little miles to Chepstow, a large port town on the river Wye. But of that part one shall say more in its place. When we came to Ost, the hither side of the passage, the sea was so broad, the fame of the bore of the tide so formidable, the wind also made the water so rough, and which was worse, the boats to carry over both man and horse appeared, as I have said above, so very mean, that in short none of us cared to venture, so we came back and resolved to keep on the road to Gloucester. By the way we visited some friends at a market town, a little out of the road, called Chipping Sodbury, a place of note for nothing that I saw, but the greatest cheese market in all that part of England. Or, perhaps, any other, except Atherstone, in Warwickshire. Hence we kept on north, passing by Desley to Berkeley Castle, the antient seat of the Earls of Berkeley, a noble though antient building, and a very fine park about it. The castle gives title to the Earl, and the town of Dursley to the heir apparent, who during the life of his father, is called the Lord Desley. I say nothing of the dark story of King Edward II. Of England. Who, all our learned writers agree, was murdered in this castle, as Richard II was in that of Pontefract, in Yorkshire. I say I take no more notice of it here, for history is not my present business. 'Tis true, they show the apartments where they say that king was kept a prisoner, but they do not admit that he was killed there. The place is rather antient than pleasant or healthful, lying low, and near the water. But 'tis honored by its present owner, known to the world for his many services to his country, and for a fame, which our posterity will read of, in all the histories of our times. From hence to Gloucester, we see nothing considerable, but a most fertile, rich country, and a fine river, but narrower as you go northward, till a little before we come to Gloucester it ceases to be navigable by ships of burthen. But continues to be so, by large barges, above 100 miles farther. Not reckoning the turnings and windings of the river, besides that, it receives several large and navigable rivers into it. Gloucester is an antient middling city, tolerably built, but not fine. Was fortified and stood out obstinately against its Lord King Charles the Ist, who besieged it to his great loss in the late rebellion, for which it had all its walls and works demolished. For it was then very strong. Here is a large stone bridge over the Severn, the first next the sea, and this, and the cathedral is all I see worth recording of this place. Except that the late eminent and justly famous Sir Thomas Powell, commonly called Judge Powell, one of the judges of the King's Bench Court, and contemporary with Sir John Holt lived and died in this city, being one of the greatest lawyers of the age. The cathedral is an old venerable pile, with very little ornament within or without, yet 'tis well built, and though plain, it makes together, especially the tower, a very handsome appearance. The inhabitants boast much of its antiquity, and tell us, that a bishop and preachers were plagued here, in the very infancy of the Christian religion, namely, in the year 189. But this I take ad referendum. The cathedral, they tell us, has been 3 times burnt to the ground. The first Protestant bishop of this church, was, that truly reverend and religious Dr. John Hooper, set up by King Edward VI. And afterwards martyred for his religion in the Marian tyranny, being burnt to death in the cemetery of his own cathedral. The whispering place in this cathedral, has for many years passed for a kind of wonder. But since, experience has taught us the easily comprehended reason of the thing, and since there is now the like in the church of St. Paul, the wonder is much abated. However, the verses written over this whispering place, intimate, that it has really passed for something miraculous, and as the application rather shows religion, than philosophy in the author, the reader may not like them the worse. Doubt not, that God who sits on high, thy secret prayers can hear. When a dead wall thus cunningly conveys soft whispers to thine ear. From Gloucester we kept the east shore of the Severn, and in 12 miles came to Tewkesbury, a large and very populous town situate upon the river Avon. This is called the Warwickshire Avon, to distinguish it from the Avon at Bristol and others. For there are several rivers in England of this name. And some tell us that Avona was an old word in the British tongue signifying a river. This town is famous for a great manufacture of stockings, as are also the towns of Pershore, and Evesham or Esham, on the same river. The great old church at Tewkesbury may indeed be called the largest private parish church in England, I mean, that is not a collegiate or cathedral church. This town is famous for the great, and as may be said, the last battle, fought between the 2 houses of Lancaster and York, in which Edward IV was conqueror. and in, or rather after which, Prince Edward, the only surviving son of the House of Lancaster, was killed by the cruel hands of Richard the King's brother, the same afterwards Richard III. Or Crookback Richard. In this place begins that fruitful and plentiful country which was called the Vale of Evesham, which runs all along the banks of the Avon, from Tewkesbury to Pershore, and to Stratford upon Avon, and in the south part of Warwickshire, and so far, viz. To Stratford, the river Avon is navigable. At this last town, going into the parish church, we saw the monument of old Shakespeare, the famous poet, and whose dramatic performances so justly maintain his character among the British poets. And perhaps will do so to the end of time. The busto of his head is in the wall on the north side of the church, and a flat gravestone covers the body, in the aisle just under him. On which gravestone these lines are written. Good friend, for Jesus' sake, forbear to move the dust that resteth here. Blessed be the man that spares these stones. And cursed be he, that moves my bones. The navigation of this river Avon is an exceeding advantage to all this part of the country, and also to the commerce of the city of Bristol. For by this river they drive a very great trade for sugar, oil, wine, tobacco, iron, lead, and in a word, all heavy goods which are carried by water almost as far as Warwick. And in return the corn, and especially the cheese, is brought back from Gloucestershire and Warwickshire, to Bristol. This same vale continuing to extend itself in Warwickshire, and under the ridge of little mountains called Edge Hill, is there called the Vale of Redhorse. All the grounds put together, make a most pleasant corn country, especially remarkable for the goodness of the air, and fertility of the soil. Gloucestershire must not be passed over, without some account of a most pleasant and fruitful vale which crosses part of the country, from east to west on that side of the Cotswold, and which is called Stroud Water. Famous not for the finest cloths only, but for dyeing those cloths of the finest scarlets, and other grain colours that are anywhere in England. Perhaps in any part of the world, here I saw 2 pieces of broad cloth made, one scarlet, the other crimson in grain, on purpose to be presented, the one to His Majesty King George, and the other to the Prince. When the former was Elector of Hanover, and the latter, Electoral Prince, and it was sent to Hanover, presented accordingly, and very graciously accepted. The cloth was valued including the colour, at 45s. Per yard. Indeed it was hardly to be valued, nothing so rich being ever made in England before, at least as I was informed. The clothiers lie all along the banks of this river for near 20 miles, and in the town of Stroud, which lies in the middle of it, as also at Painswick, which is a market town at a small distance north. The river makes its way to the Severn about 5 miles below Gloucester, Worcester, Hereford and Wales. From Tewkesbury we went north 12 miles, to Worcester, all the way still on the bank of the Severn. And here we had the pleasing sight of the hedgerows, being filled with apple trees and pear trees, and the fruit so common, that any passenger as they travel the road may gather and eat what they please. And here, as well as in Gloucestershire, you meet with cider in the public houses sold as beer and ale is in other parts of England, and as cheap. Here we saw at a distance, in a most agreeable situation, the mansion or seat of Sir John Pakington, a baronet of a very antient family. And for so long from father to son knight of the shire for the county, that it seems as if it were hereditary to that house. On the other side of the Severn and near the town of Bewdley the Lord Foley has a very noble seat suitable to the grandeur of that rising family. Worcester is a large, populous, old, though not a very well-built city. I say not well built because the town is close and old, the houses standing too thick. The north part of the town is more extended and also better built. There is a good old stone bridge over the Severn, which stands exceeding high from the surface of the water. But as the stream of the Severn is contracted here by the buildings on either side, there is evident occasion sometimes for the height of the bridge, the waters rising to an incredible height in the winter time. It narrowly escaped burning, but did not escape plundering at the time when the Scots army commanded by King Ch2. in person, was attacked here by Cromwell's forces. 'Twas said some of the royalists' officers themselves, proposed setting the city on fire, when they saw it was impossible to avoid a defeat, that they might the better make a retreat. Which they proposed to do over the Severn, and so to march into Wales, but that the king, a prince from his youth, of a generous and merciful disposition would by no means consent to it. I went to see the town house, which afforded nothing worth taking notice of, unless it be how much it wants to be mended with a new one, which the city, they say, is not so much inclined, as they are able and rich to perform. I saw nothing of public notice there, but the 3 figures, for they can hardly be called statues, of King Charles I, King Charles II, and Queen Anne. The cathedral of this city is an antiant, and indeed, a decayed building. The body of the church is very mean in its aspect, nor did I see the least ornament about it, I mean in the outside. The tower is low, without any spire, only 4 very small pinnacles on the corners. And yet the tower has some little beauty in it more than the church itself, too, and the upper part has some images in it, but decayed by time. The inside of the church has several very antiant monuments in it, particularly some royal ones. As that of King John, who lies interred between 2 sainted bishops, namely, Saint Oswald, and Saint Wulstan. Whether he ordered his interment in that manner, believing that they should help him up at the last call, and be serviceable to him for his salvation, I know not. It is true they say so, but I can hardly think the king himself so ignorant, whatever the people might be in those days of superstition. Nor will I say but that it may be probable, they may all 3 go together at last, as it is, and yet, without being assistant to, or acquainted with one another at all. Here is also a monument for that famous Countess of Salisbury, who dancing before, or with Edward III. In his great hall at Windsor, dropped her garter, which the king taking up, honoured it so much as to make it the denominating ensign of his new order of knighthood, which is grown so famous, and is called the most noble order of the Garter. What honour, or that any honour redounds to that most noble order, from its being so derived from the garter of a, for 'tis generally agreed, she was the king's mistress, I will not inquire. Certainly the order receives a just claim to the title of most noble, from the honour done it, by its royal institution. And its being compassed of such a noble list of the kings and princes as have been entreed into it, I say, certainly this order has a just title to that of noble, and most noble too. Yet I cannot but think that the king might have found out a better trophy to have fixed it upon, than that lady's garter. But this by the way, here lies the lady that's certain, and a very fine monument she has, in which one thing is more ridiculous than all that went before, viz. that about the monument, there are several angels cut in stone, strewing garters over the tomb, as if that passage, which at best had something a little obscene in it, I mean of the king's taking up the lady's garter, and giving such honours to it, was also a thing to be celebrated by angels, in perpetuum memoriam. Besides this, here is the monument or the body of Prince Arthur, eldest son to King Henry VII. Who was married, but died soon after. And his wife Catherine Infanta of Spain, was afterwards married to, and after 20 years' wedlock divorced from King Henry VIII. Upon the prince's tombstone is this inscription. Here lies the body of Prince Arthur, the eldest son of King Henry VII. Who died at Ludlow, in the year 1502. And in the 17th year of his father's reign. There are several other antiant monuments in this church, too many to be set down here. They reckon up 99 bishops of this diocese, beginning at the year 980, out of which catalogue they tell us have been furnished to the world, 1 pope, 4 saints, 7 high chancellors of England, 11 archbishops, 2 lord treasurers of England, 1 chancellor to the Queen, 1 lord president of Wales, and 1 vice president. Their names are as follows. 1 pope, viz. Julius de Medicis, called Clement VII. 4 saints. Saint Egwin, Saint Dunstan, Saint Oswald, Saint Wulstan. 11 archbishops. Saint Dunstan, Saint Oswald, Adolphe, Saint Wulstan, Aldred, Grey, Borcher, Whittlery, Heath, Sands, Whitgift, 7 Chancellors of England. De Ely, Gifford, Reynolds, Thoresby, Barnet, Alcock, Heath. 1 President. Heath. 1 Vice President. Whitgift. 2 Lord Treasurers. Reynolds. Wakefield. 1 Chancellor to a Queen. Simon. This city is very full of people, and the people generally esteemed very rich, being full of business, occasioned chiefly by the clothing trade, of which the city and the country round carries on a great share. As well for the Turkey trade as for the home trade. The salt springs in this county, which were formerly esteemed as next to miraculous, have since the discovery of the mines of rock salt in Lancashire, Cheshire, and lost all of wonder that belonged to them, and much of the use also. The salt made there being found to be much less valuable than what is now made of the other. So I need say little to them. Near this city are the famous Malvern Hills, or Malvern Hills, seen so far every way. In particular, we saw them very plainly on the downs, between Marlborough and Malmesbury, and they say they are seen from the top of Salisbury steeple, which is above 50 miles. There was a famous monastery at the foot of these hills, on the SW side, and the ruins are seen to this day. The old legend of wonders performed by the witches of Malvern, I suppose they mean the religieuses of both kinds, are too merry, as well as too antient for this work. They talk much of mines of gold and silver, which are certainly to be found here, if they were but looked for, and that Malvern wowed out du potassi for wealth. But 'tis probable if there is such wealth, it lies too deep for this idle generation to find out, and perhaps to search for. There are 3 or 4 especial manufactures carried on in this country, which are peculiar to itself, or at least to this county with the 2 next adjoining, namely, Chester, and Warwick. Monmouth cups sold chiefly to the Dutch seamen, and made only at Bewdley. Fine stone pots for the glassmakers melting their metal, of which they make their fine flint glass, glass plates, and not to be found anywhere but at Stourbridge in this county. The same clay makes crucibles and other melting pots. The Birmingham Iron Works, the North indeed claims a share or part of this trade, but it is only a part. Kidderminster stuffs called linsey woolseys, they are very rarely made anywhere else. At Stourbridge also they have a very great manufacture for glass of all sorts. From Worcester I took a tour into Wales, which though, I mentioned above, it was not at the same time with the rest of my journey. My account I hope will be as effectual. In passing from this part of the country to make a tour through Wales, we necessarily see the 2 counties of Hereford and Monmouth, and for that reason I reserved them to this place, as I shall the counties of Chester and Salop to my return. A little below Worcester the Severn receives a river of a long course and deep channel, called the Teme, and going from Worcester we passed this river at a village called Broadways. From whence keeping a little to the north, we come to Ludlow Castle, on the bank of the same river. On another journey I came from Stourbridge, famous for the clay for melting pots as above. Thence to Kidderminster, and passing the Severn at Bewdley we came to Ludlow, on the side of Shropshire. In this course we see 2 fine seats not very far from the Severn, viz. the Lord Foley's, and the Earl of Bradford's, as we had before a most delicious house, belonging to the Lord Conway, now in the family of the late famous Sir Edward Seymour. Indeed this part of the county, and all the county of Salop is filled with fine seats of the nobility and gentry, too many so much as to give a list of, and much less to describe. The castle of Ludlow shows in its decay, what it was in its flourishing estate. It is the palace of the princes of Wales, that is, to speak more properly, it is annexed to the Principality of Wales. Which is the appanage of the heir apparent, and this is his palace in right of his being made Prince of Wales. The situation of this castle is most beautiful indeed. There is a most spacious plain or lawn in its front, which formerly continued near 2 miles, but much of it is now enclosed. The country round it is exceeding pleasant, fertile, populous, and the soil rich. Nothing can be added by nature to make it a place fit for a royal palace. It only wants the residence of its princes, but that is not now to be expected. The castle itself is in the very perfection of decay. All the fine courts, the royal apartments, halls, and rooms of state, lie open, abandoned and some of them falling down. For since the courts of the president and marches are taken away, here is nothing to do that requires the attendance of any public people. So that time, the great devourer of the works of men, begins to eat into the very stone walls, and to spread the face of royal ruins upon the whole fabric. The town of Ludlow is a tolerable place, but it decays to be sure with the rest. It stands on the edge of the two counties, Shropshire and Worcestershire, but is itself in the first. 'Tis on the bank of the Teme, over which it has a good bridge, and it was formerly a town of good trade. The Welsh call this town Llytwyso, which is in English, the Prince's Court. Mr. Camden calls the river Teme the Temd, and another river which joins it just at this town, the Corve, whence the rich flat country below the town is called Corvesdale. King Henry VIII established the court of the president here, and the council of the marches and all causes of nisi prius, or of civil right were tried here, before the Lord President and Council. But this court was entirely taken away by Act of Parliament in our days, and this, as above, tends to the sensible decay of the town as well as of the castle. From Ludlow we took our course due south to Leominster, or Leominster, a large and good trading town on the river Lugg. This river is lately made navigable by Act of Parliament, to the very great profit of the trading part of this country, who have now a very great trade for their corn, wool, and other products of this place, into the river Wye, and from the Wye into the Severn, and so to Bristol. Leominster has nothing very remarkable in it, but that it is a well-built, well-inhabited town. The church, which is very large, has been in a manner rebuilt, and is now, especially in the inside, a very beautiful church. This town, besides the fine wool, is noted for the best wheat, and consequently the finest bread, whence Leominster bread, and Weobley ale, is become a proverbial saying. The country on our right as we came from Ludlow is very fruitful and pleasant, and is called the Hundred of Wigmore, from which the late Earl of Oxford at his creation, took the title of Baron of Wigmore, and here we saw two antient castles, viz. Brampton Bryan, and Wigmore Castle, both belonging to the Earl's father, Sir Edward Harley. Brampton is a stately pile, but not kept in full repair, the fate of that antient family not permitting the rebuilding it as we were told was intended. Yet it is not so far decayed as Ludlow, nor is it abandoned, or like to be so, and the parks are still very fine, and full of large timber. We were now on the borders of Wales, properly so called. For from the windows of Brampton Castle, you have a fair prospect into the county of Radnor, which is, as it were, under its walls. Nay, even this whole county of Hereford, was, if we may believe antiquity, a part of Wales, and was so esteemed for many ages. The people of this county too, boast that they were a part of the antient Silures, who for so many ages withstood the Roman arms, and who could never be entirely conquered. But that's an affair quite beyond my inquiry. I observe they are a diligent and laborious people, chiefly addicted to husbandry, and they boast, perhaps, not without reason, that they have the finest wool, and best hops, and the richest cider in all Britain. Indeed the wool about Leominster, and in the Hundred of Wigmore observed above, and the Golden Vale as 'tis called, for its richness on the banks of the river Dove, all in this county, is the finest without exception, of any in England. The South Down wool not excepted. As for hops, they plant abundance indeed all over this county, and they are very good. And as for cider, here it was, that several times for 20 miles together, we could get no beer or ale in their public houses, only cider, and that so very good, so fine, and so cheap, that we never found fault with the exchange. Great quantities of this cider are sent to London, even by land carriage though so very remote, which is an evidence for the goodness of it, beyond contradiction. One would hardly expect so pleasant and fruitful a country as this, so near the barren mountains of Wales. But 'tis certain, that not any of our southern counties, the neighbourhood of London excepted, comes up to the fertility of this county, as Gloucester furnishes London with great quantities of cheese. So this county furnishes the same city with bacon in great quantities, and also with cider as above. From Leominster it is 10 miles to Hereford, the chief city, not of this county only, but of all the counties west of Severn. 'Tis a large and a populous city, and in the time of the late rebellion, was very strong, and being well fortified, and as well defended, supported a tedious and very severe siege. For besides the Parliament's forces, who could never reduce it, the Scots army was called to the work, who lay before it, till they laid above 4,000 of their bones there, and at last, it was rather taken by the fate of the war than by the attack of the besiegers. Coming to Hereford, we could not but inquire into the truth of the story so famous, that the Reverend Dr. Gibson had mentioned it in his continuation of Camden, of the removing the 2 great stones near Sutton, which the people confirmed to us. The story is thus. Between Sutton and Hereford, is a common meadow called the Wirgeons, where were placked 2 large stones for a watermark, one erected upright, and the other laid athwart. In the late civil wars, about the year 1652, they were removed to about 12 score paces distance, and no body knew how, which gave occasion to a common opinion, that they were carried thither by the devil. When they were set in their places again, one of them required 9 yoke of oxen to draw it. Not far from Lidbury, is Cornwall, near which, upon the waste, as a countryman was digging a ditch about his cottage, he found a crown or a coronet of gold, with gems set deep in it. It was of a size large enough to be drawn over the arm, with the sleeve. The stones of it are said to have been so valuable, as to be sold by a jeweller for £1,500. It is truly an old, mean-built, and very dirty city, lying low, and on the bank of Wye, which sometimes incommodes them very much, by the violent freshes that come down from the mountains of Wales. For all the rivers of this county, except the Driffendoe, come out of Wales. The chief thing remarkable next to the cathedral, is the college, which still retains its foundation laws, and where the residentiaries are still obliged to celibacy, but otherwise, live a very happy, easy, and plentiful life. Being furnished upon the foot of the foundation, besides their ecclesiastical stipends. The great church is a magnificent building, however ancient, the spire is not high, but handsome, and there is a fine tower at the west end, over the great door or entrance. The choir is very fine, though plain, and there is a very good organ. The revenues of this bishopric are very considerable, but lie under some abatement at present, on account of necessary repairs. There are several monuments in it of antient bishops, but no other of note. Between Leominster and this city, is another Hampton Court, the seat of the Lord Coningsby, who has also a considerable interest in the north part of this county. A person distinguishing himself in the process or impeachment against the late Earl of Oxford, his neighbour, who, to his no small disappointment, escaped him. There is nothing remarkable here that I could observe, but the name putting me in mind of another Hampton Court, so much beyond it, that the house seems to be a foil to the name. The house was built by Roland Lenthall, Esq., who was garde de robe to Henry IV. So that it is old enough, if that may recommend it, and so is its master. From Hereford, keeping the bank of Wye as near as we could, we came to Ross, a good old town, famous for good cider, a great manufacture of iron ware, and a good trade on the river Wye, and nothing else as I remember. Except it was a monstrous fat woman, who they would have had me gone to see. But I had enough of the relation, and so I suppose will the reader, for they told me she was more than 3 yards about her waist, that when she sat down, she was obliged to have a small stool placked before her, to rest her belly on, and the like. From hence we came at about 8 miles more into Monmouthshire, and to the town of Monmouth. It is an old town situate at the conflux of the Wye and of Monnow, whence the town has its name. It stands in the angle where the rivers join, and has a bridge over each river, and a third over the river Trothy, which comes in just below the other. This town shews by its reverend face, that it is a place of great antiquity, and by the remains of walls, lines, curtains, and bastions, that it has been very strong, and by its situation that it may be made so again. This place is made famous by being the native place of one of our most antient historians, Geoffrey of Monmouth. At present 'tis rather a decayed than a flourishing town, yet, it drives a considerable trade with the city of Bristol, by the navigation of the Wye. This river having, as I said, just received two large streams, the Mynavly, or Munno, and the Trother, is grown a very noble river, and with a deep channel, and a full current hurries away towards the sea, carrying also vessels of a considerable burthen hereabouts. Near Monmouth the Duke of Beaufort has a fine old seat, called Troy. But since the family has had a much finer palace at Badminton, near the Bath, this though a most charming situation seems to be much neglected. Lower down upon the Wye stands Chepstow, the seaport for all the towns seated on the Wye and Lug, and where their commerce seems to centre. Here is a noble bridge over the Wye, to this town ships of good burthen may come up, and the tide runs here with the same impetuous current as at Bristol, the flood rising from 6 fathom, to 6½ at Chepstow Bridge. This is a place of very good trade, as is also Newport, a town of the like import upon the river Uskey, a great river, though not so big as Wye, which runs through the centre of the county, and falls also into the Severn Sea. This county furnishes great quantities of corn for exportation, and the Bristol merchants frequently load ships here, to go to Portugal, and other foreign countries with wheat. Considering the mountainous part of the west of this county, 'tis much they should have such good corn, and so much of it to spare, but the eastern side of the county, and the neighbourhood of Herefordshire, supplies them. I am now at the utmost extent of England west, and here I must mount the Alps, traverse the mountains of Wales, and indeed, they are well compared to the Alps in the inmost provinces Winky Face. But with this exception, that in abundance of places you have the most pleasant and beautiful valleys imaginable, and some of them, of very great extent, far exceeding the valleys so famed among the mountains of Savoy, and Piedmont. The two first counties which border west upon Monmouthshire, are Brecknock, and Glamorgan, and as they are very mountainous, so that part of Monmouthshire which joins them, begins the rising of the hills. Curtain Beacon, Tumberlow, Bloranch, Penvale, and Skirridon, are some of the names of these horrid mountains, and are all in this shire, and I could not but fancy myself in view of Mount Brennus, Little Barnard, and Great Barnard, among the Alps. When I saw Plinlimmon Hill, and the sources of the Severn on one side of it, and the Wye and Rydal on the other, it put me in mind of the famous hill, called, in the cantons of Switzerland, out of which the Rhine rises on one side, and the Rhone, and the Aa on the other. But I shall give you more of them presently. We now entered South Wales. The provinces which bear the name of South Wales, are these, Glamorgan, Brecknock, Radnor, Caermarthen, Pembroke, and Cardigan. We began with Brecknock, being willing to see the highest of the mountains, which are said to be hereabouts. And indeed, except I had still an idea of the height of the Alps, and of those mighty mountains of America, the Andes, which we see very often in the South Seas, 20 leagues from the shore, I say except that I had still an idea of those countries on my mind, I should have been surprised at the sight of these hills. Nay, as it was, the Andes and the Alps, though immensely high, yet they stand together, and they are as mountains, pilled upon mountains, and hills upon hills. Whereas sometimes we see these mountains rising up at once, from the lowest valleys, to the highest summits, which makes the height look horrid and frightful, even worse than those mountains abroad, which though much higher, rise as it were, one behind another, so that the ascent seems gradual, and consequently less surprising. Brecknockshire is a mere inland county, as Radnor is. The English jestingly, and I think not very improperly, call it Breakneckshire. 'Tis mountainous to an extremity, except on the side of Radnor, where it is something more low and level. It is well watered by the Wye, and the Uskey, two rivers mentioned before. Upon the latter stands the town of Brecknock, the capital of the county. The most to be said of this town, is what indeed I have said of many places in Wales, viz. that it is very antient, and indeed to mention it here for all the rest, there are more tokens of antiquity to be seen everywhere in Wales, than in any particular part of England, except the counties of Cumberland, and Northumberland. Here we saw Brecknock Mere, a large or long lake of water, 2 or 3 miles over, of which, they have a great many Welsh fables, not worth relating. The best of them is, that a certain river called the Lewny runs through it, and keeps its colour in mid-channel distinguished from the water of the lake, and as they say, never mingles with it. They take abundance of good fish in this lake, so that as is said of the river Thys in Hungary, they say this lake is 2/3 water, and 1/3 fish. The country people affirm, there stood a city once here, but, that by the judgment of heaven, for the sin of its inhabitants, it sunk into the earth, and the water rose up in the place of it. I observe the same story is mentioned by Mr. Camden with some difference in the particulars. I believe my share of it, but 'tis remarkable, that Mr. Camden having lost the old city Leventium, mentioned by Ptolemy to be hereabouts, is willing to account for it, by this old story. It was among the mountains of this county that the famous Glendower sheltered himself, and taking arms on the deposing Richard II, proclaimed himself Prince of Wales. And they shew us several little refuges of his in the mountains, whither he retreated, and from whence, again, he made such bold excursions into England. Though this county be so mountainous, provisions are exceeding plentiful, and also very good all over the county, nor are these mountains useless, even to the city of London, as I have noted of other counties. For from hence they send yearly, great herds of black cattle to England, and which are known to fill our fairs and markets, even that of Smithfield itself. The yellow mountains of Radnorshire are the same, and their product of cattle is the same. Nor did I meet with anything new, and worth noticing, except monuments of antiquity, which are not the subject of my inquiry. The stories of Vortigern, and Roger of Mortimer, are in every old woman's mouth here. There is here a great cataract or waterfall of the river Wye, at a place called Rhaedr Gwy in Welsh, which signifies the cataract or waterfall of the Wye, but we did not go to see it, by reason of a great flood at that time, which made the way dangerous. There is a kind of desart too, on that side, which is scarce habitable or passable, so we made it our north boundary for this part of our journey, and turned away to Glamorganshire. Entreing this shire, from Radnor and Brecknock, we were saluted with Menuchtony Hill on our left, and the Black Mountain on the right, and all a ridge of horrid rocks and precipices between, over which, if we had not had trusty guides, we should never have found our way. And indeed, we began to repent our curiosity, as not having met with anything worth the trouble. And a country looking so full of horror, that we thought to have given over the enterprise, and have left Wales out of our circuit, but after a day and a night conversing thus with rocks and mountains, our guide brought us down into a most agreeable vale, opening to the south, and a pleasant river running through it, called the Taff. And following the course of this river, we came in the evening to the antient city of Llandaff, and Cardiff, standing almost together. Llandaff is the seat of the episcopal see, and a city. But Cardiff, which is lower on the river, is the port and town of trade, and has a very good harbour opening into the Severn Sea, about 4 miles below the town. The cathedral is a neat building, but very antient. They boast that this church was a house of religious worship many years before any church was founded in England, and that the Christian religion flourished here in its primitive purity, from the year 186, till the Pelagian heresy overspread this country, which being afterwards rooted out by the care of the orthodox bishop, they placed St. Dubricius as the first bishop in this town of Llandaff, then called Launton. 'Tis observable, that though the bishop of Llandaff was called an archbishop, yet the cathedral church was but 28 foot long, and 10 foot broad, and without any steeple or bells. Notwithstanding which the 3 first bishops were afterwards sainted, for their eminent holiness of life, and the miracles they wrought. Nor had they any other cathedral from the year 386, to the year 1107, when Bishop Urban built the present church, with some houses for the clergy adjoining, in the nature of a cloister. Though the church is antient, yet the building is good, and the choir neat, and pretty well kept, but there are no monuments of note in it, except some so antient, that no inscription can be read, to give any account of. The south part of this country is a pleasant and agreeable place, and is very populous. 'Tis also a very good, fertile, and rich soil, and the low grounds are so well covered with grass, and stocked with cattle, that they supply the city of Bristol with butter in very great quantities salted and barrelled up, just as Suffolk does the city of London. The chief seaport is Swansea, a very considerable town for trade, and has a very good harbour. Here is also a very great trade for coals, and culm, which they export to all the ports of Somerset, Devon, and Cornwall, and also to Ireland itself. So that one sometimes sees 100 sail of ships at a time loading coals here, which greatly enriches the country, and particularly this town of Swansea, which is really a very thriving place. It stands on the river Toy, or Taw. 'Tis very remarkable, that most of the rivers in this county chime upon the letters T and Y, as Toff, Toy, Ty, Toey, Tivy. Neath is another port, where the coal trade is also considerable, though it stands farther within the land. Kinfig Castle is now the seat and estate of the Lord Mansell, who has here also a very royal income from the collieries. I say royal, because equal to the revenues of some sovereign princes, and which formerly denominated Sir Edward Mansell, one of the richest commoners in Wales. The family was ennobled by her late Majesty Queen Anne. In this neighbourhood, near Margan Mynydd, we saw the famous monument mentioned by Mr. Camden, on a hill, with the inscription, which the people are so terrified at, that no body will care to read it. For they have a tradition from father to son, that whoever ventures to read it, will die within a month. We did not scruple the adventure at all, but when we came to try, the letters were so defact by time, that we were effectually secured from the danger, the inscription not being anything near so legible, as it seems it was in Camden's time. The stone pillar is about 4 or 5 foot high, and 1 foot thick, standing on the top of this hill. There are several other such monuments in Radnorshire, and other counties in Wales, as likewise in Scotland we saw the like, but as I have always said, I carefully avoid entering into any discourses of antiquity, as what the narrow compass of these letters will not allow. Having thus touched at what is most curious on this coast, we passed through the land of Gower, and going still west, we came to Caermarthen, or Caerverden, as the Welsh call it, the capital of the county of Caermarthenshire. This is an antient but not a decayed town, pleasantly situated on the river Towy, or Tovey, which is navigable up to the town, for vessels of a moderate burthen. The town indeed is well built, and populous, and the country round it, is the most fruitful, of any part of all Wales, considering that it continues to be so for a great way, namely, through all the middle of the county, and a great way into the next. Nor is this county so mountainous and wild, as the rest of this part of Wales, but it abounds in corn, and in fine flourishing meadows, as good as most are in Britain, and in which are fed, a very great number of good cattle. The chancery, and exchequer of the principality, was usually kept at this town, till the jurisdiction of the court and marches of Wales was taken away. This town was also famous for the birth of the old British prophet Merlin, of whom so many things are fabled, that indeed nothing of its kind ever prevailed so far, in the delusion of mankind. And who flourished in the year 480, and here also the old Britons often kept their parliament or assemblies of their wise men, and made their laws. The town was fortified in former times, but the walls are scarcely to be seen now, only the ruins of them. Here we saw near Keelymain Ibwyd, on a great mountain, a circle of mighty stones, very much like Stonehenge in Wiltshire, or rather like the Rollrich stones in Oxfordshire. And though the people call it Brewerth Arthur, or King Arthur's throne, we see no reason to believe that King Arthur knew anything of it, or that it had any relation to him. We found the people of this county more civilized and more courteous, than in the more mountainous parts, where the disposition of the inhabitants seems to be rough, like the country, but here as they seem to converse with the rest of the world. By their commerce, so they are more conversable than their neighbours. The next county west, is Pembrokeshire, which is the most extreme part of Wales on this side, in a rich, fertile, and plentiful country, lying on the sea coast, where it has the benefit of Milford Haven, one of the greatest and best inlets of water in Britain. Mr. Camden says it contains 16 creeks, 5 great bays, and 13 good roads for shipping, all distinguished as such by their names, and some say, 1,000 sail of ships may ride in it, and not the topmast of one be seen from another. But this last, I think, merits confirmation. Before we quitted the coast, we saw Tenby, the most agreeable town on all the sea coast of South Wales, except Pembroke, being a very good road for shipping, and well frequented. Here is a great fishery for herring in its season. A great colliery, or rather export of coals, and they also drive a very considerable trade to Ireland. From hence, the land bearing far into the sea, makes a promontory, called St. Govan's Head or Point. But as we found nothing of moment was to be seen there, we crossed over the isthmus to Pembroke, which stands on the shore of the great haven of Milford Haven. This is the largest and richest, and at this time, the most flourishing town of all Wales. Here are a great many English merchants, and some of them men of good business. And they told us, there were near 200 sail of ships belonged to the town, small and great. In a word, all this part of Wales is a rich and flourishing country, but especially this part is so very pleasant, and fertile, and is so well cultivated, that 'tis called by distinction, Little England, beyond Wales. This is the place also made particularly famous for the landing of King Henry VII, then Duke of Richmond. From hence, being resolved to see the utmost extent of the county west, we ferried over the haven and went to Haverford. Or by some called Haverford West. And from thence to St. David's, or St. Taffy's, as the Welsh call it. Haverford is a better town than we expected to find, in this remote angle of Britain. 'Tis strong, well built, clean, and populous. From hence to St. David's, the country begins to look like Wales again, dry, barren, and mountainous. St. David's is not a bishop's see only, but was formerly an archbishop's, which they tell us, was by the Pope transferred to Dole in Brittany, where it still remains. The venerable aspect of this cathedral church, shews that it has been a beautiful building, but that it is much decayed. The west end or body of the church is tolerably well, the choir is kept neat, and in tolerable repair, the aisle without the choir, and the Virgin Mary's chapel, which makes the end of the church, are in a manner demolished, and the roofs of both fallen in. There are a great many eminent persons buried here, besides such, whose monuments are defaced by time. There is St. David's monument, to whom the church is dedicated, the monument of the Earl of Richmond, as also of the famous Owen Tudor. There are also 4 antient monuments of Knights Templar, known by their figures lying cross-legged, but their names are not known, and there are 6 several monuments of bishops, who ruled this church, besides St. David. This is St. David they tell us was uncle to King Arthur, that he lived to 146 years of age, that he was bishop of this church 65 years, being born in the year 496, and died in 642, that he built 12 monasteries, and did abundance of miracles. There was a very handsome house for the bishop, with a college, all built in a close by themselves, but they are now turned to ruins. Here the weather being very clear, we had a full view of Ireland, though at a very great distance. The land here is called St. David's Head, and from hence, there has some time ago, gone a passage boat constantly between England and Ireland, but that voiture is at present discontinued. They reckon up 112 bishops of this see, since it begun, to the year 1712. The last bishop but 2, was Dr. Thomas Watson, of whom the world has heard so much, being deprived after a long debate, on a charge of simony. Whether justly, or not, I shall not inquire, but he bestowed great sums on charitable designs, and is still, living, inclined as I am told, to do much more. From hence we turned in, keeping the sea in our prospect. And a rugged mountainous country on the where the hills even darkened the air with their height. As we went on, we passed by Newport, on the river Nevern, a town having a good harbour, and consequently a good trade with Ireland. Here we left Pembrokeshire, and after about 22 miles, came to the town of Cardigan, an old and well-inhabited town, on the river Tivy. 'Tis a very noble river indeed, and famous for its plenty of the best and largest salmon in Britain. The country people told us, that they had beavers here, which bred in the lakes among the mountains, and came down the stream of Tivy to feed, that they destroyed the young fry of salmon, and therefore the country people destroyed them. But they could shew us none of them, or any of their skins, neither could the countrymen describe them, or tell us that they had ever seen them, so that we concluded they only meant the otter, till I found after our return, that Mr. Camden mentions also, that there were beavers seen here formerly. This town of Cardigan was once possessed by the great Robert Fitzstephen, who was the first Briton that ever attempted the conquest of Ireland. and had such success with a handful of men, as afterwards gave the English a footing there, which they never quitted afterwards, till they quite reduced the country, and made it, as it were, a province of England. The town is not large, has been well fortified, but that part is now wholly neglected. It has a good trade with Ireland, and is enriched very much, as is all this part of the country, by the famous lead mines, formerly discovered by Sir Carberry Price, which are the greatest, and perhaps the richest in England. And particularly as they require so little labour and charge to come at the ore, which in many places lies within a fathom or two of the surface, and in some even bare to the very top. Going in. From the Tyvy about 25 miles, we came to Aberystwyth, that is to say, the town at the mouth of the river Wystwyth. This town is enriched by the coals and lead which is found in its neighbourhood, and is a populous, but a very dirty, black, smoky place, and we fancied the people looked as if they lived continually in the coal or lead mines. However, they are rich, and the place is very populous. The whole county of Cardigan is so full of cattle, that 'tis said to be the nursery, or breeding place for the whole kingdom of England, by Trent. But this is not a proof of its fertility, for though the feeding of cattle indeed requires a rich soil, the breeding them does not, the mountains and moors being as proper for that purpose as richer land. Now we entered in Wales, only I should add, that as we passed, we had a sight of the famous Plinlimmon Hill, out of the east side of which, as I mentioned before, rises the Severn, and the Wye, and out of the west side of it, rises the Rydal and the Wystwyth. This mountain is exceeding high, and though it is hard to say which is the highest hill in Wales, yet I think this bids fair for it. Nor is the county for 20 miles round it any thing but a continued ridge of mountains, so that for almost a whole week's travel, we seemed to be conversing with the upper regions. For we were often above the clouds, I'm sure, a very great way, and the names of some of these hills seemed as barbarous to us, who spoke no Welsh, as the hills themselves. Passing these mountains, I say, we entered in Wales, which contains the counties of Montgomery, Merioneth, Carnarvon, Denbigh, and Flint shires, and the Isle of Anglesey. In passing Montgomery shire, we were so tired with rocks and mountains, that we wished heartily we had kept close to the sea shore, but it not much mended the matter if we had. As I understood afterwards, the river Severn is the only beauty of this county, which rising, I say, out of the Plinlimmon mountain, receives instantly so many other rivers into its bosom, that it becomes navigable before it gets out of the county. Namely, at Welch Pool, on the edge of Shropshire. This is a good fashionable place, and has many English dwelling in it, and some very good families, but we saw nothing farther worth remarking. The valleys and meadows upon the bank of the Severn, are the best of this county, I had almost said, the only good part of it. Some are of opinion, that, the very water of the Severn, like that of Nile, impregnates the valleys, and when it overflows, leaves a virtue behind it, particularly to itself. And this they say is confirmed, because all the country is so fruitful, wherever this river does overflow, and its waters reach. The town, or rather as the natives call it, the city of Montgomery, lies not far from this river, on the outer edge of the country next to Herefordshire. This was, it seems, a great frontier town in the wars between the English and the Welsh, and was beautified and fortified by King Henry III. The town is now much decayed. It gives title to the eldest son of the ducal house of Powys, who is called Lord Montgomery, and Marquis of Powys. They have a noble seat at Troy, hard by this town on the other side the river, but the house of Pembroke also claims the title of Montgomery. This county is noted for an excellent breed of Welsh horses, which, though not very large, are exceeding valuable, and much esteemed all over England. All the north and west part of the county is mountainous and stony. We saw a great many old monuments in this country, and Roman camps wherever we came, and especially if we met any person curious in such things, we found they had many Roman coins, but this was none of my inquiry, as I have said already. Merionethshire, or Merionethshire, lies west from Montgomeryshire. It lies on the Irish Sea, or rather the ocean, for St. George's Channel does not begin till further north, and it is extended on the coast, for near 35 miles in length, all still mountainous and craggy. The principal river is the Tovey, which rises among the unpassable mountains, which range along the centre of this part of Wales, and which we call unpassable, for that even the people themselves called them so. We looked at them indeed with astonishment, for their rugged tops, and the immense height of them. Some particular hills have particular names, but otherwise we called them all the Black Mountains, and they well deserved the name. Some think 'tis from the unpassable mountains of this county, that we have an old saying, that the devil lives in the middle of Wales, though I know there is another meaning given to it. In a word, Mr. Camden calls these parts the Alps of Wales. There is but few large towns in all this part, nor is it very populous, indeed much of it is scarce habitable, but, 'tis said, there are more sheep in it, than in all the rest of Wales. On the sea shore however, we see Harley Castle, which is still a garrison, and kept for the guard of the coast, but 'tis of no great strength, but by its situation. In the middle of these vast mountains, and forming a very large lake, viz. near its first sources, rises the river Dee, of which I shall speak again in its proper place. Here among innumerable summits, and rising peaks of nameless hills, we saw the famous Cateridrix, which some are of opinion, is the highest mountain in Britain, another called Rauravor, another called Mawalwinda, and still every hill we saw, we thought was higher than all that ever we saw before. We inquired here after that strange phenomenon which was not only seen, but fatally experienced by the country round this place, namely, of a livid fire, coming off from the sea, and setting on fire, houses, barns, stacks of hay and corn, and poisoning the herbage in the fields. Of which there is a full account given in the Philosophical Transactions, and as we had it confirmed by the general voice of the people, I content myself with giving an account of it as follows. It is observable that the eclipses of the sun in Aries have been very fatal to this place. For in the years 1542, and 1567, when the sun was eclipsed in that sign, it suffered very much by fire, and after the latter eclipse of the two, the fire spread so far, that about 200 houses in the town and suburbs of Carnarvon were consumed. But to return to the face of things, as they appeared to us, the mountainous country spoken of runs away in through this county and almost the next, I mean Carnarvonshire, where Snowdon Hill is a monstrous height, and according to its name, had snow on the top in the beginning of June, and perhaps had so till the next June, that is to say, all the year. These unpassable heights were doubtless the refuges of the Britons, when they made continual war with the Saxons and Romans, and retreated on occasion of their being overpowered, into these parts, where, in short, no enemy could pursue them. That side of the country of Carnarvon, which borders on the sea, is not so mountainous, and is both more fertile and more populous. The principal town in this part is Carnarvon, a good town, with a castle built by Edward I. to curb and reduce the wild people of the mountains, and secure the passage into Anglesey. As this city was built by Edward I, so he kept his court often here, and honoured it with his presence very much. And here his eldest son and successor, though unhappy, Ed, too, was born, who was therefore called Edward of Carnarvon. This Edward was the first Prince of Wales. That is to say, the first of the kings of England's sons, who was vested with the title of Prince of Wales, and here was kept the chancery and exchequer of the Princes of Wales, for the N part of the principality, as it was at, for the S part. It is a small, but strong town, clean and well built, and considering the place, the people are very courteous and obliging to strangers. It is seated on the firth or inlet called Menai, parting the Isle of Anglesey, or Mona, from the main land. And here is a ferry over to the island called Abermenai Ferry, and from thence a direct road to Holyhead, where we went for no purpose, but to have another view of Ireland, though we were disappointed, the weather being bad and stormy. Whoever travels critically over these mountains, I mean of Wales, and Merionethshire, will think Stonehenge in Wiltshire, and Woolwich stones in Oxfordshire no more a wonder, seeing there are so many such, and such like, in these provinces. That they are not thought strange of at all, nor is it doubted, but they were generally monuments of the dead, as also are the single stones of immense bulk any other, of which we saw so many, that we gave over remarking them. Some we saw from 7, 8, to 10, and one 16-foot high, being a whole stone, but so great, that the most of the wonder is, where they were found, and how dragged to the place. Since, besides the steep ascents to some of the hills on which they stand, it would be impossible to move some of them, now, with 50 yoke of oxen. And yet a great many of these stones are found confusedly lying one upon another on the utmost summit or top of the Glider, or other hills, in Merioneth and Carnarvonshire. To which it is next to impossible, that all the power of art, and strength of man and beast could carry them, and the people make no difficulty of saying the devil set them up there. One of these monumental stones is to be seen a little way from Harley Castle. It is a large stone lying flat, supported by 3 other stones at 3 of the 4 angles, though the stone is rather oval than square, it is almost 10 foot long. The breadth unequal, but in some places it's from 7 to 8 foot broad, and it may be suppositoried has been both longer and broader. 'Tis in some places above 2 foot thick, but in others 'tis worn almost to an edge by time. The 3 stones that support it are about 20 inches square. 'Tis suppositoried there has been 4, 2 of which that support the thickest end are near 8 foot high, the other not above 3 foot, being suppositoried to be settled in the ground, so that the stone lies sloping, like the roof of a barn. There is another of these to be seen in the Isle of Anglesey. The flat stone is much larger and thicker than this, but we did not go to see it. There are also 2 circles of stones in that island, such as Stonehenge, but the stones much larger. This is a particular kind of monument, and therefore I took notice of it, but the other are generally single stones of vast magnitude, set up on one end, column-wise, which being so very large, are likely to remain to the end of time, but are generally without any inscription, or regular shape or any mark, to intimate for who, or for what they were so placed. These mountains are indeed so like the Alps, that except the language of the people, one could hardly avoid thinking he is passing from Grenoble to Susa, or rather passing the country of the Grisons. The lakes also, which are so numerous here, make the similitude the greater, nor are the fables which the country people tell of these lakes, much unlike the stories which we meet with among the Switzers, of the famous lakes in their country. Dar. Gibson, Mr. Camden's continuator, tells us of 50 or 60 lakes in Carnarvonshire only. We did not count them indeed, but I believe if we had, we should have found them to be many more. Here we met with the char fish, the same kind which we see in Lancashire, and also in the lakes of Switzerland, and nowhere else, that I have heard of in Europe. The Welsh call it the torgach. There is nothing of note to be seen in the Isle of Anglesey but the town, and the castle of Beaumaris, which was also built by King Edward I and called Beaumarsh, or the Fine Plain. For here the country is very level and plain, and the land is fruitful and pleasant. The castle was very large, as may be seen by its remains, and that it was strong, the situation will tell also, but 'tis now of no use. As we went to Holyhead, by the part of the island from Newborough, and came back through the middle to Beaumaris, we saw the whole extent of it, and indeed, it is a much pleasanter country, than any part of Wales, that we had yet seen. And particularly is very fruitful for corn and cattle. Here we crossed the Freedom, or Strait of Meneu again, and came to Bangor, at the place where King Edward I intended to have built a great stone bridge. It would indeed have been a work fit for so great and powerful a king, as K. Edward was, but the bottom being doubtful, and the sea in that place sometimes very raging and strong, the workmen thought it impracticable, and though, as we were told, that the king was very positive in his design for a great while, yet he was prevailed with at last to decline it. From hence, I say, we crossed to Bangor, a town noted for its antiquity, its being a bishop's see, and an old, mean-looking, and almost despicable cathedral church. This church claims to be one of the most antient in Britain. The people say, 'tis the most antient, that Saint Daniel, to whom this church was dedicated, was first bishop here, in the year 512. They allow that the pagans, perhaps of Anglesey, ruined the church, and possessed the bishopric after it was first built, for above 100 years. Nor is there any account of it from the year 512 to 1009, after this, the bishopric was ruined again by dilapidation, by one of its own bishops, whose name was Bulkeley, who, as the Monasticon says, not only sold the revenues, but even the very bells, for which sacrilege he was struck blind. But this last is a tradition only. It is certainly at present a poor bishopric, and has but a poor cathedral. Yet the bishops are generally allowed to hold some other good benefice in commendam, and the preferment seems to be a grateful introduction to the clergy, as the bishops are generally translated from hence, to a more profitable bishopric. From Bangor we went north, keeping the sea on our left hand, to Conway. This is the poorest but pleasantest town in all this county for the bigness of it. It is seated on the bank of a fine river, which is not only pleasant and beautiful, but is a noble harbour for ships, had they any occasion for them there. The stream is deep and safe, and the river broad, as the Thames at Deptford. It only wants a trade suitable to so good a port, for it infinitely outdoes Chester or Liverpool itself. In this passage, we went over the famous precipice called Penman Muir, which indeed fame has made abundance more frightful, than it really is. For though the rock is indeed very high, and if any one should fall from it, it would dash them in pieces, yet, on the other hand, there is no danger of their falling. And besides, there is now a wall built all the way, on the edge of the precipice, to secure them. Those who have been at the hill or pass of Enterkin in Scotland, know very well, the danger there is much greater, than what can be thought of here. As the frequent loss of lives, both of man and horse will testify. We have but little remarkable in the road from Conway to Holywell, but crags and rocks all along the shore of Denbigh, till we came to Denbigh town. This is the county town, and is a large populous place, which carries something in its countenance of its neighbourhood to England, but that which was most surprising, after such a tiresome and fatiguing journey over the unhospitable mountains of Merioneth and Carnarvonshire, was, that descending now from the hills, we came into a most pleasant, fruitful, populous, and delicious vale, full of villages and towns, the fields shining with corn, just ready for the reapers, the meadows green and flowery, and a fine river, with a mild and gentle stream running through it. Nor is it a small or casual intermission, but we had a prospect of the country open before us, for above 20 miles in length, and from 5 to 7 miles in breadth, all smiling with the same kind of complexion, which made us think ourselves in England again, all on a sudden. In this pleasant vale, turning from Denbigh, and following the stream of the river, we came to Asaph, a small city, with a cathedral, being a bishopric of tolerable good value. Though the church is old, it is but a poor town, and ill-built, though the country is so pleasant and rich round it. There are some old monuments in this church, but none of any note, nor could we read the Welsh inscriptions. From hence we come to Holywell, the stories of this well of Winifred are, that the pious Virgin, being ravished and murdered, this healing water sprung out of her body when buried, but this smells too much of the legend, to take up any of my time. The Romanists indeed believe it, as 'tis evident, from their thronging hither to receive the healing sanative virtue of the water, which they do not hope for as it is a medicinal water, but as it is a miraculous water, and heals them by virtue of the intercession and influence of this famous Virgin, St. Winifred, of which I believe as much as comes to my share. Here is a fine chapel cut out of a solid rock, and was dedicated to this holy Virgin, and numbers of pilgrims resort to it, with no less devotion than ignorance. Under this chapel the water gushes out in a great stream, and the place where it breaks out, is formed like a basin or cistern, in which they bathe. The water is intensely cold, and indeed there is no great miracle in that point, considering the rocks it flows from, where it is impregnated by divers minerals, the virtue of which, and not of the saint, I suppose, work the greatest part of the cures. There is a little town near the well, which may, indeed, be said to have risen from the confluence of the people hither, for almost all the houses are either public houses, or let into lodgings. And the priests that attend here, and are very numerous, appear in disguise. Sometimes they are physicians, sometimes surgeons, sometimes gentlemen, and sometimes patients, or anything as occasion presents. Nobody takes notice of them, as to their profession, though they know them well enough, know not the Roman Catholics themselves, but in private, they have their proper oratories in certain places, whither the votaries resort. And good manners has prevailed so far, that however the Protestants know who and who's together, no body takes notice of it, or inquires where one another goes, or has been gone. From hence we passed by Flint Castle, a known place, but of no significance, and then in a few hours we crossed the River Dee, and arrived at the city of Westchester, from whence I shall give a farther account of my journey in my next. I am, Sir, yours, and 1 N.B. This was an expression the king used on no occasion, but such, as where the places were exquisitely fine, and particularly pleased him, and it was not observed that ever his majesty said it of any place in England, but of this. And of Burley House by Stamford in Lincolnshire, the seat of the Earl of Exeter. Letter 7. Containing a description of part of Cheshire, Shropshire, Wales, Staffordshire, Warwickshire, Northamptonshire, Leicestershire, Lincolnshire, Rutlandshire, and Bedfordshire. Cheshire and Northwest Midlands. Sir, my last from Westchester, gave you a full account of my progress through Wales, and my coming to Chester, at the end of that really fatiguing journey, I must confess, I that have seen the Alps on so many occasions, have gone under so many of the most frightful passes in the country of the Grisons, and in the mountains of Tyrol, never believed there was any thing in this island of Britain that came near. Much less that exceeded those hills, in the terror of their aspect, or in the difficulty of access to them. But certainly, if they are outdone anywhere in the world, it is here. Even Hannibal himself would have found it impossible to have marched his army over Snowdon, or over the rocks of Merioneth and Montgomery shires. No, not with all the help that fire and vinegar could have yielded, to make way for him. The only support we had in this heavy journey, was, 1. That we generally found their provisions very good and cheap, and very good accommodations in the inns. And, 2. That the Welsh gentlemen are very civil, hospitable, and kind, the people very obliging and conversable, and especially to strangers. But when we let them know, we travelled merely in curiosity to view the country, and be able to speak well of them to strangers, their civility was heightened to such a degree, that nothing could be more friendly. Willing to tell us everything that belonged to their country, and to show us everything that we desired to see. They value themselves much upon their antiquity, the antient race of their houses, and families, and the like. And above all, upon their antient heroes, their King Caractacus, Owen ap Tudor, Prince Llewellyn, and the like noblemen and princes of British extraction. And as they believe their country to be the pleasantest and most agreeable in the world, so you cannot oblige them more, than to make them think you believe so too. The gentlemen of Wales, indeed, justly claim a very antient descent, and have preserved their families entire, for many ages. They receive you well into their houses, treat you very handsomely, are very generous. And indeed, nothing is wanting within doors, and which is more than all, they have generally very good estates. I continued at Chester for some time, except that I made 2 or 3 excursions into the neighbouring country, and particularly into that part of Shropshire, which I had not viewed as I went. As also into the north, and northwest part of Cheshire. The first trip I made, was into the Sestria Chersonesus, as I think we may properly call it, viz. a piece of the county, which runs out a great way into the Irish Sea, and is bounded by the 2 great firths, or arms of the sea, the one called the mouth of the Dee, and the other of 2 rivers, the Mersey, and the Weaver. This isthmus or neck of land, is about 16 miles long, and about 6 or 7 miles over, and has not one market town in it, though 'tis exceeding rich and fertile. The last occasioned possibly by the neighbourhood of 2 such great towns, or cities rather, I mean Chester and Liverpool. Going down from Chester, by the Redee, as they call it, that is, the marshes of the River Dee, and coasting the river after it is grown broader than the marshes. The first place of any note which we come to, is Nesson, a long nace or ness of land, which running out into the sea, makes a kind of a quay. This is the place where in the late war in Ireland, most of the troops embarked, when that grand expedition begun. After which, the vessels go away to Highlake, in which as the winds may happen they ride safe in their way, as the ships from London lie in the Downs, till the wind presents for their respective voyages. From Nesson we crossed over that fruitful level I mentioned before, and coming to the other water, we ferried over to Liverpool. This town is now become so great, so populous, and so rich, that it may be called the Bristol of this part of England. It had formerly but one church, but upon the increase of inhabitants and of new buildings in so extraordinary a manner, they have built another very fine church in the north part of the town. And they talk of erecting 2 more. The first thing we observed in this church, was a fine marble font, all of one entire stone, given to the town, or church rather, by the late Robert Hesham Esq., a citizen and very considerable merchant of London, who was many years representative for the town of Lancaster. Here is a very fine new built tower also, and in it a curious ring of 8, very good bells. This part of the town may indeed be called New Liverpool, for that, they have built more than another Liverpool that way, in new streets, and fine large houses for their merchants. Besides this, they have made a great wet dock for laying up their ships, and which they greatly wanted. For though the Mersey is a noble harbour, and is able to ride 1,000 sail of ships at once, yet those ships that are to be laid up, or lie by the walls all the winter, or longer, as sometimes may be the case, must ride there, as in an open road, or, as the seamen call it, be hailed ashore, neither of which would be practicable in a town of so much trade, and in the time of the late great storm, they suffered very much on that account. This is the only work of its kind in England, except what is in the river of Thames, I mean for the merchants, nor is it many years since there was not one wet dock in England for private use, except Sir Henry Johnson's at Blackwall. This is still an increasing flourishing town, and if they go on in trade, as they have done for some time, 'tis probable it will in a little time be as big as the city of Dublin. The houses here are exceedingly well built, the streets straight, clean, and spacious, and they are now well supplied with water. The merchants here have a very pretty exchange, standing upon 12 freestone columns, but it begins to be so much too little, that 'tis thought they must remove or enlarge it. They talk already, as I have said above, of building 2 churches more at Liverpool, and surrounding them with new streets, to the n.e. of the old town, which if they should, Liverpool will soon outdo Bristol. In short, 'tis already the next town to Bristol, and in a little time may probably exceed it, both in commerce, and in numbers of people. We went no farther this way at that time, but came back to Chester, by the same ferry as we went over. As I am now at Chester, 'tis proper to say something of it, being a city well worth describing. Chester has 4 things very remarkable in it. 1. Its walls, which are very firm, beautiful, and in good repair. 2. The castle, which is also kept up, and has a garrison always in it. 3. The cathedral. 4. The river Dee, and 5. The bridge over it. It is a very antient city, and to this day, the buildings are very old, nor do the rows, as they call them, add anything, in my opinion, to the beauty of the city. But just the contrary, they serve to make the city look both old and ugly. These rows are certain long galleries, up one pair of stairs, which run along the side of the streets, before all the houses, though joined to them, and as is pretended, they are to keep the people dry in walking along. This they do indeed effectually, but then they take away all the view of the houses from the street, nor can a stranger, that was to ride through Chester, see any shops in the city. Besides, they make the shops themselves dark, and the way in them is dark, dirty, and uneven. The best ornament of the city is, that the streets are very broad and fair, and run through the whole city in straight lines, crossing in the middle of the city, as at Chichester. The walls, as I have said, are in very good repair. And it is a very pleasant walk round the city, upon the walls, and within the battlements, from whence you may see the country round. And particularly on the side of the Rue Dee, which I mentioned before, which is a fine large low green, on the bank of the Dee. In the winter this green is often under water by the inundations of the river, and a little before I came there, they had such a terrible land flood, which flowed 8 foot higher than usual, so that it not only overflowed the said green, called the Rue Dee, but destroyed a fine new wharf and landing place for goods, a little below the town, bore down all the warehouses, and other buildings, which the merchants had erected for securing their goods. And carried all away goods and buildings together, to the irreparable loss of the persons concerned. Also beyond the Rudee, one sees from the walls of Chester the county of Flint, and the mountains of Wales, a prospect best indeed, at a distance. The castle of Chester is a good firm building, and strong, though not fortified, with many outworks. There is always a good garrison kept, and here the prisoners taken at Preston, in the late time of rebellion, were kept a great while. Till compassion to their misery, moved the clemency of the conqueror to deliver them. They say this castle was built or at least repaired by Hugh Lupus, the famous Earl of Chester, and brother to William the Conqueror, as also was the church. The great church here is a very magnificent building, but 'tis built of a red, sandy, ill-looking stone, which takes much from the beauty of it, and which yielding to the weather, seems to crumble, and suffer by time. Which much defaces the building. Here they shoot us the monument of Henry IV, Emperor of Germany, who they say, resigned his empire, and lived a recluse here, but 'tis all to be taken upon trust, for we find nothing of it in history. We saw no monument of any note, which is partly occasioned by its remote situation, and partly by its being but a modern bishopric, for it was formerly a part of the diocese of Lichfield, and was not made a bishop's see till the year 1541. When King Henry VIII divided it from Lichfield, nor has there ever been above 19 bishops of this see from its foundation. The short account of it is thus. Hugh Lupus gave the old monastery dedicated to St. Werburgh to a society of monks, after which, they say, King Edgar, who conquered all this part of Britain, and was rowed up the Dee, in his royal barge, by 4 kings, founded the great church. And Hugh Lupus the Great, Earl of Chester, finished and endowed it. Here is a noble stone bridge over the Dee, very high and strong built, and 'tis needful it should be so, indeed. For the Dee is a most furious stream at some seasons, and brings a vast weight of water with it from the mountains of Wales. Here it was that the first army of King William, designed for the war in Ireland, and commanded by the great Duke Schomberg, encamped, for a considerable time before they embarked. And 1689. Here according to the Monasticon, the said Hugh Lupus held his parliament for the county palatine of Chester, given him by William the Conqueror, and where he sat in as great state as the king himself. The draft of which, as it is given us from antiquity, take as follows. There are 11 parishes in this city, and very good churches to them, and it is the largest city in all this side of England that is so remote from London. When I was formerly at this city, about the year 1690, they had no water to supply their ordinary occasions, but what was carried from the river Dee upon horses, in great leather vessels, like a pair of baker's panniers. Just the very same for shape and use, as they have to this day in the streets of Constantinople, and at Belgrade, in Hungary, to carry water about the streets to sell, for the people to drink. But at my coming there this time, I found a very good waterhouse in the river, and the city plentifully supplied by pipes, just as London is from the Thames, though some parts of Chester stands very high from the river. Though this is not an antient bishopric, 'tis an antient city, and was certainly a frontier of the Roman Empire this way. And its being so afterwards to the English Empire also, has doubtless been the reason of its being so well kept, and the castle continued in repair, when most of the other castles on the frontiers were slighted and demolished. This county, however remote from London, is one of those which contributes most to its support, as well as to several other parts of England, and that is by its excellent cheese, which they make here in such quantities, and so exceeding good, that as I am told from very good authority, the city of London only take off 14,000 ton every year. Besides 8,000 ton which they say goes every year down the rivers Severn and Trent, the former to Bristol, and the latter to York. Including all the towns on both these large rivers, and besides the quantity shipped both here, and at Liverpool, to go to Ireland, and Scotland. So that the quantity of cheese made in this country, must be prodigious great. Indeed, the whole county is employed in it, and part of its neighbourhood too. For though 'tis called by the name of Cheshire cheese, yet great quantities of it are made in Shropshire, Staffordshire and Lancashire, that is to say, in such parts of them as border upon Cheshire. The soil is extraordinary good, and the grass they say, has a peculiar richness in it, which disposes the creatures to give a great quantity of milk, and that very sweet and good. And this cheese manufacture, for such it is, increases every day, and greatly enriches all the county, raises the value of the lands, and encourages the farmers to the keeping vast stocks of cows. The very number of the cattle improving and enriching the land. The east part of the county abounds in salt springs, from which they draw the brine, and boil it into fine salt. And once it was a very considerable trade, which they carried on with this salt, but since the discovery of the rock salt, which they dig in great quantities, towards Warrington, the other salt is not in so much request. I now resolved to direct my course east, and making the Weaver and the Trent, my northern boundary in this circuit, I came forward to view the Midland counties of England, I mean such as may be said to lie between the Thames and the Trent. I had taken a little trip into the any parts of Cheshire before, seen a fine old seat of the Lord Delamere's, and which is beyond it all, the fine forest, which bears the name of that noble family. Intending to see the salt pits at Northwich, which are odd indeed, but not so very strange as we were made to believe. The thing is, they say, the salt spring is found to be just perpendicularly under the stream or channel of a fresh water river, namely, the Weaver, and it is so, for the spring is very deep indeed in the ground. But that very thing takes off the wonder. For as the earth under the river, is but as a gutter to carry the water, there is no difficulty that it should not penetrate through it, the soil being a strong clay. So we came away not extremely gratified in our curiosity. All the way as we crossed this part of the county, we see Beeston Castle, an antient castle, giving name to a very antient family in this county. It stands upon a very high hill, overlooking the county, like as Belvoir Castle overlooks the vale of that name in Leicestershire, or as Harrow on the hill overlooks Middlesex. It was formerly a very strong place, and was refortified in the late wars, Sir William Beeston being in arms at that unhappy time, but the works are now demolished again. From Northwich we turned S. And following the stream of the river by Middlewich, we crossed the great London road at Nantwich, or as some write it Nantwich. These are the three salt-making towns of this county. There is a fourth which is called Droitwich, in Worcestershire. The nature of the thing is this: they boil the brine into fine salt, which is much prized for the beauty of its color, and fineness of the grain, but the salt is not so strong, as what we now make from the rock salt mentioned above, and therefore loses of its value. Hence we turned a little to Whitchurch, in Shropshire. But before I leave Cheshire, I must note two things of it. 1. That there is no part of England, where there are such a great number of families of gentry, and of such antient and noble extraction. Mr. Camden is very particular in their names and descents, but that's a work too long for this place, nor does it belong to my present design. 2. That it is a county palatine, and has been for so many ages, that its government is distinct from any other and very particular. It is administered by a chamberlain, a judge special, 2 barons of the exchequer, 3 sergeants at law, a sheriff, an attorney, and this cheater, and all proper and useful subordinate officers. And the jurisdiction of all these offices are kept up, and preserved very strictly, only we are to note, that the judge special as he is called, tries only civil causes, not criminal, which are left to the ordinary judges of England, who go the circuits here, as in other places. Whitchurch is a pleasant and populous town, and has a very good church, in which is the famous monument of the great Talbot, first Earl of Shrewsbury, who, perhaps, and not unworthily, was called in his time, the English Achilles. This is the Talbot so renowned in the antient wars in France, whom no man in France dared to encounter single-handed, and who had engraven on his sword, on one side, these words, Sum Talboti, and on the reverse, Pro vincere inimicos meos. His epitaph is as follows. Orate pro anima praenabilis Domini, Domini Ioannis Talbot quandam comitus salopii, Domini Talbot, Domini Furnival, Domini Verdon, Domini Strange de Blackmere, Edi Maréchali Francii, ca obiat in bello apvd verdos 7. Ivlii Macliii. That is, pray for the soul of the Right Honourable Lord John Talbot, sometime Earl of Shrewsbury, Lord Talbot, Lord Furnivall, Lord Verdon, Lord Strange of Blackmere, and Marshal of France, who died in Battel, at Bordeaux. 7. Of July, MCCCCLI. But the most to be said of this town now, is, that they have a good market, and a great many gentry near it, whereof some are Roman Catholics. They tell us that this town when King Charles I removed his standard from Nottingham to Shrewsbury, raised a whole regiment for the king, nor has this town lost its old loyal principle, to this time, though now it may run a little another way. From hence we went towards Wales again, and crossed the Dee, at Bangor Bridge. I could not satisfy myself to omit seeing this famous town, which was once so remarkable, but was surprised when I came there, to see there was a stone bridge over the Dee, and indeed, a very fine one, but as for the town or monastery, scarce any of the ruins were to be seen, and as all the people spoke Welsh, we could find no body that could give us any intelligence. So effectually had time in so few years, rasped the very foundations of the place. I will not say, as some do, that this is miraculous, and that it is the particular judgment of God upon the place, for being the birthplace of that arch-heretic Pelagius, who from hence also began to broach his heretical opinions, which afterwards so terribly overspread the church. I say I will not insist upon this, that Pelagius was a monk of Bunger, or Banker, is not doubted. But for the rest I leave it where I find it. The place is now, I say, a poor contemptible village, and has nothing to show but a fine stone bridge over Dee, by which we enter Denbighshire in Wales. From thence we visited Wrexham, having heard much of a fine church there, but we were greatly disappointed. There is indeed a very large tower steeple, if a tower may be called a steeple, and 'tis finely adorned with imagery. But far from fine, the work is mean, the statues seem all mean and in dejected postures, without any fancy or spirit in the workmanship, and as the stone is of a reddish crumbling kind, like the cathedral at Chester. Time has made it look gross and rough. There are a great many antient monuments in this church, and in the churchyard also, but none of note, and almost all the inscriptions are in Welsh. The church is large. But they must be much mistaken, who tell us 'tis the finest in England, no not among those which are as old as itself. This town is large, well built and populous, and besides the church there are 2 large meeting houses, in one of which we were told they preach in Welsh one part of the day, and in English the other. Here is a great market for Welsh flannel which the factors buy up of the poor Welsh people, who manufacture it, and thence it is sent to London. And it is a very considerable manufacture indeed through all this part of the country, by which the poor are very profitably employed. From hence we turned south, and passing by Wem, the title given by King James II to the late Lord Chancellor Jeffreys, we saw the house where his father, then but a private gentleman lived, and in but middling circumstances. Thence we came to Ellesmere, famous for a great lake or mere, which gives the town its name, and which the people pretend has in some places no bottom. This place is remarkable for good fish. From hence we came the same night to Shrewsbury. This is indeed a beautiful, large, pleasant, populous, and rich town, full of gentry and yet full of trade too, for here too, is a great manufacture, as well of flannel, as also of white broadcloth, which enriches all the country round it. The Severn surrounds this town, just as the Thames does the Isle of Dogs, so that it makes the form of an horseshoe, over which there are 2 fine stone bridges, upon one of which is built a very noble gate, and over the arch of the gate the statue of the great Llewellyn, the idol of the Welsh, and their last Prince of Wales. This is really a town of mirth and gallantry, something like Bury in Suffolk, or Durham in the north, but much bigger than either of them, or indeed than both together. Over the market-house is kept a kind of hall for the manufactures, which are sold here weekly in very great quantities. They speak all English in the town, but on a market day you would think you were in Wales. Here is the greatest market, the greatest plenty of good provisions, and the cheapest that is to be met with in all the western part of England. The Severn supplies them here with excellent salmon, but 'tis also brought in great plenty from the river Dee, which is not far off, and which abounds with a very good kind, and is generally larger than that in the Severn. As an example of the cheapness of provisions, we paid here, in a public inn, but a groat a night for hay, and 6 pence a peck for oats for our horses, which is cheaper than we found it in the cheapest part of the north of England. All our other provisions were in proportion, and there is no doubt but the cheapness of provisions joined to the pleasantness and healthiness of the place, draws a great many families thither, who love to live within the compass of their estates. Mr. Camden calls it a city. 'Tis at this day, says he, a fine city well inhabited, but we do not now call it a city, yet 'tis equal to many good cities in England, and superior to some. Near this place was fought the bloody battle between Henry Hotspur and Henry IV, King of England, in which the former was killed, and all his army overthrown, and the place is called Battlefield to this day. Here are 4 very fine churches, whereof 2 St. Chad's and St. Mary's, are said to be anciently collegiate. There are abundance of ancient monuments in them all, but too many to mention here, my journey being too long, and my bounds too short to enter upon the particulars. This town will forever be famous for the reception it gave to King Charles I, who, after setting up his standard at Nottingham, and finding no encouragement there, removed to Shrewsbury, being invited by the gentry of the town and country round, where he was received with such a general affection and hearty zeal by all the people, that his Majesty recovered the discouragement of his first step at Nottingham, and raised and complete a strong army in less time than could be imagined. Insomuch that to the surprise of the Parliament, and indeed of all the world, he was in the field before them, and advanced upon them so fast, that he met them 2/3 onward of his way to London, and gave them battle at Edge Hill near Banbury. But the fate of the war turning afterward against the king, the weight of it fell heavy upon this town also, and almost ruined them. But they are now fully recovered, and it is at this time one of the most flourishing towns in England. The walls and gates are yet standing, but useless, and the old castle is gone to ruin, as is the case of almost all the old castles in England. It should not be forgotten here, that notwithstanding the healthiness of the place, one blot lies upon the town of Shrewsbury, and which, though nothing can be charged on the inhabitants, yet it seems they are the most obliged when 'tis least spoken of. Namely, that here broke out first that unaccountable plague, called the sweating sickness, which at first baffled all the sons of art, and spread itself through the whole kingdom of England. This happened in the year 1551. It afterwards spread itself into Germany, and several countries abroad, but I do not remember that it was ever in Spain or in Italy. Here is an ancient free school, the most considerable in this part of England, built and endowed by Queen Elizabeth, with a very sufficient maintenance for a chief or headmaster, and 3 undermasters or ushers. The buildings are very spacious, and particularly the library is a fine building, and has a great many books in it, but I saw nothing curious or rare among them, and no manuscripts. The schoolmasters have also very handsome houses to dwell in. There was a fine school here before, erected by the townspeople, and maintained several years by their contribution, and some endowments also it had. But the Queen, being sensible of the good design of the inhabitants, took the matter into her own hands, and built the whole fabric new from the ground, endowing it liberally out of her own royal bounty. Here I was shewed a very visible and remarkable appearance of the great Antient road or way called Watling Street, which comes from London to this town, and goes on from hence to the utmost coast of Wales. Where it crossed the Severn, there are remains of a stone bridge to be seen in the bottom of the river, when the water is low. On this road we set out now for Lichfield in our way towards London. And I would gladly have kept to this old road, if it had been possible, because I knew several remarkable places stood directly upon it. But we were obliged to make many excursions, and sometimes quit the street for a great way together, and first we left it to go away south to the edge of Staffordshire, to see the old house called White Ladies, and the Royal Oak, the famous retreat of King Charles II. After the Battle of Worcester. The tree is surrounded with a palisado, to preserve it from the fate which threatened it from curiosity. For almost every body that came to see it, for several years, carried away a piece of it, so that the tree was literally in danger not to die of age, but to be pulled limb from limb. But the veneration of that kind is much abated, and as the palisadoes are more decayed than the tree, the latter seems likely to stand safe without them. As for the house, there is nothing remarkable in it. But it being a house always inhabited by Roman Catholics, it had and perhaps has still some rooms so private in it, that in those times could not have been discovered without pulling down the whole buildings. Entering Staffordshire we quitted the said streetway, a little to the left, to see Stafford the county town, and the most considerable except Lichfield in the county. In the way we were surprised in a most agreeable manner, passing through a small but ancient town called Penkridge, vulgarly Penkridge, where happened to be a fair. We expected nothing extraordinary. But was I say surprised to see the prodigious number of horses brought hither, and those not ordinary and common draught horses, and such kinds as we generally see at country fairs remote from London, but here were really incredible numbers of the finest and most beautiful horses that can anywhere be seen. Being brought hither from Yorkshire, the bishopric of Durham, and all the horse-breeding countries, we were told that there were not less than 100 jockeys and horse-copers, as they call them there, from London, to buy horses for sale. Also an incredible number of gentlemen attended with their grooms to buy gallopers, or race horses, for their Newmarket sport. In a word, I believe I may mark it for the greatest horse fair in the world, for horses of value, and especially those we call saddle horses. There are indeed greater fairs for coach horses, and draught horses. Though here were great numbers of fine large stone horses for coaches, and 2. But for saddle horses, for the light saddle, hunters, pads, and racers, I believe the world cannot match this fair. We stayed 3 days here to satisfy our curiosity, and indeed the sight was very agreeable, to see what vast stables of horses there were, which never were brought out or shown in the fair. How dexterous the northern grooms and breeders are in their looking after them, and ordering them. Those fellows take such indefatigable pains with them, that they bring them out like pictures of horses, not a hair amiss in them. They lie constantly in the stables with them, and feed them by weight and measure, keep them so clean, and so fine, I mean in their bodies, as well as their outsides, that, in short, nothing can be more nice. Here were several horses sold for 150 guineas a horse, but then they were such as were famous for the breed, and known by their race, almost as well as the Arabians know the genealogy of their horses. From hence we came in 2 hours easy riding to Stafford, on the river Sow. 'Tis an old and indeed antient town, and gives name to the county, but we thought to have found something more worth going so much out of the way in it. The town is however neat and well built, and is lately much increased. Nay, as some say, grown rich by the clothing trade, which they have fallen into but within the reach of the present age, and which has not enriched this town only, but Tamworth also, and all the country round. The people of this county have been particularly famous, and more than any other county in England, for good footmanship, and there have been, and still are among them, some of the fleetest runners in England. Which I do not grant to be occasioned by any particular temperature of the air or soil, so much as to the hardy breed of the inhabitants, especially in the moorlands or northern part of the county, and to their exercising themselves to it from their childhood. For running foot races seems to be the general sport or diversion of the country. Near Stafford we saw in Chester, where the late Walter Chetwynd, Esq. built or rather rebuilt a very fine church at his own charge, and where the late Lord Chetwynd has with a profusion of expense laid out the finest park and gardens that are in all this part of England, and which, if nothing else was to be seen this way, are very well worth a traveller's curiosity. I am now at the utmost extent of my limits for this circuit, for in Chester parks reach to the very banks of the Trent, which I am not to pass. So I turned to the right, and intending for Lichfield, in the way we saw Beaudesert, a famous old seat, said to be built by Hugh Lupus, Earl of Chester. The name indeed intimates it to be of Norman or French original. At present it is in the honourable family of the Pagets, and the Lord Paget is also Baron of Beaudesert. The park is very fine, and its situation exceeding pleasant, but the house is antient. In the park is a famous piece of antiquity, viz. a large entrenched camp or fortification, surrounded with a double trench, very large and deep, but the inhabitants can give no account of it, that is worth notice. From hence 'tis about 4 or 5 miles to Lichfield, a city, and the principal, next to Chester, of all the N.W. part of England. Neither indeed is there any other, but this and Coventry, in the whole road from London to Carlisle on the edge of Scotland. Here we came into the great Lancashire and Cheshire road, or the N.W. road from London, which passing through this city from Warrington Bridge in Cheshire, falls into the Watling Street road, mentioned before, about 3 miles c. from the town, and crosses another antient causeway or road, called Icknield Street, about a mile out of the city, so that Lichfield lies as it were at the joining of all those great roads. Lichfield is a fine, neat, well-built, and indifferent large city. There is a little lake or lock of water in the middle of it, out of which runs a small stream of water, which soon becomes a little rivulet, and save that it has but 4 or 5 miles to the Trent, would soon become a river. This lake parts Lichfield, as it were, into 2 cities, one is called the town, and the other the close. In the first is the marketplace, a fine school, and a very handsome hospital well endowed. This part is much the largest and most populous, but the other is the fairest, has the best buildings in it, and, among the rest, the Cathedral Church, one of the finest and most beautiful in England, especially for the outside. The form and figure of the building, the carved worked imagery, and the 3 beautiful spires, the like of which are not to be seen in one church, no, not in Europe. There are 2 fine causeways which join the city and the close, with sluices to let the water pass, but those were cut through in the time of the late intestine wars in England. And the closs, which is walled about, and was then fortified for the king, was very strong, and stood out several vigorous attacks against Cromwell's men, and was not at last taken without great loss of blood on both sides, being gallantly defended to the last drop, and taken by storm. There are in the close, besides the houses of the clergy residentiaries, a great many very well-built houses, and well inhabited too, which makes Lichfield a place of good conversation and good company, above all the towns in this county or the next, I mean Warwickshire or Derbyshire. The description of this church would take up much time, and requires a very nice observer. The see is very antient, and was once archiepiscopal, and Edulp the archbishop was metropolitan of all the kingdom of the Mercians and East Angles, but it did not hold it, then it suffered another diminution, by having the see of Chester taken away, which was once part of this of Lichfield. They told us here a long story of St. Chad, formerly bishop of this church, and how he lived in a little hovel or cell in the churchyard, instead of a bishop's palace, but the bishops, since that time, have, I suppose, thought better of it, and make shift with a very fine palace in the closs, and the residentiaries live in proportion to it. They have another legendary story also at Lichfield, namely, that 1,000 poor people being instructed in the Christian faith by the care of Offa king of the Mercians, were all martyred here in one field by the pagans, and that in the field where they were so murdered, King Oswy of Northumberland caused a great church to be built. And from thence the city bears for its device, a land skip, or open field, with mangled carcasses lying dispersed about in it, as if murdered and left unburied, but this I take as I find it. The church, I say, is indeed a most beautiful building. The west prospect of it is charming, the 2 spires on the corner towers being in themselves perfect beauties of architect, in the old Gothic way of building, but made still more shining and glorious by a 3rd spire, which rising from the main tower in the body of the church, surmounts the other 2, and shews itself exactly between them. It is not easy to describe the beauty of the west end. You enter by 3 large doors in the porch or portico, which is as broad as the whole front. The spaces between the doors are filled with carved work and imagery, no place being void, where, by the rules of architect, any ornament could be plaqued. Over the first cornice is a row of statues or images of all the kings which reigned in Jerusalem from King David to the captivity. But I cannot say that they are all sufficiently distinguished one from another. Above there are other images, without number, whose names no account, I could meet with there, could explain. The great window over the middle door is very large, and the pediment over it finely adorned, a large cross finishing the top of it, on either corner of the west front are two very fine towers, not unlike the two towers on the west end of St. Peter's Church at Westminster, only infinitely finer, even with the battlement of the porch, and adjoining to the towers, are large pinnacles at the outer angles, and on the top of the towers are to each tower 8 more, very beautiful and fine. Between these pinnacles, on the top of each tower, rises a spire equal in height, in thickness, and in workmanship, but so beautiful no pen can describe them. The imagery and carved work on the front, as above, has suffered much in the late unhappy times, and they told us the cross over the west window was frequently shot at by the rude soldiers. But that they could not shoot it down, which however they do not say was miraculous. The inside of the church also suffered very much, but it has been very well repaired since the Restoration, as well by the famous Bishop Hacket, as by the bounty of several noble and generous benefactors. The Monasticon makes mention of a shrine given here for the holy Saint Chad, or Saint Seta, which cost 200,000 L. But I conceive that to smell as much of the legend, as the miracles of Saint Chad himself. Since such a gift at that time must be equal to 2 millions of our money. They tell us the main spire of this church is, from the ground, 385 foot, and the 2 spires at the angles of the west end each 260. From Lichfield we came to Tamworth, a fine pleasant trading town, eminent for good ale and good company, of the middling sort, from whence we came into the great road again at Colchester in Warwickshire. This is a small but very handsome market town. It chiefly, if not wholly belongs to the Lord Digby, who is lord of the manor, if not real owner of almost all the houses in the town, and as that noble person is at present a little on the wrong side as to the government. Not having taken the oaths to King George, so the whole town are so eminently that way too, that they told me there was but one family of Whigs, as they called them, in the whole town, and they hoped to drive them out of the place too very quickly. The late incumbent of this parish quitted his living, which is very considerable, because he would not take the oaths, and his successor was the famous, who, when I was there, was newly proscribed by proclamation, and the reward of L000L. Ordered to whoever should apprehend him, so their instructors being such, 'tis no wonder the people have followed their leader. From Coleshill we came to Coventry, the sister city to Lichfield, and joined in the title of the see, which was for some little time seated here, but afterwards returned to Lichfield. It was a very unhappy time when I first came to this city. For their heats and animosities for election of members to serve in Parliament, were carried to such a height, that all manner of method being laid aside, the inhabitants, in short, enraged at one another, met and fought a pitched battle in the middle of the street, where they did not take up the breadth of the street, as 2 rabbles of people would generally do. In which case no more could engage, but so many as the breadth of the street would admit in the front. But, on the contrary, the 2 parties meeting in the street, one party kept to one side of the way, and one side to the other, the kennel in the middle only parting them, and so marching as if they intended to pass by one another. Till the front of one party was come opposite to the rear of the other, and then suddenly facing to one another, and making a long front, where their flanks were before, upon a shout given, as the signal on both sides. They fell on with such fury with clubs and staves, that in an instant the kennel was covered with them, not with slain, but with such as were knocked down on both sides, and, in a word, they fought with such obstinacy that 'tis scarce credible. Nor were these the scum and rabble of the town, but in short the burgesses and chief inhabitants, nay even magistrates, aldermen, and the like. Nor was this one skirmish a decision of the quarrel, but it held for several weeks, and they had many such fights, nor is the matter much better among them to this day, only that the occasion does not happen so often. Coventry is a large and populous city, and drives a very great trade. The manufacture of tammies is their chief employ, and next to that weaving of ribbons of the meanest kind, chiefly black. The buildings are very old, and in some places much decayed. The city may be taken for the very picture of the city of London, on the south side of Cheapside before the Great Fire. The timber-built houses, projecting forwards and towards one another, till in the narrow streets they were ready to touch one another at the top. The tale of the Lady Godiva, who rode naked through the high street of the city to purchase her beloved city of Coventry exemption from taxes, is held for so certain a truth, that they will not have it questioned upon any account whatever. And the picture of the poor fellow that peeped out of window to see her, is still kept up, looking out of a garret in the high street of the city, but Mr. Camden says positively no body looked at her at all. There are 11 churches in this city. But 3 of them are particular ornaments to it, having fine high spires, after the manner of those at Lichfield, but nothing like them for the beauty of the building. Here is no cathedral, as some have falsely said, neither is the great church, so called, either collegiate or conventual. It was indeed a monastery or priory, and, as has been said, the bishop's see was removed from Chester hither, but no cathedral was built, for the change was not continued, and the see was soon removed to Lichfield, where it continues to this day. Yet this city contended a great while for it indeed, but could not carry it. In King Henry VIII's time, the priory being dissolved, the church which they would have called a cathedral, was reduced to a private parish church, and continues so to this day. 'Tis an archdeaconry indeed, and the bishop is styled Bishop of Lichfield and Coventry. From Coventry we could by no means pass the town of Warwick, the distance too being but about 6 miles, and a very pleasant way on the banks of the river Avon. 'Tis famous for being the residence of the great Guy Earl of Warwick. Known now only by fame, which also has said so much more than the truth of him, that even what was true is become a kind of romance, and the real history of his actions is quite lost to the world. That there was such a man, nobody, I find, makes a question, any more than they do that half of what is said of him is fable and fiction. But be that as it will, they show us here his castle, his helmet, his sword, and tell abundance of things of him, which have some appearance of history, though not much authority to support them. So I leave that part to the curious searchers into antiquity, who may consult Mr. Camden, Rouse, Dugdale, and other antiquaries on that subject, who tell us the castle was built before our Saviour's time, and has been a place of great consideration ever since. As to the town of Warwick, it is really a fine town, pleasantly situated on the bank of the Avon, over which there is a large and stately bridge. The Avon being now grown a pretty large river, Warwick was ever esteemed a handsome, well-built town. And there were several good houses in it, but the face of it is now quite altered. For having been almost wholly reduced to a heap of rubbish, by a terrible fire about 22 years ago, it is now rebuilt in so noble and so beautiful a manner, that few towns in England make so fine an appearance. The new church also is a fine building, but all the old monuments, which were very many, are entirely defect, and lost by the fire. However, the memory and even the figure of M are eminently preserved by Mr. Dugdale, in his Antiquities of this county, to which I refer. The castle is a fine building, beautiful both by situation and its decoration. It stands on a solid rock of freestone, from whose bowels it may be said to be built, as likewise is the whole town. The terrace of the castle, like that of Windsor, overlooks a beautiful country, and sees the Avon running at the foot of the precipice, at above 50-foot perpendicular height. The building is old, but several times repaired and beautified by its several owners, and 'tis now a very agreeable place both within and without. The apartments are very nicely contrived, and the communication of the remotest parts of the building, one with another, are so well preserved by galleries, and by the great hall, which is very magnificent, that one finds no irregularity in the whole place, notwithstanding its ancient plan, as it was a castle not a palace, and built for strength rather than pleasure. The possession of this castle is now in the family of Greville Lord Brooke, but the honour and possession is separated, and has been for some time, the ancient family of Beauchamp or Bello-Campo, of Warwick, held it for many ages, from whom 'tis now descended to the Earls of Holland, who are Earls of Holland and also of Warwick. But this by the way. Here we saw the Antient Cell or Hermitage, where they say the famous Guy Earl of Warwick ended his days in a private retreat for his devotion, and is from him called Guy Clift, by others Gibclift. 'Tis now, as Mr. Camden gives an account, which Mr. Dugdale also confirms, the pleasant seat of an antient Norman family of the name of de Beaufort, whose posterity remain there, and in several other parts of the county, retaining the latter part of their surname, but without the former to this day. Mr. Dugdale gives the monuments of them, and it appears they removed hither, on account of some marriage, from Satan in Rutlandshire, where they were lords of the manor, and patrons of the church, and where several of the name also still remain. Being at Warwick, I took a short circuit through the Essex part of the county, resolving after viewing a little the places of note, that lay something out of my intended route, to come back to the same place. 3 miles from Warwick we passed over the Fosse Way, which goes on to Leicester. Then we came by Southam to Daventry, a considerable market town, but which subsists chiefly by the great concourse of travellers on the old Watling Street way, which lies near it. And the road being turned by modern usage, lies now through the town itself, then runs on to Dunsmore Heath, where it crosses the Fosse, and one branch goes on to Coventry, the other joins the Fosse, and goes on to a place called Highcross, where it falls into the old Watling Street again, and both meet again near Lichfield. It is a most pleasant curiosity to observe the course of these old famous highways. The Igniled Way, the Watling Street, and the Fosse, in which one sees so lively a representation of the antient British, Roman and Saxon governments, that one cannot help realizing those times to the imagination. And though I avoid meddling with antiquity as much as possible in this work, yet in this case a circuit or tour through England would be very imperfect, if I should take no notice of these ways. Seeing in tracing them we necessarily come to the principal towns, either that are or have been in every county. East Midlands. From Daventry we crossed the country to Northampton, the handsomest and best built town in all this part of England. But here, as at Warwick, the beauty of it is owing to its own disasters, for it was so effectually and suddenly burnt down, that very few houses were left standing, and this, though the fire began in the daytime. The flame also spread itself with such fury, and run on with such terrible speed, that they tell us a townsman being at Queen's Cross upon a hill, on the south side of the town, about 2 miles off, saw the fire at one end of the town then newly begun, and that before he could get to the town it was burning at the remotest end, opposite to that there he first saw it. 'Tis now finely rebuilt with brick and stone, and the streets made spacious and wide. The great new church, the town hall, the jail, and all their public buildings, are the finest in any country town in England, being all new built, but he took very little notice of Northampton, or rather had never seen it. Who told us of a cathedral, a chapter house and a cloister. The great inn at the George, the corner of the High Street, looks more like a palace than an inn, and cost above 2,000 building, and so generous was the owner, that, as we were told, when he had built it, he gave it to the poor of the town. This is counted the centre of all the horse markets and horse fairs in England, there being here no less than 4 fairs in a year. Here they buy horses of all sorts, as well for the saddle as for the coach and cart, but chiefly for the 2 latter. Near this town is the ancient royal house of Holmby, which was formerly in great esteem, and by its situation is capable of being made a royal palace indeed. But the melancholy reflection of the imprisonment of King Charles I in this house, and his being violently taken hence again by the mutinous rebels, has cast a kind of odium upon the place, so that it has been, as it were, forsaken and uninhabited. The house and estate has been lately purchased by the Duchess of Marlborough, but we do not see that the house is like to be built or repaired, as was at first discoursed, on the contrary it goes daily to decay. The Earl of Sunderland's house at Althorpe, on the other hand, has within these few years changed its face to the other extreme, and had the late Earl lived to make some new apartments, which, as we were told, were designed as 2 large wings to the buildings, it would have been one of the most magnificent palaces in Europe. The gardens are exquisitely fine, and add, if it be possible, to the natural beauty of the situation. From hence we went north to Harborough, and in the way, in the midst of the deep dismal roads, the dirtiest and worst in all that part of the country, we saw Boughton, the noble seat of the Duke of Mountague. A house built at the cost and by the fancy of the late Duke, very much after the model of the Palace of Versailles. The treble wings projecting and expanded, forming a court or space wider and wider, in proper stades, answerable to the wings, the body of the house closing the whole view. The pavilions are also after the manner of Versailles. The house itself is very large and magnificent, but the situation facing so beautiful a park adds to the glory of it. The park is walled round with brick, and so finely planted with trees, and in such an excellent order, as I saw nothing more beautiful, no not in Italy itself, except that the walks of trees were not orange and limon, and citron, as it is in Naples, and the Abruzzo, and other southern parts of Italy. Here they shewed us a petrifying spring, and told us so many stories of its turning everything that was laid in it into stone, that we began to discredit the tale as fabulous. But I have been assured, that the water of this spring does really petrify, and that in such a manner as deserves the observation of the curious. From hence we went on to Harborough, intending to go forward to Leicester. But curiosity turned us west a little to see an old town called Lutterworth, famous for being the birthplace of honest John Wycliffe, the first preacher of the Reformation in England, whose disciples were afterwards called Lollards. When we came there we saw nothing worth notice, nor did the people, as I could find, so much as know in general, that this great man was born amongst them. Being thus got a little out of our way, we went on with it, and turning into the great Watling Street way, at High Cross, where the foss crosses it, and which I suppose occasioned the name, we kept on the street way to Nuneaton, a manufacturing town on the river Anchor, and then to Atherstone, a town famous for a great cheese fair on the 8th of September. From whence the great cheese factors carry the vast quantities of cheese they buy to Sturbridge Fair, which begins about the same time, but holds much longer, and here 'tis sold again for the supply of the counties of Essex, Suffolk, and Norfolk. From Atherstone we turned in to see Bosworth Field, famous for the great battle which put an end to the usurpation of Richard III. And to the long and bloody contention between the Red Rose and the White, or the two royal houses of York and Lancaster, which, as fame tells us, had cost the lives of 11 princes, 23 earls and dukes, 3,000 noblemen, knights, and gentlemen, and 200,000 of the common people. They shewed us the spot of ground where the battle was fought, and at the town they shewed us several pieces of swords, heads of lances, barbs of arrows, pieces of poleaxes, and such like instruments of death, which they said were found by the country people in the several grounds near the place of battle, as they had occasion to dig, or trench, or plough up the ground. Having satisfied our curiosity in these points, we turned east towards Leicester. The E. of Stamford has a good old hunting seat on this side of the country, called Bradgate, and a fine park at Groby. But they were too much out of our way, so we came on through a fine forest to Leicester. Leicester is an ancient large and populous town, containing about 5 parishes. 'Tis the capital of the county of Leicester, and stands on the river Soar, which rises not far from that High Cross I mentioned before. They have a considerable manufacture carried on here, and in several of the market towns round for weaving of stockings by frames. And one would scarce think it possible so small an article of trade could employ such multitudes of people as it does, for the whole county seems to be employed in it, as also Nottingham and Derby, of which hereafter. Warwickshire and Northamptonshire are not so full of antiquities, large towns, and gentlemen's seats, but this county of Leicester is as empty. The whole county seems to be taken up in country business, such as the manufacture above, but particularly in breeding and feeding cattle. The largest sheep and horses in England are found here, and hence it comes to pass too, that they are in consequence a vast magazine of wool for the rest of the nation. Even most of the gentlemen are graziers, and in some places the graziers are so rich, that they grow gentlemen. 'Tis not an uncommon thing for graziers here to rent farms from 500l. to £2,000 a year rent. The sheep bred in this county in Lincolnshire, which joins to it, are, without comparison, the largest, and bear not only the greatest weight of flesh on their bones, but also the greatest fleeces of wool on their backs of any sheep of England, nor is the fineness of the wool abated for the quantity. But as 'tis the longest staple, so the clothiers call it, so 'tis the finest wool in the whole island, some few places excepted, such as Leominster in Herefordshire, the South Downs in Sussex, and such little places, where the quantity is small and insignificant, compared to this part of the country. For the sheep-breeding country reaches from the river Anker on the border of Warwickshire to the Humber at the farthest end of Lincolnshire, which is near 100 miles in length, and from the bank of Trent in Lincoln and Leicestershire to the bank of Ouse bordering Bucks, Bedford, Cambridge, and Huntingdonshires, above 60 miles in breadth. These are the funds of sheep which furnish the city of London with their large mutton in so incredible a quantity. There are indeed a few sheep of a large breed, which are brought up from Rumney Marsh and the adjoining low grounds in Kent and Sussex, but they are but few, and indeed scarce worth naming, compared to the vast quantity, which are produced in these counties. The horses produced here, or rather fed here, are the largest in England, being generally the great black coach horses and dray horses, of which so great a number are continually brought up to London, that one would think so little a spot as this of Leicestershire could not be able to supply them, nor indeed are they all bred in this county, the adjoining counties of Northampton and Bedford having of late come into the same business. But the chief supply is from this county, from whence the other counties rather buy them and feed them up, as jockeys and chapmen, than breed them up from their beginning. In the south-west part of the country rise four considerable second-rate rivers, which run every one a directly contrary course in a most remarkable manner. The Avon, which runs by Rugby, and goes away to Warwick, south-west. The Soar, which runs by Leicester, and goes away to the Trent, north-east. The Anker, which runs by Nuneaton, and goes away to Tamworth, north-west. The Welland, which runs by Harborough, and goes away to Stamford, south-west. I should not pass over this just remark of the town, or, as Mr. Camden calls it, city of Leicester, namely, that as it was formerly a very strong and well-fortified town, being situated to great advantage for strength, the river compassing it half about, so it was again fortified in the late unhappy wars. And being garrisoned by the Parliament forces, was assaulted by the Royalists, and being obstinately defended, was taken sword in hand, with a great slaughter, and not without the loss also of several of the inhabitants, who too rashly concerned themselves in opposing the conquerors. They preserve here a most remarkable piece of antiquity, being a piece of mosaic work at the bottom of a cellar. 'Tis the story of Actaeon, and his being killed by his own hounds, wrought as a pavement in a most exquisite manner. The stones are small, and of only two colors, white and brown, or chestnut, and very small. The great Henry Duke of Lancaster, and the Earl his father lie both buried in this town, in the Hospital Church, without the South Gate, which church and hospital also the said Duke was the founder of. But there is no monument to be found that shews the particular place of their interment. The Fosse Way leads us from hence through the eastern and north-east part of the county, and particularly through the Vale of Belvoir, or, as it is commonly called, of Bever, to Newark in Nottinghamshire. In all this long tract we pass a rich and fertile country, fruitful fields, and the noble river Trent, for 20 miles together, often in our view. The towns of Mount Sorrel, Loughborough, Melton Mowbray, and Waltham in the Wood, that is to say, on the Downs, all these are market towns, but of no great note. Belvoir Castle is indeed a noble situation, though on a very high precipice. 'Tis the antient seat of the Dukes of Rutland, a family risen by just degrees to an immense state both of honour and wealth. I shall mention the house again in my return out of Lincolnshire. At Newark one can hardly see without regret the ruins of that famous castle, which maintained itself through the whole civil war in England, and keeping a strong garrison there for the king to the last. Cut off the greatest pass into the north that is in the whole kingdom. Nor was it ever taken, till the king, pressed by the calamity of his affairs, put himself into the hands of the Scots army, which lay before it, and then commanded the governor to deliver it up, after which it was demolished, that the great road might lie open and free. And it remains in rubbish to this day. Newark is a very handsome well-built town, the market-place a noble square, and the church is large and spacious, with a curious spire, which, were not Grantham so near, might pass for the finest and highest in all this part of England. The Trent divides itself here, and makes an island, and the bridges lead just to the foot of the castle wall. So that while this place was in the hands of any party, there was no travelling but by their leave, but all the travelling into the north at that time was by Nottingham Bridge, of which by itself. From Newark, still keeping the Fosse Way, which lies as straight as a line can mark it out, we went on to Lincoln, having a view of the great church called the Minster all the way before us, the river Trent on the left, and the downs called Lincoln Heath on the right. Lincoln is an antient, ragged, decayed, and still decaying city. It is so full of the ruins of monasteries and religious houses, that, in short, the very barns, stables, outhouses, and, as they shewed me, some of the very hog-sties, were built church fashion. That is to say, with stone walls and arched windows and doors. There are here 13 churches, but the meanest to look on that are anywhere to be seen. The cathedral indeed and the ruins of the old castle are very venerable pieces of antiquity. The situation of the city is very particular. One part is on the flat and in a bottom, so that the Witham, a little river that runs through the town, flows sometimes into the street. The other part lies upon the top of a high hill, where the cathedral stands. And the very steepest part of the ascent of the hill is the best part of the city for trade and business. Nothing is more troublesome than the communication of the upper and lower town. The street is so steep and so straight, the coaches and horses are obliged to fetch a compass another way, as well on one hand as on the other. The river Witham, which as I said runs through the city, is arched over, so that you see nothing of it as you go through the main street. But it makes a large lake on the west side, and has a canal, by which it has a communication with the Trent, by which means the navigation of the Trent is made useful for trade to the city. This canal is called the Fosdyke. There are some very good buildings, and a great deal of very good company, in the upper city, and several families of gentlemen have houses there, besides those of the prebendaries and other clergy belonging to the cathedral. This cathedral is in itself a very noble structure, and is counted very fine, though I thought it not equal to some that I have already described, particularly not to that at Lichfield. Its situation indeed is infinitely more to advantage than any cathedral in England, for it is seen far and wide. It stands upon an exceeding high hill, and is seen into 5 or 6 counties. The building in general is very noble, and the church itself is very large. It has a double cross, one in the nave or centre on which the great tower stands, and one at the east end of the choir, under which are several antient monuments. The length of the church is near 500 foot, the breadth 126. So that it is much larger than that at Lichfield. But the spires on the towers at the angles of the west end are mean, small, and low, and not to be nommed with those at Lichfield. The tower also is very plain, and has only 4 very ill-proportioned spires, or rather pinnacles. At the 4 corners small and very mean. As the church is very large, so the revenue of the bishopric is large also, and was formerly immensely great, as may be seen by the Monasticon, where there is an astonishing account of the wealth of the place. The church, as it is the seat of the bishopric, is not antient, the see being removed, since the Norman conquest, from Dorchester, a little town in Oxfordshire, on the river Thames, not far from Thame, of which I have spoken in its place. But the city is antient, and the ruins of it tell us as much. It was certainly a flourishing city in the time of the Romans, and continued so after the fall of their empire. Mr. Camden says King Vortimer, that valiant Briton, died here, and was buried in the church of the great monastery, but we see nothing of his remains in the cathedral, for that was not built till several ages after. The city was a large and flourishing place at the time of the Norman conquest, though neither the castle or the great church were then built. There were then 53 parish churches in it, of which I think only 13 remain. The chief extent of the city then was from the foot of the hill south, and from the lake or loch which is called Swanpool east. And by the Doomsday Book they tell us it must be one of the greatest cities in England, whence perhaps that old English proverbial line. Lincoln was, London is, and York shall be. It is certain William the Conqueror built the castle, and, as 'tis said, to curb the potent citizens, and the ruins show that it was a most magnificent work, well fortified, and capable of receiving a numerous garrison. The bishopric of Lincoln at that time contained all that now is contained in the dioceses of Ely, Peterborough, and Oxford. besides what is now the diocese of Lincoln, and 'tis still the largest diocese, though not of the greatest revenue in England. Containing the several counties of Lincoln, Leicester, Huntingdon, Bedford, Bucks, and part of Hertford, and in them 1255 parishes, whereof 577 are impropriations, and there are in this bounds 6 archdeacons, viz. Lincoln, Leicester, Bedford, Buckingham, Stowe, and Huntingdon. This see, though of no longer date than since the Conquest, has produced to the Church and State 3 saints, 1 cardinal, namely Wolsey, 6 Lord Chancellors, 1 Lord Treasurer, 1 Lord Privy Seal, 4 Chancellors of Oxford, 2 ditto of Cambridge. Here was the famous battle fought between the friends of the Empress Maud, mother to Henry II, and King Stephen, in which that magnanimous prince was overthrown and taken prisoner. But all this relates to times past, and is an excursion, which I shall atone for by making no more. Such is the present state of Lincoln, that it is an old dying, decayed, dirty city. And except that part, which, as above, lies between the castle and the church, on the top of the hill, it is scarce tolerable to call it a city. Yet it stands in a most rich, pleasant, and agreeable country. For on the north, and again on the south-east, the noble plain, called Lincoln Heath, extends itself, like the plains about Salisbury, for above 50 miles. Namely, from Sleaford and Ancaster south to the bank of the Humber north, though not with a breadth equal to the vast stretched-out length, for the plain is hardly anywhere above 3 or 4 miles broad. On the west side of this plain, the Trent waters a pleasant and rich valley, running from Newark to Gainsborough, a town of good trade, as well foreign as home trade, thence to Burton, and so into the Humber. As the middle of the country is all hilly, and the west side low, so the east side is the richest, most fruitful, and best cultivated of any county in England. So far from London, one part is all fun or marsh grounds, and extends itself south to the Isle of Ely, and here it is that so vast a quantity of sheep are fed, as makes this county and that of Leicester an inexhaustible fountain of wool for all the manufacturing counties in England. There are abundance of very good towns too in this part, especially on the sea coast, as Grimsby, in the utmost point of the county northeast, facing the Humber and the ocean, and almost opposite to Hull. A little farther within Humber is Barton, a town noted for nothing that I know of, but an ill-favoured dangerous passage, or ferry, over the Humber to Hull, wherein an open boat, in which we had about 15 horses, and 10 or 12 cows, mingled with about 17 or 18 passengers, called Christians. We were about 4 hours tossed about on the Humber, before we could get into the harbour at Hull. Whether I was seasick or not, is not worth notice, but that we were all sick of the passage, any one may suppose, and particularly I was so uneasy at it, that I chose to go round by York, rather than return to Barton, at least for that time. Grimsby is a good town, but I think 'tis but an indifferent road for shipping, and in the great storm, and 1703, it was proved to be so, for almost all the ships that lay in Grimsby road were driven from their anchors, and many of them lost. Here within land we see brig upon the river Ancam, Castor, Louth, Horncastle, Bolingbroke, Spilsby, Wainfleet, and Boston. As these are all, except the last, inland towns, they afford little remarkable. Only to intimate that all this country is employed in husbandry, in breeding and feeding innumerable droves and flocks of black cattle and sheep. Indeed I should not have said black cattle. I should have called them red cattle, for it was remarkable, that almost all their cows for 50 miles together are red, or pea-wide red and white, and consequently all the cattle raised there, are the same. What they feed which are brought from other counties, for the fens feed infinite numbers which they buy from other places, that, I say, is another case. The fen country begins about Wainfleet, which is within 20 miles of Grimsby, and extends itself to the Isle of Ely south, and to the grounds opposite to Lynn Regis in Norfolk east. This part is indeed very properly called Holland, for 'tis a flat, level, and often drowned country, like Holland itself. Here the very ditches are navigable, and the people pass from town to town in boats, as in Holland, Here we had the uncouth music of the bittern, a bird formerly counted ominous and presaging, and who, as fame tells us, but as I believe nobody knows, thrusts its bill into a reed, and then gives the dull, heavy groan or sound, like a sigh, which it does so loud, that with a deep bass, like the sound of a gun at a great distance, 'tis heard 2 or 3 miles. Say the people, but perhaps not quite so far. Here we first saw Boston, a handsome well-built seaport town, at the mouth of the river Witham. The tower of this church is, without question, the largest and highest in England. And, as it stands in a country, which, they say, has no bottom, nothing is more strange, than that they should find a foundation for so noble and lofty a structure. It had no ornament, spire, or pinnacle on the top, but it is so very high, that few spires in England can match it, and is not only beautiful by land, but is very useful at sea to guide pilots into that port, and even into the mouth of the river Ouse. For in clear weather, 'tis seen quite out at sea to the entrance of those channels, which they call Lynn Deeps, and Boston Deeps, which are as difficult places as most upon the whole eastern shore of Britain. The town of Boston is a large, populous, and well-built town, full of good merchants, and has a good share of foreign trade, as well as Lynn. Here is held one of those annual fairs, which preserve the antient title of a mart, whereof I remember only 4 in England of any considerable note, viz. Lynn, Gainsborough, Beverley, and Boston. The country round this place is all fen and marsh grounds, the land very rich, and which feeds prodigious numbers of large sheep, and also oxen of the largest size, the overplus and best of which goes all to London market. And from this part, as also from the downs or heath above mentioned, comes the greatest part of the wool, known, as a distinction for its credit, because of its fineness, by the name of Lincolnshire wool, which is sent in great quantities into Norfolk and Suffolk, for the manufacturers of those counties, and indeed to several other of the most trading counties in England. These fens are indeed very considerable for their extent, for they reach in length in some places 50 miles, and in breadth above 30, and as they are so level that there is no interruption to the sight. Any building of extraordinary height is seen a long way. For example, Boston steeple is seen upon Lincoln Heath near 30 miles, Peterborough and Ely Minsters are seen almost throughout the whole level, so are the spires of Lynn, Whittlesey, and Crowland, seen at a very great distance, which adds a beauty to the country. From Boston we came on through the fen country to Spalding, which is another seaport in the level, but standing far within the land on the river Welland. Here was nothing very remarkable to be seen as to antiquity, but the ruins of an old famous monastery, of which the Monasticon gives a particular description. There is a bridge over the Welland, and vessels of about 50 or 60 ton may come up to the town, and that is sufficient for the trade of Spalding, which is chiefly in corn and coal. We must not pass by Crowland, another place of great religious antiquity, here being once a famous monastery, the remains of which are still to be seen. The monks of Crowland were eminent in history, and a great many stories are told of the devils of Crowland also, and what conversation they had with the monks, which tales are more out of date now, than they were formerly. For they tell us, that in antient times those things were as certainly believed for truths, as if they had been done before their faces. There is one thing here that is curious indeed, and very remarkable, and which is not to be seen in any other place in Britain, if it be in Europe, namely, a triangular bridge. The case is this. The river Welland and another river, or rather branch from the river Nine, join together just at Crowland, and the bridge being fixed at the very point where they join, stands upon a centre in the middle of the united waters. And then parting into 2 bridges, lands you one to the right upon Thorney, and one to the left upon Holland. And yet they tell us there is a whirlpool, or bottomless pit, in the middle too, but that part one see no reason to give credit to. The town of Spalding is not large, but pretty well built and well inhabited. But for the healthiness or pleasantness of it, I have no more to say than this, that I was very glad when I got out of it, and out of the rest of the fen country, for 'tis a horrid air for a stranger to breathe in. The history of the draining those fens, by a set of gentlemen called the adventurers, the several laws for securing and preserving the banks, and dividing the lands. How they were by the extraordinary conflux of waters from all the inland counties of England frequently overflowed, and sometimes lay under water most part of the year. How all the water in this part of England, which does not run into the Thames, the Trent, or the Severn, falls together into these low grounds, and empty themselves into the sea by those drains, as through a sink. And how by the skill of these adventurers, and, at a prodigious expense, they have cut new channels, and even whole rivers, with particular drains from one river to another, to carry off the great flux of waters, when floods or freshets come down either on one side or on the other. And how notwithstanding all that hands could do, or art contrive, yet sometimes the waters do still prevail, the banks break, and whole levels are overflowed together. All this, though it would be very useful and agreeable to have it fully and geographically described, yet it would take up so much room, and be so tedious here, where you are expecting a summary description of things, rather than the history and reasons of them, that I cannot think of entering any farther into it. I have only to add, that these fens of Lincolnshire are of the same kind with, and contiguous to those already mentioned in the Isle of Ely, in the counties of Cambridge and Huntingdon, and that here as well as there. We see innumerable numbers of cattle, which are fed up to an extraordinary size by the richness of the soil. Here are also an infinite number of wild fowl, such as duck and mallard, teal and widgeon, brand geese, wild geese, and for the taking of the four first kinds, here are a great number of decoys or duckoys, call them which you please, from all which the vast number of fowls they take are sent up to London. The quantity indeed is incredible, and the accounts which the country people give of the numbers they sometimes take, are such, that one scarce dares to report it from them. But this I can say, of my certain knowledge, that some of these decoys are of so great an extent, and take such great quantities of fowl, that they are let for great sums of money by the year, viz. from L00L, to 3, 4, and 500L. a year rent. The art of taking the fowls, and especially of breeding up a set of creatures, called decoy ducks, to entice and then betray their fellow ducks into the several decoys, is very admirable indeed, and deserves a description. Though 'tis not very easy to describe it, take it in as few words as I can. The decoy ducks are first naturalized to the place, for they are hatched and bred up in the decoy ponds. There are in the ponds certain places where they are constantly fed, and where being made tame, they are used to come even to the decoy man's hand for their food. When they fly abroad, or, as might be said, are sent abroad, they go none knows where, but 'tis believed by some they fly quite over the seas in Holland and Germany. There they meet with others of their acquaintance, that is to say, of their own kind, where sorting with them, and observing how poorly they live, how all the rivers are frozen up, and the lands covered with snow, and that they are almost starved, they fail not to let them know, in language that they make one another understand, that in England, from whence they came, the case is quite altered. That the English ducks live much better than they do in those cold climates, that they have open lakes, and sea shores full of food, the tides flowing freely into every creek. That they have also within the land, large lakes, refreshing springs of water, open ponds, covered and secured from human eyes, with large rows of grown trees and impenetrable groves. That the lands are full of food, the stubbles yielding constant supplies of corn, left by the negligent husbandman, as it were on purpose for their use, that 'tis not once in a wild duck's age, that they have any long frosts or deep snows. And that when they have, yet the sea is never frozen, or the shores void of food. And that if they will please but to go with them into England, they shall share with them in all these good things. By these representations, made in their own duck language, or by whatever other arts which we know not, they draw together a vast number of the fowls, and, in a word, kidnap them from their own country. For being once brought out of their knowledge, they follow the decoys, as a dog follows the huntsman. And 'tis frequent to see these subtle creatures return with a vast flight of fowls with them, or at their heels, as we may say, after the said decoy ducks have been absent several weeks together. When they have brought them over, the first thing they do is to settle with them in the decoy ponds, to which they, the decoy ducks, belong, here they chatter and gabble to them, in their own language, as if they were telling them that these are the ponds they told them of, and here they should soon see how well they should live, how secure and how safe a retreat they had here. When the decoymen perceive they are come, and that they are gathering and increasing, they fail not to go secretly to the pond side, I say secretly, and under the cover which they have made with reeds, so that they cannot be seen. Where they throw over the reeds handfuls of corn, in shallow places, such where the decoy ducks are usually fed, and where they are sure to come for it, and to bring their new guests with them for their entertainment. This they do for 2 or 3 days together, and no harm follows, till throwing in this bait one time in an open wide place, another time in another open wide place, the third time it is thrown in a narrower place. That is to say, where the trees, which hang over the water and the banks, stand nearer, and then in another yet narrower, where the said trees are overhead like an arbor, though at a good height from the water. Here the boughs are so artfully managed, that a large net is spread near the tops of the trees among the branches, and fastened to hoops which reach from side to side. This is so high and so wide, and the room is so much below, and the water so open, that the fowls do not perceive the net above them at all. Here the decoyman keeping unseen, behind the hedges of reeds, which are made perfectly close, goes forward, throwing corn over the reeds into the water. The decoy ducks greedily fall upon it, and calling their foreign guests, seem to tell them, that now they may find their words good, and how well the ducks live in England. So inviting or rather wheedling them forward, till by degrees they are all gotten under the arch or sweep of the net, which is on the trees, and which by degrees, imperceptibly to them, declines lower and lower, and also narrower and narrower, till at the farther end it comes to a point like a purse. Though this farther end is quite out of sight, and perhaps 200 or 300 yards from the first entrance. When the whole quantity are thus greedily following the leading ducks or decoys, and feeding plentifully as they go, and the decoy man sees they are all within the arch of the net, and so far within as not to be able to escape, on a sudden a dog, which till then he keeps close by him, and who is perfectly taught his business, rushes from behind the reeds, and jumps into the water, swimming directly after the ducks, and, terribly to them, barking as he swims. Immediately the ducks, fright to the last degree, rise upon the wing to make their escape, but to their great surprise, are beaten down again by the arched net, which is over their heads, being then forced into the water. They necessarily swim forward, for fear of that terrible creature the dog. And thus they crowd on, till by degrees the net growing lower and narrower, as is said, they are hurried to the very farther end, where another decoyman stands ready to receive them, and who takes them out alive with his hands. As for the traders, that drew the poor ducks into this snare, they are taught to rise but a little way, and so not reaching to the net, they fly back to the ponds, and make their escape. Or else, being used to the decoy man, they go to him fearless, and are taken out as the rest, but instead of being killed with them, are strocked, made much of, and put into a little pond just by him, and fed and made much of for their services. There are many particulars in the managing and draining these levels, throwing off the water by melees and engines, and cultivating the grounds in an unusual manner, which would be very useful to be described, but the needful brevity of this work will not admit of it, yet something may be touched at. 1. That here are some wonderful engines for throwing up water, and such as are not to be seen anywhere else, whereof one in particular threw up, as they assert us, 1200 ton of water in half an hour, and goes by wind sails. 12 wings or sails to a melee, this I saw the model of, but I must own I did not see it perform. 2. Here are the greatest improvements by planting of hemp, that, I think, is to be seen in England. Particularly on the Norfolk and Cambridge side of the fens, as about Wisbeach, well, and several other places, where we saw many hundred acres of ground bearing great crops of hemp. 3. Here is a particular trade carried on with London, which is nowhere else practiced in the whole kingdom, that I have met with, or heard of, viz. For carrying fish alive by land carriage. This they do by carrying great butts filled with water in wagons, as the carriers draw other goods. The butts have a little square flap, instead of a bung, about 10, 12, or 14 inches square, which, being opened, gives air to the fish. And every night, when they come to the inn, they draw off the water, and let more fresh and sweet water run into them again. In these carriages they chiefly carry tench and pike, perch and eels, but especially tench and pike, of which here are some of the largest in England. Whittlesea and Ramsey Meres are two lakes, made by the river Nine or Nene, which runs through them. The first is between 5 and 6 miles long, and 3 or 4 miles broad, and is indeed full of excellent fish for this trade. From the fens, longing to be delivered from fogs and stagnate air, and the water of the colour of brewed ale, like the rivers of the Peak, we first set foot on dry land, as I called it, at Peterborough. This is a little city, and indeed, 'tis the least in England, for Bath, or Wells, or Ely, or Carlisle, which are all called cities, are yet much bigger, yet Peterborough is no contemptible place neither. There are some good houses in it, and the streets are fair and well built, but the glory of Peterborough is the cathedral, which is truly fine and beautiful. The building appears to be more modern, than the story of the raising this pile implies, and it wants only a fine tower steeple, and a spire on the top of it, as St. Paul's at London had, or as Salisbury still has. I say, it wants this only to make it the finest cathedral in Britain, except St. Paul's, which is quite new, and the church of St. Peter at York. In this church was buried the body of the unhappy Mary Queen of Scots, mother to King James I, who was beheaded not far off in Fotheringay Castle in the same county. But her body was afterwards removed by King James I, her son, into Westminster Abbey, where a monument is erected for her, in King Henry VI's chapel. Though some do not stick to tell us, that though the monument was erected, the body was never removed. Here also lies interred another unhappy queen, namely, the Lady Catherine of Spain, the divorced wife of King Henry VIII. And mother to Queen Mary, who reigned immediately after King Edward VI. Her monument is not very magnificent, but 'tis far from mean. Here is an old decayed monument of Bishop Wulfhere, the founder of the church. But this church has so often been burnt and demolished, since that time, that 'tis doubtful when they shew it you, whether it be authentic or not. The chapel here, called St. Mary's, is a very curious building, though now not in use. The choir has been often repaired and beautified, and is now very fine. But the West End, or Great Gate, is a prodigy for its beauty and variety. 'Tis remarkable, that as this church, when a monastery, was famous for its great revenues, so now, as reduced, 'tis one of the poorest bishoprics in England, if not the meanest. Coming to this little city landed us in Northamptonshire. But as great part of Lincolnshire, which is a vastly extended large county, remained yet unseen, we were obliged to turn north from Peterborough, and take a view of the fens again, though we kept them at some distance too. Here we passed the Well End at Market Deeping, an old, ill-built and dirty town. Then we went through Bourne to Buckingham, near which we saw two pieces of decayed magnificence. One was the old demolished monastery of Sempringham, the seat of the Gilbertini nuns, so famous for austerity, and the severest rules, that any other religious order have yielded to, and the other was the antient house of the Lord Clinton, Queen Elizabeth's admiral, where that great and noble person once lived in the utmost splendor and magnificence. The house, though in its full decay, shows what it has been, and the plaister of the ceilings and walls in some rooms is so fine, so firm, and so entire, that they break it off in large flakes. And it will bear writing on it with a pencil or steel pen, like the leaves of a table book. This sort of plaister I have not seen anywhere so very fine, except in the palace of Nonsuch in Surrey, near Epsom, before it was demolished by the Lord Berkeley. From hence we crossed part of the great heath mentioned before, and came into the high road again at Ancaster, a small but antient Roman village. And full of remnants of antiquity, this town gives now the title of Duke to the ancient family of Lindsay, now Dukes of Ancaster, formerly only Earls of Lindsay, and hereditary Lords Chamberlains of England. This place and Panton, a village near it, would afford great subject of discourse, if antiquity was my present province, for here are found abundance of Roman coins, urns, and other remains of antiquity, as also in several parts hereabout, and Mr. Camden puts it out of doubt, that at this town of Ancaster there was a station or colony settled of Romans, which afterwards swelled up into a city, but is now sunk again out of knowledge. From hence we came to Grantham, famous for a very fine church and spire steeple, so finely built, and so very high, that I do not know many higher and finer built in Britain. The vulgar opinion, that this steeple stands leaning, is certainly a vulgar error. I had no instrument indeed to judge it by, but, according to the strictest observation, I could not perceive it, or anything like it. And am much of opinion with that excellent poet. "'Tis height makes Grantham steeple stand awry." This is a neat, pleasant, well-built and populous town, has a good market, and the inhabitants are said to have a very good trade, and are generally rich. There is also a very good free school here. This town lying on the Great Northern Road is famous, as well as Stamford, for abundance of very good inns, some of them fit to entertain persons of the greatest quality and their retinues, and it is a great advantage to the place. From a hill, about a mile beyond this town northwest, being on the Great York Road, we had a prospect again into the Vale of Belvoir, or Belvoir, which I mentioned before, and which spreads itself here into 3 counties, to wit, Lincoln, Leicester, and Rutlandshires. Also here we had a distant view of Belvoir, or Belvoir Castle, which, 'tis supposed, took its name from the situation. From whence there is so fine a prospect, or Belvoir over the country. So that you see from the hill into 6 counties, namely, into Lincoln, Nottingham, Derby, Leicester, Rutland, and Northamptonshires. The castle or palace, for such it now is, of Belvoir, is now the seat of the noble family of Manners, Dukes of Rutland, who have also a very noble estate, equal to the domains of some sovereign princes, and extending itself into Nottingham and Derbyshire far and wide, and in which estate they have an immense subterranean treasure, never to be exhausted. I mean the lead mines and coal pits, of which I shall say more in its place. Turning southward from hence we entered Rutlandshire, remarkable for being the least county in England, having but 2 market towns in it, viz. Oakham and Uppingham, but famous for abundance of fine seats of the gentlemen, and some of the first rank, as particularly the Earls of Gainsborough and Nottingham. The latter has at a very great expense, and some years' labour, rebuilt the ancient seat of Burley on the hill, near Oakham, and on the edge of the Vale of Cathros. This house would indeed require a volume of itself, to describe the pleasant situation, and magnificent structure, the fine gardens, the perfectly well-finished apartments, the curious paintings, and well-stored library. All these merit a particular view, and consequently an exact description. But it is not the work of a few pages, and it would be to lessen the fame of this palace, to say anything by way of abstract, where every part calls for a full account. At present, all I can say of it is, there may be some extraordinary palaces in England, where there are so many fine ones. I say there may be some that excel in this or that particular, but I do not know a house in Britain, which excels all the rest in so many particulars, or that goes so near to excelling them all in everything. Take something of it in the following lines, part of a poem, written wholly upon the subject, by an anonymous author. On the Earl of Nottingham's house at Burley on the Hill, in Rutlandshire. Hall, happy fabric, whose majestic view first sees the sun, and bids him last adieu. Seated in majesty, your eye commands a royal prospect of the richest lands, whose better part, by your own lord possessed, may well be nommed the crown of all the rest. The underlying vale shews with delight 1,000 beauties at one charming sight. No pencil's art can such a landskip feign, and nature's self scarce yields the like again. Few situations may with this compare. A fertile soil and a salubrious air, triumphant structure, while you thus aspire from the dead ruin of rebellious fire. Methinks I see the genius of the place advance its head, and, with a smiling face, say, kings have on this spot made their abodes. 'Tis fitted now to entertain the gods. From hence we came to Stamford. The town is placed in a kind of an angle of the county of Lincoln, just upon the edge of 3 counties, viz. Lincoln, Northampton, and Rutland. This town boasts greatly too of its antiquity, and indeed it has evident marks of its having been a very great place in former days. History tells us it was burnt by the Danes above 1,500 years ago, being then a flourishing city. Tradition tells us, it was once a university, and that the schools were first erected by Bladud King of the Britons. The same whose figure stands up at the King's Bath in the city of Bath, and who lived 300 years before our Saviour's time, but the famous camps and military ways, which still appear at and near this town, are a more visible testimony of its having been a very ancient town, and that it was considerable in the Romans' time. It is at this time a very fair, well-built, considerable and wealthy town, consisting of 6 parishes, including that of St. Martin in Stamford-Baron. That is to say, in that part of the town which stands over the river, which, though it is not a part of the town, critically speaking, being not in the Liberty, and in another county, yet 'tis all called Stamford, and is rated with it in the taxes, and the like. This town is the property, as it may be called, of the Earls of Exeter. For the author of the Survey of Stamford, page 15, says, William Cecil, Baron Burghley, and afterwards Earl of Exeter, obtained the fee farm of Queen Elizabeth for himself, in whose posterity it yet remains. The government of this town is not, it seems, as most towns of such note are, by a mayor and alderman, but by an alderman, who is chief magistrate, and 12 comburgesses, and 24 capital burgesses, which, abating their worship's titles, is, to me, much the same thing as a mayor, alderman, and common council. They boast in this town of very great privileges, especially to their alderman, who is their chief magistrate, and his comburgesses, such as being freed from the sheriff's jurisdiction, and from being empanelled on juries out of the town. To have the return of all writs, to be freed from all lords lieutenants, and from their musters, and for having the militia of the town commanded by their own officers, the alderman being the king's lord lieutenant, and immediately under his majesty's command, and to be, within the liberties and jurisdiction of the town, esteemed the second man in the kingdom. And the grant of those privileges concludes thus, ut ab antiguo usu fuerunt, as of antient time they had been accustomed, so that this charter, which was granted by Edward IV, and 1461, seems to be only a confirmation of former privileges, not a grant of new ones. In the church of St. Martin in Stamford-Baron, that is on this side the bridge, at the upper end of the choir, is a very noble monument of William Cecil Lord Burghley, who lies buried there in a large vault just under it. And opposite to it, on the north side, is a more antient, but handsome, monument, though not so magnificent as the former, being in memory of Richard Cecil, Esq., and Jane his wife, the father and mother of the said famous Lord Burghley. Also a more modern monument for the great Earl who re-edified the house, being the last Earl but one, and father of the present Earl. And for his Countess, a sister of the present Duke of Devonshire, this is a finished piece, 'tis all of the finest marble, and, they told us, it was made at Florence, and sent over, the said Earl de Wide on his travels at Paris. There is a very fine stone bridge over the river Welland of 5 arches, and the town hall is in the upper part of the gate, upon or at the end of the bridge, which is a very handsome building. There are 2 constant weekly markets here, viz. on Mondays and Fridays, but the last is the chief market. They have also 3 fairs, viz. St. Simon and Jude, St. James's, and Green Goose Fair, and a great Midland mart. But the latter is not now so considerable, as it is reported to have formerly been. But the beauty of Stamford is the neighbourhood of the noble palace of the Earl of Exeter, called Burghley House, built by the famous Sir William Cecil, Lord Burghley, and Lord High Treasurer to Queen Elizabeth. The same whose monument I just now mentioned, being in St. Martin's Church at Stamford-Baron, just without the park. This house, built all of freestone, looks more like a town than a house, at which avenue soever you come to it. The towers and the pinnacles so high, and placed at such a distance from one another, look like so many distant parish churches in a great town, and a large spire covered with lead, over the great clock in the centre, looks like the cathedral. or chief church of the town. The house stands on an eminence, which rises from the north entrance of the park, coming from Stamford, on the other side, viz. South and west. The country lies on a level with the house, and is a fine plain, with posts and other marks for horse races. As the entrance looks towards the flat low grounds of Lincolnshire, it gives the house a most extraordinary prospect into the fens, so that you may see from thence 20 or near 30 miles, without anything to intercept the sight. As you mount the hill, you come to a fine esplanade, before the great gate or first entrance of the house, where there is a small but very handsome semicircle, taken in with an iron balustrade, and from this, rising a few steps. You enter a most noble hall, but made infinitely more noble by the invaluable paintings, with which it is so filled, that there is not room to place anything between them. The late Earl of Exeter, father of his present lordship, had a great genius for painting and architecture, and a superior judgment in both, as every part of this noble structure will testify, for he chonged the whole face of the building. He pulled down great part of the front next the garden, and turned the old Gothic windows into those spacious sashes which are now seen there. And though, the founder or first builder, who had an exquisite fancy also, as the manner of buildings then was, had so well ordered the situation and avenues of the whole fabric, that nothing was wanting of that kind. And had also contrived the house itself in a most magnificent manner. The rooms spacious, well directed, the ceilings lofty, and the decorations just, yet the late Earl found room for alterations, infinitely to the advantage of the whole. As particularly, a noble staircase, a whole set of fine apartments, with rooms of state, fitting for the entertainment of a prince, especially those on the garden side, though at present a little out of repair again. As this admirable genius, the late Earl, loved paintings, so he had infinite advantage in procuring them. For he not only travelled 3 times into Italy, and stayed every time a considerable while at Florence, but he was so entertained at the court of Tuscany, and had, by his most princely deportment and excellent accomplishments, so far obtained upon the great Duke, that he might be said indeed to love him, and his Highness shewed the Earl many ways that esteem. And more particularly, in assisting him to purchase many excellent pieces at reasonable prices, and not only so, but his Highness presented him with several pieces of great value. Among the rest, there is, in the great hall, his lordship's picture, on horseback, done by the great Duke's principal painter, at his Highness's charge, and given to his lordship. As a mark of the great Duke's special favour, there is also a fine piece of Seneca bleeding to death in the warm bath, and dictating his last morals to his scholars. The passions are in so lively a manner described in the scholars, their eager attention, their generous regard to their master, their vigilant catching at his words, and some of them taking minutes, that it is indeed admirable and inexpressible. I have been told, that the King of France offered the Earl 6,000 pistoles for it. It would be endless to give a detail of the fine pieces his lordship brought from Italy. All originals, and by the best masters. 'Tis enough to say, they infinitely exceed all that can be seen in England, and are of more value than the house itself, and all the park belonging to it. His lordship had indeed infinite advantage, joined to his very good judgment, besides what I have mentioned, at the court of the Grand Duke, for the furnishing himself with extraordinary paintings. Having made his 3 journeys into Italy by several routes, and stopped at several courts of princes. And his collection would doubtless have been still enlarged, had he lived to finish a 4th tour, which he was taking, but he was surprised with a sudden and violent distemper, and died at Paris, as we were told, of a dysentery. Besides the pictures, which, as above, were brought from abroad, the house itself, at least the new apartments, may be said to be one entire picture. The staircase, the ceilings of all the fine lodgings, the chapel, the hall, the late Earl's closet, are all finely painted by Verrio, of whose work I need say no more than this, that the Earl kept him 12 years in his family, wholly employed in painting those ceilings and staircases, and allowed him a coach and horses, an equipage, a table, and servants, and a very considerable pension. N.B. The character this gentleman left behind him at this town, is, that he deserved it all for his paintings, but for nothing else. His scandalous life, and his unpaid debts, it seems, causing him to be but very meanly spoken of in the town of Stamford. I might dwell a long while upon this subject, and could do it with great pleasure, Burghley House being well worth a full and complete description, but this work will not admit of enlargements. By the park wall, or, as some think, through the park, adjoining to Burghley House, passed an old Roman highway, beginning at Castor, a little village near Peterborough, but which was anciently a Roman station, or colony, called Durobrevum. This way is still to be seen, and is now called the 40-foot way, passing from Gunworth Ferry, and Peterborough, to Stamford. This was, as the antiquaries are of opinion, the great road into the north, which is since turned from Stilton in Huntingdonshire to Wandsworth or Wansford, where there is a very good bridge over the River Nine, which coming down from Northampton, as I have observed already, passes thence by Peterborough, and so into the fen country. But if I may straggle a little into antiquity, which I have studiously avoided, I am of opinion neither this or Wansford was the ancient northern road in use by the Romans. For 'tis evident, that the great Roman causeway is still seen on the left hand of that road, and passing the Nine at a place called Water Newton, went directly to Stamford, and passed the Welland, just above that town. Not in the place where the bridge stands now. And this Roman way is still to be seen, both on the south and the north side of the Welland, stretching itself on to Brig Casterton, a little town upon the River Gouache, about 3 miles beyond Stamford, which was, as all writers agree, another Roman station, and was called Guaseni by the ancients, from whence the river is supposed also to take its name. Whence it went on to Panton, another very considerable colony, and so to Newark, where it crossed the Foss. This 40-foot way then must be a cross road from Castor, and by that from the fen country, so leading into the great highway at Stamford, as likewise another cross road went out of the said great road at Panton, above named, to Ancaster, where was a Roman cohort placked, and thence joined the Foss again at Lincoln. Near this little village of Castor lives the Lord Fitzwilliams, of an ancient family, though an Irish title, and his lordship has lately built a very fine stone bridge over the River Nine, near Gunworth, where formerly was the ferry. I was very much applauding this generous action of my lord's, knowing the inconvenience of the passage there before, especially if the waters of the Nine were but a little swelled, and I thought it a piece of public charity. But my applause was much abated, when coming to pass the bridge, being in a coach, we could not be allowed to go over it, without paying 2s. 6d. Of which I shall only say this, that I think 'tis the only half-crown toll that is in Britain, at least that ever I met with. As we pass by Burghley Park Wall, on the great road, we see on the west side, not above a mile from it, another house, built by the same Lord Burghley, and which might pass for a very noble seat, were not Burghley by. This is called Watthorpe, and stands just on the great Roman way, mentioned above. This is the house of which the old Earl said he built it to remove to, and to be out of the dust, while Burghley House was a sweeping. This saying is indeed fathered upon the noble founder, but I must acknowledge, I think it too haughty an expression to come from so wise and great a man. At Overton, now called Cherry Orton, a village near Gunworth Ferry, is an old mansion house, formerly belonging to a very antient and almost forgotten race, or family of great men, called Lovetoft, which I nommed for a particular reason. The estate is now in the heirs of the late Duke of Newcastle, and the house lies neglected. On the other side of the river is a fine new-built house, all of free stone, possessed by Sir Francis St. John, Bart., which affords a very beautiful prospect to travellers, as they pass from the hill beyond Stilton to Wansford Bridge. This Wansford has obtained an idle addition to its name, from a story so firmly believed by the country people, that they will hardly allow any room for contradiction. Namely, that a great flood coming hastily down the River Nine, in haymaking time, a country fellow, having taken up his lodging on a cock of hay in the meadow, was driven down the stream in the night, while he was fast asleep. And the hay swimming, and the fellow sleeping, they drove together towards Wisbeach in the fens, whence he was fairly going on to the sea, when being wakened, he was seen and taken up by some fishermen, almost in the open sea. And being asked, who he was, he told them his name, and where he lived. He answered, At Wansford in England. From this story the town is called Wansford in England. And we see at the great inn, by the south end of the bridge, the sign of a man floating on a cock of hay, and over him written, Wansford in England. Coming south from hence we passed Stilton, a town famous for cheese, which is called our English Parmesan, and is brought to table with the mites, or maggots round it, so thick, that they bring a spoon with them for you to eat the mites with, as you do the cheese. Hence we came through Sawtry Lane, a deep descent between two hills, in which is Stangate Hole, famous for being the most noted robbing place in all this part of the country. Hence we passed to Huntington, the county town, otherwise not considerable. It is full of very good inns, is a strong pass upon the Ouse, and in the late times of rebellion it was esteemed so by both parties. Here are the most beautiful meadows on the banks of the river Ouse, that I think are to be seen in any part of England. And to see them in the summer season, covered with such innumerable stocks of cattle and sheep, is one of the most agreeable sights of its kind in the world. This town has nothing remarkable in it. 'Tis a long continued street, pretty well built, has 3 parish churches, and a pretty good marketplace, but the bridge, or bridges rather, and causeway over the Ouse is a very great ornament to the place. On the west side of this town, and in view of the plain lower side of the county, is a noble, though ancient seat, of the Earl of Sandwich, the gardens very fine and well kept. The situation seems a little obscured by the town of Huntington. In the same plain we saw Bugden, a small village, in which is remarkable a very pleasant, though ancient house or palace, of the Bishops of Lincoln, the house and garden surrounded by a very large and deep moat of water. The house is old, but pleasant, the chapel very pretty, though small. There is an organ painted against the wall, but in a seeming organ loft, and so properly placed and well painted, that we at first believed it really to be an organ. Hinchingbrook, another house belonging to a noble family, well known by the same title, shews itself at a small distance from Huntington. And a little way south stands that most nobly situated and pleasant seat of the Duke of Manchester, called Kimbolton, or Kimbolton Castle, where no pains or cost has been spared to make the most beautiful situation still more beautiful, and to help nature with art. Hence we went a little north to see Oundle, being told that the famous drum was to be heard just at that time in the well. But when we came there, they shewed us indeed the well and the town, but as for the drum, they could only tell us they heard of it, and that it did drum. But we could meet with no person of sufficient credit, that would say seriously they had heard it, so we came away dissatisfied. This town of Oundle is pleasantly seated on the river Nine, of which I have so often spoken. There are indeed a range of eminent towns upon this river, viz. Northampton, Wellingborough, Thrapston, Oundle, Fotheringay, Wansford, and Peterborough, at all which, except Peterborough, there are very good stone bridges over the river. Here again there is a most beautiful range of meadows, and perhaps they are not to be equalled in England for length. They continue uninterrupted for above 30 miles in length, from Peterborough to Northampton, and, in some places, are near 2 miles in breadth, the land rich, the grass fine and good, and the cattle, which are always feeding on them, haytime excepted, numberless. From Oundle we crossed the county of Northampton into Bedfordshire, and particularly to the town of Bedford, the chief town of the county. For this county has no city in it, though even this town is larger and more populous than several cities in England, having 5 parish churches, and a great many, and those wealthy and thriving inhabitants. This is one of the 7 counties, which they say lie together, and have not one city among them, namely, Huntington, Bedford, Bucks, Berks, Hertford, Essex, and Suffolk. But here I must do a piece of justice to the usage of England in denominating of cities, namely, that it is not here as in France, and Flanders, and Holland, where almost all their towns of note are called cities, and where the gentry chiefly live in those cities, and the clergy also. I mean the religious houses, of which there are great numbers sometimes in one city, which are enough to make a city, where there was none before. But as we have no authority, but antient usage and custom, for the distinguishing places by the names of towns and cities, so since that ancient usage or authority had the titles of places, 'tis observable some places, formerly of note, are considerably decayed, and scarce preserve the face of their ancient greatness. As Lincoln, Old Sarum, Carlisle, Verulam, and others. And several towns which in those times scarce deserved the name of cities, are now, by the increase of commerce and numbers of inhabitants, become greater, more populous and wealthy, than others, which are called cities. Nor is this all, but several towns, which Mr. Camden tells us, were called cities in his time, are now sunk from the dignity, and are only called towns, and yet still retain a greatness, wealth, and populousness, superior to many cities, such as Colchester, Ipswich, Shrewsbury, Cambridge, Stamford, Leicester, and others, which are without all comparison greater now than Wells, Peterborough, Ely, or Carlisle, and yet have lost the title of cities, which the other retain. Thus we have at this time the towns of Frome, Taunton, Tiverton, Plymouth, Portsmouth, and others in the west, and the towns of Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds, Sheffield, Birmingham, Hull, and several others in the north, that are much larger, richer, and more populous, than Rochester, Peterborough, Carlisle, Bath, and even than York itself, and yet these retain but the name of towns, nay even of villages, in some of which the chiefest magistrate is but a constable, as in Manchester. For example, it is remarkable of Bedfordshire, that though a great part of the county lies on the north side of the Ouse, that is to say, the 2 whole hundreds of Stoughton and Barford, yet there is not one market town in all that side of the Ouse, but Bedford only. Another thing is scarce to be equalled in the whole Isle of Britain. Namely, that though the Ouse, by a long and winding course, cuts through the county, and by its long reachings, so as to make above 70 miles between Aulnay and St. Neots, though not above 20 by land, yet in all that course it receives but one river into it, namely the little river Evel, which falls into the Ouse a little above Thamesford. Bedford, as I have said, is a large, populous, and thriving town, and a pleasant well-built place. It has 5 parish churches, a very fine stone bridge over the Ouse, and the High Street, especially, is a very handsome fair street, and very well built. And though the town is not upon any of the great roads in England, yet it is full of very good inns, and many of them, and in particular we found very good entertainment here. Here is the best market for all sorts of provisions, that is to be seen at any country town in all these parts of England. And this occasions, that though it is so far from London, yet the higglers or carriers buy great quantities of provisions here for London markets. Also here is a very good trade down the river to Lynn. Here is also a great corn market, and great quantities of corn are bought here, and carried down by barges and other boats to Lynn, where it is again shipped, and carried by sea to Holland. The soil hereabouts is exceeding rich and fertile, and particularly produces great quantities of the best wheat in England, which is carried by wagons from hence, and from the north part of the county 20 miles beyond this, to the markets of Hitchin and Hertford, and bought again there, and ground and carried in the meal, still by land, to London. Indeed the whole product of this county is corn, that is to say, wheat and malt for London. For here are very few manufactures, except that of straw hats and bone lace, of which by itself, there are but 10 market towns in the whole county, and yet 'tis not a small county neither. The towns are Bedford, Biggleswood, Leighton, Dunstable, Ampthill, Shefford, Luton, Potton, Tuddington, Woburn. The last of these was almost demolished by a terrible fire, which happened here just before my writing this account, but as this town has the good luck to belong to a noble family, particularly eminent for being good landlords, that is to say, bountiful and munificent to their poor tenants, I mean the ducal house of Bedford. There is no doubt but that the trustees, though His Grace the present Duke is in his minority, will preserve that good character to the family, and re-edify the town, which is almost all their own. The Duke's house, called Woburn Abbey, is just by the town, a good old house, but very ancient, spacious and convenient rather than fine, but exceedingly pleasant by its situation. And for the great quantity of beech woods which surround the parks and cover the hills, and also for great woods of oak too, as rich and valuable. As they are great and magnificent, the very situation of this house to promise itself another Burleigh or Chatsworth, whenever an heir comes to enjoy the vast estate of this family, who has a genius for building. But at present, as above, the heir is an infant. Ampthill is cracked like Woburn. For though, in itself, like the other, it is not a considerable town, and has no particular manufacture to enrich it, yet by the neighbourhood of that great and noble family of Bruce Earls of Aylesbury, the very town is made both rich and honourable. It is however the misfortune of this noble family, that the present Earl lives abroad, being a Roman. But the next heirs are in view of recovering the grandeur of that ancient family. The old venerable seat of the family is near the town, and is a noble and magnificent palace, though not wholly rebuilt, as is the fortune of many of the seats of our nobility of this age. From hence, through the whole south part of this county, as far as the border of Buckinghamshire and Hertfordshire, the people are taken up with the manufacture of bone lace, in which they are wonderfully increased and improved within these few years past. Also the manufactures of straw work, especially straw hats, spreads itself from Hertfordshire into this county, and is wonderfully increased within a few years past. Having thus viewed this county in all its most considerable towns, we came from Dunstable to St. Albans, and so into London, all which has been spoken of before. I therefore break off this circuit here, and subscribe, Sir, your most obedient servant. Appendix to the second volume. The same reasons which occasioned an appendix to the last volume hold good still, and will hold, if 10 volumes of the same kind were to be written. Seeing no man can take so strict a view of England, but something will occur, which the nicest observer could not possibly see, or the most busy inquirer be informed of at one journey. And, which is still more, some things will be undertaken and begun in the smallest intervals of time, which were not heard of before. For example, on a more exact inquiry into the particular state of the city of Bristol, I find it necessary to mention first, that there are but 17 parishes in the city, though there are 19 churches, including the cathedral and the church of St. Mark. There are, besides those churches, 7 meeting houses, 2 Presbyterian, 1 Independent, 2 Quakers, 1 Baptist, also 1 or 2 other meetings not to be named. As to the exchange designed to be built, and for which an Act of Parliament actually passed, in 1723, it was at first intended to be built where the Tolsey now is. But so many buildings both public and private and one church, namely Christ Church, at the corner of Vine Street, standing so near, as that they would crowd the place too much, the first measures were changed. And now the intended place is the Meal Market, between Vine Street and St. Mary Port, being on the north side of the Tolsey, but the citizens do not seem so hasty to build, as they were to get the Act of Parliament passed to give them power to do it. There are no less than 15 glass houses in Bristol, which is more than are in the city of London. They have indeed a very great expense of glass bottles, by sending them filled with beer, cider, and wine to the West Indies. Much more than goes from London. Also great numbers of bottles, even such as is almost incredible, are now used for sending the waters of St. Vincent's Rock away, which are now carried, not all over England only, but, we may say, all over the world. The ground is now so riced in Queen Square, that which was formerly called the Mead, that the highest tide does not flow over it, and all the sides of the square are now fully built and inhabited, except one house only. There is in the great church of Ratcliffe, or Redcliffe, a very antient monument for one Mr. William Cannings, burgess and merchant of Bristol, who besides repairing or new building part of Ratcliffe Great Church, gave to the vicar and churchwardens, and major part of the inhabitants of the parish, in trust for the poor, 340l. This was in the year 1474. 17th of EDW 4. N.B. Such a sum at that time was equal to 8 times that money in these days. On one part of the monument is a Latin inscription, in an odd way of writing, and full of abbreviations. And, on the other side, in English, the following account of this worthy citizen, and of the regard paid to him at that time. Mr. William Cannings, the richest merchant of the town of Bristol. Afterwards chosen 5 times mayor of the town, for the good of the commonwealth of the same, he was in order of priesthood, and afterwards Dean of Westburg. And died the 7th of November, 1474, which said William did build within the said town of Westburg a college with his canons, and said William did maintain, by the space of 8 years, 800 handicrafts men, besides carpenters and masons. Every day 100 men. Besides King Edward IV had of the said William 3,000 marks for his peace, in 2470 tons of shipping. These are the names of the shipping with their burthen. Tons. The Mary Canning. 400. The Mary Bat. 220. The Mary Redcliffe. 500. The Little Nicholas. 140. The Mary and John. 900. The Margaret. 200. The Galliot. 50. The Catherine Boston. 22. The Catherine. 140. A ship in Ireland. 100. No age nor time can wear out well-won fame. The stones themselves a stately work doth show. From senseless stones we ground may men's good name. And noble minds by virtuous deeds we know. A lantern clear sets forth a candlelight. A worthy act declares a worthy wight. The buildings rare that here you may behold. To shrine his bones deserves a tomb of gold. The famous fabric, that he here hath done, shines in his sphere, as glorious as the sun. What needs more words? The future world he sought, and set the pomp and pride of this at naught. Heaven was his aim. Let heaven be his station. That leaves such works for others' imitation. Also here is the following inscription on the monument of Sir William Penn, Bart. The father of the great William Penn, one of the heads of the Quakers, who was a native of the city of Bristol, as follows. To the just memory of Sir William Penn, knight and sometime general, born at Bristol, in 1621, son of Captain Giles Penn, several years consul for the English in the Mediterranean, descended from the Penns of Penn Lodge in the county of Wilts, and the Penns of Penn near Wickham in the county of Bucks. And, by his mother, from the Gilberts in the county of Somerset, originally from Yorkshire. Addicted from his youth to maritime affairs, he was made captain at the years of 21, Rear Admiral of Ireland at 23, Vice Admiral of Ireland at 25, Admiral to the Straits at 29, Vice Admiral of England at 31. And General of the First Dutch Wars at 32. Whence retiring, in anno 1655, he was chosen Parliament man for the town of Weymouth 1660, made Commissioner of the Admiralty in Navy, Governor of the towns and forts of Kinsale, Vice Admiral of Munster, and a member of the Provincial Council. And, in anno 1664, was chosen Great Captain Commander under His Royal Highness, in that signal and most prudently successful fight against the Dutch fleet. Thus he took leave of the sea, his old element, but continued still his other employs, till 1669, at what time, through bodily infirmities, contracted by the care and fatigue of the public affairs, he withdrew, prepared, and made for his end. And with a gentle and even gale, in much peace, arrived and anchored in his last and best port, at Wanstead in the county of Essex, on the 16th of September, 1670, being then but 49 and 4 months old. To whose name and merit his surviving lady hath erected this remembrance. In travelling this latter part of this second tour, it has not been taken notice of, though it very well deserves mention, that the soil of all the midland part of England, even from sea to sea, is of a deep stiff clay, or marly kind, and it carries a breadth of near 50 miles at least, in some places much more. Nor is it possible to go from London to any part of Britain, north, without crossing this clayey dirty part. For example, suppose we take the Great Northern Post Road from London to York, and so into Scotland. You have tolerable good ways and hard ground, till you reach Royston about 32, and to Kneesworth, a mile farther, but from thence you enter upon the clays, which beginning at the famous Errington Lanes, and going on to Caxton, Huntington, Stilton, Stamford, Grantham, Newark, Tuxford, called for its deepness Tuxford in the clays, holds on, till we come almost to Bawtry, which is the first town in Yorkshire, and there the country is hard and sound, being part of Sherwood Forest. Suppose you take the other northern road, namely, by St. Albans, Dunstable, Hockley, Newport Pagnell, Northampton, Leicester, and Nottingham, or Derby. On this road, after you are past Dunstable, which, as in the other way, is about 30 miles, you enter the deep clays, which are so surprisingly soft that it is perfectly frightful to travellers, and it has been the wonder of foreigners, how, considering the great numbers of carriages which are continually passing with heavy loads, those ways have been made practicable. Indeed, the great number of horses every year killed by the excess of labour in those heavy ways, has been such a charge to the country, that new building of causeways, as the Romans did of old, seems to me to be a much easier expense, from Hockley to Northampton, thence to Harborough, and Leicester, and thence to the very bank of Trent. These terrible clays continue. At Nottingham you are past them, and the forest of Sherwood yields a hard and pleasant road for 30 miles together. Take the same road as it leads to Coventry, and from thence to Westchester, the deep clays reach through all the towns of Brickhill, Fenny and Stony Stratford, Towcester, Daventry, Hillmorton, or Dunchich, Coventry, Colchester, and even to Birmingham, for very near 80 miles. If we take the road to Worcester, it is the same through the Vale of Aylesbury to Buckingham, and westward to Banbury, Keinton, and the Vale of Evesham, where the clays reach, with some intermissions, even to the bank of Severn, as they do more northernly quite to Westchester. The reason of my taking notice of this badness of the roads, through all the Midland counties, is this: that as these are counties which drive a very great trade with the city of London, and with one another, perhaps the greatest of any counties in England. And that, by consequence, the carriage is exceeding great, and also that all the land carriage of the northern counties necessarily goes through these counties, so the roads have been ploughed so deep, and materials have been in some places so difficult to be had for repair of the roads, that all the surveyors' rates have been able to do nothing. Nay, the very whole country has not been able to repair them, that is to say, it was a burthen too great for the poor farmers, for in England it is the tenant, not the landlord, that pays the surveyors of the highways. This necessarily brought the country to bring these things before the Parliament. And the consequence has been, that turnpikes or toll bars have been set up on the several great roads of England, beginning at London, and proceeding through almost all those dirty deep roads, in the Midland counties especially. At which turnpikes all carriages, droves of cattle, and travellers on horseback, are obliged to pay an easy toll. That is to say, a horse a penny, a coach 3 pence, a cart 4 pence, at some 6 pence to 8 pence, a waggon 6 pence, in some a shilling, and the like. Cattle pay by the score, or by the head, in some places more, in some less. But in no place is it thought a burthen that ever I met with, the benefit of a good road abundantly making amends for that little charge the travellers are put to at the turnpikes. Several of these turnpikes and tolls had been set up of late years, and great progress had been made in mending the most difficult ways. And that with such success as well deserves a place in this account, and this is one reason for taking notice of it in this manner. For as the memory of the Romans, which is so justly famous, is preserved in nothing more visible to common observation, than in the remains of those noble causeways and highways, which they made through all parts of the kingdom, and which were found so needful, even then, when there was not the 500th part of the commerce and carriage that is now, how much more valuable must these new works be, though nothing to compare with those of the Romans, for the firmness and duration of their work. The causeways and roads, or streetways of the Romans, were perfect solid buildings. The foundations were laid so deep, and the materials so good, however far they were obliged to fetch them, that if they had been vaulted and arched, they could not have been more solid. I have seen the bottom of them dug up in several places, where I have observed flint stones, chalk stones, hard gravel, solid hard clay, and several other sorts of earth, laid in layers, like the veins of ore in a mine. A laying of clay of a solid binding quality, then flint stones, then chalk, then upon the chalk rough ballast or gravel, till the whole work has been riced 6 or 8 foot from the bottom. Then it has been covered with a crown or rising ridge in the middle, gently sloping to the sides, that the rain might run off every way, and not soak into the work. This I have seen as fair and firm. After having stood, as we may conclude, at least 12 or 1,600 years, as if it had been made but the year before. And that I may not be charged with going beyond the most exact truth, I refer the curious to make their observations upon that causeway, called the Fosse, which is now remaining, and to be seen between Cirencester and Marshfield in Wiltshire. On the road to the Bath, or between the same Cirencester and Birdlip Hill in Gloucestershire, on the road to Gloucester. But more particularly, between Castleford Bridge, near Pontefract in Yorkshire, upon the river Aire, and the town of Aberford, in the road to Tadcaster and York. In several parts of this causeway, the country being hard, and the way good on either side, travellers have not made much use of the causeway, it being very high, and perhaps exposing them too much to the wind and weather. But have rather chosen to go on either side, so that the causeway in some places lies as flat and smooth on the top, as if it had never been made use of at all. And perhaps it has not, there being not so much as the mark of a wheel upon it, or of a horse foot for a good way together, for which I refer to the curious traveller that goes that way. This very causeway have I seen cut into, so as to discover the very materials with which it was built. And in some parts of the same causeway, farther north, where the great road has taken some other way, I have seen the old causeway dug down to carry the materials away, and mend the road which was then in use. It is true the Romans being lords of the world, had the command of the people, their persons and their work, their cattle, and their carriages, even their armies were employed in these noble undertakings. And if the materials they wanted, were to fetch 20, nay 30 to 40 miles off, if they wanted them, they would have them, and the works were great and magnificent like themselves, witness the numberless encampments, lines, castles and fortifications, which we see the remains of to this day. But now the case is altered, labor is dear, wages high, no man works for bread and water now, our laborers do not work in the road, and drink in the brook. So that as rich as we are, it would exhaust the whole nation to build the edifices, the causeways, the aqueducts, lines, castles, fortifications, and other public works, which the Romans built with very little expense. But to return to this new method of repairing the highways at the expense of the turnpikes, that is to say, by the product of funds raised at those turnpikes. It must be acknowledged they are very great things, and very great things are done by them. And 'tis well worth recording, for the honour of the present age, that this work has been begun, and is in an extraordinary manner carried on, and perhaps may, in a great measure be complete within our memory. I shall give some examples here of those which have been brought to perfection already, and of others which are now carrying on. First, that great county of Essex, of which our first tour gives an ample account. The great road from London, through this whole county towards Ipswich and Harwich, is the most worn with waggons, carts, and carriages. And with infinite droves of black cattle, hogs, and sheep, of any road, that leads through no larger an extent of country, in England, the length of it from Stratford Bridge by Bow, to Streetford Bridge over the Stour, on the side of Suffolk, is 50 miles, and to Harwich above 65 miles. These roads were formerly deep, in time of floods dangerous, and at other times, in winter, scarce passable. They are now so firm, so safe, so easy to travellers, and carriages as well as cattle, that no road in England can yet be said to equal them. This was first done by the help of a turnpike, set up by Act of Parliament, about the year 1697, at a village near Ingerstone. Since that, another turnpike, set up at the corner of the Dog Row, near Mile End. With an additional one at Rumford, which is called a branch, and paying at one, passes the person through both, this I say, being set up since the other, completes the whole, and we are told, that as the first expires in a year or two, this last will be sufficient for the whole, which will be a great case to the country, the first toll near Ingerstone, being the highest rated public toll in England. For they take 8d. For every cart, 6d. For every coach, and 12d. For every wagon, and in proportion for droves of cattle, for a single horseman indeed, it is the same as others pay, viz. 1d. per horse, and we are told, while this is doing, that the gentlemen of the county designed to petition the Parliament, to have the commissioners of the last act, whose turnpike, as above, is at Mile End in Rumford, empowered to place other turnpikes on the other most considerable roads, and so to undertake, and repair all the roads in the whole county, I mean all the considerable roads. But to come back to the counties which I am now speaking of, some very good attempts have been made of this kind on the northern roads, through those deep ways I mentioned, in the High Post Road, for example. That an Act of Parliament was obtained about 30 years since, for repairing the road between Ware and Royston, and a turnpike was erected for it at Wade's Mill, a village so called, about 1.5 miles beyond Ware, this proved so effectual, that the road there, which was before scarce passable, is now built up in a high, firm causeway, the most like those mentioned above, of the Romans, of any of these new undertakings. And, though this road is continually worked upon, by the vast number of carriages, bringing malt and barley to Ware, for whose sake indeed, it was obtained, yet, with small repairs it is maintained, and the toll is reduced from a penny, to a halfpenny, for the ease of the country, and so in proportion. Beyond this, 2 grants have been obtained. One for repair of those wretched places, called Errington Lanes, and all the road beyond Royston, to Caxton and Huntington. And another, for repairing the road from Stukely to Stilton, including the place called Stangate Hole, and so on, towards Wansford and Santry Lane and Peterborough, by which these roads, which were before intolerable, are now much mended. But I cannot say, they are yet come up to the perfection of that road from London to Colchester. One great difficulty indeed here, is, that the country is so universally made up of a deep, stiff clay, that 'tis hard to find any materials to repair the ways with, that may be depended upon. In some places they have a red sandy kind of a slate or stone, which they lay with timber and green faggots, and puts them to a very great expense. But this stone does not bind like chalk and gravel, or endure like flint and pebbles, but wears into clay from whence it proceeds. And this is the reason why they cannot expect those roads can reach up, however chargeable the repairs are to the goodness of the roads in Essex. We see also a turnpike set up at a village very justly called Foulmire near Cambridge, for the repair of the particular roads to the university, but those works are not yet brought to any perfection. There is another road, which is a branch of the northern road, and is properly called the Coach Road, and which comes into the other near Stangate Hole. And this indeed is a most frightful way, if we take it from Hatfield, or rather the park corners of Hatfield House, and from thence to Stevenage, to Baldock, to Biggleswade, and Bugden. Here is that famous lane called Baldock Lane, famous for being so unpassable, that the coaches and travellers were obliged to break out of the way even by force, which the people of the country not able to prevent, at length placed gates, and laid their lands open, setting men at the gates to take a voluntary toll, which travellers always chose to pay, rather than plunge into sloughs and holes, which no horse could wade through. This terrible road is now under cure by the same methods, and probably may in time be brought to be firm and solid, the chalk and stones being not so far to fetch here, as in some of those other places I have just now mentioned. But the repair of the roads in this county, namely Bedfordshire, is not so easy a work, as in some other parts of England. The drifts of cattle, which come this way out of Lincolnshire and the fens of the Isle of Ely, of which I have spoken already, are so great, and so constantly coming up to London markets, that it is much more difficult to make the ways good, where they are continually treading by the feet of the large heavy bullocks, of which the numbers that come this way are scarce to be reckoned up, and which make deep impressions, where the ground is not very firm, and often work through in the winter what the commissioners have mended in the summer. But leaving these undertakings to speak for themselves when finished, for they can neither be justly praised or censured before, it ought to be observed, that there is another road branching out from this deep way at Stevenage, and goes thence to Hitchin, to Shefford, and Bedford. Hitchin is a large market town, and particularly eminent for its being a great corn market for wheat and malt, but especially the first, which is bought here for London market. The road to Hitchin, and thence to Bedford, though not a great thoroughfare for travellers, yet is a very useful highway for the multitude of carriages, which bring wheat from Bedford to that market, and from the country round it. Even as far as Northamptonshire, and the edge of Leicestershire. And many times the country people are not able to bring their corn for the mere badness of the ways. This road, I hear, will be likewise repaired, by virtue of a turnpike to be placked near Hitchin on this side, and at the two bridges over the Ouse, namely Barford Bridge and Bedford Bridge, on the other side. As also at Thamesford, where they drive through the river without the help of a bridge. But to leave what may be, I return to what is. The next turnpikes are on the Great North West Road, or, as I have distinguished it already, the Watling Street Way, which, to describe it once for all, begins at Islington near London, and leads to Shrewsbury, Westchester, and Holyhead in Wales. With other branches breaking out from it to the north, leading to Nottingham, Derby, Burton on the Trent, and Warrington, and from them all, farther north, into the northwest parts of Great Britain. For they are the grand passes into Yorkshire, Derbyshire, and Lancashire, and through them to Westmoreland, Cumberland, Durham, and Northumberland, of all which I shall give a farther account in my next letters. Upon this great road there are wonderful improvements made and making, which no traveller can miss the observation of, especially if he knew the condition these ways were formerly in. Nor can my account of these counties be perfect, without taking notice of it, for certainly no public edifice, almshouse, hospital, or nobleman's palace, can be of equal value to the country with this, no, nor more an honour and ornament to it. The first attempt upon this road was at Brickhill in Buckinghamshire, and the turnpike was set up on the hill, near the town called Little Brickhill, by virtue of which, they repaired the road from thence to Stony Stratford, for about 10 miles. And with very good success. For that road was broad, and capable of giving room for such a work. And though materials were hard to come at, and far to fetch, yet we soon found a large firm causeway, or highway, and of a full breadth, reaching from Fenny Stratford to Stony Stratford, which is 6 miles, and where the way was exceeding bad before. This encouraged the country to set about the work in good earnest, and we now see the most dismal piece of ground for travelling, that ever was in England, handsomely repaired. Namely, from the top of the chalky hill beyond Dunstable down into Hockley Lane, and through Hockley, justly called Hockley in the Hole, to Newport Pagnell, being a by-branch of the Great Road, and leading to Northampton. And was called the Coach Road. But such a road for coaches, as worse was hardly ever seen. The next, to come southward, was the road from St. Albans to South Mimms, a village beyond Barnet. Soon after this road parts from the great coach road to the north, which I mentioned before, beginning at Hatfield. This road, from Mimms to St. Albans, is so well mended, the work so well done, and the materials so good, so plentifully furnished, and so faithfully applied, that, in short, if possible, it outdoes the Essex road mentioned before. For here the bottom is not only repaired, but the narrow places are widened, hills levelled, bottoms raised, and the ascents and descents made easy, to the inexpressible ease and advantage of travellers, and especially of the carriers, who draw heavy goods and hard loads, who find the benefit in the health and strength of their cattle. From hence, to come still more towards London, another undertaking reaches from the foot of Barnet Hill, called formerly the Blockhouse, to Whetstone, and so over the great heath, called Finchley Common, to Highgate Hill. And up the hill to the gatehouse at Highgate, where they had their turnpike. As also at the Blockhouse, and this work is also admirably well performed, and through a piece of ground, which was very full of sloughs and deep places before. But from Highgate to London still required help. The road branched into two, at the top of Highgate Hill, or just at the gatehouse there. One came to London by Islington, and there branched again into two, one coming by the north end of Islington, and another on the back of the town, and entreing the town at the south-west end near the Angel Inn, there dividing again. One branch entreed London at Goswell Street and Aldersgate Street. And this was the principal road for wagons and pack-horses, the other going directly to St. John Street and into Smithfield, and this way was the chief road for cattle to Smithfield Market. The other road parting off at Highgate, came down the hill by the late Sir William Ashurst's house, of which I made mention in its place, and thence passing through Kentish town, entreed London by two ways, one by Gray's Inn Lane, and the other by Clerkenwell. All these roads were to the last extremity run to ruin, and grew worse and worse so evidently, that it was next to impossible, the country should be able to repair them, upon which an Act of Parliament was obtained for a turnpike, which is now erected at Islington aforesaid, as also all the other branches by the Kentish town way, and others. So that by this new toll, all these roads are now likely to be made good, which were before almost a scandal to the city of London. Another turnpike, and which was erected before this, was on the Great North Road, beginning at Shoreditch, and extending to Enfield Street, in the way to Ware. Though this road is exceedingly thronged, and raises great sums, yet I cannot say, that the road itself seems to be so evidently improved, and so effectually repaired, as the others last mentioned, notwithstanding no materials are wanting. Even on the very verge of the road itself, whether it be, that the number of carriages, which come this way, and which are indeed greater than in any other road about London, is the occasion, or whether the persons concerned do not so faithfully, or so skilfully perform, I will not undertake to determine. After so many encouraging examples on this great Watling Street road, as I have mentioned above, they have now begun the like on the same way farther down, and particularly from Stony Stratford to Daventry and Dunchurch, and so on to Coventry and Coleshill. All those parts of it are at this time repairing, and they promise themselves that in a few years those roads will be completely sound and firm, as Watling Street was in its most antient and flourishing state. But this must be mentioned, like any public edifice, which is now building, and perhaps may require some time to finish. I come next to mention other works of the same kind in remoter places, also more westerly, but within the compass of this Midland circuit. As particularly the road from Birdlip Hill to Gloucester, formerly a terrible place for poor carriers and travellers out of Wales, but now repaired very well. Likewise the road from Sandy Lane Hill in Wiltshire to the Bath, which began to be repaired by the direction of Her late Majesty Queen Anne. Also another piece of bad road near Beaconsfield in Oxfordshire. By the same happy example, turnpikes are erected at the west end of the town, for repairing that horrid road, formerly also a part of the Watling Street way, from St. Giles's Church to Paddington, and thence to Edgeworth, obtained first by the interest and motion of His Grace the Duke of Chandos. On the other side of the river is another turnpike erected, or rather two turnpikes, one at the north end of the town of Newington, called Newington Butts, which has 2 or 3 collateral branches, viz. One at Vauxhall, at the bridge near the Spring Carden corner, and another at Croydon, besides smaller toll bars on the by-lanes. This undertaking has been very well prosecuted, and the great Sussex road, which was formerly unsufferably bad, is now become admirably good. And this is done at so great an expense, that they told me at Streatham, that 1 mile between the 2 next bridges south of that town, cost £1,000 repairing, including one of the bridges, and yet it must be acknowledged that the materials are very near hand, and very good all the way to Croydon. The other turnpike on that side is placed near New Cross on the road into Kent, a little before the road to Lusholme parts from the road to Deptford Bridge. So that all the road to Lee and Eltham, the road to Bromley and Tunbridge, as well as the great road to Rochester and Canterbury, are taken in there, and this undertaking, they tell us, is likewise very well performed. So that upon the whole, this custom prevailing, 'tis more than probable, that our posterity may see the roads all over England restored in their time to such a perfection, that travelling and carriage of goods will be much more easy both to man and horse, than ever it was since the Romans lost this island. Nor will the charge be burthensome to any body, as for trade, it will be encouraged by it every way. For carriage of all kind of heavy goods will be much easier, the waggoners will either perform in less time, or draw heavier loads, or the same load with fewer horses. The pack horses will carry heavier burthens, or travel farther in a day, and so perform their journey in less time, all which till tend to lessen the rate of carriage, and so bring goods cheaper to market. The fat cattle will drive lighter, and come to market with less toil, and consequently both go farther in one day, and not waste their flesh, and heat and spoil themselves, in wallowing through the mud and sloughs, as is now the case. The sheep will be able to travel in the winter, and the city not be obliged to give great prizes to the butchers for mutton, because it cannot be brought up out of Leicestershire and Lincolnshire. The sheep not being able to travel, the graziers and breeders will not be obliged to sell their stocks of wethers cheap in October to the farmers within 20 miles of London, because after that they cannot bring them up. But the ways being always light and sound, the graziers will keep their stocks themselves, and bring them up to market, as they see cause, as well in winter as in summer. Another benefit of these new measures for repairing the roads by turnpikes, is the opening of drains and watercourses, and building bridges, especially over the smaller waters, which are oftentimes the most dangerous to travellers on hasty rains. And always most injurious to the roads, by lying in holes and puddles, to the great spoiling the bottom, and making constant sloughs, sometimes able to bury both man and horse. 'Tis very remarkable that the overseers of these works take effectual care to have bridges built in such places, and currents made or opened for the waters to pass. By which abundance of labour is saved in constantly tending the waters on such occasions. But of this also we shall say more presently. To give an eminent instance of it, we refer the curious to take the road from Blackman Street in Southwark, to Croydon, for an example, where, if we are not mistaken, he will find 11 bridges wholly new built in 10 miles length. By which the whole road is laid dry, sound, and hard, which was before a most uncomfortable road to travel. This improving of the roads is an infinite improvement to the towns near London, in the convenience of coming to them, which makes the citizens flock out in greater numbers than ever to take lodgings and country houses, which many, whose business called them often to London, could not do, because of the labour of riding forward and backward, when the roads were but a little dirty. And this is seen in the difference in the rents of houses in those villages upon such repaired roads, from the rents of the like dwellings and lodgings in other towns of equal distance, where they want those helps. And particularly the increase of the number of buildings in those towns, as above. This probably has not been the least reason why such tolls are erected now on every side of London, or soon will be, and I doubt not but in time it will be the like all over England. There are indeed some very deep roads in many places of England, and that south by Trent too, where no such provision is yet made for repair of the roads, as particularly in and through the Vale of Aylesbury, and to Buckingham. And beyond it into Oxfordshire. Also beyond Northampton to Harborough and Leicester. Also in Lincolnshire, beyond what we know to be from Huntington to Stilton, the road from Stamford to Grantham, Newark, and Tuxford, in the clays, all which remain very deep, and in some seasons dangerous. Likewise the roads in Sussex, and that in particular which was formerly a Roman work, called Stony Street or Stone Street, Mr. Camden mentions it as going from Leatherhead to Darking, and through Darking churchyard, then cross a terrible deep country, called the Homeward, and so to Petworth and Arundel, but we see nothing of it now. And the country indeed remains in the utmost distress for want of good roads, so also all over the wild of Kent and Sussex it is the same, where the corn is cheap at the barn, because it cannot be carried out. And dear at the market, because it cannot be brought in. But the specimens above, will, we doubt not, prompt the country gentleman in time to go through with it all over England. And 'tis to give a clear view of this important case, that we have given this account of them. The benefit of these turnpikes appears now to be so great, and the people in all places begin to be so sensible of it, that it is incredible what effect it has already had upon trade in the countries where it is more completely finished. Even the carriage of goods is abetted in some places, 6d. per hundredweight, in some places 12d. per hundred, which is abundantly more advantage to commerce than the charge paid amounts to, and yet at the same time the expense is paid by the carriers too, who make the abatement, so that the benefit in abating the rate of carriage is wholly and simply the tradesmen's, not the carriers'. Yet the advantage is evident to the carriers also another way, for, as was observed before, they can bring more weight with the same number of horses, nor are their horses so hard worked and fatigued with their labour as they were before. In which one particular, 'tis acknowledged by the carriers, they perform their work with more ease, and the masters are at less expense. The advantage to all other kinds of travelling I omit here, such as the safety and ease to gentlemen travelling up to London on all occasions, whether to the term, or to Parliament, to court, or on any other necessary occasion. Which is not a small part of the benefit of these new methods. Also the riding post, as well for the ordinary carrying of the mails, or for the gentleman riding post, when their occasions require speed, I say, the riding post is made extremely easy, safe, and pleasant, by this alteration of the roads. I mention so often the safety of travelling on this occasion, because, as I observed before, the commissioners for these repairs of the highways have ordered, and do daily order, abundance of bridges to be repaired and enlarged, and new ones built. Where they find occasion, which not only serve to carry the water off, where it otherwise often spreads, and lies as it were, dammed up upon the road, and spoils the way. But where it rises sometimes by sudden rains to a dangerous height. For it is to be observed, that there is more hazard, and more lives lost, in passing, or attempting to pass little brooks and streams, which are swelled by sudden showers of rain, and where passengers expect no stoppage. Than in passing great rivers, where the danger is known, and therefore more carefully avoided. In many of these places the commissioners have built large and substantial bridges for the benefit of travelling, as is said already, and in other places have built sluices to stop, and open channels to carry off the water. Where they used to swell into the highway, we have 2 of these sluices near London, in the road through Tottenham Highcross and Edmonton, by which the waters in those places, which have sometimes been dangerous, are now carried off, and the road cleared. And as for bridges, I have been told, that the several commissioners, in the respective districts where they are concerned, have already built above 300 new ones, where there were none before. Or where the former were small and insufficient to carry the traveller safe over the waters. Many of these are within a few miles of London, especially, for example, on the great road from London to Edgeworth, from London to Enfield, from London to St. Albans, and, as before, from London to Croydon, where they are very plain to be seen, and to which I refer. And for farther confirmation of what I have advanced above, namely, that we may expect, according to this good beginning, that the roads in most parts of England will in a few years be fully repaired, and restored to the same good condition, or perhaps a better, than they were in during the Roman government, we may take notice, that there are no less than 12 bills, or petitions for bills, depending before the Parliament, at this time sitting, for the repair of the roads. In several remote parts of England, or for the lengthening the time allowed in former acts. Some of which, besides those hereafter mentioned, give us hopes, that the grants, when obtained, will be very well managed, and the country people greatly encouraged by them in their commerce. For there is no doubt to be made, but that the inland trade of England has been greatly obstructed by the exceeding badness of the roads. A particular example of this, I have mentioned already, viz. the bringing of fat cattle, especially sheep to London in the winter, from the remoter counties of Leicester and Lincoln, where they are bred. By which the country graziers are obliged to sell their stocks off, at the latter end of the summer, namely September and October, when they sell cheap, and the butchers and farmers near London engross them. And keeping them, till December and January, sell them, though not an ounce fatter than before, for an advanced price, to the citizens of London. Whereas were the roads made good and passable, the city would be served with mutton almost as cheap in the winter as in the summer, or the profit of the advance would be to the graziers of Leicester and Lincolnshires, who were the original breeders. This is evident to a demonstration in the counties of Essex and Suffolk, from whence they already bring their fat cattle, and particularly their mutton in droves, from 60, 70, or 80 miles, without fatiguing, harassing, or sinking the flesh of the creatures, even in the depth of winter. I might give examples of other branches of inland commerce, which would be quite altered for the better, by this restoring the goodness of the roads, and particularly that of carrying cheese, a species of provision so considerable, that nothing, except that of live cattle, can exceed it. This is chiefly made in the 3 northwest counties of England, viz. Cheshire, Gloucester, and Warwickshires, and the parts adjacent, from whence the nation is very meanly supplied, by reason of the exceeding distance of the country where the cheese is made, from those counties where it is chiefly expended. The Cheshire men indeed carry great quantities about by long sea, as they call it, to London. A terrible long, and sometimes dangerous, voyage, being through the Irish Channel, round all Wales, cross the Bristol Channel, round the Land's End of Cornwall, and up the English Channel to the mouth of the Thames, and so up to London. Or else by land to Burton upon Trent, and so down that river to Gainsborough and Hull, and so by sea to London. Again, the Gloucestershire men carry all by land carriage to Lechlade and Cricklade on the Thames, and so carry it down the river to London. But the Warwickshire men have no water carriage at all, or at least not, till they have carried it a long way by land to Oxford. But as their quantity is exceeding great, and they supply not only the city of London, but also the counties of Essex, Suffolk, Norfolk, Cambridge, Huntingdon, Hertford, Bedford, and Northampton, the gross of their carriage is by mere dead draught. And they carry it either to London by land, which is full 100 miles, and so the London cheesemongers supply the said counties of Essex, Suffolk, and Norfolk, besides Kent, and Sussex. And Surrey by sea and river navigation, or the Warwickshire men carry it by land once a year to Sturbridge Fair, whence the shopkeepers of all the inland country above named, come to buy it. In all which cases land carriage being long, and the ways bad, makes it very dear to the poor, who are the consumers. But were the ways from Warwickshire made good, as I have shown they are already in Essex, and some other places, this carriage would be performed for little more than half the price that it now is, and the poor would have their provisions much cheaper. I could enlarge here upon the convenience that would follow such a restoring the ways, for the carrying of fish from the sea coasts to the inner parts of the kingdom, where, by reason of the badness of the ways, they cannot now carry them sweet. This would greatly increase the consumption of fish in its season, which now for that very reason, is but small, and would employ an innumerable number of horses and men, as well as increase the shipping by that consumption. By this carriage of fish, I do not only mean the carrying herrings and mackerel to London, as is practiced on the coast of Sussex and Kent in particular, and bringing salmon from the remote rivers of Severn and Trent. But the carrying of herrings, mackerel, and sprats in their season, and whitings and flat fish at other times, from the coasts of Yarmouth, Swole, Ipswich, Colchester, Malden, and supplying all the inland counties with them sweet and good, which 'tis plain they might do, were the roads made good, even as far as Northampton, and Coventry, and farther too. I might give examples where the herrings, which are not the best fish to keep neither, are, even as it is, carried to those towns, and up to Warwick, Birmingham, Tamworth and Stafford, and though they frequently stink before they come thither, yet the people are so eager of them, that they buy them, and give dear for them too. Whereas were the roads good, they would come in less time, by at least 2 days in 6, and tenfold the quantity, nay, some say, 100 times the quantity, be consumed. These, and many others, are the advantages to our inland commerce, which we may have room to hope for upon the general repair of the roads, and which I shall have great occasion to speak of again in my northern circuit, which is yet to come. The author's preface to the 3rd volume. The tour is now finished. And you have the account contracted into as narrow a compass, as, considering the extent of ground passed over, with the number of cities, populous towns, and a country infinitely rich, populous and prosperous, to be described, could be reasonably expected. As I mentioned in the last volume, every new view of Great Britain would require a new description, the improvements that increase, the new buildings erected, the old buildings taken down, new discoveries in metals, mines, minerals, new undertakings in trade, inventions, engines, manufactures, in a nation, pushing and improving as we are. These things open new scenes every day, and make England especially shew a new and differing face in many places, on every occasion of surveying it. Since our last volume, we have to add to the description of the parts in and about London, a large variety both of public and private buildings. As a new East India House building in the city, and a South Sea Company House finished, both lofty and magnificent. Mr. Guy's Hospital in Southwark, the noblest foundation of the age for one private charity, finished and filled at the foot of above £100,000 gift, if common fame may be believed, the additions to Bethlehem Hospital. And several new steeples and churches. Sir Gregory Page's house, or rather palace, upon Blackheath, erected and finished, one of the most beautiful seats belonging to a private gentleman, that not England only, but that all Europe can produce. Add to this the cookery, as they properly enough call it, of the South Sea Company for their Greenland trade, their whale fishing, and boiling their blubber, and being the largest magazine of all sorts of materials for the shipping, fishing, and that is belonging to any private branch of commerce. Then there is a little city of buildings, streets and squares, added to those mentioned before, at the west end of Hanover and Cavendish Square, with the repair of 2 terrible fires at Wapping and Ratcliffe. And, to close all, there is the erecting a new stone bridge over the Thames at Putney and Fulham, for which an Act of Parliament was obtained last sessions, and preparations are now actually making to set about it. Which is like to be a very stately and magnificent work. If all these additions are to be found in the small interval between the publishing the 2nd volume and this of the 3rd, and that in so narrow a compass, what may not every subsequent year produce? And what encouragement is here for new and more accurate surveys of this country? Which, whoever travels over it, will always furnish new materials, and a variety both profitable and delightful. The fine house built by the Right Honourable Sir Robert Walpole, in the north part of the county of Norfolk, is, as I am told, now also finished, at least the outside work and figure of the building is. So it is a mistake that must be acknowledged in form, however not the author's, when, in our last, the inscription fixed on the foundation stone of the building, was said to be ordered for the frieze. The necessary absence of the author, who was then on a journey for preparing this volume, may answer for a fault owing to the corrector of the press, and which, had the author seen it, could not have passed his notice. But the triumph one impertinent has made upon the occasion, is fully checked by this more than needful concession. It is a happy testimony of the care and caution used by the author of this work, in every part of it, when such earnest endeavours are used to expose it, and so little found, to lay hold of. Any mistake that can be found, and, in a friendly manner, hinted, we shall receive with thankfulness, and amend cheerfully. But a cavil, evidently malicious, of an author without a name, lest an answer should be given, will be treated as it deserves, with the contempt of silence. Introduction to the 3rd volume. Sir, I have now finished my account of the several circuits which I took the last year, completing the southern parts of the Isle of Britain. My last brought me to the banks of the river Trent, and from thence back to London, where I first set out. I have yet the largest, though not the most populous, part of Britain to give you an account of. Nor is it less capable of satisfying the most curious traveller, though, as in some places things may stand more remote from one another, and there may, perhaps, be more waste ground to go over. Yet 'tis certain a traveller spends no waste hours, if his genius will be satisfied with just observations. The wildest part of the country is full of variety, the most mountainous places have their rarities to oblige the curious, and give constant employ to the inquiries of a diligent observer, making the passing over them more pleasant than the traveller could expect, or than the reader perhaps at first sight will think possible. The people in these northern climes will increase the variety, their customs and genius differing so much from others, will add to our entertainment. The one part of them being, till now, a distinct nation, the inhabitants thereof will necessarily come in as a part of what we are to describe. Scotland is neither so considerable, that we should compliment her at the expense of England, or so inconsiderable, that we should think it below us to do her justice. I shall take the middle of both extremes. I shall be tempted very often to make excursions here on account of the history and antiquities of persons and places both private and public. For the northern parts of Britain, especially of England, as they were long the seat of war between the several nations, such as the Britons, Scots, Picts, Romans, Saxons, and Danes, so there are innumerable remains of antiquity left behind them, and those more visible in those parts, and less defact by time, and other accidents than in any other part of the island. He that travels through such a country, if he sees and knows the meaning of those monuments of antiquity, and has due memoirs of the historical part still in his head, must be inexcusable if he takes up his own time, or his reader's patience, in observing trifles, and recording things of no signification. I knew two gentlemen who travelled over the greatest part of England in several journeys together. The result of their observations were very different indeed. One of them took some minutes of things for his own satisfaction, but not much. But the other, as he said, took an exact journal. The case was thus. He that took minutes only, those minutes were very critical, and upon some very significant things. But for the rest his memory was so good, and he took so good notice of every thing worth observing, that he wrote a very good and useful account of his whole journey after his return. That account I have seen, and had the advantage to look it over again upon this occasion, and by it to correct and enlarge some of my own observations. It being as impossible any one man could see or observe every thing worth seeing in England, as it is to know every face he meets in a crowd. The other gentleman's papers, which I called an exact journal, contained the following very significant heads. The day of the month when he set out. The names of the towns where they dinned every day, and where they lodged at night. The signs of the inns where they dinned and lodged, with the memorandums of which had good claret, which not. The day of the month when he returned. The moral of this brief story, which I insist that I know to be true, is very much to my purpose. The difference between these two gentlemen in their travelling, and in their remarks upon their journey, is a good emblem of the differing genius in readers, as well as authors, and may be a guide to both in the work now before us. I have endeavoured that these letters shall not be a journal of trifles. If it is on that account too grave for some people, I hope it will not for others. I have studied the advancement and increase of knowledge for those that read, and shall be as glad to make them wise, as to make them merry. Yet I hope they will not find the story so ill told, or so dull as to tire them too soon, or so barren as to put them to sleep over it. The north part of Great Britain, I mean Scotland, is a country which will afford a great variety to the observation, and to the pen of an itinerant. A kingdom so famous in the world for great and gallant men, as well statesmen as soldiers, but especially the last, can never leave us barren of subject, or empty of somewhat to say of her. The Union has seemed to secure her peace, and to increase her commerce, but I cannot say she has raised her figure in the world at all since that time, I mean as a body. She was before considered as a nation, now she appears no more but as a province, or at best a dominion. She has not lost her name as a place. But as a state, she may be said to have lost it, and that she is now no more than a part of Great Britain in common with other parts of it, of which England itself is also no more. I might enlarge here upon the honour it is to Scotland to be a part of the British Empire, and to be incorporated with so powerful a people under the crown of so great a monarch. Their being united in name as one, Britain, and their enjoying all the privileges of, and in common with, a nation who have the greatest privileges, and enjoy the most liberty of any people in the world. But I should be told, and perhaps justly too, that this was talking like an Englishman, rather than like a Briton, that I was gone from my declared impartiality, and that the Scots would perhaps talk a different style when I came among them. Nor is it my business to inquire which nation have the better end of the staff in the late coalition, or how the articles on which it is established, are performed on one side or other. My business is rather to give a true and impartial description of the place, a view of the country, its present state as to fertility, commerce, manufacture, and product, with the manners and usages of the people, as I have done in England. And to this I shall confine myself as strictly as the nature of a journey through the country requires. I shall, in doing this, come indeed of course to make frequent mention of the various turns and revolutions which have happened in those northern parts, for Scotland has changed its masters, and its forms of government, as often as other nations. And, in doing this, it will necessarily occur to speak of the Union, which is the last, and like to be the last revolution of affairs in Scotland for, we hope, many ages. But I shall enter no farther into this, than is concerned in the difference between the face of things there now, and what was there before the said Union, and which the Union has been the occasion or cause of. as particularly the division and government of the countries, and towns, and people in particular places, the communication of privileges, influence of government, and enlarging of the liberty of trade. This will also bring on the needful account of alterations and improvements, in those counties, which, by reason of the long and cruel wars between the two nations in former reigns, lay waste and unimproved, thinly inhabited. And the people not only poor because of the continual incursions of the troops on either side, but barbarous and ravenous themselves, as being inured to rapine, and living upon the spoil of one another for several ages. All which is now at an end, and those counties called the marches or borders, are now as well peopled and cultivated as other counties, or in a fair way to be so. This alteration affords abundance of useful observations, and 'tis hoped they shall be fruitfully improved in this work. And as it is a subject which none have yet meddled with, so we believe it will not be the less acceptable for its novelty, if tolerably well handled, as we hope it shall be. Those few cavils which have been raised at the former parts of this work, for it is with great satisfaction I can say they are but few, are far from discouraging me in this hardest and most difficult part of the undertaking. I believe it is impossible for any man to observe so narrowly upon Great Britain, as to omit nothing, or to mistake in nothing. The great Mr. Camden has committed many mistakes, which his reverend continuator has corrected. And there are yet many more which that learned and reverend author has not seen, and both together have omitted many things very well worth observing. Yet their works are justly valued, their labors and endeavors commendable and profitable to the world. And no man lessens the author for not seeing everything, or knowing critically everything, though worth knowing, which persons inhabiting those places may be respectively informed of. If our endeavor has been, as it really has, to give a full and just representation of persons and things wherever we came, I think the end is as fully pursued as any author can undertake to do. And for cavils and querulous criticisms, or for unavoidable omitting of what did not occur to observation, they are not worth notice. What real mistakes we have yet discovered in the last volume, are touched at in the preface. And if we had met with more, they should have been mentioned faithfully, for no wise man will be ashamed to amend a mistake, but 'tis a satisfaction enough to tempt one's vanity to be able to say how few they are.